That's right. We bad.
Watch the show on Twitch. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago. Stream the show on the ESPN Chicago app and on FM 100.3 HD2 and on ESPN 1000 Chicago. Now, David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood.
Good morning, everyone.
Bring them out. Woo! Bring them out. 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 Bring them out.
Oh, God. Welcome in to the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Broadcasting live from the Jeff Dickerson Studio at the Chicago Board of Trade, it's David Kaplan, it's Jonathan Hood, it's Shay, it's Jay Moore, it's you for a 3-hour ride here on this Tuesday morning with open phone lines for you. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. Watch our show and all the shows on YouTube, youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago there. Also on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. Plenty to talk about regarding the Chicago Bears. Yes, it's March, but there's so much movement and speculation on what the Bears and other teams are doing in the National Football League. But Cap, first, we should talk about who I coined when he first came into the National Football League, Sheriff Roger Goodell. As you remember, Roger Goodell, the commissioner of the National Football League, came in here with his random wheel of justice, something we hadn't seen before, Cap, where the commissioner would say, okay, this is a 4-week suspension. No, this is a 2-week suspension. No, Adrian Peterson, you're scolding your kid. This is 6 weeks, whatever it is. It was always a random wheel of justice. But one thing for sure, Roger Goodell wanted things his way. And so in his jurisdiction as the commissioner of the National Football League, the idea that you have incentives in place to have minorities in key roles in an organization, you've got to be able to honor that compensation. And most teams are honored with a third-round draft pick for 2 consecutive years. But when it comes to the Chicago Bears and Ian Cunningham, where Cunningham is groomed to be a general manager with the Atlanta Falcons, you're looking for compensation and you don't get it. And I just don't understand why the Bears got the short shrift while everyone else is getting their draft picks. I don't get it.
Yeah, and look, you and I have had this discussion before. Even off the air, you and I have had some deep conversations about this very topic. And every time I think our society has advanced to the point where we don't need the Rooney Rule, something happens, I go, yeah, we do. And I think it's awesome that Ian Cunningham got promoted. But Ian Cunningham got that job because he's good at what he does. People in the league go, that dude's awesome. Has nothing to do with the color of his skin. And Ryan Poles said, I got hired here because I came from Kansas City. I had a really good resume, and it was my opportunity to be a general manager. Not because he's black.
Yep.
But as he said very eloquently, while it should not matter that Ian is black or Ryan is black, the rule says if you hire someone of color, a minority, and said minority gets promoted to a general manager job, you get 2 third-round picks. Mm-hmm. Now, Ryan said, I don't like the rule. As he just said, I got this job because I think I'm good at it. And Ian got his job because he's really good at what he does, not because of the color of his skin. And when you put a rule in place, you're setting a really dangerous precedent that I think hurts the spirit of said rule.
Correct.
For people who are in favor of it. Like, I love Ian Cunningham from everything I've gotten to know from people in that building. Not on air, not around a microphone. They're like, dude, that guy's awesome. Great human and really good at his craft and was a great partner in all of this for Ryan. Where, you think I should make a trade to go up, make sure Rome's there? No. 76% we're going to get him. Relax. Don't do anything here. Like, you need someone that you can rely on in that role.
Correct.
Well, you're telling me if we have to have the rule, that there aren't going to be people that aren't as open-minded as they should be that go, well, I'm not going to hire the guy if I'm not going to get the picks, right?
Yes.
That's sickening.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, shame on the National Football League for not following the rule the way the rule should be interpreted because you set a really dangerous precedent. Besides, the Bears got completely screwed.
Now, let me just tell you this, and we'll be talking about this, I'm sure, all day here on ESPN Chicago. It's not the end of the world that the Bears are not getting their draft picks because of the Ian Cunningham move from Chicago to Atlanta. It's not the end of the world because the Bears still have to take care of their business. However, because you have this rule in place, the Bears should be able to get their picks, especially when Matt Ryan and Arthur Blank in the introductory press conference say that, well, whoever's going to generally manage the team, that person is going to be in place to be able to move and shake this organization. Matt Ryan is not a figurehead, but Matt Ryan also is not going to make that phone call at 2 a.m. to find out what draft pick or what free agent is coming to the Atlanta Falcons. That's not his job. He said that at the beginning, that he would not be that guy, that whoever's going to be the general manager, that person would generally manage the team. And so, to the letter of the law, to the letter of what they're trying to do with these picks, Cap, Ian Cunningham is running the Atlanta Falcons based on what the owner says and based on what Matt Ryan says. He's running the show. It's Ian Cunningham's show. But the notion that the National Football League says, no, actually, it's Matt Ryan, he's going to be the tastemaker of all this, is just BS. If someone's telling you, I'm not going to do what the general manager is doing, it's Ian Cunningham that's running the show, then you should believe him. But the NFL clearly doesn't believe it.
Well, and Matt Ryan went even farther than you just said. Correct me if I'm wrong. Did he not say, I've never been in a draft meeting? I'm looking forward to my first one. I don't know what goes on in those things. I have never been in one. I have never entertained calls, as you just said, from an agent at midnight going, all right, we're going to counter with this offer. Or from a media person going, did you guys just trade for Jonathan Hood, the tackle from Chicago? He said, I've never dealt with any of that. I was a quarterback. I think I know football, but I'm looking forward to, quote, learning from Ian.
Yeah, that's it. But somehow, some way, the NFL says, no, Matt Ryan, you're going to be running the show. So the NFL knows more than the Atlanta Falcons? Roger Goodell knows more than what the Atlanta Falcons are trying to do with the organization? It's clear that the Bears got screwed with this. But again, Cap, you move forward, but just put a pin in this, that the NFL has this rule in place for minorities to be able to move up and you get compensation for it. And as you mentioned, Ryan Poles even told Waddle Silvy, I'm a little uncomfortable with this.
Right.
But understand that this is the rule. So because of the rule, give me my picks.
Yeah, he told that to Waddle Silvy, and then he got questioned when he met with all the Chicago media. And he went on to say, I don't understand why we have to have a rule to say, oh, if you're black, you're going to get picks. But he said, it's the rule. The rule is the rule. And Ian left here where he spent minimum of 2 years. Isn't that what the rule says?
Yeah.
If you hire a minority from another organization and he is there for a minimum of 2 years and he leaves to become a general manager of a football team, what is Ian Cunningham's title? General manager, Atlanta Falcons. The Falcons have come out publicly and said, that dude's making the calls. Yes. He's running everything.
So that means that the Chicago Bears should have their picks this year and next year.
Like, you think when Ryan Poles makes a move that he doesn't let his bosses know? Even before Ben got here, do you think he didn't go to, whether it was Ted Phillips or Kevin Warren or George, hey, just letting you know we're signing Tremaine Edmonds for $72 million. Hey, just letting you know I'm trading DJ Moore. Do you think he doesn't run that up the chain of command? He does.
I just don't know how the National Football League, Roger Goodell, the people in New York just turn a blind eye to what Matt Ryan had to say.
Man, Ian's in charge. Ian's in charge of that space. I'm looking forward to learning about, this. Like I said it the other day in Ian's presser, like I've never sat in a draft meeting. And so Monday is going to be the first time I'm sitting in a draft meeting, and I've got a lot to learn. So sitting, observing, being a fly on the wall, if there's something that Ian has a question about or something I can help with, I'm all ears, and I'm happy to share my opinion. But Ian is driving this boat, and he is the one that's leading us moving forward, and I'm excited about that. You guys, Ian is incredibly competent and qualified, and he's awesome. So looking forward to watching him do his thing.
The reason I asked that, because Tony Baselli, who I know very well, actually is in the whole draft process.
I'm going to be
watches tapes,
yes.
and he goes to the scouting.
I'm going to be in it, but I'm not driving it.
Right,
Pete,
but you're going to be involved.
Yes, I'll be involved, and I'll be involved in whatever way Ian needs me. That really is, Arthur from the top down, he believes in servant leadership. And there is no better servant leader than Arthur Blank. And I know that from being there as a player. I have felt that for the last month in the role that I'm in. And really my role is to be that same person for Kevin, to be that same person, for Ian and really the rest of the building. And so, yeah, I'm going to be involved. I love that kind of stuff, and I love being around it. This is what I'm passionate about, but I also understand my responsibility is to be there to help out Ian where I can. And maybe that's offering a different lens and offering a different perspective, but this is Ian's regular season right now, man. He is in it, and he is driving the ship for us.
The minority employee must have been employed by the original club for at least 2 years. A third-round pick is awarded at the end of the round for 2 consecutive drafts. If a team loses 2 minority staff members to head coach and general manager positions, they receive 3 total third-round picks. That's the rule. But somehow the Chicago Bears don't get their draft picks. Somehow, some way. Now, I was talking to my cousin Wiley about this yesterday, and he said, well, Hood, we should just do away with the Rooney Rule. It's DEI, you should just do. And I said, no, Wiley, you can't go backwards with this because we've already gone through the era of I'm just hiring what's comfortable for me in the foursome. I'm just hiring people that's comfortable, that I feel comfortable with in the room. You can't go backwards with this because if you're the National Football League, you have to understand that there is qualified assistant coaches, qualified front office people that need the opportunity to just get in the room. Just remember, Kap, it's not about hiring everyone that's black, everyone that's a woman, everyone that's a minority. That's not what it's in place for. It's to be able to get in the room and have an interview. That's what it's for.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember who it was. It was a very successful football coach who said, my first 2 or 3 interviews, there was no way I was getting that job. And I probably wasn't ready. But he said, I knew I was getting the interview because of the color of my skin. And I had friends go, you're not getting that job. Why take the interview? He said, because I'm getting on their radar screen.
That's what it's about.
And that was it. And he eventually got one. And I'm trying to remember who it was. Was it? I don't think it was Tony Dungy, but it was somebody of that level. And I thought that's a really intriguing, mature perspective to go, all right, they're probably using me on this interview. But guess what? I want at the end of it for them to go, wow, that guy was really impressive. Really on top of his stuff. We better consider him.
Well, it's just how else do you get in the room otherwise?
Correct.
That's what it's about. The Rooney Rule in place because you want to be able to have the experience of that interview and also maybe, I don't know, may hire you. They can look at someone that is qualified and then look at your resume that's qualified. So, it's the same. It doesn't matter the background or the skin color. Is it someone that can enhance what you do as an organization?
Correct.
That's what it's about.
That is correct.
And so when I told Wiley, I said, no, don't do away with the Rooney Rule. Don't do that. I said, still, there needs to be people of color to be able to be in that room to be able to impress and show what they can do. You bring in the resume and say, I know this is who you usually would hire, but look at my resume. It's the same. I'm a good person. I have plenty of references. Take a look at my resume.
Correct.
I may not be from the same area that you grew up in. We may not have the same background, but we are going to be pulling from the same rope, trying to win.
Correct. And, I've heard people in the entertainment world. I heard Morgan Freeman talk about this. I've heard Mike Tomlin, an NFL coach, talk about this. I heard Dave Roberts talk about this. Mm-hmm. He said, I want you to hire me because you go, that dude's the best guy for the job.
Yeah.
But he also understands how tough the road has been for decades to get an opportunity.
It's what it is, Kap. But in this situation, it's egregious by the National Football League. And part of that random wheel of justice I told you about with Roger Goodell. Remember when he first came in here, all these suspensions and it was just random and just like, what is this guy doing? He wanted things his way. Now you laid out something in which minorities can have an opportunity to be able to be a general manager or a head coach. And what do? You turn a blind eye to the Chicago Bears. They did the process properly. Ian Cunningham groomed for the position. Should have been a general manager years ago, but now he finally gets the opportunity with the Atlanta Falcons. What do? You say, nah, it's Matt Ryan's show, even though Matt Ryan's telling you on tape when he was first hired, and that piece of tape we just heard was from the Super Bowl. Said it several times, like, I'm here to learn from Ian. No, Matt, it's you. Well, he's telling you it's not him. Arthur Blank says, does Arthur Blank have any swing in the National Football League as an owner? I think he does.
Yeah.
And so when they both tell you, no, this is Ian Cunningham, no, what do they do? Nah, it's okay. That's okay. It's Matt Ryan show. So no compensation for the Chicago Bears.
Yeah, I think you do more damage to the minority candidates out there because you do know there is that old boys network that still exists.
Sure.
Where they're like, well, we're not going to get the picks, right?
Yeah.
That's a dangerous precedent to set. And the Bears got screwed. But I did think, moving from that to what they did yesterday, I did think they made some improvement. But they haven't addressed pass rush yet. If Braxton Jones is your left tackle on opening day, I don't like it.
All right, let's talk about some of the moves the Bears made yesterday and what else the Bears need to do to make sure that their team is ready for the upcoming season. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our telephone number. Your thoughts on Ian Cunningham. The Bears are not getting those compensatory picks. They're not getting them. Ian Cunningham is with the Atlanta Falcons, and the Bears are not getting any compensation for it. Also, your thoughts about what the Bears have done over the last 48 hours. Let's talk about it on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
Kap and J Hood, morning 6 to 9. ESPN Chicago. Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap and J Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap and J Hood show are presented by Ankin Law.
Let me tell you about my friends at Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. Believe in a world of wellness, knowing Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is lighting the way on your health and wellness journey, always helping you write your own story. As your one local trusted partner for nearly a century, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois ensures the widest access to the best affordable care where you need it, when you need it. I'm proud to partner with Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois because they keep you at the center of everything they do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. Through it all, Jay Moore.
Hi, this is Dave Musil, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. When emergencies happen, who do you call? Broken pipe, power outage, furnace failure, no hot water? The answer is always the same. Call Four Seasons. We guarantee same-day service and installation on all heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs with no extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays. That's why over 30,000 customers have given us a 5-star Google review.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text HAWK to 321-321 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text HAWK to 321-321. That's HAWK to 321-321.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
That pallet of pavers collecting dust, the beginnings of a garden, those stray fence posts. Are you haunted by half-finished projects on your land? John Deere is here to say, not anymore. Our compact tractors allow you to swap implements easily, and they're backed by the nation's largest dealer network. You always had the right idea, and with the right tools, those projects can get finished for good. Nothing runs like a Deere. Learn more at johndeere.com/compact tractors.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Yes, the Chicago Wolves. Chicago Wolves are gearing up for another playoff run. It's a battle of the division's top two teams this Sunday at 5 at Allstate Arena. Arrive early for the all-family Sunday fun. Get your tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. This is Wolves Hockey. Jay Moore.
Now back to Kap and J Hood, presented by Advantage Dealer Group on ESPN Chicago.
Here's hoping that you're going to have a great Tuesday. It's the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. A busy day for the Bears and the rest of the National Football League. Kap, the Bears made some moves, but we should start on that offensive line. You know, one thing that you've been hammering on is that the Bears have to be able to shore up that offensive line with the center and the left tackle. Garrett Bradbury is a center for the Chicago Bears, but at left tackle, the Bears locked in an old friend, Braxton Jones. Braxton Jones back for a one-year deal. I saw his name pop up, and I go, oh, great idea for maybe a reserve. And I thought to myself, uh-oh, you mean to tell me Braxton Jones could be the starting left tackle for the Chicago Bears? And I thought, uh-oh.
I don't have a problem if he comes in to compete because he was not healthy last year coming into the season. He was coming off of a severe broken ankle. It wasn't like a little chip fracture out 6 weeks. So he had no chance to train in the offseason. He was rehabbing. So I got no problem if you're bringing him in as part of a competition. He's healthy. He knows the system. He's a good dude in the room. Everybody likes him. He's plays hard. I just don't think he's very good. And so my question is, okay, what else are you doing? Like Taylor Decker talked about retirement. I said to you before we started the show, when I hear you say, I don't mean you, hear you somebody say, I'm thinking about retiring, you're done. You're not all in. Like to do this job that we do, you better be all in. You better be watching games. You better be on social, reading every article you can find, and you better be ready to wake up before 4 a.m. and get your ass here to work and play hard. Seriously. And the same thing goes for being an offensive lineman in the NFL. If you're taking every snap going, I should be home with my wife and kids. I'm done. I made all my money. I don't want to get her. You're done. You're not all in. So that's why I don't want to sign Taylor Decker. But there's got to be more in the pipeline to compete for that job, more than re-signing Theo Benedette, who they haven't re-signed yet either. Did Dan Rauscher, you may have been gone. You may have been off that day. When did Dan Rauscher, Shay, say, yeah, I'm not sure that our answer at left tackle is even in our building?
That's several weeks ago. We talked about it.
Was it that long ago?
You and I have talked about that. That Dan Rauscher wasn't sure if the left tackle's in the building or not because Amagaje is more inside than on the edge.
Yeah, they kicked him to guard.
Yeah, so I understand that. So here's the thing. If I'm Braxton Jones, I feel like I got a new lease on life. I feel like, well, I'm back with the Bears. I'm in a good situation.
I know the system.
I'm going to bust my ass and make them put me at left tackle. From his standpoint, he's got to feel good about that, saying, hey, I'm going to compete and I'm going to win this job.
Right.
Now, again, I don't know if the Bears are going to address this as far as the draft or free agency to add more. But just from Braxton Jones' standpoint, he's got to feel like, man, I'm healthy and I'm going to show him that I belong.
Well, they have to address, at least if they think he's the starter. I mean, they know better than I know. They're in that building with him. But if they think that right now Braxton's our guy, well, then they absolutely have to sign somebody to be his backup, right? Whether that's Theo Benedette, whether that's a draft pick, whether there's another veteran that's out there. Because how many guys truly are going to play all 17 games? I mean, that's just a fact. Last year, you had an injured Braxton Jones at the start. You lost Ozzie Trapillo. Benedette wasn't healthy for all 17 games. So you better have a further plan of what you're doing. So we'll see.
Dan Rochar talking this late February about the left tackle position for the Chicago Bears.
And I'm transparent. I met with all three guys that played left tackle for us this past year, to include Theo Benedette, an undrafted young man from Canada, and I told all three of them this. I know what the left tackle position looks like in this league. You are the standard. That's a rare player that comes along, but somebody has to play that position similar to that. And so it's a faceless, nameless guy right now. It has to become the way we play the game at left tackle, similar to what's being done at right tackle. Is that player in the building? I think there's guys that have traits, but not consistent enough, not the way we want it done consistently. So that's to be determined. Now, you can address that in free agency. You can address that in the draft. But to find your play or Darnell's play, that requires, in my opinion, you took a couple of years, but it takes probably draft capital or an asset we currently don't have. So it's probably most likely either through free agency or it's here in the building. And my opinion is it's anywhere outside of here, it's here. So that's how we're going to approach it. We're going to work with the guys we got, and we're going to make it better.
God, that's blunt. Just
I love the honesty.
Just laying it out there, isn't he?
Right.
Rochart's like, we don't have it really in the building. You're going to have to draft it or look at free agency. I mean, he's talking about a standard. He's like, that standard isn't here. It's pretty much what he said.
Pretty much. But he said, all I can do is work with what we've got. Okay. Now, again, I've had multiple guys who played that sport. I didn't. I didn't play in the NFL. You didn't play in the NFL. So guys who did it, like Yerk and others, when they tell me there is a massive difference going into an offseason where you're rehabbing and where you're training. He was rehabbing a shattered ankle last year. Mm-hmm. Well, you can't get your base strong enough then if you're rehabbing because your base starts with your feet. And if your ankle was busted, that's a problem.
Correct.
So if he's truly 100% healthy and this offseason is dedicated to simply living in the weight room and getting stronger and bigger and more physical, bring it on. Let's go. I just need to know what else is there if he's not the guy. Because if you're him, I thought you brought up a great point. Like he's going, I got an opportunity here. And he doesn't have to learn a new system. Right. And he doesn't have to impress a new coach. Same O-line coach again, same head coach again, same quarterback again. He's got Joe Tooney next to him. This is a golden opportunity. You see what left tackles get paid. What'd they pay him, $5 million? And then there's a chance to get it to $10 million?
Yep.
Okay, I'll never make money like that. You won't either. But that's amazing money. That's not left tackle money. So if he goes out and just has an incredibly good year, wow. Braxton Jones was healthy and he was a beast. Really did a good job. That dude's getting paid next offseason.
Yeah, he's not working with 4 deck chairs on the Titanic. He's working, and hopefully, you lift as you climb. He looks over to his right, and he goes, oh, man, I got to step up my game. Look at those guys. Those guys with Bradbury, pretty solid.
Yeah, but again, they play football because they love it. Nobody battles through injuries and does what they do if they don't love what they do.
Yeah.
But they also are professionals. They want to make money because we could talk sports till we're 80 years old if the good Lord gives us good health.
Sure.
You can't play left tackle till you're 80. Like, you got a limited time. You better make enough money that when you retire, you're like, I can do whatever I want. I want to work on the radio like Yerk, I can do it. If I want to just hang out and play golf, I can do it. Mm-hmm. Guess what? He's got a golden opportunity to have everyone look at him, and he goes, take that. We'll see.
312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our telephone number. If you're on hold, you will be on the air. We're talking to you about what the Bears have done here over the last 24 hours and also the situation with Ian Cunningham. The Bears are not getting compensation picks as Ian Cunningham now starts generally managing the Atlanta Falcons. The Bears are owed those picks, and the NFL said no. The Bears are not getting them. We want to get your thoughts on that next on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
The Kap J Hood podcast is available on the ESPN Chicago app and wherever you like to pod. Presented by Republic Bank. Or listen live to Kap J Hood on the app as well. Weekday morning 6 to 9, ESPN Chicago.
For over 50 years, M&M Home Remodeling has delivered expert craftsmanship, honest service, and the industry's best warranties across Chicagoland, earning the Better Business Bureau Torch Award for business ethics twice. Now, the trusted name in home remodeling also powers M&M Commercial Roofing. From leak repairs to full roof replacements, your business gets the same quality, transparency, and long-term protection you expect from M&M. Protect your property. Call M&M Home Remodeling and M&M Commercial Roofing. Your peace of mind is guaranteed.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. In the market for a new car? Shop HawkAuto.com, where they buy more so you pay less. Check their massive inventory of over 2,000 vehicles. They buy in volume so you save in volume. Plus, get all rebates on top of the Hawk Auto volume discount. Save even more with 0% financing for 60 months, so make no payments for 90 days. With 12 convenient locations, your next car is closer than you think. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. HawkAuto.com. Financing on select models with approved credit.
You strive for more in life and in business, never settling for anything less than. Your bank should be no different. It's time for a fresh perspective. It's time to move things from to-do to done. It's time for your bank to go the extra mile for you. Achieve more at Republic Bank of Chicago. Banking beyond expectations. Visit ourbankchicago.com to get started. Republic Bank of Chicago, member FDIC.
Hey, it's Kap. Spring is almost here, and you know what that means for some of you. Sinus pressure and allergies kicking in. Don't just live with it. Reach out to my people at Sinus and Snoring MD. If you're dealing with congestion that won't go away, snoring that's keeping everyone up, or waking up tired even after a full night's sleep, Sinus and Snoring MD can offer real solutions. Step into spring clear, rested, and energized by calling 847-545-0147 or visit sinusandsnoringmd.com.
It's tournament time when the most talented teams survive and advance. And whether you're cutting down the nets or cutting through resumes, one thing's clear. The best teams are built with the best people. If you're hiring, you need ZipRecruiter. Their smart matching technology finds qualified candidates fast. You can add screening questions to get the right applicants and even filter to see who's recently active. Score the best for your team with ZipRecruiter. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting ESPNChicagoContests.com. That's ESPNChicagoContests.com.
Now back to Kap J Hood.
Oh, it's good. Good and terrible.
On ESPN Chicago.
Hey. It's the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We're with you until 9 o'clock. Then it's Carmen Jurko at 9, followed by the Rich Eisen Show at noon, Waddle and Silvy at 2. Right here on your home for the Bears and the White Sox, ESPN 1000. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776. That's right, Bears fans. The Chicago Bears are not getting their picks from the National Football League. Ian Cunningham is with the Atlanta Falcons, and he's supposed to have compensatory picks, and the Bears aren't getting them. And we're talking to you about that. Also, the moves that the Bears have made as well. Lewis and Lyle joins us here on Kap J Hood as we talk Bears. Lewis, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How y'all doing today?
Good, thank you.
Awesome.
Even though everybody's PO'd about the picks situation. So everybody keeps talking about the picks. The thing that annoys me most about this is insulting to Ian Cunningham. I mean, right now he is having all of his accomplishments diminished by the league when they basically say, hey, you're a very accomplished black man, but because you're working under a white person, we don't see this as an actual promotion, even though the white guy has said, I'm learning from this guy. I mean, honestly, this makes me want – the only reason that I could think of that Goodell isn't up there saying, this is a promotion is because Ian Cunningham kicked his puppy. And you know what? This doesn't seem like – that doesn't seem like the guy that Ian Cunningham is, so I'm at a loss. But if they don't do something, they are going to show that they're unity. And all of this talk about end racism is a crock of you-know-what in terms of how they act when it comes to their rules and how much they want to promote diversity in action.
Lewis, we appreciate your telephone call. And now Lewis leaves line open, 312-332-ESPN is our phone number. By the way, is that still in all the end zones across the NFL? I feel like some teams took that away, the end racism.
Pretty sure they all got rid of it.
Is that? I didn't see that in.
They ended racism, Hoodie.
Yeah, I think that was the goal.
I see it on helmets and everything all over the place.
I think teams are allowed to promote it, but I'm pretty sure they all got rid of the stenciling in the end zones.
I don't know that. I have no idea. I just know I see it on. You get to choose your message because Caleb had choose love. I think.
Yeah.
Their guys all got to pick different messages. But I saw Caleb's. I think Rome had something different than that.
I just don't remember seeing in the end zone end racism or it takes all of us. I don't remember seeing that this past season.
Teams were able to choose between end racism, stop hate, choose love, or inspire change. Once again, it takes all of us will be stenciled in the opposite end zone for all games. That was last season. But the NFL did, after the 2024 season, the NFL did remove end racism from end zones. They ended racism.
So good
Time to pack it up.
Good for the NFL.
It's good.
That's what. And because of end racism, Ian Cunningham gets screwed.
And he didn't. He got the job. The Bears got screwed.
Well, I mean, I think that Cunningham also feels like, okay, I got the job, but my friend got screwed. I was part of that organization.
Yeah.
I'm sure he feels the weight of that as well because he's talking to Ryan Poles about it. It's like, hey, man, I appreciate what you did for me. I feel bad, but yeah, you deserve your picks.
Oh, yeah, he said publicly the Bears deserve their picks. Yeah. They followed the rules. They're not getting them. But he is the boss down in Atlanta, and Ryan Poles' best friend is Matt Ryan. They were roommates, and he helped him get down there. He brought him from Philly. He was in a great leadership role in the building with Poles, his top confidant, and now he's got his own team. Super cool.
Does he, Cap? Does he have his own team?
Yeah.
Cunningham, you sure?
Yeah.
That's not what the NFL says.
Yeah, that sucks.
Are you sure about
His
that?
bosses say, we're learning from him. He's the boss. The NFL goes, yeah, not so much. It's just.
You know how insulting that is? If you're Cunningham, like you're good with the job. But in the eyes of the NFL, yeah, you're the gentleman, but who's the real boss around here? Who's running the? It's me. No, who really is running the? No, it's me. It's got to be that guy, that good-looking guy, the old quarterback. Congratulations, Matt. Actually, it's Ian. No. I know that you're just patting him on the head. He's not really the guy. It's really you. Matt says, I'm learning from Ian.
Correct. And I like what what Matt Ryan said. What was the term that Arthur Blank believes in? A servant leadership, where he learns from you and he serves you. What can I do for you to help you be better at your job, even though I'm the owner?
Honestly, I mean, I think they should just come to an agreement on their own because they're friends. So we'll take Drake London, and you can take our 4th-round pick.
I was going to give a 3rd round and throw in Bijan. Hey, Swift, we got Bijan. You can go to Atlanta.
All good. Sean in Indianapolis, Indiana, listening on the ESPN Chicago app. Good morning, Sean.
Good morning, gentlemen. How you guys doing today?
We're doing awesome, man, and better because you called.
Yes. Sean decided he's not going to listen to the Steve Harvey Morning Show anymore, and now he's listening to us. So he made the switch. Thank you, Sean.
Man, I switched a hell of a long time ago. Yes. But I love me some Steve Harvey now. I don't want to downplay Steve Harvey.
He's still in support of the strawberry letter. Go right ahead.
So I want to present a perspective that I don't think I've heard too many of them talking about. I've been listening to different shows yesterday on the ESPN 1000. So we know Ryan Pohl's story. He gets hired GM. He creates the assistant GM position. He hires Ian Cunningham. Ian Cunningham's a GM for, about 3 years or so, and he goes to the Atlanta Falcons. So I say, hypothetically, and I don't really expect an answer so much, but it's just an interesting perspective. Let's make Ryan Poles a white man instead of a black man.
Mm-hmm.
And he hires Ian Cunningham. All of the rest of the information stays the same. Only thing you change is Ryan Poles is a white man now instead of a black man. I think that would have made a big difference in the Bears getting those compensatory picks. I think someone has a problem with the fact that, I don't know if it was a black man, but the fact that he created that position. So, and then he puts Ian Cunningham there and probably with the intent to get some picks down the road. I think someone had a problem with that. But I think it would have been different had Ryan Poles been a white general manager.
I don't think it would have.
Brother.
I do not think it would have because I was listening to something on NFL Network yesterday, and they said, in their opinion, yeah, I know people in Chicago aren't happy, but it's clear. The rule says if that man is on the flow chart as the boss of football operations, which Matt Ryan is, Chicago doesn't get their picks. They think it's clear as day, even though Matt has said, I'm not running it. So just so we're clear.
The title for Matt Ryan is what?
President Football Operations.
Okay. And
like Kevin Warren's not president of football operations. He's president and CEO of Chicago Bears.
Yes.
George is chairman of the board.
Correct.
And then Pat Ryan and whoever else is on that board. But Kevin is the president of everything, business and football. Like he's the ultimate decision maker other than George. In Atlanta, Matt Ryan is president of football operations, and on the flow chart, he is listed as the number one decision maker, even though he said, well, Ian's running the show. So that's why NFL Network said, Bears aren't entitled to these picks. They think it's clear as bell.
And we disagree.
That's correct.
Especially when the president of football operations says, I'm just here. I'm here to learn.
Correct.
I'm not. He's not the final decision maker, especially on the roster, I would say, right? The final – I don't know how that works. I'm thinking that Cunningham has the final say along with the head coach.
Oh, I'm sure. Who'd they hire? Stefanski?
They work together on the 53-man roster, I'm sure.
Correct. Usually when you hire a retread coach, which is what I'd call Stefanski, they usually don't get total say on the 53. Mm-hmm. I'm sure that Ben, because he was coveted, has control of the 53 when it comes down to the final handful of spots. That's why it's so important to be able to say, like Ben said recently again, Ryan and I collaborate very well. Mm-hmm. All right, what do you think? Should we keep the Hood kid or should we keep Norling? Oh, I want Hood. Okay. I'm with you. Well, let's do it. But I'm pretty sure, I know when like Sean Payton took Denver, I read it where he's in control of the 53. Sean McVay is in control of the 53. Mm-hmm. I don't know the answer on that in Atlanta.
Yeah, I guess what I'm getting to is I don't think Matt Ryan has full autonomy of the 53. I think he oversees it, but I think that it sounds like Stefanski and Cunningham working together. The Bears made a number of moves yesterday, including Braxton Jones, as we mentioned. Linebacker Devin Bush, 3 years, $30 million, 21 guaranteed to gain speed in the middle of that defense at linebacker. Cap, we were wondering who's going to be able to fill the bill at linebacker with the Chicago Bears. We talked about yesterday how T.J. Edwards would be returning, but then who else would it be? Well, DeMarco Jackson's already signed, and now you have Devin Bush from Cleveland, who has tremendous numbers from Cleveland.
Right, but wasn't great before he got there. Had a really good year last year. Is he ready to take another step? I hope so. They paid him significant money. He does bring great speed, and they were able to save $15 million on the cap by letting Tremaine Edmonds become a Giant. Mm-hmm. So we'll see where this whole thing goes. But I thought they had a good day yesterday. There's a lot more to do.
With Bush, he started 17 games for the Browns and finished with 125 tackles, 7 tackles for a loss, 3 interceptions, 2 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, and 8 pass defensed. And so that works. That solidifies one of the big spots at the linebacker position for the Bears. And then Kobe Bryant, the safety, 3 years, $40 million. This comes from Brady Henderson, who's working on that story. So Kobe Bryant now part of this team as well. 15 regular season games. He started 66 tackles, 4 interceptions, and a forced fumble.
Talent. He was the second highest ranked safety in pass defense. And I think 4th in interceptions. The leader, of course, was Kevin Byard. And he's still out there. Mm-hmm. There's been some reports that Byard wanted guaranteed money in both years of the deal if he did a 2-year deal, and the Bears were only guaranteeing money in 1 year. We'll see. I would like to see him back, have him and Kobe Bryant. That would be an outstanding safety duo. Not sure that's going to happen.
Also, Shay, as a depth piece, the Bears are able to get a left defensive tackle, Aaron Neville, which would be great to see how he's going to be able to work out for the Chicago Bears. So that's always good to be able to have him in the mix
Neville
as well.
Is his first name.
Yeah, Aaron Neville.
Neville Gallimore.
I understand he doesn't know much, but he knows he loves you. That's all you need to know.
Wow.
Aaron Neville, part of the mix.
It's actually not Aaron Neville.
So, I mean.
Cap, give us your Neville Gallimore breakdown.
So Neville Gallimore is a little short. He's very athletic. He has a high motor. He really gets off the ball well. He actually had 3.5 sacks for an interior defender, which is a pretty solid number, but he's also a rotation piece only.
I'm not going to try to be, I'm not being insulting when I say this because the same applies to me. If on Sunday afternoon I had said to you, the Bears are going to sign Neville Gallimore, would you have known the difference between him and Aaron Neville?
Yeah,
absolutely not.
Probably not. That's all you
Once
need
I heard
to know
that, and then I'm trying to remember what Silvy was calling him. Silvy couldn't get his name right. It was hilarious radio.
Willie Gallimore.
He does have a famous name because late Willie Gallimore was a really wonderful player in the 60s for the Bears, a running back.
Yeah.
But he's just a rotation piece. Okay. Like Billings out, Gallimore in. Mm-hmm. 2 years, $12 million. It's a small signing. He's got a motor. Dennis Allen likes him. Okay. That's fine. You're going to rotate a bunch of guys in there. You are.
So there's the new nose tackle for the Chicago Bears, Aaron Neville.
Neville Gallimore.
There he is. I got it, Cap. It's Aaron Neville.
Wow.
Step aside. Listen to the man.
I still don't know where it's going.
Voice of an angel.
I don't know much, but I know I love you.
And that's all you need to know. Yeah.
Got Jordan Mailata pipes.
Listen to that. That's the doctor putting you on hold, and that's the music that plays. That's what that is. The old elevator music. There it is, folks. Aaron Neville, famous. We're looking for star power around here. It's Neville Gallimore. We got to make sure it's right. It's a guy. It's a backup. We can give him a personality. That's what we're doing around here. Giving someone that is going to be a nose tackle that hopefully will make an impact, a personality. So we're calling him Aaron Neville. That's what we just did.
So if I go up to the locker room for, a Ben Johnson media session one day and I happen to see him, and I walk up to him and go, "Excuse me, Aaron, could I have a second?" And he looks at me and goes, "Who?"
First, you'd have to be able to pick him out of a police lineup, and I don't think that you could.
I would probably have to walk in the locker room. Like when I did the Cubs for 25 years, I knew what everybody looked like. I'll walk in that locker room and go, "Excuse me, Aaron Clark, the media relations director, great dude. Which one's Aaron Neville? Who? The guy we call Aaron Neville. Oh, you mean Neville Gallimore? He's right there. Oh, that's what he looks like.
Need to know." Oh, it's fantastic. Listen to that. Voice of an angel. He's our news.
He better be able to tackle.
No, he doesn't. Just needs to sing. That's all we want. That's what he's a nose tackle that can sing.
That'd be cool.
That's all you need to know. Aaron Neville, now part of the Chicago Bears. They're replacing Big Billings. The platform's next on Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. Spring training baseball. Join us for White Sox versus Cubs. Friday at 3 on the home of the White Sox, ESPN Chicago.
My favorite store in the world is Apt. And they're your number one destination for the home. They have Mitsubishi electric heating and air conditioning solutions so you can cheer on your team in comfort. Do you have a stuffy bedroom, living room, or home office? A single-zone heat pump system from Mitsubishi Electric can add complete comfort where you need it most without having to run new ductwork. Mitsubishi Electric is a winning choice for your home's comfort game. For free in-home delivery, professional installation, and complete satisfaction, shop where I shop. At Apt, A-B-T, apt.com. Pleasing people since 1936. Thank you, Aaron.
Waddle, we are deep into basketball season now. Nights packed with games, group chats blowing up. This is my time.
I remember having a time. Now I just enjoy good hoops and fewer obligations.
That's why I've got a Flight by Yingling. Light, crisp, 95 calories, 2.6 carbs. Easy choice for game nights.
Exactly. Clean taste, no overthinking it. Just sit back and watch the game.
Whether I'm out with friends or posted up for a tight finish.
Or I'm settled in, offering wisdom no one asked for.
Flight by Yingling. Raise the bar this basketball season.
DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
Enjoy responsibly.
Save big on everything when you shop at Menards. Upgrade your kitchen today with Clearview Cabinetry. We offer a great selection of finishes made with the finest materials and built to withstand life's sticky messes. They provide features like soft closed doors and drawers, and with cabinet accessories to match your unique style. View our selection of Clearview Cabinetry on Menards.com. Plus, check out our weekly flyer and find plenty of great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
March Hoops Live, bigger at Bub City. Catch every buzzer beater, bracket buster, and highlight on huge new LED walls in River North and Rosemont. Cold beers, game day food, wall-to-wall basketball all month long. Visit bub-city.com to reserve a table now.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
Time for the platform. Here's the returning Shay W. Norling.
Shay's platform is always brought to you by the Chicago Transit Authority. Save money, do more, ride CTA. An update on a story from a couple weeks ago that irritated me. We moved it into the Friday folder, and now it's just irritated everybody because Tarek Skubal won't stop talking about the World Baseball Classic. Said plan was always to throw a shortened first outing against Great Britain and then go back to join the Tigers in spring training. So he pitched his outing against Great Britain, no issue. And then yesterday starts just doing all this talk. I didn't know it would be so emotional. Said he thought it would be an all-star game kind of vibe. Found out it wasn't. Had all these emotions pitching for his country and then wanted to stay. But first had to talk to the Tigers and his agent to get their advice on what he should do. Said resounding answer was just go back. Then asked, how do you feel about the decision? He goes, I hate it. I'm not at peace with it. Dude, do what you want to do. At some point, just do what you want to do. If you want to pitch in the World Baseball Classic, pitch in the World Baseball Classic. If you don't, then don't ever go. Yeah. I don't understand this hand-wringing and just sitting in the spotlight talking nonstop about how emotional you are and how you're not at peace with your decision to go back. What are you talking about? Just say what we're all thinking. Scott Boras got on the phone and said, you got $400 million you're putting at risk pitching in this event, and that wasn't worth it for you. That's fine.
Yeah, and that's fine. Listen, no one will call you un-American if you don't want to pitch in the World Baseball Classic. Just go back to the Tigers. And that's how you feel. Like listen, as we well know, Cap, many of these athletes, if not all of them, are their own brand. They know what's best for their brand. Even though they might don a uniform and they represent a team, the bottom line is that they're their own entity. If you feel it's best for you to be a Tiger, not pitch for this country, not pitch for the World Baseball Classic, then fine. No one's going to hold it against you. But just back and forth and being wishy-washy, they'll hold it against you. They'll hold that against you more so than you deciding not to pitch in the World Baseball Classic. I can tell you that for sure. Make a decision.
So they talked on the game last night. I didn't stay up for the whole thing. I was tired. I listened to the announcer say, look, he's got to be ready for Detroit, 1. 2, he is going to probably get a record-setting contract, and that has to factor into his decision. And I get that. This is his life, his long-term future. I understand. He's like, wow, this is killing me that I'm not pitching. But enough. Okay.
Then but that's fine. Just say, whatever. I'm going back to Detroit. I got other things to think about. Fine. All good. This weepy-eyed nonsense, I'm not at peace with it. Well, then stay. Nobody's holding a gun to your head and telling you can't pitch in the World Baseball Classic.
Yeah, but I'm going to push back on you, Shay. Is he not allowed to have some level of emotion where he said, look, I understand the situation. I'm pitching to probably get $450 million, and my team actually is really good. I think we have a chance to get to the postseason. And with the starting pitching, and especially him healthy, who knows how far your team could go? And he said, I get it. It's a business. It's my life. It's my family's life. But I'm not at peace with this because I really want to wear that uniform.
Then stay and wear the uniform. Nobody cares.
So he can't say...
But what's the difference if he throws 60 pitches against Japan or he throws 60 pitches against the Dominican Republic versus throwing 60 pitches in a spring training outing? You could blow your UCL out all the same. I don't care where you do it. Go do it. So if this is what you want to do.
You know what this is, Shay? This is Scooble trying to gain sympathy by pulling at both ends of the rope. See, he doesn't want to be the bad guy in this. You see what this is? He doesn't want to seem the bad guy. Like, I really want to pitch for the World Baseball Classic, but yet I still want to be able to be there for my teammates with the Tigers. He's just trying to be the babyface in all this, and actually, we're just asking him to pick a side.
So you don't want him to be honest?
That's all I need from him. Just tell me what we all already know. I have a lot of money at stake. My agent said I shouldn't pitch again. Great, then go away.
So you don't want him to be honest, is what you're saying.
What do you mean? I do want him to be honest.
No, you don't.
But if he were being honest, then he'd just stay and pitch. If it's really this war of your emotion inside of you, then stay and pitch.
But his war of emotion is him being honest. He said, I understand everything that goes into this decision. It sucks because I really would like to do that.
Pick a side, available now on the ESPN Chicago app.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I have no issue with what he said.
What I think is happening, though, is his honest decision. Hoodie, tell me if I'm wrong. I think his honest decision would be to stay and pitch. And his agent is telling him no.
Yeah.
And he's just doing what Scott Boras tells him to do.
That's usually how that goes with a Boras client.
That's it.
That's usually how that goes.
He's not really being honest if he's going back to spring training, but he's at war with himself and he's not at peace with the decision because he'd rather pitch for Team USA. That's my whole point. If you initially thought it was some all-star game vibe, you're just going to go have fun in an exhibition, well, then do us all a favor, don't go at all. But then you find out it's this incredible event and you want to stay so bad, then stay. Yeah. Nobody has a gun to your head saying you have to go back to Detroit.
Easy. I like his honesty. I do.
Here's what I would suggest to him. Go back to spring training. If you're overwhelmed or just amazed by how intense the World Baseball Classic is, if you didn't know, this is not just some, spring training vibe with the World Baseball Classic. Countries are trying to compete to be at the very top. If that's too much for you in March, then stay with the Tigers. Pitch your 3 innings or 2 2/3 and then work out and get yourself ready for the regular season. I won't hold it against him, though, Cap. That's my point. If he pitches for the Tigers, and it's fine. He doesn't have to pitch for Team USA in the World Baseball Classic. He doesn't have to. Not for me. This is a step above an exhibition for me, the World Baseball Classic. For me. Because we know what real baseball is. Listen, it's competitive, but we know the regular season and playoffs, that's where the real baseball is for us.
No question. And I was always, I'm not the biggest Olympic guy. The hockey was amazingly cool.
This is cool.
Like, I watched Lindsey Vonn yesterday stand, and that was like, oh, my God. Like, watching her fight to stand as she goes through this rehab, super cool. And when she went out to ski, like, I thought that was super cool that someone at her age was trying to do what she did, and it didn't work out well. And watching last night when Aaron Judge made that throw to nail whoever, Alejandro Kirk or whoever it was, at third, and to see how fired up he was.
Yeah.
Then he hit a home run. I'm like, wow. This is
good baseball.
way more. It is. It is way more intense to see the fans when they nailed whoever it was at the plate for U.S. got thrown out at the plate in a 0-0 game.
Yep.
And they're showing the fan base for Mexico going nuts in the stands. I'm like, it's actually really cool.
The platform brought to you by
the Chicago Transit Authority. Wear green and ride green to see the Chicago River dyed green on March 14th. CTA is your best way to get downtown and back. Avoid the hassle of street closures, traffic, searching for parking, and you won't need a pot of gold to cover the cost of a ride share either. $5 gets you to the fun and back, and with Tap to Pay on all CTA trains and buses, riding is a breeze. Find the best route for you at transitchicago.com/plan-a-trip. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
We see you on hold. We'll get to your phone calls coming up. 312-332 ESPN 332-3776 is our phone number. Talking to you about the Bears in the offseason on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home for every Bears game. ESPN Chicago. And this is Captain J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Hi, you're listening to Meditating with Jan from Toyota. Soften your focus and visualize yourself off-roading in a Tacoma. Now engage your senses. What do you hear? A donkey, because you're driving the kids to a farm sanctuary in a Grand Highlander. Breathe in, breathe out, and go from dreaming it to driving it today.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Event ends March 31st. Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, it's Cap, and you know this about me. I don't put my name on just anybody. I only endorse the best. And that's why I recommend my friends at Automatic for HVAC for homes and businesses across Chicagoland. When the HVAC system isn't working, it becomes a problem fast. Automatic gets that. They're responsive, professional, and they do the job right the first time. From routine maintenance to emergency repairs, Automatic is there to keep your space comfortable. Call Automatic or visit Automatic.com. That's ATOmatic.com. And work with a team you can count on.
Bundling your home and auto with Progressive could help you save without sacrificing quality. It's the smart thing to do. And as a hockey fan, you always know the smart thing to do.
Shoot the puck!
And you let the players know it.
Shoot the puck!
All game.
Shoot it! Come on, shoot!
And sometimes even after.
Man, rough game, huh? Yeah, they should have shot the puck.
So bundle your home and auto with Progressive. It's the smart thing to do. But you already knew that. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
It's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. Right now, Pella Windows and Doors of Greater Chicago and Northwest Indiana is offering 25% off windows and doors or 0% APR for 72 months. Some restrictions may apply. See store for details. Offer ends March 31st, 2026.
Like the fire needs the air. I won't burn unless you're there. You're there.
Now back to Kap and J Hood.
Any artist out there want to be an artist and want to stay a star, and we won't have to worry about the executive producer trying to be all in the video, all on the record. Dancing.
ESPN Chicago.
Good morning. morning, Chicago, and welcome in to the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000, and we are streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Broadcasting live from the Jeff Dickerson Studio at the Chicago Board of Trade. It's David Kaplan, it's Jonathan Hood, it's Shay, it's Jay Moore, and it's you. And we're brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group, the destination for your next Chevy, Acura, Toyota, and now Cadillac, Buick, and GMC. Find your advantage at Advantage Dealer Group.
It's good to be Alec Pierce, isn't it? Holy cow. 4 years, $114 million. And he waited to sign it until after 11 a.m. Central. So he becomes the highest paid wide receiver free agent in NFL history. Had he signed it at 10:59, it's not, because there's other extensions that were bigger. But once he hit free agency, that dude from Glenbard West, who I hear nothing but awesome things about as a human, he's a hell of a deep ball receiver. He said, I want to know who my quarterback is. And they said, but we're going to get Daniel Jones back here. He said, okay, good, because he's super tight with him. And I just thought it's cool. This kid grew up in our area. He went to Cincinnati. He was a second-round draft pick. He busts his ass, and he gets paid. That is awesome.
And Pierce signed with?
The Indianapolis Colts. Okay. That's what I said. He's staying with Daniel Jones, who they already have tagged with the transition, not the franchise tag, as he recovers from Achilles surgery. And he said, we're tight. I want to be with that guy.
Good. Glad the Colts signed Marvin Harrison. 312-332 ESPN 332. Well, that's the point. Is that's a crap load of money for a team that's not quite there yet. That's quite the commitment financially for a team that's not a Super Bowl contender. Usually you want to dole that money out if you feel like you're close.
But you don't want to let him leave. He's a really good player. Okay. He's young. He's a second-round pick. He's, 26 years old? Okay. 25? So I loved it. And then I saw Reggie Wayne tweeted last night at his parents, hey, Mom and Dad, you had me not sure this is possible to fix, but you had me too late or too early. Because you know what Reggie Wayne would get picked?
Oh, my gosh.
And paid?
Oh, my gosh.
Is Reggie Wayne in the Hall of Fame?
I don't think so.
He was a great player. They had him. They had Harrison. They had Dallas Clark. They had all those offensive linemen, Ryan Deem and that whole crew, Jeff Saturday. Like, that thing was absolutely loaded. So I don't know if Reggie Wayne's in the Hall of Fame, but he was a hell of a player.
He's not in the Hall of Fame.
No.
Talking to you about the Bears and the free agent tracker, 312-332-3776. Our phone number, Devin Bush, the linebacker, 3 years, $30 million. Locked in with the Chicago Bears. Kobe Bryant at safety, 3 years, $40 million. Braxton Jones is back at left tackle, 1 year, $10 million. And along with that, Aaron Neville Gallimore, part of the team as well, 2 years, $12 million. That came from Courtney Cronin, DeMarco Jackson, part of this, Daniel Hardy as well. But one thing we have not discussed, and that is Case Keenum back with the team as well. 2 years, is that $5.5 million, max value of $8 million? So Case Keenum back. And so the question is there a deal to be made for a team that's looking at Tyson Bagent? Because it seems like the doors are closing on openings at the quarterback position, especially with Malik Willis locked in now with the Miami Dolphins.
Yep.
So I just wonder, is there any other openings if the Bears want to trade Tyson Bagent?
Well, Arizona doesn't have a quarterback yet. And what I'm hearing is they were talking on Sportsman like this morning that they are probably all in to try and tank this season so they can pick number one next year in what should be a loaded draft. I don't know who that quarterback is yet. We'll see how that plays out. The Raiders are already going to have their quarterback if they stay at one.
Would you say the Vikings have a quarterback with JJ or no? Or are they still looking?
They're going to probably sign Kyler Murray.
Okay. So they're still open.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Is Aaron Rodgers going back to Pittsburgh, or do they need a quarterback? I think he's going back to Pittsburgh. Mike McCarthy has said he wants him back, but he's not the long-term answer anyway. He's 43, or going to be. So they're going to have to draft or develop somebody. Would they trade for Tyson Bagent? I don't know. I have no idea what the market is out there. I know the Bears aren't going to give him away. They're not going to say, just give us a 5 and you can have him. Not going to happen. And some people have said, boy, that's a lot of money for Case Keenum. It's a $250,000 raise over last year. He made $2.25 a year ago. Now he's getting $2.5 a year. And if he's playing, like Shea would say, you are effed. Because he's, right now, clearly 3 on your depth chart.
Sure.
He's 38 years old.
But is that considered backup money or is it third-string money?
That's third-string money.
Mm-hmm.
So if they shop Bagent and they get a deal for Bagent, he becomes the backup, right?
That is
I
correct.
would be surprised if they stayed with him as their backup.
Okay.
It would be, well, I mean, Kap, if Bagent is traded, Keenum is number 2.
Until you add somebody.
Yeah, well, I mean, there would be a battle for number 2, wouldn't it? So,
depends who they go out and get.
I would say that you slide Keenum over for the time being unless you find something better. I think that Keenum would be the number 2 guy.
I guess I don't understand why anyone would think it's significantly more likely that you'd weather, say a backup is needed for 2 games or 3 games. I don't know why anyone thinks it's significantly more likely you'd weather that storm with Tyson Bagent than Case Keenum.
Well, that's what Ben has said. And Ben has told people privately, I would roll with that kid if we didn't have Caleb. Caleb's obviously our guy. And he believes he's a starter in the NFL. That's why they're not going to roll with Case Keenum at 38 as their backup. He's their third string. Now, if somebody calls and says, I'll give you a second-round pick, you got to do it.
It's to answer the question, Shea, it's the same difference. It's a backup. And I guess we go right back to the same thought is if Caleb's out, that'll be all. That's just it. Whoever it is.
If he's out long term or if he misses playoff games, you're done. That's what'll happen.
I mean, I like Ben Johnson. I don't think he's Shanahan that could just, sprinkle the magic dust and anybody can play the position. Anyone can run the system. I mean, Caleb is very special in this system.
He is, but I'm not convinced because Ben believes he can win with Tyson Bagent. Now, does that mean that they would make him their franchise quarterback? No. Caleb is their franchise quarterback. I'm not on board with you guys saying that if Caleb goes down, it's over. I'm not. Because from what I hear, Ben believes he can win with Tyson Bagent. That's how much he likes him.
Okay, if Ben Johnson didn't say that, how would you assess Tyson Bagent in that spot? Without the comment, without the belief from the head coach, how would you look at it?
I liked him when he came in as an undrafted rookie and went 2-2. I was like, this kid looks pretty good. And then when I hear from people up there that, dude, he's a really, really good player, and our head coach is all in on that kid, that all has to factor into my decision-making. I don't believe the season's over if Caleb, God forbid, a million times went down.
We just disagree. I believe it is. And Ben can say whatever he wants. I think he's the kind of psychopath that would think he could win with me if I were his backup quarterback. Doesn't make it true.
Yeah, I mean, it's good. It's good for a coach to have belief in players. However, the 2-2 tells me that Tyson's fine. And believe me, I've seen a lot worse under center for the Chicago Bears.
Mm-hmm.
Just put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not putting him in the Super Bowl. I'm not saying that he's all elite. What I'm saying is that he's fine. And there's a reason why the teams covet Tyson Bagent. They were like, boy, that'd be interesting for him to be a starter in the National Football League.
And are you telling me that Malik Willis, who was let go by the Tennessee Titans, who was horrible down there, and when Green Bay got him, go read the articles, everyone went, what are they doing? That guy's terrible. And Matt LaFleur can coach. And all of a sudden, you're like, wow, that guy looked okay last year when Jordan Love hurt his knee in 24. He hurt his knee. And that guy played, I think, 2 games. Mm-hmm. And we're like, oh, wow. He tailored the playbook and the play calling to what Willis does. Mm-hmm. And this year, Willis, when he had his opportunities, he looks okay. He just got almost $70 million. You're telling me you're convinced beyond a doubt that Malik Willis is light years better than Tyson Bagent?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and your head coach may not believe that. Your head coach, who works with him every day, may go, you're nuts.
I would expect that from him. I would never expect him to go, oh, yeah, Malik Willis is way better.
Because when Malik Willis got traded for a 7th-round pick, no one thought he was worth anything.
2 years ago, and then I watched him play with Green Bay, and he was light years better than anything I saw from Tyson Bagent. That's really not arguable.
Okay, we'll agree to disagree.
What did you love about Tyson Bagent 3 years ago? Seriously. Did you love the 3 touchdowns to 6 interceptions, whatever it was?
I'm not talking about the
Did
year
you love you loved all the turnovers and well, that's the last time we saw him play. So I'm genuinely curious. What did you love so much about his play?
I watched him in the preseason. I went, that dude looks like, and again.
How many quarterbacks have we seen look good in a preseason that were dog water once the game started?
And maybe my opinion is also influenced by what I hear off camera from the coaching staff up there. And they believe this kid is an absolute starter in the NFL and that they won't be able to keep him long term. So,
and with Malik Willis, because you brought him up, Cap, sometimes you just need a fresh coat of paint.
No question.
And so whatever money he got, it's earned in this National Football League.
He earned it. He played well.
Especially against the Bears. He found a way. So Malik Willis was not good when we first saw him, but we've seen reclamation projects be able to pull the nose up on their career. For Malik Willis, maybe that will be the case. I just know that as of late, because we're talking about 2 or 3 years ago versus now, Malik Willis is a guy that could be able to help a football team. But the perspective that we always get lost with this, Shay, is that you can believe in a quarterback, but if you don't have infrastructure around him, he will be bad. He will underachieve. Do you have offensive linemen that can protect him? Do you have weapons he can throw to? Do you have a scheme that can be tailored to his strengths as a quarterback? You just can't just throw him out there as like, that guy played well with the Packers for a couple of games. Go out there and just do it. You have to be able to build around that. Sometimes we get that lost where we just expect one individual player to change the fortunes. It's a lot of moving parts that has to help that quarterback to get through, to be able to achieve.
Yeah, my whole point on Bagent is, like, if they really believe that he's good enough to start in this league and they really believe they aren't going to be able to keep him long term, then I'm trading him right now because his value will not be better next year after another year where he doesn't play. And I am not someone who's interested in needing an insurance policy on a franchise quarterback who's played 39 out of 39 games. I don't feel like I need the backup.
What was it about Malik Willis's 0-3 touchdown to interception
Yeah, good.
ratio?
Let's go back to 2022. That's great. How about 3-0, 3-0 the last 2 seasons?
And 23. He did play 3 games.
What was it about the last 2 seasons? But you're going back to Tennessee 3 years ago. I can ask you, what was it about the 0 snaps for Bagent the last 3 years that's got everybody all hot and bothered?
Again, they're in the building with him every day, and I hear from people.
But he hasn't played. That's my point. If I'm evaluating a player, I'm not in the Bears building. If I'm a different team, I'm not in the Bears building watching him play every day. So if I'm evaluating quarterbacks, I have film on Malik Willis in NFL games where he played well versus magical thinking about Tyson Bagent.
Damn.
Malik Willis is obviously the better asset.
Okay. When he arrived in Green Bay, he was not as good an asset as Tyson Bagent.
That was 2 years ago.
Well, you're throwing me his freaking touchdown interception here. That was 3 years ago. Get a freaking clue.
He hasn't played, Cap. Get a freaking clue. I can't give you anything else because he hasn't played. If he's not going to play here, then he is of no use to me. And if I don't believe I can keep him long term, why wouldn't I want to pick? What am I going to do? Sit him on the bench for another 17 games this season and then flip him for a 7th next year and then laugh because I'll go, guess what? He's worth the same as Malik Willis.
We'll take your phone calls coming up. 312-332-ESPN. 332-3776 is our telephone number.
Just idiotic. Just an idiotic discussion. He would give him away for a 5 right now. He would.
Better than giving him away for a 7th next year after he doesn't play again.
You don't know that's what you're going to get. You don't know that. And you don't know.
Do you think that after 4 years of not playing NFL football, he'll be worth as much as he is right now? Really? Really?
You don't know that he won't ride into the rescue and play next year. You don't know that. And your head coach won't give him away for that.
That's fine. They don't have to agree with me
you.
either. Just like you and I don't have to agree. The Bears don't have to agree with me. It's just my opinion. I'm not planning on Caleb not playing games, so I don't care if I have Tyson Bagent here or not.
We are in the era, by the way, that we believe in Caleb Williams being the starter and never have to look over the shoulder of the starter like we have in years past. They have to worry about the number 2 as much because the number 1's going to be here for a decade or plus and hopefully winning Super Bowl championships. There's years where you wondered if the 2 was better than the 1. In this case, the 1 is far better. And if the 2 gets a chance to play someplace else, awesome. If he's ready to go. If he can start, awesome for Tyson Bagent. Remember, I'm a Chicago Bears fan, not a fan of just one individual player. So if Bagent starts someplace, great. But it won't be here on a regular basis. It won't be.
I agree with you. But I would like to have my insurance policy in a league where a lot of quarterbacks don't play all 17.
We'll take your phone calls coming up. 312-332-ESPN. 332-3776 is our phone number. The baby in the dog water on Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood, morning 6 to 9.
This is how it should be done.
ESPN Chicago. ESPN's The Hot Hockey Show. Ready to rock the rinks with Chicago's best hockey knowledge. Brought to you by Chevy Drive Chicago. The Hockey Show, tomorrow night at 6 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
Our buddy Howard Ankin is the official attorney of the Kap and J Hood Show. He's on TV, buses, billboards, trains, and right here on ESPN 1000. Hoodie, 312-6million is the spot you've got to call for the leading filer of injury cases in Illinois. Our guy, Howard Ankin.
Howard Ankin is the man. You think about Howard Ankin, he returns your phone call. You need help, he's always there for you. We hear so many testimonials from people that say, Howard Ankin helped me through all of the issues that I've gone through in my life. Howard Ankin is there for me. And that's why you got to call that phone number. Just put the number in your phone just in case you need it. You are hurt, you need help. That's what Howard's there for. 312-6million. 312-6million for the great Howard Ankin. Sign my ball.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. In the market for a new car? Shop HawkAuto.com, where they buy more so you pay less. Check their massive inventory of over 2,000 vehicles. They buy in volume so you save in volume. Plus, get all rebates on top of the Hawk Auto volume discount. Save even more with 0% financing for 60 months, so make no payments for 90 days. With 12 convenient locations, your next car is closer than you think. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. HawkAuto.com. Financing on select models with approved credit.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
This is a Whiskey U announcement. Whiskey connoisseurs, report to Barrel and Vine in Plainfield tomorrow night at 6:30. This is a mandatory tasting lesson for Green River Bourbon. Green River is a Kentucky bourbon, not the same as the Chicago River when dyed green. Get it? The Chicago River in mid-March. Look but don't taste. The Kentucky Green River at Whiskey U. Yes, do taste and enjoy. Class is in session tomorrow night at 6:30. Please enjoy responsibly. Green River Distilling Company, Owensboro, Kentucky. Alcohol by volume varies by product.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You've got stuff you've collected, and you want to know what it's worth. ESPN Chicago suggests you tune in Saturday mornings at 7. It's Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, brought to you by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
Yeah, don't adjust the dial. Now back to Kap and J Hood, presented by Advantage Dealer Group on ESPN Chicago.
It's a Kap and J Hood morning show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. So glad you're with us here on this Tuesday morning as we talk Bears with you. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone numbers. We go to the phone lines. Cap, we're learning a lot about some of the new Bears that are going to be on this roster this upcoming season.
Yeah, I mean, Aaron Neville, known for his smooth, vibrato-rich tenor and a versatile career across R&B, soul, gospel, jazz, country, pop. He's 85 years old.
And mole.
Leave the mole alone.
Oh, wow.
The mole has his own album.
That mole over his right eye. Yeah.
That's all you need to know.
Wow. Aaron Neville now playing for the Bears.
And was a captain with the Colts.
That's right. Neville Gallimore was a Colts captain. That tells you about that dude's leadership abilities. Voted by his teammates captain of the Indianapolis Colts. Now a Bear.
That's a positive because you need leadership in the room. That's one thing I was talking about the other day, if you recall, Cap. You and I were talking about this. I asked you directly. I said, Cap, with all the changes, do you lose leadership in the room? Because that matters too. You got to have cohesion. It's one thing to be an individual player, play as a team, but as far as the leadership aspect, do you lose some of that? And here's a guy that was a team captain, meaning that he was a leader on that Colts team.
No question about it. He was originally drafted in the third round, 82nd overall by the Dallas Cowboys. Played there from 2020 to 2023, and then bounced around with the Dolphins and the Rams as in the offseason. That Colts picked him up. He played for the Rams in 24, Colts 25, free agent, signed by Chicago. Super cool.
Dean is downtown on Kap and J Hood. Good morning, Dean.
Good morning, Hoodie. You know, I don't know any Aaron Neville, but I know some Bucks. Shorty want to ride with me.
Never mind.
You know,
I love this guy.
Never mind.
I love the Pick a Side podcast segment. I look forward to it every day. And, you know, Shay was obviously a little irritated. And the funniest part was when you plugged him in Tyler's podcast, he usually is very thankful and thanks you, but he begrudgingly was, thank you very much, Hoodie. Back to school ball. He was you could, but the thing is, you could tell, like, I don't blame Cap. You know, like, I mean, I don't blame Shay, like, for being angry, but also Cap's right. He's not lying. Like, he's basically saying if my contract situation was settled, I wouldn't have to worry about this. But Shay has mentioned his disdain and frustration with Scooble on a number of times. It's making me start to think there's some tension, Hoodie. I know he's anxious for the season to start. He's had enough of the hot stove, and he's ready for the oven, Hoodie. Baby, I'm hot just like the oven. I need your loving. And, baby, I can't hold it much longer. Oh, little pitchy. Don't worry, J-Mar. I got you, homie. J-Mar.
That'll be fine.
He's the best.
The pitchy downtown Dean.
Now
clearly.
he's ready for his workout and then head over to the restaurant. That dude is so good.
Live sports update. Japan leading Czech Republic by a score of 4-0. That game is in the top of the 8th inning.
The Czech Republic has a baseball team?
Be careful now.
What the hell?
Careful. Yurko's in the building. 312-332-ESPN is our
I
phone.
get they have a hockey team.
Yes.
Maybe hoop. Baseball in the Czech Republic? And Japan scuffling with them in the 8th?
Yes.
Japanese team's not what we thought they are.
As well, Japan is in Pool C as we keep you updated on the World Baseball Classic. Good live sports happening in the Tokyo Dome in Japan. Back to the phone lines we go. There's no Cub or Sock in there, right? Nobody representing?
Not
Cub
that
Sock?
I know of.
Okay.
I don't believe so.
All right.
In the Japanese team, there is Seiya and Murakami.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So there you go.
All right.
Seiya had 2 bombs the other day.
Yes, he needs to save those.
He had 30-some last year. We're good.
You need those against the Brewers.
Yes.
You need about 10 of them against the Brewers. That way you put them away.
Yes.
Seiya's got to be a big factor, man.
Agree.
All this attention about everyone else, Saya, still on the ball club. Okay? Don't forget.
That's it.
Mike in LaGrange on Kap and J Hood. Good morning, Mike.
Hey, good morning, guys. I'm totally with Shay on this one, Kap. I don't know what you're arguing. The analogy that I put with this Bagent situation is that you got a shiny office building that's been sitting vacant for years. Now you got somebody knocking on your door that wants to lease it, so we're going to buy it off your hands. It seems like the Bears are haggling off the price. I don't understand why Bagent's still here. They got to start taking picks and run with it.
They are not giving him away, and they've been clear. Biggs reported the price is a second rounder. We believe he's a starter in the league. If you want him, come get him. But guess what? We're not giving him away. So if you want to give him away, I hope you get a team, and I go back to being a coach, and I'll beat your ass every day of the week if you're giving away players just so you can get an extra fifth rounder. I think that's dumb. Sorry.
Okay. I guess the point about Tyson Bagent for me is that if there is a deal that can be made, you make that deal. Again, this is not the era in which the number 2 is better than the number 1. The number 1, clear and far and away, is the guy. For years, you always looked over the shoulder of the number 1 quarterback, the QB1, and say, that number 2 should be playing. That guy should be starting. That's not the case here. And again, I was surprised that Ben Johnson and Ryan Poles even offered an answer when people were asking about Tyson Bagent and the ability for him to start in the National Football League. They actually answered it honestly. It's like, yeah, we could see him. We feel like he could be one of the top 32 quarterbacks in the National Football League. And I'm sure some teams from that comment said, well, I'm going to call. We heard rumors even before the combine that there were teams that were interested in Tyson Bagent. And yes, the thing, Shay, that is true, 100% true, is that the Bears hold the cards. They have the asset. So now it's just about the deal. Mm-hmm. Like, we have the asset. You want them? This is what it's going to cost. This is how much we like Tyson Bagent. This is not the Cubs prospect hugging, by the way. It's not the same thing. It's not the same conversation that we're having. This is the Bears saying, I got the cards. Now what are you going to do about it? And if it's too rich for you, then we're keeping the asset.
Correct.
Now, from Tyson Bagent's standpoint, because I like to see both sides of this thing, I'm sure Tyson Bagent and his dad, great guy who I met at training camp. I met him in this past July. I'm sure that they would love for Tyson to start. They'd love for him to have an opportunity to start to show what he can do, because when you are a competitor, you just need to know. Being a backup is fine, and I'm sure working with Caleb and working with Ben Johnson, he's learning every day. But you, as an athlete, you want to know. And so for Tyson, he's not going to force a trade, but I'm sure he'd love to start this year someplace. It just won't be with the Bears.
Correct. And I don't think anyone has ever said that he would. Caleb's here. And Caleb has demonstrated under Ben, the sky's the limit with this dude. Yeah. It is. I'm just not giving away my security blanket if I think he's a really good player in a year where I'm trying to take a step here. I'm trying to go farther. Mm-hmm. And I've got really good weapons. And if, God forbid, something happened, I feel like I can play that guy.
My stance has been the same as you've been listening to me, that the backup quarterback is so far down the line for me. I'm so hyper-focused on how this defense can be able to be better, because the offense was awesome last year. It was awesome. It's more than we expected, quite frankly.
In year one, for sure.
You can be the most ardent, most over-the-top Bears fan, but you didn't know that you were going to get that kind of offense from Caleb Williams. Those magical moments, that playoff run, you might have thought that could happen, but you didn't know what it would look like. You didn't know that the offense would look sonically like that. Even though they had ups and downs, they found ways to win football games. Now I just want on the other end for the defense to be able to pull their end of the bargain too.
Correct.
Imagine the offense we saw this past season and a defense that can mirror what the offense did. Oh, my God. Now you're in the mix for the Super Bowl. When you have a defense that's opportunistic, getting after the quarterback, the picks were great. I don't expect as many picks this upcoming season. That was just a one-off. But to be able to get to the quarterback, Cap, to be able to be a defense in which, I can't throw to that guy. Jalen Johnson's dangerous. I'll watch out for this pass rush. When you have difference makers on defense, like you have difference makers on offense, and you can have balance on both sides of the football, it increases your chances to get to that Lombardi. That's what I want.
Correct.
And I didn't get enough of that last year. Didn't get enough of it. Even though the defense had its issues, you still were a heartbeat away from getting to the title game.
I thought there were games where you went, wow, that defense playing really good football. They got to get more pressure. They have to. I'll be curious to see where Trey Hendrickson goes because I don't see a way that it is going to be something the Bears can do. We haven't even heard them connected.
Yeah. So. Hopefully it's something quiet. Quietly, the Bears do something. And Hendrickson's in blue and orange. That'd be awesome. 312-332, ESPN 332-3776. That is our telephone number. More of your phone calls coming up on the Bears. And what else do the Bears need to address? What holes are left on this depth chart? Let's address it on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago.
Here comes the double move, throw down left sideline. DJ Moore inside the 5, end zone, touchdown, Bears.
With fantastic memories of the season still fresh.
Wow.
We remind you that it's never the off season for us.
Wow.
Stay here for the Bears coverage you need. ESPN Chicago, the home of the Bears.
Nipped it in the butt. Nipped it in the butt.
Thanks,
Nipped
DJ.
it in the butt.
I don't think they're better
Nipped
than
it in the butt. Nipped it in the butt.
If you need windows or even think you're in need, you need to reach out to my guy, Russ Armstrong, the Chicago window guy. Russ keeps it real, offering the most energy-efficient windows and doors at the lowest price, guaranteed. No subcontractors, no marathon sales pitches, just top-quality products, expert installation, and you deal directly with Russ Armstrong, the owner, like we did. Chicago window guys are the guys my family and I trust, and you should too. Call 847-881-3060, 847-881-3060, or visit ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
You know they call me the good kid, but I'm not here just to be good, and I'm definitely not here to be average. When it comes to performance, I want to feel confident, ready, and know I'm bringing it every single time. And that's exactly why Blue Chew just raised the bar with Blue Chew Gold. This is a 4-in-1 formula designed to work on both your body and your mind. You get 2 proven ingredients that support blood flow, plus apomorphine and oxytocin to enhance arousal, desire, and connection. That means you're not just physically ready, you're mentally dialed in too. It dissolves right under your tongue and can start working in as little as 15 minutes. Less waiting, less worrying, more confidence. Ladies, if you're listening, send your man the link. Help him bring home the gold and make him a trophy husband. Oh, we've got a special deal for all of our listeners. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code ESPN. That's promo code ESPN. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle here. You know, life comes with a lot of things to remember, and Great Clips doesn't think your haircut should be one of them. And this is why they use Clip Notes. It saves your haircut details, so no matter which stylist you see or Great Clips salon you visit, it's easy to feel like the best version of you. So do yourself a favor. Say goodbye to guesswork and hello to a great haircut every time. Download the app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Smalls here. Did you know there are many ways to do your taxes with H&R Block? You can go to a local office and get expert help in person, or you can choose virtual tax prep and get expert help without leaving home. Or you can even do them yourself online with live human help standing by. Whatever you choose, you can file with confidence, having H&R Block's 70-plus years of tax expertise in your corner. Switch today and file your way at hrblock.com.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Nature is calling. No, not that way. Fishing, hunting, hiking, you know, nature. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday mornings from 6 to 7 and available on demand on the ESPN Chicago app.
Getting and maintaining a lawn you love is no small task. But nobody makes it easier than the pros at True Green. They do all the hard work to give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. Ben Griffin, Jason Day, and so many others, they don't worry about lawn care because they trust True Green, just like I do. So stop sweating, get the results you've always wanted. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com. I use True Green. You should as well because it's the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour. Jay Moore.
Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
It's a Kap and J Hood morning show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We're with you till 9 o'clock. Then it's Carmen Jurko at 9, followed by Rich Eisen at noon and Waddle Silvy at 2, right here on your home for the White Sox and the Bears, ESPN 1000.
Boy, the Steelers gave up nothing to get Michael Pittman, who's a really good player.
Yeah.
But because of the deal with Alec Pierce, they got to move money. The Steelers, they're just coming through now, will give up a 6th-round pick in exchange for Pittman and a 7. Basically just, we take the contract, please, and you can have a really good player.
Yeah, I think that's a really solid pickup.
That's a really solid pickup. So,
Shay, we always talk about, I know we got Around the NFL coming up at 8:15. Never confuse activity with accomplishment. The Raiders. My God. It's like there's just a flurry of activity. Now, I don't know if that means 4 wins at the end of the season, but just the idea that they did a lot. If you're a Raider fan, you're thinking, wow, bing, bang, fireworks in the sky. Okay, let's see what that looks like at the end of the season.
I think they had to spend $90 million to hit the cap floor, which explains why they're comfortable paying a center $27 million a year.
That's unbelievable.
Or paying Jalen Naylor at $13 million. They had to spend the money. They're rebuilding the Georgia defense. What, Hoodie, they're going to go trade for Jalen Carter.
It wouldn't surprise me at all. Wouldn't surprise me. And you got your quarterback in place in Fernando Mendoza. Better get a good backup.
Unless they trade that pick.
They could.
What if they said to the Jets, give us 2 1s and you can go up a spot?
You just hate to be the Raiders, right? You spend all this money, and you got some proud veterans on that team, and you suck. You know how much of an anchor that is to your team when you got proud veterans that are paid well and you're not winning? Oh, that locker room just sinks when you have that. With young players, it's like, okay, we're going through the process. I'm young in the National Football League. Linderbaum, big time money, retirement money.
Hey, hon. What do you think about living in Vegas? That team's terrible. They're offering $27 million a year.
In.
Yeah, I'd love to live in Las Vegas.
Yes, in. I'm good.
You know, if they had a premium edge rusher, they might be good this year.
312-332-3776 is our telephone number. Let's go back to the
I wonder if the Packers are in on Trey Hendrickson. They got rid of Elton Jenkins yesterday. Okay. That's a fortune in money.
Okay, this is year 2 of you floating that out there. Are you rooting for that secretly, or what are you doing?
No, but they traded Rashawn Gary.
Okay.
That was a $98 million defensive end that they traded for a pick, a 4, I believe, 4th-round pick. They now have a gaping hole, and they've cleared a fortune in money. I would not like to see Trey Hendrickson end up in Green Bay, but it absolutely has to be considered.
Okay, let's not put that out there in the ether. Let's not do that.
Well,
because
it's my job.
Well, no, it might be your job, but it's a talking point I don't want you to say. How about that?
Well, it's not.
You know why? Because I don't want the Packers to have something good. Don't you understand that?
They had Micah Parsons and Rashawn Gary on paper last year when the season started. Was like, oh God.
Mm-hmm.
Now they've got Gary's money gone, Elton Jenkins' money gone, Romeo Dobbs' money gone. You're like, whoa.
It's Michael
Parsons.
Yeah.
Michael.
Okay, they got Micah.
Yes.
Who's playing on the other edge?
Said. Michael.
Yeah, I don't know, Cap, but I don't want anything good happening with the Green Bay Packers.
I don't either. I can't stand them, but that concerns me.
I feel like you might have an ownership stake with the Packers.
No, I do not.
What if I find out you do? What if I expose you?
If I had an ownership stake?
Yeah, if you're one of those farmers up there with the bib overalls.
I'd be so disappointed, Cap. I thought we were one of the same.
We are one of the same.
Okay.
I despise the Green Bay Packers
I feel
more
better
than
now.
most anybody.
I feel better now.
Are you saying you don't have an ownership stake at the Packers? None?
I do not.
Okay.
0.
If I find out that you will, I could call Pablo Torre to find out.
I'll move to Canada.
Okay. I'll call Pablo Torre. He'll find out. I just know that you have some connection up there, and I'm just wondering if you.
Yeah, to Lake Winnebago, not to Green Bay.
Yeah, but still, I mean, you and Jerry's Bar might have something cooking there. If you're working on the side, I'm going to expose you, just so you know.
You got it. Bring it on.
Go ahead. 312-332-3776 is our phone number. You spend a lot of time up there. I just don't want you to be turning heel on Bears fans.
No. I can't stand the Green Bay Packers. I just don't want them to get Trey Hendrickson.
No, I don't either.
I tell you this, Cap, I wouldn't put it past them, though. So just be prepared for anything.
That's what I'm concerned about.
Just be prepared because, they hate us just as much as we hate them.
No question about it. So once they moved on from Rashawn Gary, I went, I don't like that. And then Elton Jenkins, I really don't like that.
Shay?
Speaking of how much they hate other teams in this division, not that I think Elton Jenkins is some great shakes as a center, but I also don't think it was a coincidence that they waited out the Bears and Lions getting their centers to release him when they were obviously were going to.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Yeah. Smart business.
Yeah, but he's a 2-time Pro Bowl player. Not that that's the be-all, end-all, but he's a pretty good player. Broke his leg last year.
Mm-hmm.
They just have cleared a lot of salary cap for a reason. They've already got Micah under contract. So what are they doing with all that money? They already got Jordan Love under contract. There is a lot of space they cleared in 2 days for something.
John and Marengo on Kap and J Hood. Good morning, John.
Good morning, gentlemen. Cap, I'm going to go with you on this one.
Yes, sir.
How about this? I would be willing to trade J.J. McCarthy straight up for Tyson Bagent. Right now, I would do it. I used to be the cautiously optimistic Viking fan when we had Darnold playing.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm the not so optimistic with J.J. playing. So the way I see it is if we trade JJ for Tyson, which I know this is very unrealistic, I'm just playing games. But if we traded for Tyson Bagent and he worked out, you and me are right.
Mm-hmm.
If he doesn't work out, then Shea can go, see, I told you.
Hey, I don't know,
I
man.
like Tyson Bagent.
I don't know.
I like Tyson Bagent.
J.J. McCarthy is a winner. That's what I keep hearing. Yeah, he's a winner.
What does he
He's
make?
He's good at handing the ball off.
I think his contract would be too big for the Bear to handle. Yeah. So you're
okay.
He's got, what does he got? He signed a 4-year, $21 million deal.
He's got.
So.
Oh, man. So they just throwing money away.
Well, no, that's the slot when you draft him at, I think 10 is where he went. So I don't know what his cap hit is right now. It's more than a 4.5 that Tyson gets. I know that. So no, I'm not going to do that deal.
Better back up Bagent or J.J. McCarthy down the first baseline.
I was just going to say, are you sure the Vikings would do that?
Well, if they're moving on from I don't know what they're going to do with JJ if they go get Kyler Murray. Is Kyler Murray a 1-year deal? I would think he's getting paid by Arizona. Why would you give him new paper?
Yeah, I would not give him.
It'd probably be like Tua. He signed a 1-year deal in Atlanta because he's
Probably
getting
similar.
all his money.
It'd be a prove-it deal, Cap.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if he goes out and you're like, whoa, with Kevin O'Connell, that guy's a beast, well, then you extend him.
I think we know what you get with Kyler Murray, you and I.
Probably.
I think you know. But for a 1-year trial, sure.
Yeah.
Fine.
I mean, do you want Kyler Murray in? Do you want Kirk Cousins in? You're getting them both for the league minimum.
J.J. McCarthy, that would be the answer between those two.
So you'd roll with if you were in charge, you'd roll with J.J. over Kirk and Kyler Murray?
What else is left from Kirk Cousins?
I don't know.
You saw that at the end. That wasn't good.
Wasn't good.
Now, it's an offense that he's comfortable with, clearly, because with Atlanta, you saw the documentary. He just was broken, could not understand it. Outside of the O'Connell system, he didn't know what to do and bitched about it, which was strange, right? Like,
right.
He just couldn't get it, couldn't pick it up, could not get what they were putting down in Atlanta.
With the JJ deal, does 9 come with it?
Nine,
there you go.
9 comes with it.
Yes.
Okay.
You get 9.
All right.
It's a BOGO, 2 for the price of 1.
Man.
I get JJ and his split personality.
That's a steal.
I mean, what would you do if you were the Vikings? Are you signing Kyler? Are you signing Kirk? Who else is out there?
Well,
Who is gone?
You always say you never give up on young talent, right? Do you feel like McCarthy can never be better than what you saw?
Yeah.
He's a winner.
I think he could be better than what you've seen.
Right.
But if you're not letting him start this year, you can't flush the season. You got to go get somebody. Who else is out there?
There were some signs from JJ at the end of the season that he was getting a little better. There were like some signs of growth. Now, granted, still terrible, but some signs of growth.
So let him compete with Kyler.
That's probably what if they didn't have a contending roster, I think they'd probably run it back and see what they have at quarterback, but they have a contending roster. You can't waste these years.
Well, who else is out there beside the 2 I gave you?
No, it's what it is. I think that's the 2 that could actually lead the Vikings. They could help the Vikings.
I don't think there's anyone else on the market.
Veterans that could help the Vikings.
I mean, if you were going to sign Malik Willis, you would have signed Malik Willis.
They could just offer sheet Daniel Jones.
They could.
Could.
Believing in a guy coming off an Achilles tear.
Someone that probably really needs to have some say in this is Justin Jefferson, because he hasn't been getting the ball from JJ as much.
No.
Boy, that is chapter and verse the story of the wide receiver not getting the ball from a young, ineffective quarterback.
So does Kyler Murray give him the ball or not?
I wonder about that. I feel like Kyler Murray's for Kyler Murray. He'll run all over the yard. But and I don't know if Justin Jefferson will be enhanced by Kyler Murray being the quarterback. I don't know that. Kyler Murray was always jailbreak and run. That's what I saw in Arizona. I never thought that he was a difference maker in his time as a quarterback. Fast, athletic, but arm, difference maker? No. And some of that is because the Arizona Cardinals are a dumpster fire. I get that. But, Cap, he had an opportunity to raise the bar, and I never thought I saw that enough from Kyler Murray. Never thought I said. So we go back to the young McCarthy.
Right. So let them compete. Sure. It's not like you're making a $100 million commitment to Kyler Murray. You're getting him for the league minimum. And by the way, when we come back, Courtney has an update on Trey Hendrickson. I'll give it to you.
Coming up on Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. 2 to 6 in 2026.
Waddle, waddle.
The longest running show in Chicago sports content history, Waddle and Silvy expand to a full 4 hours. Hear them weekdays 2 to 6 p.m. We are Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
And now, a word from Advantage. When does buying a car feel like Game 7 in overtime? It just shouldn't feel that way. That's why I roll with Advantage Dealer Group. Toyota, Chevy, Acura, Cadillac, Buick, GMC, whatever you're driving, they've got options. And here's the key. They don't play games. No mystery math, no marathon sessions, no good cop, bad cop routine. Just real numbers, straight answers, and a team that understands that you've got a budget and a schedule. Just imagine that. Respect. So wherever you are in Chicagoland, start your search with Advantage. Find your Advantage at Advantage Dealer Group. It's what I use. We want you to use it as well. Start putting in your search engine Advantage Dealer Group. From Advantage, Jay Moore.
Hey, it's Cap, and you know this about me. I don't put my name on just anybody. I only endorse the best. And that's why I recommend my friends at Automatic for HVAC for homes and businesses across Chicagoland. When the HVAC system isn't working, it becomes a problem fast. Automatic gets that. They're responsive, professional, and they do the job right the first time. From routine maintenance to emergency repairs, Automatic is there to keep your space comfortable. Call Automatic or visit Atomatic.com. That's ATOmatic.com.
and work with a team you can count on.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
This Sunday, it's the Chicago Wolves against their division rivals, the Grand Rapids Griffins.
The Wolves look good, and they've looked good now for the last half dozen games.
With the playoffs on the horizon, you don't want to miss a second of Chicago Wolves hockey.
He scores!
And there's nothing more fun than family Sunday games. The Chicago Wolves take on the Grand Rapids Griffins at Allstate Arena this Sunday at 5 p.m. Get your tickets today.
Smalls here. Look, I get it. GLP-1 weight loss shots are popular. They're everywhere. But not everyone is thrilled about weekly injections. So what if your GLP-1 was as easy to take as a mint? That's why I want you to know about compounded tirzepatide. It's a mint-flavored tablet you simply let dissolve under your tongue. No needles. It's designed to help curb appetite and reduce cravings, even sweets and carbs, which are my personal enemies. And when hunger's under control, it's easier to eat less. Stay away from the junk foods that trip you up and tackle your weight loss goals head on. And this is important. The compounded tirzepatide is recommended by the medical board of the wellness companies, the doctors I trust. Look, if you're serious about getting your weight under control and weekly shots aren't your thing, I strongly encourage you to look into tirzepatide. Getting started is fast with an easy online physician consultation. Imagine discovering a no-needle option that fits your needs. Go to noneedles.com/smalls. Promo code SMALLS to save $50. That's noneedles.com/smalls. Promo code SMALLS to save $50.
Prescription required. Always consult your doctor to determine if this product is right for you.
Ring, ring.
Hello.
Who is it? Guests on ESPN Chicago join us on the Yingling Hotline.
Chicago office is calling.
I've been expecting your call. The Yingling Hotline, brought to you by Yingling, the oldest brewery in America. Now back to Kap J Hood.
Good morning, Kap J Hood. Love your show, man. I am dialed in every day.
On ESPN Chicago.
Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Kap, what is the latest news from Courtney Cronin?
Well, Courtney Cronin just tweeted after Schefter spoke. Here's what she wrote, and it quotes Shefty as well. So, this is from Courtney. Sounds like Trey Hendrickson is dug in on a contract in the range of Jalen Phillips, $30 million a year, and Daniil Hunter, $40 million a year. Feels like this one could take some time to get sorted out. Shefty, quote, he's talking to a bunch of teams, but nobody has met his price just yet. And he's a very strong-minded, prideful person. He wants to get his price, and until he feels like he does, he's not willing to compromise on that. End quote, Adam Schefter.
Shay? Camera's on you, so go ahead. It's waiting for you to speak about this. You're leaning in, so go right ahead.
Why is the camera on?
It has a thought. And the camera believes you have a thought on this. So please, you and Jay Moore.
I didn't even notice.
Shay and Jay Moore show.
Ain't doing nothing.
Go ahead.
We're sitting there.
Apparently, you guys have a thought on it, so we'll start with Shay. Shay, your thoughts. The camera's on you.
I can't even find the camera for Kap on this.
Jay Moore?
I don't know what Trey Hendrickson thinks he's getting, but I don't think he's getting that. There's my thought. Jay Moore, on to you. Jay
It's
Moore.
a reality check. It's going to happen. Either he gets with the program or sits on the couch.
All right.
Well, how long can you wait if you're Trey Hendrickson? Ed Miller tweeted at us, listens to us every day. Hey, call Jason Wilde, ask him what Brian Gutekunst said about a 30-year and older role on the Packers. They are not signing Trey Hendrickson. If they did, Wilde might be in shock for a month. Like, if that's true, like, not maybe they'll have a 1-year, guy for little money, but he's not putting big money into a 30 or older player. That's just his philosophy. And there's a lot of teams that agree with that you start going downhill.
But I think it's a lot of teams that have made offers, like Courtney said, but I just think that, of course, they didn't meet his price. At some point, he just may cave and say, all right, I'll just take this or take nothing.
Man, but it's being blue and orange, Jay Moore. That's the whole deal, man. Could you imagine? Just a difference maker there for the Bears. I know it maybe seems like a pipe dream, but that would just be awesome.
I mean, what's 100% of nothing?
Nothing?
Yeah, so take something, man.
I mean, how long can you
if you
wait?
want to be with me.
If you're Trey Hendrickson, as teams start spending money, I think 25 of the top 30 guys going into yesterday already signed with their original team or got a contract from somebody. How long do you go if you're Trey Hendrickson going, oh, I'm being offered 26, it's not enough, and all of a sudden you go, well, that team is out.
Yeah.
I would say before the draft, because somebody may find something in the draft that they think will fill a hole, and especially if it's an end or edge, it's like he'll lose out on the opportunity, and the team will get to keep their money. So I would do it before the draft.
It is shot or no shot. That's in 2 minutes on Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood, morning 6 to 9. ESPN Chicago.
You know they call me the good kid, but I'm not here just to be good, and I'm definitely not here to be average. When it comes to performance, I want to feel confident, ready, and know I'm bringing it every single time. And that's exactly why Blue Chew just raised the bar with Blue Chew Gold. This is a 4-in-1 formula designed to work on both your body and your mind. You get 2 proven ingredients that support blood flow, plus apomorphine and oxytocin to enhance arousal, desire, and connection. That means you're not just physically ready, you're mentally dialed in too. It dissolves right under your tongue and can start working in as little as 15 minutes. Less waiting, less worrying, more confidence. Ladies, if you're listening, send your man the link. Help him bring home the gold and make him a trophy husband. Oh, we've got a special deal for all of our listeners. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code ESPN. That's promo code ESPN. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring.
Make unforgettable memories with LaPorte County, Indiana's biggest summer events. Experience the adrenaline of the X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix, July 27th through August 2nd. Enjoy the tradition of the LaPorte County Fair, July 11th through 18th. Marvel at the artistry of the Singing Sands Sand Sculpting Festival, July 17th through 19th. And delight in the abundant summer family fun at LaPorte Lake Fest, July 24th through 26th. Make a short drive and feel miles away. Make plans to make your summer bigger and better at visitmichigancitylaporte.com.
If you're thinking about new windows, let me save you some trouble. Call Russ Armstrong, the Chicago window guy. You've seen those buy one, get one free offers. Total gimmick. Russ doesn't play those games. He gave me a great price, no sales pitch, no subcontractors, just a solid product installed right, and Russ himself came to my house. Seriously, the guy guarantees his work for life. Give him a call at 847-881-3060 or check the reviews at ChicagoWindowGuys.com. You'll thank me later.
ChicagoWindowGuys.com. Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Checkmate 1-6, immediate suppression on target.
That's why I say hey man, nice shot.
Shot or no shot with Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
That's why I say hey man, nice shot.
Good morning and welcome in to the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you, broadcasting live from the Jeff Dickerson Studio at the Chicago Board of Trade. I'd like to let you know that Advantage Dealer Group, the destination for your next Chevy, Acura, Toyota, and now Cadillac, Buick, and GMC is here. Find your advantage at Advantage Dealer Group. With more, here's Shay Norling. Shay?
Good morning, boys, on a Tuesday. How we feeling?
We're good, man. We're good. And this day 2 of free agency. Let's see what the Bears do. Still have money. Haven't really, that we know of, converted any contracts into bonuses to get more space. So who are they after? Is Kevin Byard still in play? I would think he and Kobe Bryant could be a dynamic tandem together, but I don't know. We'll see.
All right, well, let's get started with shot or no shot because we are, as Kap said, firmly in the NFL's legal tampering period. Free agents agreeing to new contracts. You could argue, I think, the Bears upgraded defensively with Devin Bush and Kobe Bryant, but they pretty clearly downgraded at offensive line, trading for Garrett Bradbury and bringing back Braxton Jones ostensibly as their left tackle. But shot or no shot, the Bears are better today than they were yesterday.
That is a shot.
Why do you say that? I'm not saying I didn't give my answer yet. Why do you say that?
I like that they were able to plug a hole, first of all, with the linebacker position with Devin Bush.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Dennis Allen wants to have his guys in there. You have T.J. Edwards and Devin Bush. You got better there. At free safety, you have Kobe Bryant, who we just talked about at free safety. You plugged a hole there. Could you imagine Kobe Bryant and the re-signing of Kevin Byard? I'd love to see that. So I think that you took care of your secondary for a day, took care of your linebacker for a day. You added a depth piece in defense. And so I think it's been a good day. Not a great day, but a good day. And they still have work to do.
My question is, if Tremaine Edmonds was not making what he makes, would they have kept him and not signed Devin Bush?
I kind of think Devin Bush is better than Tremaine Edmonds.
Really?
I might be crazy. I think Devin Bush graded as the third best off-ball linebacker at PFF this season. He's quicker than Tremaine Edmonds. He's certainly more athletic. I think he's a better tackler.
Tremaine Edmonds is a pretty athletic guy.
Yeah, and I agree, but Devin Bush is more athletic and a better tackler. I kind of think Devin Bush is just better.
I believe that's an upgrade. Don't forget also how coaches look at certain players. They looked at Bush and said that this is a guy that's a better fit for what we do. Just remember, like the coaches, they are the tastemakers when it comes to this.
Right.
They might have liked Edmonds and Edwards, but he looks at Bush and says, you know, I can get more production from that position with Bush being there. So just remember, this is what the coach wants.
I would say that they're better because I think Kobe Bryant is an upgrade over what they had at safety in that duo. Now, if they can get Byard back with Kobe Bryant, boy, you get leadership, you get younger at one spot in terms of elite play because Brisker's had so many concussion issues. Mm-hmm. That was what would concern me. But maybe they bring Brisker back if his market isn't there and they don't bring Byard back. I don't know.
Shay, is Brisker okay? Have you checked his social media lately?
Mm-mm.
Brisker's still like making comments about the Bears as if he's talking about certain moves, and it's just like, Jaquan, you're not with the team now. Maybe the concussion was an issue, but you're not with the team anymore. Let's just be careful with this.
What if they said to him, again, I don't have any inside intel on him. What if they said to him, dude, we'll bring you back if it's like a 1-year deal. Mm-hmm. You go out and test the market, and if there's something out there, we won't stand in your way or bring it back to us and let us know what it is. Like, what if he truly wants to be here and he's like, I don't think I'm getting that long-term deal yet?
I mean, I just saw him 5 minutes ago say, Neville Gallimore, great spot, great choice by the – like, hang on a second.
If Brisker is cheaper than Byard, would you rather bring back Brisker?
Wow.
I don't know. I would be surprised if that's the case, but just hypothetically.
He's a lot younger. How old is he? 26? 27?
We talk about leadership, though. Byard is one of those leadership pieces.
But is Brisker – I think Brisker's a good leader in that room. Byard is a veteran leader who was a first-team All-Pro, but can he pick off 7 or 8 balls again? I mean, that would be amazing. But I don't know if that's what it is. I love Kevin Byard.
Brisker just tweeted, I can't believe what they did to Ian Cunningham. It's like, you're not with the team anymore.
Wow.
You don't work here anymore.
We need our picks. That's what he just tweeted now.
Brisker feels on the behalf of the Chicago Bears, they got screwed. Jaquan, you don't work here, man.
You're a free agent.
Maybe that's one of the reasons why he was the last guy to leave the locker room with his uniform on.
Jaquan not going to work here anymore.
Right. That's pretty much it.
We'll see.
I'd love for him to be back, Cap, but, I mean, it's got to be at the Bears' cost, of course. I'd love for him to be back. He played his ass off last game.
That last game against the Rams, he was amazing.
You want that every game from him, right? But that game, he just went all out. Hats off to him.
He did.
Man. All right, Shay, what else do we have, sir?
To me, it became pretty abundantly clear yesterday that barring a big surprise, like involving a trade or massive restructuring of Montez Sweat or Jalen Johnson, the Bears are going to rely on the draft to rebuild their defensive line. It would be shocking at this point if they sign a long-term edge rusher or defensive tackle. Shot or no shot, you trust Ryan Poles to build the line through the draft.
Oh, that's a shot. Because I think the whole process is better. I mean, think about where this thing was. Ryan Pace can't tell his head coach that he's taking Mitch Trubisky because he doesn't trust his head coach that he won't go blab it around the league, to moving up a spot to make sure I get my quarterback without any input from anyone on your coaching staff, to trading up for Justin Fields, to Ryan Poles tearing the roster apart. And finally, now we have an adult head coach and a staff that's experienced. Dan Rauscher's got a billion years in the league. Ben is Ben. He's phenomenal. So, yeah, shot. I trust him because of the infrastructure provided by that coaching staff as well.
That last part would give me the ability to say that, yeah, that is a shot, because it's not just Ryan Poles. It is Ben Johnson. It is Dennis Allen and others that are helping the process. I'm not saying that Ryan Poles can't generally manage the team, but I just like that there's a little bit more of a push now for better quality athletes and better Bears than we had before Ben Johnson got here. So I'm a little afraid, Shay, because the narrative on Ryan Poles is that you looked at that offensive line, his choices at the offensive line before what we have now, and those were not great picks. Several years ago, he said, well, you got the best offensive line in the National Football League, and you saw what that was. It was 5 chairs of silly putty. It was not good. But Ben Johnson comes in, all of a sudden you had to put quality in quickly for Caleb Williams. I think that the influence that's in that room helps Ryan Poles. Yes, he's generally managing the team, but I think Poles and Allen and others are over his shoulder like, okay, now we want quality here. You got to pay for it. Sometimes we forget last year that the Bears were able to try to build an offensive line and a defensive line at the same time. Because you bring in a Dingbo, right? And they thought, okay, here's a guy here that can complement Montez Sweat, and it just didn't work out. Grady Jarrett was underwhelming. Javon Dexter was just fine. But I think that at this point, Cap, yes, you want young assets, but there's someone on the scrap heap that the Bears can bring in for something a little bit different on the defensive line. I can't roll these 4 back to Lake Forest in July. I can't.
Well, if you add...
I can't do it.
Okay, the names you gave, Dexter, Adengbo, if he's healthy, and it sounds like he is. I saw a video of him doing squats in the Bears facility. Looks like he's healthy. Adengbo, Dexter, Austin Booker, Sweat, Neville Gallimore.
Yep.
I mean, that's 5. Who else do you have? Dom Robinson, I think, is a free agent, so I don't know if they're going to bring him back.
Correct.
That is 5 guys, and Shamar Turner, that was the other one. 6. So if you got those 6 guys at 25, could you get yourself your edge rusher? Could you go from 25 and move up in the draft if there was Jared Verse Part 2 like Shay liked that went 17 or 18, and you go, that's the guy. Go get him. Right now, Ryan, go get him. I'm all in with that. If that's, and you get a young 5-year commitment with the 5th-year option.
Yeah.
Young, aggressive D-end, go for it.
I'd love to see that. Montez Sweat isn't going anywhere. I get that. But those other 3 running back with Dexter and Jarrett and Dingbo, just not effective enough.
And Neville Gallimore and Shamar Turner.
Shamar Turner is a second-round draft pick.
That's a rotation of guys.
Yeah.
Those guys are going to be there. Yeah. You're not going to be able to eat all that dead money. You're not. So those guys are going to be there. So
from your draft analysis, which we're going to need, Shay, whether could the Bears get something, we need to look into that. At their draft status at 25?
They're at 25.
Yeah. Would they move up?
It's the deepest pass rush class in my recent memory.
Right. Like, it's easy to...
I think they're sitting pretty.
Yeah, I agree with him. I do. Mm-hmm. I think if you sit there and you're like, okay, we're going to get either a left tackle or a corner. There's going to be something we need at 25 when we get to, like, pick 15. We're like, all right, we're 10 out. All these dudes that we like are all there. We're going to be able to address a need with the best player on the board. And guess what? Ryan, that's the guy. Go get him right now. You got 2 2s. You got a 3. You got your 4. You've got a 6, 2 7s, I think. You got enough draft capital that you could go get somebody if he was truly on your board as your best guy.
If they really believe in a player, I would not rule out trading up to go get that guy.
That's what I'm saying.
But I do think sitting at 25, they will have their pick from a collection of edge rushers, defensive tackles, and safeties.
Correct.
Where they really can't go wrong.
And they probably need a corner, too, because Nashon Wright's not going to be there.
I'm a little lighter on corner, but they like Dylan Tiedemann, the safety out of Oregon. It sounds like he's going to be available 25. There's going to be a bunch of edge rushers who I think are good, defensive tackles. They're going to have their choice.
Agreed. I think they're sitting in a good spot. I do.
Do you have one more for us before we go around the NFL?
I sure do. Braxton Jones is back at left tackle.
Okay.
Fan reaction to me has been, I'll call it interesting. A lot of people I've seen on social media saying, well, he wasn't healthy, and now he's healthy, so he'll be reliable. People are confident because Ben Johnson ostensibly signed off on bringing him back. I am not. I did not see much inspiring from Braxton Jones to start last season, and I seem to remember most fans wanted him gone in the 2 seasons before that, so I don't get optimism now. But shot or no shot, the Bears could still draft a left tackle in the 1st or 2nd round.
That's a shot because we know how Ryan operates. He said again at the Indianapolis Combine, I'm taking the best player available. My philosophy has not changed. That's what he said. That was his quote. And if there's somebody sitting there and he goes, that dude's a day 1 starter for me, or by midseason, he's my left tackle, okay. I got no problem with Braxton Jones at $5 million. I just don't want him to be handed the job, is my point.
I'm glad you put out their 1st or 2nd round because, again, nothing's more important than getting someone for the pass rush for me. Because when you take a look at this 1st round, I want them to be able to lock in on someone that can rush the passer. Again, go back to those games. How frustrating was it as a Bears fan to see a quarterback's uniform completely clean and not being able to get – and again, it's not about sacks. It's just about rushing the passer. You didn't get enough of that last season. You did not. All of that was cleaned up by the linebackers in the secondary with all of their opportunistic interceptions. So I'm glad you say 1st or 2nd round. That would be a shot for me. If you found the left tackle of the future in the 2nd round, I'd be fine with that. Braxton Jones is a Band-Aid on this offensive line at this point in time. Now, but again, as I said in hour number 1, if you're Braxton Jones, from his standpoint, it's like, you know what, man, I got a lease on life. I can't believe I'm back here. I'm going to show them that I belong. So compete.
I hope so.
Compete.
Like, I understand where Shea's coming from. However, going into last year, that dude did not have an offseason of training. He had an offseason of rehab from a serious ankle injury. Now he's got a whole year under his belt from that injury and a whole offseason to get bigger, stronger, and ready to go.
Mm-hmm. My point is more like this is the consequence of decisions that Ryan Poles made in the past. If you didn't pay Dio, if you didn't pay Grady Jarrett, if you didn't draft Karan Amagaji, you would not be bringing Braxton Jones back as your stopgap.
Right.
But because you made those decisions, this is the invoice.
And you have Benedette for one more year on his exclusive rights free agency for $1 million. That's it.
He's a guy.
All you have into him, and he did start, I want to say, 8 games last year.
Mm-hmm.
He did. So
I won't be kicking Pole's ass on Torrey Taylor as much as I will Amagaji. Because that to me,
why not both?
Well, I mean, look, I only got 1 foot. That's good. I only get 1 ass kicking. I can't do it with the left, but I can do it with the right. Shay, I'll be kicking his ass on Amagaji. Like, because that was you think the Taylor pick was arrogant? A flyer from Yale?
On a guy who didn't play in his senior year. He was hurt.
He got hurt, like November of his senior year with torn quad?
Cap, if you felt like you're getting like the next Ray Guy, Ali Haji Sheik, if that's what you thought you were getting in Torrey Taylor, okay, fine. That Amagaji pick? and him stepping to the mic saying that, oh, Caleb Williams, he had nothing to worry about.
You're never going to get touched. Yeah, let me know how that worked out for you.
That's a big, bold statement, Mr. Yale. Big, bold statement there.
Not
from
good.
Amagaji.
Not good.
Around the NFL is next on Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood. Morning 6 to 9. ESPN Chicago. Here comes the Chicago Bears podcast. It drops daily on the ESPN Chicago app, and its rotating co-hosts make an essential pod for Bears fans. Join host Pat the Designer and company for the Chicago Bears podcast from ESPN Chicago. Your home for Chicago Bears content.
Yep. Believe in a world of wellness, knowing Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois is lighting the way on your health and wellness journey, always helping you write your own story. As your one local trusted partner for nearly a century, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois ensures the widest access to the best affordable care where you need it, when you need it. I'm proud to partner with Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois because they keep you at the center of everything they do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all, Jay Moore.
Hey, it's the good kid. When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. That's why I drive an Advantage Chevy. 3 locations. Chicagoland's covered. Boom. You want a Chevy? They got every Chevy. You want savings? Oh, yeah. They've got that, too. And here's what matters most. Trust. When you walk into Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview, you're not getting the runaround. They respect your time. They respect your budget. They shoot you straight. Head to Advantage Chevrolet in Bridgeview and see what I'm talking about. Advantage Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Wear green and ride green to see the Chicago River dyed green on March 14th. The CTA is your best way to get downtown and back. You can avoid the hassle of street closures, traffic, that search for parking. You don't need a pot of gold to cover the cost of a ride share either. $5 will get you to the fun and back. And with Tap to Pay on all CTA trains and buses, riding is a breeze. Find the best route for you at transitchicago.com/plan-a-trip. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
Save big on everything when you shop at Menards. Give your walls the most advanced protection with Pittsburgh's Paramount Interior Paint and Primer in one. It's scuff, scrub, and wear resistant, while also blocking stains and delivering true one-coat coverage. Choose from thousands of color options and refresh your space for spring. View our entire selection of paint and accessories today on Menards.com. Plus, check out the weekly flyer to find great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards. Empower.
Ellie here is getting the sleeve she's always dreamed of. She worked with Empower and planned for her next move, so she got good at money. Now she can be a little bad. Oh, by the way, you spelled journey wrong. No worries. She can afford the cover-up, too. Ooh, check out my tat. It says, invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Harry Douglas here to tell you about Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy. It tastes just like the best birthday cake ever. Vanilla, buttery, frosting vibes. It's basically a party in a bottle. Confetti Craze makes it easy to turn any day into a party with its delicious birthday cake flavor and big birthday energy. And here's the best part. All cake, no sugar. I bring these tiny bottles everywhere to cakeify my day with tasty caffeine boosts. The Funfetti flavor is back on 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon. Crack open a Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy shot today.
Need a mulligan in your current banking relationship? Tee it high and let it fly with Republic Bank of Chicago's business banking solutions. Driving Chicago business for more than 60 years. Republic Bank of Chicago, banking beyond expectations.
If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Nick Foles sucks. He sucks. I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator. I love the Green Bay Packers.
The guy is drunk, but there he goes.
This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl.
I want winners.
He starts to come and then he pulls out.
This is a really thickly built guy.
I mean, what's Ansley looking for on these things here?
Let's go around the National Football League with Shea W. Norling. Shea?
All right, Hoodie, I have some reactions to yesterday as the start of free agency with the legal tampering period. On obviously the biggest signing of the day, I think, was Tyler Linderbaum to the Raiders. 3 years, $81 million. Jumped the center market by 50% landing a record deal of $27 million annually. The previous record for centers was $18 million. I think this is a win-win for both sides. The Raiders had the most cap in the league entering the new league year after the Max Crosby deal. They had to spend close to $90 million to hit the salary floor. So they had to overpay to get some talent. Getting Tyler Linderbaum, they basically pair Fernando Mendoza, the number 1 pick in the draft, presumptively their new quarterback, with the best center in football. Instant connection there. I think it's a win-win for both sides. The problem is going to be when it comes time for other teams to pay their centers, God bless, because that's the deal you're going to be gauged against forever now.
Yeah, here's the one thing I do like, Cap, the commitment by the Raiders. You had to be able to spend some money, and they needed talent. And so if I told you, Shay, you've got the quarterback that you want, that's going to be Mendoza. Not sure how that's going to work out. But don't forget Brock Bowers is already there. Linderbaum is your center. Okay, and so now you're adding Quay Walker at linebacker. You got Kobe Dean. So you are recreating the Packers in a lot of ways there.
Two teams are doing it. We got the Cowboys recreating the Packers defensive line from 2024.
Yeah, Kenny Clark and Rashawn Gary.
And now we got the Raiders rebuilding the Packers defense and also the Georgia defense from a few years ago.
Yeah, so, hey, man, they're putting talent on the field for the Raiders. You had to do this because you had the face of the franchise now gone to the Ravens, so you need to have some talent there for people to watch.
Okay, so they added some talent, and they've got 2 number 1 picks coming from the Baltimore Ravens, so they'll pick 1 and 14 this year.
Mm-hmm.
They'll pick wherever they finish and wherever the Ravens finish again next year.
Yeah.
And you know what it's going to come down to? The quarterback. If Mendoza's good, then the Raiders will be good. If he isn't, then they won't. That's it.
Yep.
It'll be interesting to see if they do take him. I think they will. I don't think they're trading out of that pick, but who knows?
That's okay. They got a backup in Aiden O'Connor, one of our producers here, that can also be able to be the quarterback for the Raiders.
That's Aiden O'Connor.
What?
It's O'Connell.
Don't think you have that right.
Purdue kid.
Don't think you have that correct.
AOC.
Yep.
He's awfully busy. Backup.
What are you talking about?
What do you mean?
Just what I call our producer, Aiden, the Green New Deal, AOC.
Oh, wow. God bless.
Be careful. He's starting to twitch. Go ahead.
Deal that... A deal that a lot of people, I think, didn't really understand or like when it happened that I actually really do like. Mike Evans to the 49ers, 3 years, $60 million. Waddle walked in... 32. Waddle walked into the studio and he looked at me and goes, 3 years for Mike Evans? Remember the key when I said you don't want to pay receivers who are older than 29. I don't want to pay them at the top of the market. You think about the deals like Cooper Kupp got with the Rams or with the deals like DJ Moore had here making $30 million a year basically. Stephon Diggs with the Bills. When you start talking north of 30, I'm always out. But $20 million a year for a guy who's a perennial 1,000-yard receiver on a team that needed weapons on the outside. Remember last year, Hoodie? You couldn't name the guys catching the ball for the Niners.
Ricky, what's his name?
Pearsall.
Ricky Pearsall.
Out with injury most of the year.
He can't stay on the field.
Brandon
I don't know
Ayuk
what's
got his
going
money, and he's an idiot. Did they release him yet?
No, they haven't made a move on Ayuk, but you can't get a straight answer out of John Lynch.
Well,
He's basically just like he's not here. He's not a part of the team.
He said he will never, ever play for us again. I don't know what they're going to get out of him then.
Okay, so what we noticed at the end of the season that there was an issue between Mike Evans and Baker Mayfield, where Evans just walked off the field, didn't want to talk to him. There was an issue between Mike Evans and Todd Bowles, and we thought that Mike Evans would be a Buck for life, right, forever. But he goes to the other side of the country, and now I think he has a new lease on life. I know that number and that salary is a lot for someone his age, but he's still effective. He's still effective, but the reason why he's not a Buck, Cap, is because there was a problem internally with the Buccaneers, Evans, and with Baker Mayfield. That's a problem. So he's gone. I like it for San Francisco a lot.
Yeah, I saw some of the wide receiver deal. Obviously, the Alec Pierce deal was breathtaking.
Mind blowing. I would not have done that.
Seahawks gave Rashid Shaheed 3 years, 51 with a $20 million signing bonus and $23 million in 2026. They don't even throw the ball to that dude. He's a special teams ace. Got it. Great return man. He's not like their top 2 receivers. I couldn't believe what he got paid.
I was really surprised by that.
That was a fortune.
Shay, what else stood out to you?
Jalen Phillips to the Panthers as the Panthers keep building up that defensive line. I think it's a little bit of an overpay, though. Jalen Phillips has never really been a model of perfect health. Tore his ACL and Achilles in consecutive seasons, finally stayed healthy last year. So you're paying for the career year, which I always get a little hesitant on, with a guy who has a bad injury history. 4 years, $120 million. I thought Jalen Phillips was going to be one of these middle market guys. This makes sense why you got Trey Hendrickson asking for north of 30. If Jalen Phillips can get it.
Like if I'm Trey Hendrickson, I'm like, okay, I get it. I'm a little older. I had back-to-back seasons of 17 and a half sacks. That's not like a good number. That's like an amazingly good number.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, just so we're clear, Dom Robinson's now a Texan, 1 year, $4 million. So he's gone. And what else did Waddle say? Waddle has reached out to the 2 of us. Oh, Brisker. He said ranked 34th among safeties by PFF. Not that they're the be-all, end-all, but that's just data.
Brisker also believes he's still a Bear. So you want to replace that production. You got Jalen Phillips. Yep. Might be an overpay, but you expect the production, though. You expect it. It's going to be there for Carolina. And what happens, Cap, to Steve Rosenboom, as he's a free agent now? The old Tribune writer?
Uh-huh.
Yep. Christian Rosenboom, no longer with the team.
Gone.
Mm-hmm. Free agent.
Get out.
From the Rams. So keep our eyes on that. What else, Shay?
$12 million for Travis Kelce. $12 million for 36-year-old Travis Kelce.
Thank you. Thank you for Travis Kelce.
I could not believe that money.
Mm-hmm.
This is how his mother is paying for that renovation to her basement.
Did you see how many views
Oh, my God.
on social that her renovation has gotten?
It's because I haven't, but it's the funniest story from the weekend.
So she got 24 million views of the renovation. He got 1.2 million views of him signing for $12 million.
Well,
you were like, whatever, Travis.
I was sitting at home over the weekend on Sunday afternoon, and I just see TMZ breaking. Donna Kelsey's renovating her house. Like, what?
That's news, huh?
How am I supposed to go on with this information?
It's crazy.
So Travis Kelce gets a thank you for everything he's done with the Kansas City Chiefs with a $12 million deal.
Yeah, one more year. He, Mahomes, new running back Kenneth Walker. They've been one of the worst teams to run the football in recent years. They tried with Clyde Edwards-Helaire, and Isaiah Pacheco got banged up. Okay, we're shopping at the top shelf. We want Kenneth Walker. So they're running it back.
$15 million a year is a little rich, but price playing poker.
Yeah.
And who is the offensive coordinator for the Chiefs, Cap?
That would be Eric Bieniemy.
Brother.
There you go.
Come on in now and be part of the Kansas City Chiefs with a team that can't run the football.
Where is Nagy? Giants?
Yeah.
Yeah. OC with the Giants.
By the way, just quick, I listened yesterday to Shot or No Shot, or maybe it was around the NFL. If Aiden ever sits in for me again and suggests that running backs don't make enough money, he's not allowed to sit in for me anymore.
Oh, wow.
I was so irate. They should make more. $15 million a year for Kenneth Walker is plenty. He should be very happy.
What is
We was talking about superbacks. Kenneth Walker's not a superback.
Yeah, and
That's right.
Somebody reached out to me, our friend Dan Durkin, and said, shame on you guys. Because we mentioned all the superbacks. He goes, you guys never heard of a guy named Bijan Robinson? I'm like, oh, sorry, oversight on our part.
But even that, you go pay Bijan $25 million a year. What's he won?
Right.
Like, they can't do it themselves.
Superback and special running back are different categories to
Correct.
me. And again, as I was saying yesterday, Shay, it was like having a conversation with someone from 1989 talking about how you pay through the nose for running backs. And I'm telling Aiden, like, you've been great in 1990 talking about running backs because that was the bell cow of the offense.
What do they pay Barkley?
Wide receivers were not being able to.
I think he's like, what, 18 million?
Wide receivers were not able to
maybe, I think 14 million.
Go ahead.
Barkley, would you pay him?
No.
Not now, no. On the downside.
His cap hit this year is going to be $9.8 million.
Barkley?
Yep.
Didn't he sign like a 20-some?
He signed a
Yeah, but
bigger deal than that.
it's all backloaded. I think they might have restructured it this offseason. He's got a bunch of void years. But remember, the year they got him from the Giants, they paid him next to nothing. He was $1.5 million on their cap sheet.
Right.
Then they gave him the big extension, and they got way worse. They had to move on from guys. Josh Sweat left. They lost a bunch of Milton Williams left.
They did.
This is like the Chiefs. Do I feel better or worse that they're paying a 36-year-old tight end and Kenneth Walker combined $27 million? Worse. I don't think that's the recipe.
Don't you think, though, that running back is becoming a more appreciated position again?
It is. I agree. But not like it was when we were growing up watching the NFL.
Oh, I don't think we'll ever get back to that.
It is the tight end. It is the wide receiver. The running back, and again, it's just a few. We can count it on one hand what we consider special running backs. And again, based on what they're paid, Cap, they're not the sole reason why an offense runs.
No,
it's the wide receiver, and the tight end, the quarterback, the offensive line, and the running backs in there too, but not as high as the other positions I just mentioned.
Correct, but if you're going to run the ball 52% of the time, which is what the Bears did, you can't just throw just Monungai out there and go, we're good. You got to have an elite running back that can make people miss.
Go ahead, J-Mon.
No, and you got to be able to catch the ball. You got to be able to pass block too. So,
No
like
question.
a McCaffrey, he's one of those backs that I think could be that in that class.
I would also say if you're going to run the ball that much, you got to be careful getting an elite guy who's going to take the bulk of the carries because you'll run him into the ground.
True.
This is where it's important to have two good backs, and you can't do that if you're paying one a ton of money.
Yeah, that's why Swift's contract does not appear to be that onerous to me when Kenneth Walker's getting double.
You'll wear down your offensive line too, as we saw with the Bears this past season. It wasn't like they were ineffective, but you just know we ran the football a lot, and all of a sudden the running game slowed, and the offensive line kind of tuckered out.
They did. No question. No question.
Still effective, but you know what I mean. I just think that conversation yesterday with Aiden trying to say the running back should be paid more. It's like, hey man, it's still about the wide receiver, tight end, quarterback, offensive line.
Yep.
This is. If you get a special running back, man, that's great. That's just gravy. But those are few and far in between these days.
I told Aiden yesterday, I texted him, I said the only guys in my world that are getting north of $30 million are guys who throw the ball, guys who protect the guy throwing the ball, and guys who get after the guy throwing the ball. That's it.
I don't think running backs will ever get that amount, ever.
No.
Those days are gone, man.
But back when I started in the business, Aiden would have been a hot take, boy. Running back should be paid more. I agree, Aiden. I agree.
But that's why I had to stipulate, hey, man, they have to have a little bit more going on than just running the ball. They have to be super. They have to be special.
Kap and J Hood, weekday mornings at 6.
Kap and J Hood, morning 6 to 9, ESPN Chicago.
When Kap and J Hood are over, the fun continues.
Tell your friends and enemies.
It's the Carmen and Jurko Show.
Weekdays from 9 to noon on the home of the Bears.
ESPN Chicago on AM, on app, on YouTube.
Presented by Advantage Dealer Group.
When it comes to heating and cooling, I want the best in the biz. If something's not working in my house, I want it handled right. And that's why we all trust Automatic. They've been doing this for decades. They show up when they say they will. They get the job done right the first time. Whether it's maintenance, repairs, or a full system replacement, Automatic and their team under Steve Stahorik's direction knows what they're doing. You want real peace of mind? Call Automatic or go to Automatic.com. That's who we all trust. That's who you should trust. That's ATOmatic.com.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. In the market for a new car? Shop HawkAuto.com, where they buy more so you pay less. Check their massive inventory of over 2,000 vehicles. They buy in volume so you save in volume. Plus, get all rebates on top of the Hawk Auto volume discount. Save even more with 0% financing for 60 months, so make no payments for 90 days. With 12 convenient locations, your next car is closer than you think. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing on select models with approved credit.
Make the short drive and feel miles away in LaPorte County, Indiana. Feel the thrills of Lake Michigan. Reel in a trophy catch on a charter fishing trip. Or unwind on Washington Park Beach. Tackle rugged trails and soak in epic views at the Indiana Dunes National Park. Play a championship golf course. Or try your luck at Blue Chip Casino. Plus, there's the X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix in late July and early August. Stay your way in over 500 vacation homes, including beach walk vacation rentals. Make your summer plans now at visitmichigancitylaporte.com.
Kap J Hood here with Howard Ank. And Howard, I know someone who was injured on the shop floor.
Please have him call me.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was T-boned by a utility truck.
Please have him call me.
My guy.
Your guy?
Correct.
Not this again. Howard Ankin is my guy.
Hold on. Cap, your friend, Hoodie, your buddy. I'm their guy. And I'm also your guy and your guy.
Call 312-6million for injury law made personal.
Howard Ankin, our guy, on the Kap and J Hood Show, weekday mornings on ESPN Chicago.
My guy.
Yeah.
It's tournament time when the most talented teams survive and advance. And whether you're cutting down the nets or cutting through resumes, one thing's clear. The best teams are built with the best people. If you're hiring, you need ZipRecruiter. Their smart matching technology finds qualified candidates fast. You can add screening questions to get the right applicants and even filter to see who's recently active. Score the best for your team with ZipRecruiter. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Evan Cohen here. In life, as in sports, the pros make it look easy. That's why pro golfers like Jason Day, Ben Griffin, and Patton Kazire trust the pros in lawn care. True Green. They have the experience and expertise to give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. And since True Green does the work for you, you get more free time, or more tee times. So stop stressing over your lawn and start loving it. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com because nobody makes it easier to get a golf course quality lawn than True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
Get ready for the season in style by shopping the Bulls private label 1966. Limited edition collections, new styles, and options for every fan. Shop now at shop.bulls.com.
You know, it feels like everyone's getting sick right now. You aren't imagining it. I mean, doctors say that this is the worst cold and flu season in 25 years, and it's not over. I can't afford to get sick, and I doubt that you can either. That's why I ordered a medical emergency kit. You see, it's like having an urgent care and pharmacy right in your home. It includes prescriptions like generic Z-Pak to help you get well faster, plus antibiotics to treat pneumonia and strep throat, sinus and ear infections, nausea, even UTIs and other common illnesses. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to check out the Urgent Care Kit. Save $45 with the promo code SMALLS at urgentcarekit.com/smalls. Again, that's $45 off with promo code SMALLS at urgentcarekit.com/smalls. Get everything that you need in there. Order your medical emergency kit online in minutes and ships to your door. Prescription is required. Always consult your doctor to determine if this product is right for you. Jay Moore.
Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We're with you until 9 o'clock, and then it will be Carmen Jurko at 9, followed by Rich Eisen at noon. Waddle Silvy at 2, right here on your home for the Bears and the White Sox, ESPN 1000. The Kap and J Hood Show is presented by the Advantage Dealer Group. Yes, the Advantage Dealer Group. The destination for your next Chevy, Acura, Toyota, and now Cadillac, Buick, and GMC. Yes, find your advantage at Advantage Dealer Group. And the Kap and J Hood Show is brought to you by the Republic Bank. Here's David Kaplan with more. Cap?
Carmen and Jurko said we're making their ears bleed. Yerk actually said that.
Yeah, stand in line.
They don't. No, you do not pay Bijan Robinson or Saquon or Jahmyr Gibbs. So we are announcing that Shea is moving to that show because AI Jack said, I'd absolutely pay $15 million for Bijan Robinson or Jahmyr
Is this a trade?
Yeah.
No offense to Jack. I think they should send some pics, too.
Yerk was in his seat going,
No, thank you.
Kid, why are you making my ears bleed?
Because they've been wrong about this for years. They've had a standard about running backs like anybody. You could just throw a sanitation worker back there and let him just run the football between the tackles, and they've been wrong about that for years.
But I don't think that's what they're saying. Like,
yes, they are.
I don't think they're saying you could throw a sanitation worker back there.
That is just me stretching their thought into something entertaining. Could you imagine the guy that throws your garbage away to run the football?
I'll give you two options.
Oh, that guy, you've seen that video on Instagram where the guy I think it's in like Latin America, he's racing, he throws the garbage, he runs along, he's like flying. They think that guy could go back there. That's it. He's fast. Put him back there. We're good. Give him $50 and let him eat at the training table.
Give me the example, Shea, of what you believe that they mean. Running backs.
Saquon signed a 2-year, $41 million contract. Now, the Eagles have adjusted it with void years and restructuring, so it's not coming out to that exact number, but we'll use the initial value of the deal, $36 million guaranteed. So quick math, that's $18 million a year. You can either pay Bijan Robinson or Jahmyr Gibbs $18 million, or have what the Bears had last year, where you have a $7.5 million back and a drafted rotation guy and run them both. What are you doing? For me, it's always option 2.
In this situation with the Bears, with that elite offensive line, that works. And also, the other reason why it works is because of all the other pass catchers that the Bears had. It works with Swift and Monungai when you have Burton and Loveland and Komet and Adunze and DJ Moore that you had last year. That worked because you had other weapons offensively. What if you don't have that? And by the way, currently the Bears have 3 wide receivers on the depth chart. Right now, they only have 3.
So my counter would be that the Falcons have a lot of those things. Maybe not the offensive line, but you have Pitts, you have London, you have Algier. They have weaponry. They screwed up at quarterback, but having Bijan has not helped them at all.
Yeah, I forgot the quarterback, too, with Caleb Williams. And
sure.
Then compared to Penix or what they put out there last year, yes, they had the weapons, but who's giving them the football?
But I think the real argument is we all know Saquon Barkley's great. Nobody's saying Saquon Barkley is not good. But look at what it cost the Eagles to pay him.
The younger asset in Bijan Robinson. That's what I would do. Barkley, no. Bijan Robinson, yes.
So you would be happy paying Bijan $18 million a year? Because that likely means you're going to lose a defensive tackle or you're going to lose a pass rusher or you're going to lose an offensive lineman because that money has to go to the back. That's where I go, I would never do it.
18, no. Can we go lower?
Nope.
I say 15.
I like 15. I like that number.
I'd like 15 too, but Saquon signed for 18.
I get you.
I think 15 should be a cap for the super back, the back that do the most, that are the better in different things.
Bijan isn't signing for less or the same as Kenneth Walker. We can all say that pretty comfortably.
Yeah. Yeah, and then when Kap talks about looking at the number of times that the Bears run the football at 52%, I mean, this is what they do. As prolific as the offense is with the ball in the air, the Bears still are a lot of bread and butter running the football.
Because you have got to establish the run to set up the pass. This is not Air Coryell going back to the 70s when you and I were kids, and they would just air it out 45 times. If you're throwing the ball 45, 50 times a game, you suck. You're not going to win. You got to be able to run the football. Why do you think the Kansas City Chiefs went and stole Kenneth Walker?
Mm-hmm.
They're like, we've got to be better at running the ball, period.
I gave you my number, Shea. I would love that number at $15 million, but I know that the going rate is higher than that. But no, we're not getting the renaissance of the running back getting paid through the nose across the board. That's just for a specialized few.
Like,
So,
like
I'm sorry, go
Rico
ahead.
Dowdle? Rico Dowdle's a journeyman, but he's a solid player. The Steelers just got him 2 years, $12.25.
That's a great deal.
That's a tremendous deal for a quality player. He's not a star. He's a quality running back.
But if you have a good offensive line, he can be a 1,200-yard rusher. There's no reason he can't be.
Sure. Don't disagree.
Sure.
Don't disagree. And when you draft Kenneth Walker, was not a first-round pick, correct?
No, I don't believe he was.
I think he was a second-round pick. Well, if you could find guys like that in the second and third round, David Montgomery was a third-round pick. Remember how excited the Bears were to get him?
Yeah.
That was the guy they targeted. So if you can find guys like that, and then when they get paid, let them go, then I understand Carmen and Jurko's philosophy. But you cannot just get a sanitation worker because he's quick and throw him back there.
Shout out to the sanitation workers.
Slaying the garbage.
Someone's slinging garbage now saying, I used to run the ball real well at Gately.
I did.
That was good. What
I
they
used
talking
the
about?
garbage cans to practice cutting.
I knew what I was doing.
Shay, you should put together a list of backs and see if we can pay them this or pay them that, like the super backs.
I'd pay none of them. I would pay none of them, but we can go through it. Like, this shouldn't be the be-all, end-all for me, but go look at the running backs post getting paid, like get the big contract. Find me the one that won a Super Bowl. I don't want that to be the be-all, end-all, but like people go, oh, the Twitch chat right now, Derrick Henry, he totally blows up your story here.
I say,
sorry, have the Ravens won with him?
No, nor have the Titans.
Right, like that. Has Atlanta won anything with Bijan? We're all racing to pay him $20 million. Have the Lions won anything with Gibbs?
Well, that's my point about Kenneth Walker. You didn't pay him big money in Seattle. You drafted him outside the first round. Right?
Have the Niners won anything with McCaffrey? I'm never saying that these players are no good, but you commit so much of your salary cap to them, you can't be good in other places or as good as you should be in other places, and they don't contribute enough to winning.
So what if we say have the Niners won anything with Brock Purdy? He got paid. Yeah, your QB, he got paid. Have the Green Bay Packers won anything with Jordan Love? He got paid.
That's the price of doing business. Either
Exactly.
you feel I can win with him or you let him go.
And this is the going rate for the quarterback. And again, just to put a bow on this, the way the National Football League works offensively, to be able to have the quarterback right, to have the offensive line right, to have your tight end or your wide receiver, the running back still matters unless the running back, it still matters. But you wish you had a special one. Let's put it this way. A team in the NFL does not win by running back alone like it used to be, Cap.
True.
Correct.
When we were kids at Walter Payton right, Walter Payton left, and, Earl Campbell, there was a whole host of them.
Yes. But again, it's about cap flexibility, who you can pay, who you can't pay. And Shay's right in this regard. Look at all the top running backs. Are they the reason why an offense goes? They're a part of it for sure, but are they the main reason?
Outside of Barkley, I agree.
Is that the reason why your offense works? Is that the reason why you get to the Super Bowl?
Well, and even
the answer
Barkley,
is no.
Barkley was on the team that won the Super Bowl. He wasn't Super Bowl MVP. He was on the original contract, not the new big money extension.
He also had a monster year that year.
Yeah, but the result of the big money extension was the defensive line they built that won them a Super Bowl was gone. Josh Sweat and Milton Williams both left in free agency. So tell me how it was good business for them to commit all their cap to Barkley.
Now they just lost Jalen Phillips and Reed Blankenship.
But Jalen Phillips they acquired for free, but like Reed Blankenship, yeah. Tell me how that was good business giving Barkley all that money.
If you take away Barkley's production from that season, do they win the Super Bowl?
No, but he wasn't on this contract. So once if I take away their defensive line, they don't win the Super Bowl. I guarantee that.
I'm just looking at the
lost
production factor. That's all. I'm just looking at the production factor,
Makes
not
sense.
necessarily if they're the ones that's actually are the ones that's making the team win. But I'm just looking at the production value.
That means all these teams need to build their offensive line like Iron Gates. That way anybody can get back there. You can get a sweetheart deal for any running back if your offensive line is just massive. And everyone can't do that.
Correct. It's not that easy.
Let's get ready for the Kap and J Hood cut of the day. Right around the corner on Chicago's Home for Sports.
This is your morning routine. Yeah. Kap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago.
Brother.
The CDGA Golf Show. It's the biggest names in golf, and it's the best news and information about Chicago golf. Host Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky are your starters for the golf weekend. The CDGA Golf Show, Saturday mornings at 9 on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
But anyway.
Thanks, Smokey. If you're snoring every night, dealing with constant congestion, waking up exhausted, that's not something you just live with, John. You got to take care of it, and that's where Sinus at Snoring MD comes in. Sinus at Snoring MD specializes in sinus, snoring, and allergy treatments, simple in-office procedures, no hospital stays, and same-day appointments are available. I went there. You should, too. That's why I don't snore anymore. Great people delivering great results. Before spring really kicks in, before you get another elbow at 2 a.m. from your wife like I used to from Mindy, call 847-545-0147, 847-545-0147 for sinus and snoring. MD.com. Take that, Jay Moore.
Hey, guys, are you craving that legendary Chicago pizzeria taste without the wait or the price tag? Meet Connie's Frozen Pizza. Premium pizzeria-inspired pies from your freezer to your table.
Oh, yeah.
Born in Connie's restaurants, now in your freezer. Connie's brings that unmistakable flavor that says, I could have gone out, but why? Hosting, dodging cooking, or are you just hungry? The solution is Connie's. Find Connie's Frozen Pizza in your local freezer aisle. Connie's Frozen Pizza. Authentic Chicago taste without the pizzeria prices.
Wallner Law helped me get the compensation that I deserve.
Wallner Law helped me get back on my feet.
Thanks to Wallner Law, I'm at a better place today.
Wallner Law cares for you. We're compassionate. We're empathetic to your situation. And I promise you, I will get you more money than any other law firm in the city of Chicago. That is my promise to you. Hire us, win with us, be successful with us. Call us at Wallner Law, 312-8-million.
This is a Whiskey U announcement. Whiskey connoisseurs, report to Barrel and Vine in Plainfield tomorrow night at 6:30. This is a mandatory tasting lesson for Green River Bourbon. Green River is a Kentucky bourbon, not the same as the Chicago River when dyed green. Get it? The Chicago River in mid-March. Look but don't taste. The Kentucky Green River at Whiskey U. Yes, do taste and enjoy. Class is in session tomorrow night at 6:30. Please enjoy responsibly. Green River Distilling Company, Owensboro, Kentucky. Alcohol by volume varies by product.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible: overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
In sports, the tape never tells the whole story. Hiring is no different. AI can make candidates look like an MVP on paper. So knowing the person and the skills behind the resume matters. That's where Robert Half changes the game. Our recruiters combine their expertise with award-winning AI to evaluate skills and fit quickly. Learn how we can find you specialized talent in finance, accounting, technology, and more. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Spring can be unpredictable in Chicago, but new windows from Window Nation can keep your home comfortable, no matter the weather. And in March, the more you buy, the more you save. Up to 50% off all window styles. Visit windownation.com for your free consultation today.
Good morning. Glad you're along for the Kap and J Hood experience on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN. Hello. Chicago.
Good morning.
The Kap and J Hood Show is brought to you by Chicago Cut Steakhouse.
On LaSalle, north side of the Chicago River, Johnny. We got to go to dinner there one night.
I would love that.
You took Michelle for your anniversary.
Yep.
You and I went with Keyshawn and Jay Will.
Yep.
That's the only time we've gone together.
Rest in peace.
Yes.
Jay Will and Keyshawn Johnson.
And Who is the other host on that?
Zubin Mehenti.
Zubin Mehenti.
Max Kellerman.
And then Max Kellerman.
Yes.
Both of them gone.
We thank you so much for listening and calling in and being part of the program here on Kap J Hood.
Hey, Shay, we got to talk about void years and NFL Cap. The Bears versus the Eagles. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Take that.
So long, everybody. Up.
From Chicago.
Let it go. Oh, no.
Dragon Slayer.
Kap and J Hood, morning 6 to 9.
This is how it should be done.
ESPN Chicago.
Tune in.
I'm having a pleasant talk with our friend, Mayor Skip Saviano from Elmwood Park. How can you possibly think you've got the best job? I talk sports for a living.
All I'm saying, Carmen, is that I get to work with our close-knit community. Great stuff. We're always planning new ways to bond and grow.
Well, I'm connecting with the best fans in sports every day.
But you're stuck in a studio. I'm out talking with local businesses, eating at world-class restaurants. What do you got there? A PB&J?
Uncle, you win.
Bam. Yeah.
Mayor Skip Saviano.
Elmwood Park, once you're here, you get it.
This Sunday, it's the Chicago Wolves against their division rivals, the Grand Rapids Griffins.
The Wolves look good, and they've looked good now for the last half dozen games.
With the playoffs on the horizon, you don't want to miss a second of Chicago Wolves hockey.
He scores!
And there's nothing more fun than family Sunday games. The Chicago Wolves take on the Grand Rapids Griffins at Allstate Arena this Sunday at 5 p.m. Get your tickets today.
One good shot can change the trajectory of your career. Seize your moment and train for a future with potential at ETI School of Skilled Trades. In as little as 7 months, you can get started in welding or HVAC with hands-on training and the skills employers are looking for. We offer day and evening classes to fit your schedule. Take your shot. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
Hey, it's the good kid. When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. That's why I drive an Advantage Chevy. 3 locations. Chicagoland's covered. Boom. You want a Chevy? They got every Chevy. You want savings? Oh, yeah. They've got that, too. And here's what matters most. Trust. When you walk into an Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins, you're not getting the runaround. They respect your time. They respect your budget. They shoot you straight. Head to Advantage Chevrolet in Hodgkins and see what I'm talking about. Advantage Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home for every Bears game. ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko. WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago. A good Karma Brands radio station.
Hey, guys. You ready to let the dogs out?
What? Carmen DeFalco.
It's kind of impressive.
John Yurkovich. This is the Carmen and Jurko Show on ESPN Chicago.
It's like it's out there for everybody to see.
It is what it is. Carmen Jurko.
Check this out.
All right, how we feeling, Bears fans? I think most are largely underwhelmed. That's not the end of the world, though. Winning the offseason usually means you lose the regular season. So I won't overreact to the early hours of free agency. I thought they made one really, really smart, good move yesterday. I thought there was one that was a little head-scratching. And we'll see what else they do. We're here to talk about it with everybody. I'll tell you that over the next 3 hours on your home for Bears football. It is Carmen and Jurko live in our Jeff Dickerson Studios. Hope everyone's having a great morning. It's been a fun free agency frenzy so far. Still some big names out there. Trey Hendrickson, the biggest, might be out of the Bears' price range. We wait and see what happens with Brisker and Byard after the signing of Kobe Bryant yesterday. It feels like both might be, as Jurko would say, hasta la bye-bye. But we will see. Hit us up on our YouTube chat if you want, youtube.com/@Carmen and Jurko. Like and subscribe. Join the chat there. Ring us up at 312-332-3776. The Kobe Bryant signing, I thought, was a good one. A player entering his prime, coming off of a Super Bowl championship. 3 years, $40 million, $25.75 million guaranteed. Cap hit of $5.96 million
in the first year, right?
In the first year. It gets a little bit steep next year. But this is a player that thrived once Mike Macdonald arrived in Seattle. He was originally a little bit more of a corner, a slot corner. It was not a position that suited him all that well. He was moved to safety when Mike Macdonald arrived, like I said, and he thrived the last 2 years. 7 interceptions, 2 forced fumbles, top third amongst NFL safeties last year according to PFF in their coverage grades. He has a little bit of a nose for the football. You know, the Bears like that. And he's a player that shows a willingness to play downhill and be physical. So I think they got a really good player. Again, going into his prime, he's about to turn 27.
All right, let's do Devin Bush now.
Let's do Devin Bush. I know that sounds weird. Let's do Bush.
I mean, we got all day to talk about each one individually, but I want to get the whole impact on what we have going on. This Devin Bush, 3 years, $30 million, right?
Yes, correct. Coming off of his best season, in which he was kind of a badass last year. It's easy to be a badass maybe when you're playing with Myles Garrett and Mason Graham and Schlesinger and some of the guys they've got.
A great pass rush getting after the quarterback. You capitalize a couple tip balls. You end up returning some things for touchdowns. Good for you.
Great defense.
Splash plays.
Great D-line in front of him, for sure.
Sure, absolutely.
3 interceptions, 2 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, a career-high 125 tackles, 7 TFLs. He was the 4th highest-graded off-ball linebacker in the NFL last season after Fred Warner, Jack Campbell, and Devin Lloyd, who signed his own big free agent deal yesterday after leaving Jacksonville.
What's his cap number this year?
His cap number this year, it was $21 million guaranteed. Let me double check. I thought I wrote it down for some reason. I did not. I apologize.
have a feeling the cap year this year has been minimized too.
Yes, it has been. Yes.
So all these cap numbers are minimized because they're thinking
you know
about
why I didn't write it down?
making.
Over the cap didn't have it last night. That's why. They had not had the particulars yet.
Yeah, I got you. But I'm guessing it would be similar, where they got the signing bonus with the low base salary this year.
Yes. For some reason, the sites still don't have his. I'm not sure why, but nobody is posting it.
Right.
I don't know why.
So, whatever he is, you're looking for a low cap number again this year. No, Neville Gallimore. Neville Gallimore.
Yes.
Neville Gallimore.
2 years, $10 million. Yeah.
2 years, $10 million.
2 years, $10 million, $5 million guaranteed. The dead cap next year is $1.5 million.
Right.
If they don't like the year he has, Neville Gallimore will be gone in a year.
But that's another low cap number, right?
Yes, it is.
Bradbury's a low cap number.
Yes.
Braxton Jones, 1 year, $5 million.
Yes.
Okay, it could be up to $10 million. That doesn't matter to me. DeMarco Jackson, 2 years, $7.5 million. That's not a big cap number. Case Keenum, 2 years, 5.5. Daniel Hardy, 2 years at $5 million. That's $2.5 million. The NFL minimum now is $1.3 million. You know that?
Yes. That's for a vested veteran?
I think NFL minimum. Yeah, I think it went up too high. I think that's got to be for
that's
got to
be for vested veteran.
It's not the rookie minimum.
No, right? Yeah.
So you're going to have a bunch of rookie minimums on your team, probably about 880, 885.
That's what I'm thinking.
You have about 24, 25 guys on your roster. Then everybody else is making the rest of the money. I'm not looking at anything they've done. All they've done is retain the players they like. And they retained Braxton Jones, not necessarily because they love him, but they looked at everything that was available out there. They looked at Taylor Decker. What's his name? Taylor Decker?
Yeah.
Okay, whatever. I mean, what?
Earlier today, Jurko had Drew Dahlman as, what was it? It was one of the all-time great Jurkos.
Rowdy Yates.
Rowdy Yates.
Yeah. I made a mistake. Either way.
So, guys, what about Rowdy Yates when they cut him and we were like, wait, I'm not even sure I can figure this one out.
Braxton Jones is back as insurance at the left tackle position. And after perusing and looking at everything else out there, per dollar spent, they said to themselves, our best option here is to get this guy in. If he wants to play for $5 million, he's been much maligned. He's been oft-criticized. And he decided, hey, I'll come back with the Bears, $5 million. If I start, per game, I can build this thing up to $10 million, and that's fine. I don't have a problem with them signing Braxton Jones because of the injury. I don't have
1 year.
I
don't either.
It's not an issue.
All right, we want to go through all this. I have a question. First of all, what do you guys like? What do you not like? It was kind of a mixed bag that I've heard mostly, yesterday listening to Waddle and Silvy, this morning, Kap and Hoodie. Some people are going to be ever optimistic, and that's cool. And some will be the other way. So, if you've assessed this in the last, we're not even 24 hours. But if you've assessed it here, how do you feel? What do you think? And are the Bears better on paper? Is their roster better now than it was a week ago? Even 72 hours ago. If you have a thought and you want to join us, please, 312-332-3776. I have a question as well. I love the Kobe Bryant signing. I think it's really good. Devin Bush, speedster. Maybe some of that was robbed with the ACL injury early in his career, but he's still fast. When you watch him, game speed, Devin Bush can still run. I mean, he can still close. He can still go sideline to sideline real well. I think a lot of fans here are familiar because he's a Big Ten kid and, has kind of played in the Midwest. So people understand the game a little bit. But here's my question. For a team, for a GM who I was told embrace the philosophy, we're not going to invest in off-ball linebackers. They sure seem to invest in off-ball linebackers a lot. And when they told you a few years ago they didn't want to invest in Roquan Smith, you always want to give, especially when they're new, you want to give these guys the benefit of the doubt. And sometimes they're going to say things that sort of, your football philosophy kind of agrees with. And, okay, you've got an idea about what to pay an off-ball linebacker. The real money should be spent on pass rushers and edge guys. So you don't want to prioritize it, okay. I always thought signing Roquan Smith long-term would have been a good idea for the Bears. I was willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. Like, you think it's too much to pay for a guy that's really not going to rush the quarterback. All right. They traded Roquan Smith. They didn't want to pay an off-ball linebacker. They've paid a lot of off-ball linebackers since. And, but Carmen, they've gotten 3 for the price of 1. None of them are as good as Roquan Smith. The draft picks they got for Roquan haven't really materialized in anything of significance.
Yeah.
Jermon Dexter and Noah Sewell.
Yeah, they have not played up to snuff.
Why? And you had a good take
players.
On this when I brought it up in the meeting this morning, so you can expand on it here. Because I said it to you, and you had a quick response. Like, why didn't they just sign Roquan Smith 4 years ago? Why did they trade him? And why did they tell us we don't prioritize off-ball linebacker when they sure seem to prioritize off-ball linebacker?
What I simply said is they're on the wrong side of the winning curve. They needed to get bad to get good.
And that's an interesting response.
These guys came in, and they wanted to be bad because they knew they had to rebuild this thing, especially at the most important position, and that was quarterback. And you can't have Roquan out trying to win on the football field when they're trying to lose, because that was clearly the edict that they had when they came in.
So you're saying good tank philosophy.
That was a tank philosophy, and you can't tank if you got Roquan Smith because Roquan Smith doesn't want to lose. So they had to get rid of Roquan. More importantly to me, Akeem Hicks was a monster. And they moved on Akeem Hicks. They got rid of everybody on that defensive line. They wanted to be bad, and they were. They were 3-3 at that point when they lost to Dallas, right? And then they lost 10 games in a row.
Yeah, they went on the long losing streak.
They went on the long losing streak. They lost 10 games in a row. Then we had to suffer through a bunch of 10-game losing streaks in the subsequent years also, Carm. So it wasn't just a one-year tank. It was a multiple, or a year-and-a-half tank. It was a multiple-year tank, trying to get good, trying to get guys, bringing guys in, moving on guys, finally getting the right quarterback. And I believe that's what they've done.
Yes, I think so.
So to get Caleb Williams, I had to get rid of Roquan Smith. That's fine. And you know what they did for Roquan? They put him in an ideal situation where Roquan can be successful. Roquan could get paid by the Baltimore Ravens. Roquan's never been happier. Roquan's a happy camper.
Oh, I'm sure.
In Baltimore, he's jumping for joy. He wasn't happy last year when he got hurt and they got, and they weren't playing as well, but they came back against Chicago and played well against Chicago. But, the whole Roquan thing, because they wanted to move on from him because they wanted to be bad, doesn't mean they don't have to get linebackers to play in this league. I myself build my defensive line. That way I can plug and play any linebacker that I need in there.
So are they going to do that? Is their plan here, and has it been all along, we have to do that in the draft? Because they did not really invest much capital other than the small deal for Gallimore. At least to this point, they haven't invested much of the available capital at this time in the offseason on that D-line. And is their plan, we have to do this in a draft that is going to be deep and rich with pass rushers.
Okay, so you took care of your safety position.
Right, which was a great signing.
You took care of your linebacker position with not only Bush, but you re-signed DeMarco Jackson.
Yes.
So now you got there, and then other guys that are coming back, they're going to have to compete for the position. They only keep 5 or 6 linebackers anyway.
Edwards and Sewell are coming off of injury, but will be part of the guys that make up the combination.
Be a part of that group. You've got 10 defensive linemen usually that you keep. Daniel Hardy's here as an edge rusher, even though he's primarily a special teams guy. Neville Gallimore is there. Neville Gallimore, either way. He's there, okay? So you've got 10 defensive linemen they usually keep, with a couple of those guys being specialists. And usually it's Austin Booker running down the field, and it's Daniel Hardy running down the field on special teams. Yeah. So what have they done? They've let guys go. They said, hey, see if you can get yourself a contract. They've been able to move on. And so what they're doing is just basically pawn for pawn on the chessboard. Pawn for pawn. Pawn for pawn. They haven't really made a significant move.
I think Bryant's the closest thing.
Yeah,
I think Bryant's the closest thing to a significant move.
The center they got, they had to out of sheer desperation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolute necessity because you had a center quit on you.
Do you think they surveyed teams are good about this, right? They can get the back channel, reports, and they can feel it out. Do you think they got the sense last week by Friday that Linderbaum was going to be
out of their realm?
Way out of their realm, and that's why they made that deal.
And I think that's why Baltimore got in front of it and said we offered him a positional changing contract. They want to get out in front and tell everybody we offered him $21 million
last month at the Combine.
But we are not going to go 50% above.
Right, we're not going to offer him 27.
Right.
The Raiders had more cap room than anybody else, and they made a bunch of big splashes yesterday.
Yeah, they made a bunch of big splashes, but now they got to bring that whole unit together.
Yeah.
And they got to make it cohesive, and that's going to be the challenge for what they've got going on out there. So everybody asks, well, what do I think? What do I think is they're just pawn for pawn right now.
Are they better on paper than they were when the season ended?
I think they're the same, but I think for Ben Johnson, he believes he's a little better because he's getting the guys that he wants here. I think this is in conjunction with Ryan Poles and Ben Johnson, the two of them. But how much are they better? Incrementally, Carm. They're incrementally better. To say they're 2% better than they were last year. That's it. There's nothing on this page, nothing on this paper. You're not comparing with the guys that you're losing to. He's not as good as Dahlman, center position.
No.
Right? That's not going to happen. Gallimore
might be an upgrade for them.
Okay, we'll find out.
I said might be.
Again, but that's like wins above replacement. Having a guy that was 1-2 and you got a guy now that's a 1-4.
Yeah.
All right? Whereas your center was 5-0. And this new center might be a 2-0.
Bush is probably not an upgrade over Edmonds, but it's close.
Well, but again, productivity per dollar spent is what you're going to be looking at also.
Saved a little money.
Devin Bush's job gets a lot easier if your defensive line becomes better.
Of course.
If you draft the defensive tackle, now I think you're looking at a Tommy Harris penetrating 3-tackle type. A slasher, you know what I'm saying, Carm?
Yeah.
6'3", 6'4", 300 pounds, 305. Guy that can get after the quarterback. That's what you're looking for now. Simmons is gone. Simmons has been replaced by Gallimore. Okay? So that's what you're looking for now. And you still have to have somebody opposite of Sweat. People in Chicago might tell you Austin Booker's your guy. Austin Booker is your guy. I like Austin Booker in 3rd and long, 2nd and long, and in 2-minute pass rush situations. That's where I like him. Austin Booker's a specialist that goes after the quarterback. That's where he's at. That's what I like.
But they need somebody else.
No, they need somebody else that can come in there and be a 3-down guy and just have Booker come in and spell Sweat and spell the other guy when they need a little bit of rest. If you're in a sixth play of a drive and your guys are exhausted out there, you need to be able to bring in a second crew at the defensive end position that can get after the quarterback. Those guys get a little water. You give them 2 plays. If they're not off the field, get them back on the field.
This was Poles on free agency and what the activity might look like for the Bears when he was looking ahead a couple of weeks ago at the NFL Combine. This was the GM.
Yeah, we'll be active. It'll just be in a different space of free agency. We'll have pretty strict guardrails on what we can and can't do, and that dictates what the next move is. We'll also be opportunistic in any trades with the guys coming or going. So if there's anyone coming in that maybe has a bigger contract, then that'll create another set of transactions that got to happen to make sure that we're in a good spot cap-wise.
So he told you, and just in a different way than we've been the last couple of years, which we sensed was coming. I mean, they've told you that. You could look at the cap sheet and you knew it was going to be a little different. This was polls just a week ago here on Your Home for the Bears with Joniak and Thayer and Jim Miller on Bears Weekly talking about the importance of this year's draft when it was just a week ahead of free agency.
I think I'd say this. I think we approach every draft the same in terms of the importance, because even though you may draft a player that there's not a specific need for, you're going to need that player in the future at some point. I think it's just a little bit more visible in terms of where the picks need to come from. But I think as a team, as you continue to get a little bit more expensive as a roster, you have to be able to backfill with young talent and develop young talent in order to stay healthy on the cap moving forward. So it is going to be critical as we kind of move into this new space. And I know as a front office, we're up for that challenge and really excited. I feel like we're well-tuned, having a few years to get rolling on this. We have a great process, a great system, some really good evaluators on our staff, and that allows us to make some really good decisions.
Short of the Bears flying in now and doing something bold for Trey Hendrickson, and I don't think they will, it feels like the draft is where they're going to get their pass rusher and try to finally hit there and develop a young one. And I think Poles was kind of laying that out for everybody just a week ago. When we come back, I want to talk about some of the other signings, some of the other edge guys around the league. Some guys got paid, and a lot of people think some guys got overpaid. So maybe the Bears were very smart in how they approached this, knowing that they didn't want to put themselves in a vulnerable position going forward by overpaying one of these free agents. I do want to go through some of those guys, talk about their landing spots and what they made, and if the Bears are doing the smart thing by slow playing this out, seeing if they can buy low on a few guys, but really focusing their sights at the end of April in the draft and finding a pass rusher there. If you've got thoughts on the early action here that the Bears have conducted, 312-332-3776. If you want to talk about free agency with us, it's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
2 to 6 in 2026.
Waddle, waddle.
The longest running show in Chicago sports content history, Waddle and Silvy expand to a full 4 hours. Hear them weekdays 2 to 6 p.m. We are Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
You know, they call me the good kid, but I'm not here just to be good, and I'm definitely not here to be average. When it comes to performance, I want to feel confident, ready, and know I'm bringing it every single time. And that's exactly why Blue Chew just raised the bar with Blue Chew Gold. This is a 4-in-1 formula designed to work on both your body and your mind. You get 2 proven ingredients that support blood flow, plus apomorphine and oxytocin to enhance arousal, desire, and connection. That means you're not just physically ready, you're mentally dialed in too. It dissolves right under your tongue and can start working in as little as 15 minutes. Less waiting, less worrying, more confidence. Ladies, if you're listening, send your man the link. Help him bring home the gold and make him a trophy husband. Oh, we've got a special deal for all of our listeners. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code ESPN. That's promo code ESPN. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric, with our biggest sale ever. Furnaces from just $39 a month. Furnace and air conditioning combos from just $57 a month. Plus 6 years interest-free financing. Four Seasons guarantees to beat any competitor's price by up to $1,000. With an A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau and over 30,000 five-star reviews, we are Chicago's trusted local experts.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Kap and J Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, it's really nice to work with a law firm who's there for you and has your back when you're injured.
That's right, Hoodie. With Howard, it's personal.
Thanks, guys. And well, after all, Ankin Law is injury law made personal.
Auto, truck, rideshare, work injuries, and medical mistakes. If you've been injured, call Howard.
I'm here to help. Call 312-6 million.
Injury law made personal is Howard Ankin, our attorney on the Kap J Hood Show, weekday mornings
on ESPN Chicago.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old.
She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Empower. Pete's back on the links with all new golf clubs and hopefully less swearing.
Dang, sliced it.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money so he can be a little bad.
Heads up!
Oof. Talent sold separately.
Guy said these were slice-proof.
At least he has money for lessons. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
When making a big decision, I believe in doing your homework and working with people you trust. That's exactly what you'll find at Advantage Buick GMC in Hodgkins. No pressure, just clear communication every step of the way. Visit Advantage Buick GMC in Hodgkins. We are professional grade.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
All right, I'd still characterize it as pretty early on in free agency. Hasn't even been 24 hours yet. And, of course, none of this is official. It's just the legal tampering period. The new league year starts at 3 o'clock Chicago time tomorrow. Silvy was making the point yesterday that if you look back over the last two off seasons in free agency, Poles spent about $109 million in guaranteed money on Bryant, Bush, Odangbo, and Jarrett. Unfortunately, it hasn't helped the pass rush much. Two guys aren't going to really help it at all. I mean, Bush is not a pass rushing linebacker. Bryant is a safety, although I think the Kobe Bryant move is a really, really good one. I don't think they're anticipating Gallimore doing anything more than, what he's always done in his career. He did have 3.5 sacks last year, but he's a run stuffing. We talked about it yesterday, but a two-down linebacker, He's going to play 35 to 40%.
Defensive lineman, yeah. Two-down defensive lineman.
He's
going to play 350 to 400 defensive plays out of 1,100 during the year.
Exactly.
And you're going to have to get plays from other guys, and you have those guys. Trevon Dexter is going to be back on this team next year. Trevon Dexter's going to be in the middle. Grady Jarrett's going to be in the middle. Turner.
Yeah, Shamar Turner will be back.
Shamar Turner will be back. Hopefully he'll be healthy. He'll be part of that mix either in the middle or at the defensive end position. So, you know what you have. They kept 10 off defensive linemen this year.
Yeah.
Booker's going to be here. Hardy's going to be here coming off the edge. Montez Sweat is going to be here. Whoever you draft, if you draft a defensive an outside edge rusher, he's going to be here. If you draft a big man in the middle,
I think they will.
He's going to be here.
Is that 10?
That's 10.
Did we just get to 10?
You're looking at what you have right now. It's 10 guys. And if somebody gets banged up, somebody gets hurt, then somebody else gets to replace them.
Yeah.
That's it. You've looked at what you're looking at. Two guys coming in from the draft. When they're going to take them, I don't know when, but we'll be together then. We'll have a good time then. Yeah, that's how it's going to work. That's where they're at. Now you've got to develop these guys. We talk about Roshar so much. Who's the defensive line coach?
It is.
And let's make people better, please, for the love of God.
Yeah.
Let's make them better than they are. And that's what you got to rely upon. You're going to get two collegiate kids in here that you're going to have to develop. They're not going to be finished products when they get here. It's like getting a diamond out of the mine. You got to go ahead and you got to polish it and you got to cut it and you got to make it right to get all the beautiful facets, gleaming in the sun. You got to have a coaching staff that can bring these guys in here and get them in the right direction and become better. That's where we're at right now. I'm not thrilled. I'm not, doing backhand flips down the hallways here thinking that the Bears have done a good job. They've replaced pieces with like pieces. Now it's up to these guys to go ahead and perform. That's it. That's where you're at.
So they could have taken a swing at a few guys. Let's go through this. Jalen Phillips. I'm a huge fan of Jalen Phillips. I did not expect him to
overpaid.
Get 4 for $120.
Overpaid.
Yeah, it seems hard to justify. It seems a little rich for a guy who's had some injury concern, has had 2 big major injuries in his career.
Yeah.
And has failed to reach. Has he had a double-digit sack season? I don't believe he has. Again, some of that is just because of injury. He's more of, the analytics community likes him a lot because the pressure rates are very, very good. He's never had a double-digit sack season. Yeah. And he's had 2 major injuries that have cut a couple of seasons short. So as much as I've always liked him, that's rich. They were probably smart to say, we'll take a pass. Odafe Owe was a guy that I think a lot of Bears fans were maybe hopeful for, thinking that the Bears could potentially be in on. It was also pretty rich, not what Phillips got, but he got 4 for $100.
Yeah, $25 million.
From
that's
the Commanders.
That's second tier. Now, that's not first tier. That's second tier.
Yeah.
And that's after the Commanders moved on from every pass rusher they had from 4 years ago. Everybody's gone.
3 years ago.
Yeah.
Boye Mafe, a little bit less, 3 for $60 from the Bengals. Another guy that's never had even close to a double-digit sack season.
$20 million a year.
$20 million
That's
a year.
feasible. That's another level down. You know what I'm saying? That's a third level of pay at the defensive end position.
The guy I would have really liked was a guy we talked yesterday about, and that's John Franklin Myers. The problem is I think he might have had his mind made up on reuniting with his former coach in New York and Robert Saleh. And that's exactly what he did. So that might have never been a possibility for the Bears anyway. He gets 3 for 63. I thought that would have been a real good one for the Bears. They go in a different direction with more of a run-stuffing defensive tackle in Gallimore. And who knows if they had any chance whatsoever. Again, John Franklin Myers might have had his mind made up on reuniting with Robert Saleh. Joseph Asai gets $36 million over 3 years with the Jets. Maybe somebody the Bears could have considered. They did not, apparently. So while some guys got too much and got a little overpaid, there were some deals in there that could have been nice, that could have helped. But it kind of feels like second wave guys now or the draft.
Listen, Ryan Poles didn't lie to you. He says we're not going to be operating at the certain end of the pool where the big money's going to be flying high.
That's very true.
They were in the intermediate part, 4 to 5 feet. They weren't in the deep end of the pool. They were 4 to 5 feet. Even if they slipped and fell, they were going to be able to regain their footing and they were going to be able to move on. That's where they operated on. Do they make themselves better in the middle? They didn't play well in the middle defensively last year. So you're bringing one guy in. If you get a better Grady Jarrett back, a healthier Grady Jarrett back off the offseason, you're going to watch him early in the season, get him on the bike, get him on the UBI, upper body machine, get him getting his cardiovascular conditioning in. But at some point, you're going to need him to play during the year, and you're going to need him healthier than he was last year.
Do guys get healthier at his age, though? You tell me.
Well, he was coming off the injury last year, so he's 1 year removed from the injury. So can he be better than he was last year? Can he be healthier than he was last year? Yes, possibly. He can be better than he was last year.
You think so?
Health-wise. Yeah, coming off that thing, a year removed. But if you got arthritis in your knee, Carm, arthritis, the only thing that's going to help that is medicine, and that's only masking it.
Right.
It's not making it better. It's just masking it. So, listen.
Grady turns 33 this year, and he's played a lot of games, and you just wonder.
Next year's guaranteed.
Can you ever get
Well, he's part
healthier?
of a rotation, Carm.
Yeah.
He's not going to be a guy that's going to be out there 1,000 plays. He's going to be another one of those guys giving you 350 to 400 plays. And you're going to need that out of 4 guys in the middle. 4 guys giving you 350 to 400 plays. A couple of guys will be getting 500 or 600, and that's how you get to 11.
Grady did play 68% of the snaps last year.
When he played.
In the games he was in.
Right, when he played.
He missed, he missed 3 games.
Right. So, I mean, listen, he gets out there. Toward the end, he was actually getting a push.
He had 610 snaps last year.
Yeah, toward the end, he was actually giving you a push.
Yeah.
But, yeah, nothing worse than watching an old guy limp around out there.
No.
Man, I know how he feels. Just trying to survive, trying to get a push.
The latest on Hendrickson is I feel like not much has changed. He's looking for 30 to 40 million. He can pick and choose.
His party's not over until Friday. If he doesn't sign on Friday, The weekend will quiet down.
You think he's going to have to take a discount somewhere?
Then you're going into the second week, and then, I don't think he's going to get what he wanted. Doesn't mean he can't get some money, but I don't think he's going to get what he wanted.
Brad Biggs wrote this morning about the Hendrickson thing.
If I'm him, I never go back to Cincinnati, ever.
I don't think he will.
Ever.
I don't think he will.
You're going somewhere else.
I'd be surprised.
Where's he from? Trey Hendrickson.
Where's
I'd
Trey
be
Hendrickson
interested to see where he's from.
Isn't he from Florida?
No, maybe. I do not know off the top of my head. He is from, he went to a Florida school, but is he from Florida? He is. He's from Apopka, Florida.
Apopka, my friend.
You know,
Apopka, Florida.
You know where Apopka is?
Well, I'm down in Florida.
I don't know Apopka.
I've been down there.
He is from Apopka, Florida. There you go.
There he is, Apopka High School.
Biggsy wrote this. Cincinnati Bengals edge rusher Trey Hendrickson didn't get a deal in the early wave of free agency, and it's unlikely the Bears are interested in creating the cap space required to add a player who will be entering his 10th season.
Northern suburb of Orlando, Carm.
Yeah, right.
That's what you're looking at for Apopka.
Yeah, he's an FAU kid.
Yeah, so Tampa Bay's right down the street. Jacksonville's right up above them. And then you go all the way down here to Miami. You've got 3 teams. He cheered for one of them when he was a kid.
He must have.
Right?
Think he was a Universal or Disney guy?
Disney.
Disney.
Yeah, I think he's a Disney guy.
If you grew up in Atlanta, do you have to choose one of or Atlanta? Excuse me.
I got
if you
a
grew up in
buddy.
Orlando, do you have to choose one or the other?
I feel like you kind of do.
Do you really?
Yeah, I think you enjoy both if you're smart.
Do you think they go a lot growing up there, or is it something that they only associate with tourism and they're not? He's like, I've only been once in my life.
It's like us with maybe the museums or Six. Well, I don't know. People go to Six Flags a decent amount if they like Six Flags.
How many times have you gone to the Sears Tower?
Once. Last time was like in 3rd grade.
Right.
I was there a few weeks ago, but I was with my kids.
So the only time, but listen,
it's different though.
The only time I go is if I got relatives that come in from overseas, and let's go to Chicago. We go there. You go to a Cubs game, right?
Yeah.
You take them out to a nice restaurant in Chicago. You go to the lakefront. I've never taken relatives to the Bean because my relatives haven't been over since the Bean was made. But the Bean does nothing for me. That stupid wall, Maggie Daly Park.
I think
it does nothing for
so
me.
stupid.
Yeah,
I think you're selling short the Bean. It's actually pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, for you, yeah, I'm not surprised.
You like the Bean?
Carm
Carm?
loves the Bean.
I don't know if you like or how can you like or dislike it? It's just an interesting piece of
what?
artwork. It's an interesting
It's a Bean.
work.
If anything, if I'm the Bean, I'm suing the guy that made it and going, where are my royalties at? Where are my royalties?
The cool thing is the way you see the reflection.
How much of an artist do you have to be to come up with the Bean concept?
I mean, it's reflective here.
Yeah.
You could look at Picasso's and you could say how much of an artist you have to be.
Really?
to
That
come up with.
unique piece of art? You're asking me how easy? He didn't copy that from anybody. That came from his mind. This guy was sitting around farting one day after eating beans, and there's one bean left in the thing, and he goes, man, maybe I'll make a big bean. I'll get some stupid city like Chicago to pay for it, and then we'll call it, hey, come look at this stupid thing.
We'll call it Cloudgate.
Look at this idiotic thing that sits in the middle of the city. Don't worry.
You never know where your inspiration's going to come from.
Where does the Bean rank as far as tourist attractions?
In Chicago?
In
terms of like how many visitors it
people
gets?
come in and they say, I want to go see the Bean.
high on the list.
Well,
I bet it is.
What's better, Buckingham Fountain or the Bean?
I would say
Buckingham Fountain's off half the time.
Yeah, but Buckingham Fountain's only on for like 3 months.
Matter.
Okay,
Doesn't
Michael
matter.
Jordan statue or the Bean?
The Bean.
Jordan
People.
statue.
Michael Jordan statue.
For us, the Jordan statue is a better attraction.
But more people go to the
More
Bean.
people go to the Bean.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
How about the polluted Chicago River or the Bean?
Oh,
I'm
polluted
taking
Chicago
the polluted
River.
Chicago River.
Oh, yeah, all
kayaking,
day.
Yeah,
kayaking in the Chicago River.
Make sure your skin doesn't fall
I
off.
always feel like they're adventurous, those people that actually kayak in the river. We'll grab some Bears calls coming up if you want to join us. Breaking down the early stages of free agency. It's
our clock discipline is off today.
That's all right. It's
Yeah, it's free agency.
It's Tuesday. It's free agency. Yeah, it's free agency.
And it's Chili Dog Tuesday.
It's the Catalina wine mixer. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Here comes the goal.
The Chicago Bears podcast. It drops daily on the ESPN Chicago app, and its rotating co-hosts make an essential pod for Bears fans. Join host Pat the Designer and company for the Chicago Bears podcast from ESPN Chicago. Your home for Chicago Bears content.
Yep. Hey, it's Jurko. March is college hoops month, and you need to be ready in case a watch party breaks out at your house. Corner Booth Pizza to the rescue. Corner Booth is real Chicago pub-style pizza. Carmen, it's cut into squares. We're talking crispy, thin crust, thick shredded cheese, and toppings stacked oh so high. We enjoyed 3 pies the other day here, and they were delicious.
They were good.
From classic pepperoni to barbecue chicken, spinach and mushroom, and my favorite, sausage and chardonnay. You could have stopped that sausage for me. Hooga! There's something for every craving. Flavor that satisfies the soul. Huddle up, grab a pie, and taste Chicago's original pub-style frozen pizza, the Corner Booth.
Chicago in the spring can be unpredictable. You never know which way you're adjusting your thermostat unless you have the right windows. With Window Nation, you can count on your home being comfortable regardless of the weather. Their windows are customizable and energy efficient. Expert installations take just 1 day, and Window Nation products are backed by a lifetime warranty. There's no better time to upgrade with Window Nation. In March, the more you buy, the more you save. Up to 50% off all window styles. So visit windownation.com and get a free consultation today.
This Sunday, it's the Chicago Wolves against their division rivals, the Grand Rapids Griffins.
The Wolves look good, and they've looked good now for the last half-dozen games.
With the playoffs on the horizon, you don't want to miss a second of Chicago Wolves hockey.
He scores!
And there's nothing more fun than family Sunday games. The Chicago Wolves take on the Grand Rapids Griffins at Allstate Arena this Sunday at 5 p.m. Get your tickets today.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
Rich Eisen here. For small businesses, every hire counts, and so does your time. Hiring can quickly become overwhelming, from sorting applications to figuring out who's truly qualified. That's where LinkedIn Hiring Pro helps. It streamlines the process so you can focus on connecting with the right candidates, not managing the noise. Hire right the first time. Post your job and get $100 off towards your job post at linkedin.com/Eisen. That's linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply.
ESPN is now the home of MLB.tv. If you have the ESPN Unlimited plan, you'll get a $15 discount on the 2026 seasonal MLB.tv package. And if you don't, no problem. When you sign up for MLB.tv, you'll receive a 1-month free trial of ESPN Unlimited. Cancel anytime without losing your MLB.tv access. Get in on the action at stream.espn.com/MLB.tv.
ESPN Unlimited auto renews at $29.99 per month after free trial unless canceled. Blackouts and other terms apply.
Why does buying a car have to feel like Game 7 pressure? It doesn't. What's up, it's Jay Hood. At Advantage Toyota in River Oaks, it's simple. Real numbers, no mystery math, and a team that respects your time. Imagine that. Respect. Go see the crew at Advantage Toyota River Oaks. Toyota, let's go places.
Carmen and Jurko live now on ESPN Chicago. The Advantage Dealer Group invites you to check out their podcast. It's on the ESPN Chicago app.
There most certainly is. Catch up on demand with the app. All the original programming that we have there. It's great. It is Carmen and Jurko, brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group, the destination for your next Chevy, Acura, Toyota, and now Cadillac, Buick, GMC, and Hodgkins. Find your Advantage at Advantage Dealer Group. Remember, tomorrow night is the return of Whiskey U for 2023. You can come hang with me downtown Plainfield at Barrel and Vine, 6:30 to 8:30 with Green River Bourbon. We're going to have the weeded, the foolproof. It's going to be fantastic, so make sure you swing by, get some great food, learn a little bit about Green River, one of the oldest DSPs in Kentucky from Owensboro. It's going to be a blast. We'll see you tomorrow for the return of Whiskey U in 2026. The NFL distributed 33 total compensatory picks for the draft yesterday. The Bears were not among the 4 teams to receive a third-round pick. Those went to the Vikings, Eagles, and Steelers via net loss free agency calculations, and to the Lions, who benefited from the league's diversity policy that rewards them for former defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn being hired as the Jets coach in 2025. Amazing. So is there a chance that the Bears still get one of these next year? Like, why didn't the Lions get that pick last year when Aaron Glenn was hired? Aaron Glenn was hired last January. Why didn't they get it in 2025?
Well, it's two. Did they not get one last year? Because it's two picks. It's 1 year and then the next
year,
picks.
one this year. Yeah.
There you go. That's right. All right, thank you. It's 2 picks. It's 2 third-rounders. That makes sense.
Yes.
So the Bears have no shot at this, huh? That's it? Like, have they ruled and that's it? There's no arbitration process?
None.
I don't get it. We've kind of sounded off on this. I don't understand why the league is being difficult in this situation. That's what it seems like. They're looking at some weird technicality. That's all it is. To say, no, you don't really deserve one. The Bears, I mean, by the spirit of the rule,
he got promoted.
And the Bears should get something in return because the league has created this system.
Right.
You came up with it. You created it. Like, I don't get why they're getting caught up in the language and the semantics of it. Like, what is it? Why is that fine print even in there? Like, what are they afraid of in terms of someone like gaming the system? It's not like some other team is sacrificing these picks. It's not like this is costing Atlanta picks.
No, the extra picks.
So you'd say, well, we don't want teams gaming the system. I don't understand it. I cannot.
How are you gaming the system if your guy is getting promoted?
I don't know. That's what I mean. Or are they worried about, like, what are they afraid of? What consequence are they afraid of that they felt like this language has to be put in, must be the lead decision maker? Oh, well, Matt Ryan's the president. He's not really in charge. No. This seems crazy to me.
Let me tell you a story. Kevin Harlan was on the other day. Bob Harlan passed away, unfortunately, age of 89. He was telling a story about when they were taking a look at Aaron Rodgers and what they were doing and how they were doing it. Ted Thompson told him, hey, Aaron Rodgers, that's the guy that we're taking a look at. We're thinking about drafting him. We're thinking about taking Aaron Rodgers. Well, they had an executive committee of 7. And, Bob's there, and he goes and he says, hey, we're thinking about taking, Aaron Rodgers. And the executive committee's like, no. I may have the story wrong. They did it, too, with Aaron Rodgers. It was with Favre when they said, it was with Favre in Atlanta. They went down and looked at him on the field. Ron Wolf said, we're going to take this guy.
Trade for him?
He went to his executive committee and said, hey, he goes, this is the plan. We're going to trade for a Brett Favre. And we're going to give up a first-round pick they got him in the second round last year, but we're going to give up a first-rounder because he wanted Brett Favre and he thought he was going to be a player. The executive committee said, it can't happen. It can't happen. Harlan stood up and goes, hey, he goes, we got this guy. We told him he had football making decisions. He was the final decision. We can't go and stop him from doing what he wants to do because you guys object to it.
Boy.
And I remember those 7 guys that were on there. You used to see them every once in a while when they'd gather. One of them was John Fabry, who was head of the Saranac Glove Company that was located up in De Pere, Wisconsin, or Green Bay. And he was one of those 7 members that were up there. He said, can't do this. You can't usurp the authority that I've given him by saying some executive committee can go ahead and run that down. In essence, the way it's made up around the league is sometimes the executive or the president is the guy that's got to sign off on it, whether you like it or not. The same way McCaskey had to sign off it sometimes when they were going to do something, or Ted Phillips had to sign off on it. Somebody's signing off on it when the general manager's making a decision. He's not doing it by himself, in isolation, in a room. At some point, he's notifying people that this is the move that they're going to do. And sometimes objections get raised. Sometimes questions get asked. That's the way it's supposed to be. The way they've got things in Atlanta, when Matt Ryan tells you, I'm not making the football decisions, I'm overseeing the football, I'm overseeing the organization. And football's a part of that organization, too. The guy that's making the decisions is this guy, Ian Cunningham. When he says that to the NFL, and Ian Cunningham says, this is what I'm doing, this is how we've got it set up, and the NFL ignores you, then what are you supposed to do? What can you do now?
I guess you can't do anything. I think it's...
And there's no arbitration because the guy that judges the arbitration is Roger Goodell.
I just think it's absurd. Yeah. This is within the spirit of this rule. You put this in place for a reason. You want to promote diverse hirings. This is exactly what happened. It is by any measure a promotion for Ian Cunningham. He went from being the assistant general manager to the general manager. He is getting more money in any walk of life. That is a promotion.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
The chain of command is still the chain of command.
That's right. And I see what you're saying, why you brought up that story. By the way, good thing Bob Harlan put his foot down.
He did.
Can you imagine the Packers never, because of an executive committee, never traded for Brett Favre?
Right.
I mean, think about that.
Yeah,
that's a crazy story.
Blair Keel would have been your quarterback the next year.
Magic Man and Blair Keel.
Yeah.
That's an incredible story.
Blair was a good player.
I didn't hear that.
A little long in the tooth. Harlan said it the other day. Kevin Harlan did it to talk about some of the stuff.
That's really
that was
something.
But
I can't get over this. I'm sorry. And, then to say, well, the Bears should have blocked him. And I think that would have been short-sighted on the Bears' part. And maybe even, I don't know if unfair, but I don't think they should have stopped Ian Cunningham from getting that chance. That's what this is supposed to be about. And I cannot wrap my head around.
You're supposed to promote it.
Yes.
Hey, look at what happened
what they're
here.
worried about and why this fine
Look at what
print
happened
is in
here.
there. Well, technically Matt Ryan's the president, so no, it doesn't count for you. It seems totally absurd to me. I guess this will be the last time we whine about it. We've done a lot of bitching and complaining about it, but I just think it's
So the Bears can't get like an arbitrator, or they can't get anything.
Like Jurko said,
that?
the guy that judges is Goodell.
That's it, huh?
That's it. They go in front of Goodell. They make their argument. They've already made their decision, and Goodell would just say the decision's been made. It's over.
That's bad.
Yeah, that's why John Gruden was suing the league.
It is bad.
Because they said you can't sue the league if you're an employee. Well, he goes, I'm not an employee. You fired me. I'm no longer an employee. Jeez. Oh, a little bit of a caveat. And that's why Gruden went in. They tried to throw the case out, but Gruden's going after Goodell for the stuff when he ended up getting fired when the emails were released to the Washington Commanders, let's call them.
Yes.
That's their name. Don't give me the cross-eyed look. Not when he was there, it wasn't the name. Not when he was there, it wasn't the name. Let's be honest with each other.
We'll be honest with each other.
It's like talking about Bob Feller and telling me he was part of the Cleveland Guardians. No, he's not.
Well, no.
No, he's not. Well, it's factual information, Carm.
It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Carmen and Jurko live now on ESPN Chicago. If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Advantage Dealer Group.
$2.4 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $2.4 million for a client who was injured in a train accident. Hey, it's Jurko, and I'm telling you, if you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for many years, I've had the opportunity to endorse many products and companies. And I've always felt it's important to choose companies that I believe in. I've never had the opportunity to endorse a company owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for 60 years. They've even taken care of some of my neighbors and close friends. When you need medical care, you want a doctor with the experience and skill set to help you. The same holds true when you need a lawyer. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for their clients through legal representation and consulting. They have over 60 years of experience and skill, serving over 40,000 clients for personal injury, auto accidents, truck accidents, wrongful death, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and all of your legal needs. Call my friends at the Verdoliak Law Group at 844-4VLG-LAW. That's 844-4VLG-LAW.
Save big on everything when you shop at Menards. Transform any room with window images, blinds, and shades. We have everything you need for updating your window treatments. We carry vinyl, aluminum, and faux wood blinds, cellular shades, and more. Plus, get them trimmed to width in-store for free. View our entire selection of window treatments today on Menards.com. Plus, check out our weekly flyer and find all the great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. In the market for a new car? Shop HawkAuto.com, where they buy more so you pay less. Check their massive inventory of over 2,000 vehicles. They buy in volume so you save in volume. Plus, get all rebates on top of the Hawk Auto volume discount. Save even more with 0% financing for 60 months, so make no payments for 90 days. With 12 convenient locations, your next car is closer than you think. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. HawkAuto.com. Financing on select models with approved credit.
It's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. Right now, Pella Windows and Doors of Greater Chicago and Northwest Indiana is offering 25% off windows and doors or 0% APR for 72 months. Some restrictions may apply. See store for details. Offer ends March 31st, 2026.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Need a haircut? With the Great Clips app, you can put your name on the list from anywhere and head to the salon when you're up next. Because getting a great haircut shouldn't mean putting your life on hold. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Another diving stop by Bobby Witt. Has he done it? You bet he has. Bobby Witt, dazzling for USA. Oh, my. And he cracks one. Diving stop at short by Witt. Across the diamond. That was impossible. Bobby Witt made it happen.
Back-to-back innings, Bobby Witt putting on a show last night. He also had a couple of hits, a double. You saw his speed on the bases. He is just incredible. Incredible. U.S. with a huge win against Mexico, putting themselves in control of the group. They do play Italy tonight. That Italy team is scrappy. I told you when it started.
Gritty.
Don't sleep on that Italian team.
Gritty.
I mean, a lot of these teams are good, too, because that Mexico team is all big leaguers. The whole outfield is all big leaguers.
It was essentially watching all-stars versus a regular major league team yesterday.
That's what it was. That whole outfield. That outfield was, Duran, Alec Thomas, who's a Chicago kid, who's from here, played at Mount Carmel, and Randy Arozarena, who defected from Cuba when he was young and has Mexican citizenship. That whole outfield is, and the Italian team's got a bunch of big leaguers on it, obviously, and so some of these teams are really good.
Sure.
But, U.S., Dominican, Japan, the creme de la creme, probably going to come down to one of those three. I think it's been great so far. I know we were texting about it a lot last night. I mean, I think people are into it and watching it. The U.S. team is loaded. Watching Skeens pitch is always a treat. He was dominant. 7 strikeouts, 1 hit in 4 innings. What Bobby Witt did, Roman Anthony, he had a base running gaffe. He had terrible base running. Early in the game, got thrown out at the plate, but made up for it with a 2-run bomb. Aaron Judge hit a 2-run opposite field home run. So, the stars are shining and the great players are playing well. And I think it's been a lot of fun to watch.
So when they beat Italy today,
they should. But they're already guaranteed. It's the top 2 go through, right? I think
it's the top 2. Did Italy? Italy and Mexico play tomorrow, right?
They play tomorrow.
So technically, they could all still go 3-1, 3-1, 3-1. The 3 teams: Mexico, Italy, and the United States, and tie. But the U.S.'s run differential is insane. They're going to go.
Yeah, they're going to go through.
Italy's not going to win. We know that.
No, I wouldn't think so. But I know that Italian team's pretty good. You see what they're doing in the dugout?
No,
they got an espresso maker in the dugout.
Oh, do they?
Yeah. But you can't be giving a guy who just hit a home run, God bless you, a hot shot of espresso. You got to let it cool down a little bit.
You got that right.
Like Jack Cagliano, somebody burned their mouth the other day. You got to be careful.
You got to be very
But they're
careful.
sipping on espresso in between innings.
But you don't need espresso. You don't drink it in the afternoon, right?
No, you don't drink cappuccino in the afternoon. You drink
You
espresso.
can have an espresso whenever you want.
Absolutely,
No,
anytime.
No cappuccinos?
No cappuccino after 11. At least
the
that's
rule.
the rule in Italy. Do what you want.
What's the cup of coffee they got in either Florence or Rome where you go up to the wall, the hole in the wall, and it's got like ice cream in it, and they put coffee over the
it's
top?
like,
What's that place
Root beer
called?
float.
It's not a root beer float. I don't know what it's
Excellent call. But it's with coffee and not soda pop.
Right, yeah. It's called, I'm trying to
You know
remember.
what I'm talking. And you just go to a hole in a wall.
Yeah.
You make the order and they put 2 cups out, and then you got
It's
2
not
cups
like coffee
of it.
Zabayon. That's where they put like the egg yolk in there. You ever
No,
see that?
yeah,
they put
but
the egg
yeah.
yolk and the sugar.
I haven't seen
That's
that.
an old school.
That's old school?
Like
Coffee Zabayon?
my grandpa would do that stuff. That's old school. You're putting coffee in an egg yolk.
I've never seen that.
Oh yeah.
Have you seen someone put cheese in their coffee?
Cheese? No, I've never seen that.
Yeah, that's
Where?
like a Hispanic thing. That's-
Really?
Yeah, they
I
do
have
that a
not
lot.
seen cheese in my coffee.
Boy, that sounds like a bizarre combination.
crazy
Cheese
combo.
and coffee.
Yeah.
Slap a slice in there. And
I mean, I guess
a creamy cheese,
tiramisu has got espresso in it, and it's mascarpone cheese.
Yeah, and ladyfingers.
And ladyfingers.
Oh, yeah.
I guess I've never seen like cheese put into a cup of coffee, though. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
The World Baseball Classic has been fun. I want to talk more about it later, too. We'll get back to some Bears conversation. We got some guys who want to talk Bears free agency. We're going to reset everything here coming up at the top of the hour. So sit tight if you want to jump in. 312-332-ESPN. Tom Thayer will join us in an hour. It's a Tuesday with Tom as we talk Bears. Carmen and Jurko back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Hey, it's Kap, and you know this about me. I don't put my name on just anybody. I only endorse the best. And that's why I recommend my friends at Automatic for HVAC for homes and businesses across Chicagoland. When the HVAC system isn't working, it becomes a problem fast. Automatic gets that. They're responsive, professional, and they do the job right the first time. From routine maintenance to emergency repairs, Automatic is there to keep your space comfortable. Call Automatic or visit Automatic.com. That's ATOmatic.com. And work with a team you can count on.
Hey guys, are you craving that legendary Chicago pizzeria taste without the wait or the price tag? Meet Connie's Frozen Pizza. Premium pizzeria-inspired pies from your freezer to your table. Oh, yeah. Born in Connie's restaurants, now in your freezer. Connie's brings that unmistakable flavor that says, I could have gone out, but why? Hosting, dodging cooking, or are you just hungry? The solution is Connie's. Find Connie's Frozen Pizza in your local freezer aisle. Connie's Frozen Pizza. Authentic Chicago taste without the pizzeria prices.
Hey, it's the good kid. When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. That's why I drive an Advantage Chevy. 3 locations. Chicagoland's covered. Boom. You want a Chevy? They got every Chevy. You want savings? Oh, yeah. They've got that too. And here's what matters most. Trust. When you walk into Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview, you're not getting the runaround. They respect your time. They respect your budget. They shoot you straight. Head to Advantage Chevrolet in Bridgeview and see what I'm talking about. Advantage Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
When your life turns upside down after an accident, you need an advocate like Wallner Law. I'm John Wallner, and for over 50 years, Wallner Law has fought for people just like you, injured, overwhelmed, and searching for answers. We don't just take cases, we take care of people, and we win for you. From car crashes to workplace injuries, Wallner Law stands by your side every step of the way. So call us today, 312-8-MILLION, and win with Wallner.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Early wave of free agency. The Bears have made some moves. I think one everybody really likes, and that's the Kobe Bryant signing. It could signal the end for the 2 safeties, the 2 starting safeties they had last year. This would be a good replacement if they are moving on. 3 years, $40 million, $25.75 million guaranteed. This young man thrived once Mike McDonald got there, and they moved him from the position he was playing when he was first drafted. He was playing some nickel and some corner, but as a safety the last couple of years, and a versatile one at that, he has thrived, whether that's coming down into the box, playing downhill, being physical, helping in the run game. He's been good there, and he's got 7 interceptions the last couple of seasons, and this year he was top 3rd in the NFL amongst all safeties with a PFF coverage grade of 67.2. So good ball skills, can kind of be that center fielder if need be, can be physical and help in the run game. I thought that was a real good signing. Some of the other ones, maybe a little bit more head-scratching. Devin Bush is a super athlete. He's coming off his best year and is still a relatively young player. But are they any better than they were a few days ago before they cut Tremaine Edmonds? It's a little less money. I guess why they did it. But it was I wasn't expecting off-ball linebacker to be something that they threw a little bit of change at in the first day of free agency. But the Bears have always been good for that. Like, they've surprised us sometimes. Like, I didn't expect them to spend money on DeAndre Swift a couple years ago.
Right.
Now, Swift was a very useful player for them last year and is probably going to have to be one again this year. Maybe Bush will be the same thing.
But going into last year, everybody was critical of DeAndre Swift.
Yeah, they were.
Everybody was critical of their running back room.
But we knew what the bigger issues were
Yeah.
when it came to the
Yes.
Bears' inability, to run the ball in 2024.
The offensive line. They revamped 3/5 of their offensive line, and then all of a sudden they were better at running the football.
So what do you guys think about what they have done? Underwhelmed, okay with it, waiting for more? I just don't know how much more is going to happen. There's not a ton of cap space. Ryan Poles told you that, and I'll play it again just so we can reiterate. He kind of gave you a little bit of he dropped a few little hints at the Combine when he talked about free agency just a few weeks ago.
Yeah, we'll be active. It'll just be in a different space of free agency. We'll have pretty strict guardrails on what we can and can't do, and that dictates what the next move is. We'll also be opportunistic in any trades with the guys coming or going. So if there's anyone coming in that maybe has a bigger contract, then that'll create another set of transactions that got to happen to make sure that we're in a good spot cap-wise.
Pretty strict guardrails. He told you. We'll be exploring trades. He told you. Now, they didn't think they were going to have to trade for a center. Maybe they had an idea at the Combine. It sounds like Courtney told us, remember last week, they had an inkling, and they were trying to talk Dahlman into playing at the Combine. So they had an inkling, maybe. They went out and they traded DJ Moore, and they got a draft pick. They traded for a center because they had to. They've got pretty strict guardrails. I don't know if we're going to get anything super sexy and splashy. The splashiest thing is probably going to be this Kobe Bryant deal, which, again, I do think is a good one.
They also haven't relinquished his rights either, Drew Dahlman. Like, he retires, that's fine. But the Bears haven't released
so he can't
their rights to him.
You wouldn't do that.
That way he doesn't change his mind and say, hey, I'm coming back. I'm just going to go wherever I'm at. Yeah. When he turns 38, you'll see a small blurb in the paper where in the thing that the Chicago Bears have relinquished the rights to Drew Dahlman.
11 years from now.
Yeah. Well, when you know he can't play.
When he can't play
then you can go ahead and do it.
312-332-3776. How do you guys feel about what they've done so far? And a real simple question. Are they better on paper now as compared to when the season ended or just a few weeks ago? They might not be.
And
that doesn't mean you can't still fix some things.
If they are, it's incrementally. It's not a massive jump.
No.
It's just a little toe hop. That's it.
Al is in Lamont. What's up, Al?
Hey, guys. Good job, by the way. Two things. Real quick before I get into the draft. Ryan Poles came to the Bears. Chiefs got 2 picks, comp picks, and we had a president of operations. So I feel like there's some shenanigans going around, and it might have to do with the whole stadium issue with Kevin Warren and Goodell. Maybe they don't see eye to eye. Just a theory. Anyway.
Man, I don't know, Al. That's who knows. It's still. I can't get over it though. I really can't. It's such a bizarre, crazy thing to me.
It's so silly. But back to the draft. I mean, I'm okay with that. I feel like the Bears are really planning ahead, like a year or two from now, and that's why we're not going to see these big splashy moves. Next year, you're gonna have probably about $75 million available to you if you move a few guys. Adangbo, Jarrett, Grady Jarrett, and Sweat are 3 guys. You restructure Jalen Johnson, and then now you got money because you got to pay Darnell Wright, and then a year after that, that's where the money has to be spent. So
Sure.
I feel like they're planning a year or two ahead right now. So that's why we're not seeing splashy moves, which I'm okay with, dude. Trey Hendrickson's not worth $30 or $40 million. He's asking for $40 million a year now.
Yeah,
I read that's just ridiculous, dude. Yeah. So I'm okay with what the Bears are doing. We still have draft picks. They're gonna go young, and cheap. And hopefully they can develop these guys, and that'll be the telltale sign of where we're at in the next 2 years.
Thanks, Al. Appreciate the phone call. Yeah, remember, they have 4 picks now in the top 89. That's pretty good draft capital to have.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it really is. You can get stuff done there in those
you
first
don't have
couple
a
of days.
premium pick, but you're going to get 4 quality players.
Yeah. In the top 90, you should be able to. David's in St. Louis. What's up, David?
Hey guys, I love your show. So I'm all right with what we've kind of done so far. I would have loved to have got Max Crosby, but not at the price. But usually I've been doing mock drafts usually around in October for the Bears. This year I had the luxury not doing them until the end of the right time to do them.
Right.
And I'm wondering, I think there's 2 ways they might do things with our extra second pick. They might trade up with one of those picks to move up into like the 15 to 18 range. The guy, I think Keldrick Falk as an edge, and then draft a nice, I think a guy from Texas Tech, Lee Hunter, as a tackle.
Yeah.
But they also can maybe even drop back in the first round and kind of move 2 picks to get like, I've done some mocks where I've gotten picks at 30 and 32, and we get 2 young one defensive tackle, 1 defensive edge, and we get that extra year because they're first rounds. And I'm wondering if you guys have any thoughts about some of those guys, like I think Cassius Howell or T.J. Parker from
I like
Clemson
T.J.
are some
Parker.
good edges.
I like Parker. I like his
TJ
teammate as
Parker,
well.
if you
I
have
like Peter Woods. I like both the kids at Clemson, actually. I like Peter Woods a lot. David, thank you. He's already thinking. He's got his mock drafts working, and he's wheeling and dealing, moving up. They're armed with another...
A little early for mock drafts.
No, a little early. What do you mean? The
Well,
draft is in 6 weeks.
I've got to let free agency settle down. I've got to let the dust settle with free agency.
There's like 400 mock drafts out there.
You just said it. There's 6 weeks until the draft. I mean, I don't take a Blue Chew when I'm 6 weeks away from getting it. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry. That's not how it works.
That Blue Chew acts fast, though, right?
Yeah,
So
Blue Chew Gold, Carmen.
Bam.
It's the new stuff.
That's the new stuff? Really?
I'm telling you.
Is it an actually gold? Is it an actual gold pill?
Like a hammer. No. Like a hammer. Not like a rock, like a hammer.
You can hang wet towels from it?
Yes, you can.
Speaking of St. Louis, is anybody watching the new HBO series DTF St. Louis with David Harbour and Jason Bateman?
I have not yet.
What is this called?
What's it on?
DTF St. Louis.
Why is it called that?
Do you know what DTF is?
I'm aware of what it is, yeah.
That's why it's called that. It's pretty good, I gotta say. Murder mystery. But it's pretty good.
How does a murder mystery have that name?
Because he tells him in the first episode about the app, DTF St. Louis. So that's what they called it.
Well, I don't know what the hell DTF stands for, so I'm saying.
I think you've got to be a little bit younger to know what that is. That's a younger person's term.
Thank heavens.
I think those of us who are older weren't exactly sure. I know Waddle wasn't sure either. Is that commonly known, Jack, amongst young people?
I mean, it's not really a used one, I would say, very often.
Are there apps like that? I mean, I'm assuming there are.
I mean, there's apps.
We can't say you guys if you're a little older and you're like, wait, I don't know what it is either. Don't be embarrassed. I think a lot of us that are older were like, wait, what is that acronym?
We'll just throw
you
it
can
out
just
there.
look it up.
It's kind of a dirty term.
Of course.
So we can't say it on air.
Well, it's down to something. Figure it out.
Yeah,
there you go. I mean, now people can figure it out.
It could be anything.
So
I mean,
the app,
there's dating apps. I don't know if there's one named this.
It's pretty good. And it's one of these sort of like non-linear. It kind of bounces around. So like you get a big reveal at the end of the first episode and it's retelling the story.
It's similar to Ashley Madison.
Yes.
How about that?
Yes.
Thank you.
You can say the first 2 words.
Yeah, he already has.
Down 2, down 2, and then like figure it out, yeah. But it's pretty good. I mean, powerhouse cast. Richard Jenkins is in it. Jason Bateman, David Harbour.
Yeah.
The one of the women in it is I don't know who she's familiar. I don't know her name.
Linda Cardinelli.
That's it. Thank you. You'll know her when you see her. you'll go, oh, yeah, I know that actress. It's pretty good. The first 2 episodes are out. I heard Waddle and Silvy talking about it, and I saw the previews. I saw the trailers on HBO, so I watched the first one Sunday, and then the second episode dropped Sunday night, so I watched the second one too after that. Anyway, that's all because David was calling us from St. Louis.
Maybe it was David Harbour.
He's great. I love him.
Oh yeah, Hopper.
Hopper from he's fantastic.
Stranger Things.
From Stranger Things.
He's also in my favorite Christmas movie of all time.
Yeah,
Violent Night.
Violent Night.
Oh,
he plays Santa in Violent Night.
He does.
He's terrific.
Kris Kringle.
And he's very good in this, as you would expect. He's just really talented. He's very, very good in this.
Very skilled.
Yeah.
Also the bad cop in
Equalizer.
Equalizer.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's right. Yeah.
Also the bad cop in Equalizer.
He's a great actor. He's good in everything he does. You walk away and you're like, oh, yeah, that guy, David Harbour, he's really good.
He plays the Black Widow's father, Scarlett Johansson's father, too, in the Black Widow.
See, those I haven't seen.
I've seen a lot of those.
Yeah.
Thunderbolts now. He's in all the new ones.
Is that right?
Yeah, he's going to be one of the new Avengers.
He's very good. Jay is in Benton Harbor, Michigan. What's up, Jay?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Yes, I love that show, DTF. Thanks for bringing it up.
It's been
And
good
the
so
Aspen
far.
reference is amazing.
Right?
Hey, look, I like what we've done, but I'm not overwhelmed. You got to put it in the context of we got a lot of holes to fill. I think we have 20 players from last year's roster that aren't coming back or potentially not coming back. Yet we have little cap space. You got to be able to fill every position. You can't go on the field with 40 players unless you got a bunch of, 1930s two-way players, which I don't think we've got. And we're hamstrung by what happened last year with some of these overpayments for some of the defensive linemen. So the last thing I'll say, guys, I don't know what's happening behind the scenes. Are we going to get a 2 for Bagent that then maybe you trade 2s and switch up? I'm just saying, we don't know what's happening.
Yeah.
So I'm going to trust in the process. I agree with everybody that's called in. I agree with all your points. I'm not overwhelmed, but how could we expect to be overwhelmed with the little cap space we had and all the holes we have to fill?
Yeah, it's a good point, Jay. I think that's well said. We can be a little underwhelmed and still, think that this can be a productive offseason, especially if the draft pays dividends. We won't know that for a little while, unfortunately. That's just the way it goes. But last year's class already helped them to an 11-win campaign. Can they do it again? Maybe this time on the defensive side of the ball. So while we're overwhelmed, it's still pretty early in the process. As far as Bagent going for a 2, I don't know that that's happening, you guys. Let's talk about what the Case Keenum re-signing and what the Braxton Jones re-signing mean for this offense coming up next. I want to ask Jurko a few things about that. 312-332-ESPN. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
The CDGA Golf Show. It's the biggest names in golf, and it's the best news and information about Chicago golf. Host Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky are your starters for the golf weekend. The CDGA Golf Show, Saturday mornings at 9 on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Jurko, buying or leasing a car is a pretty big decision. What's the first thing you want to know?
Well, I want to know that I'm not getting the old runaround.
That's right. Nobody likes the old runaround, all right? Trust matters, Jurko.
That's why we roll with the Advantage Dealer Group. It doesn't matter the brand. Chevy, Toyota, Acura, Cadillac, Buick, GMC, they've got it.
Whether you want something sporty or refined,
or rugged like the good kid, like Johnny Handsome here. Bottom line, Advantage has the lineup.
They've got the lineup and they've got the people.
And that's the difference right there.
So check them out online. Find a location that works for you.
Find your Advantage at Advantage Dealer Group.
The United States has the worst rate of mothers dying in childbirth than any country in the developed world. While countries like the UK and France have seen a 20 to 30% decrease in deaths over the past decades, the number of mothers dying in the U.S. has almost tripled since 1987. That means in our country, more mothers die during childbirth than in places like Kazakhstan and Libya. To make matters worse, the CDC reports that 60% of these deaths were preventable. Considering the advancements in medicine, you'd think that deaths would have decreased. But NPR reports that hodgepodge protocols continually turn treatable complications into lethal killers. In addition, many doctors doctors specializing in maternal fetal medicine are able to complete their training without ever stepping foot in a baby delivery unit. And finally, because you're relying on statements and records from doctors, nurses, and staff, many times the truth is camouflaged in complicated medical terminology. You need a law firm who has been uncovering the truth in medical negligence cases for almost 60 years. Call the Verdoliak Law Group at 844-4VLG-LAW.
Hey, it's Kap. Spring is almost here, and you know what that means for some of you. Sinus pressure and allergies kicking in. Don't just live with it. Reach out to my people at Sinus and Snoring MD. If you're dealing with congestion that won't go away, snoring that's keeping everyone up, or waking up tired even after a full night's sleep, Sinus and Snoring MD can offer real solutions. Step into spring clear, rested, and energized by calling 847-545-0147 or visit sinusandsnoringmd.com.
Smalls here. Did you know there are many ways to do your taxes with H&R Block? You can go to a local office and get expert help in person, or you can choose virtual tax prep and get expert help without leaving home. Or you can even do them yourself online with live human help standing by. Whatever you choose, you can file with confidence, having H&R Block's 70-plus years of tax expertise in your corner. Switch today and file your way at hrblock.com.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Is your HVAC cranking but your home still uncomfortable? Window Nation keeps your home comfortable no matter the weather. In March, the more you buy, the more you save. Up to 50% off all window styles. Visit windownation.com to schedule your free consultation today.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Jurko64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
I wish I could read what's happening on the text chain right now, but I won't.
Go ahead. Let's see. Read it.
I won't.
Is this the DTF stuff still?
Oh, my God. I'll keep it in-house.
Yeah, do whatever
Silvy
you want.
can joke about it later if he wants to.
Yeah.
Not all of us knew what that was.
No,
I had no idea. Like Big Cat knew. At least he said he knew.
Yeah.
Maybe he just didn't want to. But how old's Big Cat? Like 42?
Yeah,
so he might be young enough to know.
I don't have HBO Max.
No, it's HBO Max is, I'd say, worth it. It's all getting expensive these days. You know, we just keep, and they subtly raise your prices. You know, they just all of a sudden, no, your subscription's going from $12.99 a month to $14.99 a month. You know, they just kind of work it in there, but there's some good stuff on there. They've got a pretty good catalog. The thing is, HBO's got such a good catalog of old shows, too. Like, if you want to watch Curb or Sopranos or one of these days. Game of Thrones. One of these days, I have to watch The Wire. I mean, I'm shocked that I still have never gotten around to The Wire. And people tell me I'm crazy. They're like, Carm, that's insane that you've never watched it. Like, I need to do that, and it's on HBO, so I can.
Sit down. You've got a couple days coming off, right? You got to sit down and watch it.
I know. I just have to, like, sit down and start watching The Wire. I mean, everybody says it's awesome.
Quit working out. Sit down and don't work out.
You can do both. I mean,
no, actually, you can't.
Yes, you can.
Not if you're going to dedicate a whole day to it.
All right, maybe you're right.
Of course.
Maybe I'll take a day off of working out and just watch The Wire.
You got a couple days coming up.
Yes.
I'm going to miss you.
I'm going to miss you. Jurko and I aren't going to see each other much after this week for like a week. Because I'm gone a couple days, and you're gone in Pinehurst next week. Are you
gone Friday and Monday?
Friday and Monday, yeah.
This Friday?
Yes, this Friday.
Again?
What do you mean again?
You just took a Friday or a Monday off a couple weeks ago.
What are you counting?
Well, I did because I work with somebody else. Then I know that I'm not working with you.
I am again.
So I am
Friday
counting
and Monday. I'm going to miss you next week.
Where are you going? Vegas?
No, I'm not going. I'm going to Miami for a couple days.
Sweet
man.
Miami. I got a nice restaurant down there you should go to.
All right, put it down.
Wait, are you going to the World Baseball Classic games?
I am. No, I wasn't planning on a check.
They're in Miami.
Yeah, they are.
At the end of the week.
That's not going to happen. I'm going Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I'm not going to the World
Wait a
Baseball
minute.
Classic.
What's going on?
Nothing's going on. My girlfriend are going to Miami. I don't think she's going to be like, yeah, let's go to the World Baseball Classic.
Why not?
Going to Miami together?
Yeah, we're going to Miami.
It's a romantic spot, Carm.
Stop it.
I'm just saying it's a romantic spot.
Don't be ridiculous.
Am I wrong or am I mistaken?
You're going to Miami.
It's going to be cold here. You're in
during
Miami.
the World Baseball Classic, where the USA could be playing the Dominican Republic or Japan or one of the great, essentially an all-star game, and you're not going to go?
If I were going to be down there by myself, I would.
You'd be down there with Jan Hammer?
But I want to sit on the beach, man. You go to Miami this time of year, I need a little
You gonna be
vitamin
on
D.
South Beach? You gonna be on? So you staying at Cleveland there?
No, not the Cleveland.
Oh man, good times.
You know what I like down there? The Fountain Blue. That's a great hotel. The Fountain Blue. Phenomenal.
You want me to give you the dog? I'll give you the dog's number.
All right. No, I'm not going to see
Dirty
the
dog.
we just talked to the dog last week.
Come on. You just got the dog on the line. He played with Urlacher in the Pro Football Hall of Fame Classic down there.
I like the music.
Clark, you're not strategizing here.
No, you're not. But Jack,
this is what you do.
I got to be honest. I don't have much interest in going to those guys. As much as I love baseball,
you want to sit in the sun. You want to sit in the sun.
Jack doesn't know me well enough yet.
Yeah.
Jack, I hate the winter. Okay.
Okay.
I hate no, and I don't think you understand.
He wants to move to West Palm Beach.
I hate it. I've lived here my whole life, and every year it gets harder. You'd think you'd get used to it.
Yeah.
Every year that I get older, it gets harder and harder for me to get through January, February, March, April. Yeah. I loathe it. I need one weekend getaway this time of year every year. It's usually Vegas or Miami. And I love baseball. I love it. I want to take, at some point, I'd like to take my son to to Florida or Arizona to do a little spring training. I would like to do that. Going to Miami this weekend with my lady friend, I'm not going to go to the World Baseball Classic. I'm just going to be honest.
She's my lady.
That's not happening.
Oh man,
it's just not.
Come see
me, and I won't miss it. I don't feel like I'm missing out on anything.
Come see me in the office before you leave.
Isn't a girlfriend different from a lady friend?
The same thing.
Yurko's
turn.
The same thing?
Yurko's turn is the one
friend.
I prefer.
It's
lady
identical.
friend.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
I know what you're saying.
I'm with Jay Moore.
I say girlfriend, lady friend. I say them, they're the both to me.
Oh, okay.
To me, that's what they mean.
Yeah, I thought they were different.
They may mean something like this lady just happens to be
the
a
only
friend.
person I've ever heard say it is Jurko, and I love it.
Means that she's getting a little vitamin C. You know what I'm saying? In Carmen's sake. My sake, it's vitamin J.
Yeah, so I'm not.
Vitamin D.
I'm not gonna do it.
That's what some do. If your name was David, that work out perfectly.
And I'm not even.
Did you get my motif or Dion? Or Devin?
All I'm thinking about are palm trees, and 80-degree weather, and cocktails,
and nighttime,
and and dinner. That's it. I'm not thinking about baseball.
Are you a mojito guy? You drink a little mojitos?
I love mojitos.
What's Cuba Libre? What is that?
Cuba Libre is just Coke and rum and Coke.
Oh, just rum and Coke?
Not that kind of Coke.
Yeah,
I know we're in Miami.
Carm. I'm like, what the hell's going on?
Not that kind of Coke. No.
Crazy.
None of
and
that.
That's how it goes.
Put it on the pinky.
Yeah.
No kidding. Carm's got a pinky nail when he goes down there.
Only in Miami.
Like
snip.
Yeah, it looks like a torpedo.
No, I mean, I do like those mojitos. I do like those mojitos. The problem is you get carried away with those. Before you know it, you've had 3 and you're on your ass.
I got to now Fort Lauderdale's a long way. You're in Miami.
Yeah,
I'm
not going to Fort Lauderdale.
You're in Miami.
I'm literally not leaving. I'm not leaving a 12-block radius.
All right, I'm going to give you the name of this restaurant. All right, not now, off the air. We don't want to promote it. We don't get any cash for it, that kind of thing. And go there and get yourself some good food.
It's like South Beach, Miami Beach, right there?
In there. I mean, you might have to take a cab. God forbid you get an Uber or something. You might have to travel 3 miles.
Yeah.
2 miles down there.
That's not bad.
I'll show it to you during the break. You're going to Miami on me.
I am.
Nasty.
You're going to Pinehurst next week.
No
I'm going to miss you.
No, you're a Cade. You and your gal pal. Do you, my lady friend, do we want to go down there? Nothing? Could have had a ball down there.
You're going to be gone in a week.
I get it. This is just out of the blue. You planned it, right?
Yeah.
All right, I get it. I understand. Don't worry. I don't feel slighted at all.
I'm going to have Tony ask the question, and then we can talk about it. Because I was going to ask you. Tony on the South Side. Go ahead, Tony.
How come we're paying Case Keenum when we believe Bagent is our number 2? He's cheaper Why are we keep paying a third-string quarterback, a practice squad guy? I mean, we're not going to get better than a fourth round for him. So that's a waste of cap space right there.
Well, Bagent makes more, first of all. Bagent makes more than Keenum because the extension kicks in this year, right? So he'll make a little bit more.
It's Bagent.
It's Bagent. Okay. Tony, but I'm glad you brought up Keenum.
Yeah, his base salary is $4 million. Signing bonus is a half, so that's cap. Workout bonus is $250. His cap hit, Bagent's $4,750.
He makes more than Keenum.
Yes, he does.
Keenum is paid a little bit more than what a vested veteran of his status would make. You know, I don't even know if it's 2 full times, maybe right about that. And they obviously like the room enough that they want him to be a part of it again. I was going to ask you the questions. Tony brought it up, and I think a lot of people were wondering, does this mean they are floating Bagent? I don't think it does. I think they'll still listen to calls if people call about Bagent, but I don't think they're trying to trade him.
I don't think they've turned off anything. If somebody wants to ask and make an offer, they can call, make an offer. And I don't think that's an issue for them. He's making what, $2.5 million?
Yes. Yeah, that's...
They're just trying to keep the
guys.
QB room
That's
sound.
nothing. Yes, exactly.
I mean, it's peanut. Yeah, it's $1.2 million, but you know, are you telling me you got to do that 10 times to get 12.5, and that's going to bring Hendrickson in? No,
of course
it's not going to bring Hendrickson in. So listen, you've got to pay guys.
Yeah.
You know, minimum salaries are minimum salaries.
Like Jay Moore just said, I think they want to keep that room together, ideally.
Yeah,
if
the quarterback room.
If somebody calls and offers a third-round pick for Bagent, they'll take it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's gone.
Oh, yeah.
And they'll feel like, okay, Keenum can be the backup, and they'll add an emergency guy. But as it was constructed last year, and as they look ahead to this year, I think their preferences run it back. And it's really a small amount of money when you think about it, relatively speaking, for their backup and their third string guy. And they value that room and the three of them together, and they're going to bring them all back unless they get an offer that's too good to pass up. And I would think, does that mean anything? Certainly any third or second rounder they would take, right? I mean, they'd be crazy to not take a second or a third rounder for Tyson Bagent. They'd be crazy not to.
Yeah, you'd take
probably
that.
even
Absolutely.
a fourth and a fifth. They might say,
absolutely.
Well, we'll hold on to him.
I'm reading something that says the Chargers are interested in Hendrickson.
Yeah, Chargers
in
in Tampa.
Would you be happy if that happened?
You keep saying that.
You're a Chargers fan. You're a closet Chargers fan.
I'm a Padres fan, not a Chargers fan.
You're a Padres fan and a Chargers fan because you love their quarterback. You love Herbert.
I do love Herbert.
Yeah, he's your guy.
But I don't like...
In the afternoons when the Bears are done playing, where your attention goes where?
To the late window.
To the Chargers. To the Chargers. You know you got an affinity for the powder blue.
I've had an affinity for those uniforms for a long time. And, of course, watching Phillip Rivers...
Yes.
Be down 3, leading his team and throwing a pick on the 20-yard line.
I'm glad you could be honest with yourself. It's about time.
We're a little off track today, but I will throw out there, powder blue uniforms are the best uniforms in all of sports.
See,
North
Jack?
Carolina, Marquette when they wear the powder blues, the Chargers in the powder blues. I love the Cubs powder blues. Powder blues are the best uniforms in sports.
Now we're seeing things the same way, through the same lens. The Phillies baby blues are the best uniforms you're going to come across. The Blue Jays, the Chargers, Carolina blue. Carolina blue is almost like a slightly different shade than powder blue, isn't it, Jack? Or is it close enough?
It's close.
Close.
It's close.
But the Phillies, the Blue Jays, the Chargers, the Cubs have a pretty good powder blue too. He's right. Those are the best uniforms. I'm a sucker for those powder blues. Sometimes the Royals bust it out. So I'm with you. I don't know why I'm such a sucker for that color and those uniforms, but I think they always look great.
So, Carm, when are you leaving Miami?
I'm going late Thursday. Yeah.
I like it.
Jack, he's beside himself.
Yeah.
This is what you do. You go into Danny's office. You go into Danny's office and you say, Danny, I'm already in Miami. You don't even have to pay for airfare.
Now I'm in a war.
But give me no. But give me Tuesday also, and I'll go cover the World Baseball Classic. Boom, extra day in Miami for you.
I'm coming back late Sunday. I just took Monday off because I have some stuff to do. And
then take Monday and Tuesday to cover the World Baseball Classic. Boom,
get him to
2
pay for the
extra
trip.
days in Miami.
And he pays for the trip.
Japan is playing Saturday night at Lone Depot Park. Can you imagine? Let's go see Shohei play at Lone Depot Park. Can you imagine?
I can't
Hey,
imagine.
come on, let's go over to Lone Depot Park on a Saturday night in Miami.
I can imagine that, Carl.
You get like 60 hours down here. Let's go spend 3 at Lone Depot Park. No, that ain't happening. Brunch Rush is coming up next.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Spring training baseball. Join us for White Sox versus Cubs. Friday at 3 on the home of the White Sox. ESPN Chicago.
Hey, it's Jurko. March is College Hoops Month, and you need to be ready in case a watch party breaks out at your house. Corner Booth Pizza to the rescue. Corner Booth is real Chicago pub-style pizza, cut into squares. We're talking crispy thin crust, thick shredded cheese, and toppings stacked oh so high. From classic pepperoni to barbecue chicken, spinach and mushroom, and my favorite, sausage and jardiniere. There's something for every craving. Flavor that satisfies the soul. Huddle up, grab a pie, and taste Chicago's original pub-style frozen pizza, the Corner Booth.
Believe in a world of wellness. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is lighting the way on your health and wellness journey, always helping you write your own story. As your one local trusted partner for nearly a century, Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois ensures the widest access to the best affordable care, where you need it, when you need it. This is David Kaplan. I am proud to partner with Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois because they keep you at the center of everything they do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
Get the last roof you'll ever need with steel roofing from Menards. Steel roofing provides your home with the best protection from wind, hail, and fire. Choose from 29 stylish colors to enhance your home's appearance. Available in cut-to-length panels that cover a large area for a fast installation. Shop our selection of roofing products today. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
Progressive knows there's no one more important to your team than your pet. They're like your top draft pick.
And it looks like Chuck has selected Pepper the Corgi. Bold pick there, Deborah.
Yeah, Red Pepper has a high ceiling for sure, but he does have a tendency to bark at every tree.
Yeah, he brings a lot to the table, but also takes a lot off of it, especially when it's been left near the edge.
Nothing left to do now but suit him up for the dog park.
Protect your top draft pick from injury and illness with Progressive Pet Insurance. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations. Covered subject to policy terms.
Harry Douglas here. I don't wait for birthdays to celebrate. I grab Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy. It tastes like rich vanilla birthday cake with buttery funfetti goodness. Seriously, it's unapologetically extra in the best way. And it's sugar-free, so I get all that cake flavor without the guilt. It's tiny, portable, and ready for whenever I need a quick boost. I keep one with me because you never know when you'll need a little party energy. The Funfetti flavor is back on 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon. Crack open a Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy shot today.
When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. Advantage Chevrolet. 3 locations. Chicagoland's covered. You want a Chevy? They've got it. You want savings? Oh, yeah. Most important, trust. No runaround. They shoot you straight. Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview. Together, let's drive.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. If you miss something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. This is Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Oh, yes. This has got to be one of the movies that is on the list for Jack this spring and summer.
The original.
The original.
The original.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is one of those songs that got really, really popular after. I mean, not like Ghostbusters popular, but it was pretty popular. Can Jack name the movie? What do we think? I'm saying minus 200, no.
So I know the song.
Oh, you do?
It's by Axel F, right?
Called Axel.
It's called Axel F.
Yeah.
And it's
because it's the main character in the movie.
And it's about.
If I give you the character's full name, do you think you'll get the movie?
That is an Axel Foley.
Axel Foley.
See, I know.
Ahmel. Cover it up. It's not sexy.
What are you doing with this?
Beverly
this is not sexy.
Hills Cop.
That's
it just
pretty
came
good.
to me.
It just came to you, or you looked it up, or Jay Moore told you?
No, it just came to me.
No, I think we're doing scenes from the movie, and it came.
I've never seen it. I just know the song.
It is from Beverly Hills Cop.
What's his name? Bronson Pinchot. Oh, his little 3 minutes he had in that movie were fantastic.
The producers tell the story. I mean, nobody knew who he was.
Nobody.
And Eddie Murphy couldn't believe how funny he was. He said he couldn't get through.
That, Ramon went to the clinic today, and I found out that I have herpes simplex 10.
Herpes simplex 10.
Mr. Victor Maitland. I'd like to speak to Mr. Victor Maitland. Maybe I should. That would be best.
Eddie Murphy was throwing 100 in every movie he did in that.
He was throwing smoke. Trading places, throwing smoke.
They say nobody knew who Bronson Pinchot was, and he came out and he was unbelievable. And Eddie Murphy couldn't believe how funny he was.
Yeah.
They couldn't get through the scene. So good. All right, Jack. Brunch Rush Us. It's brought to you, as always, by our friends and partners at the Village of Elmwood Park. From first-class events to unforgettable food, Elmwood Park is where community and flavor come together. Once you're here, you get it. Where are we starting, Jack?
With the Detroit Lions, because they haven't made a lot of moves in free agency. They signed Larry Borum. They picked up a center who's nothing special.
They needed it, right?
They needed it because Glasgow's gone. Decker's gone. They lost a lot in that defense.
They lost Anzalone.
They lost Amik
Robertson.
Robertson.
They would. They lost Robertson.
I think they've missed their window.
Oh, boy.
They are going to have to pay Jahmyr Gibbs next year. They're going to have to pay Jack Campbell next year. Jared Goff isn't getting any younger.
All right, here's
Jamison Williams is going to have to be paid soon. I think they didn't look good with the brain drain last season. I'm concerned that Jared Goff, without an elite offensive line, and we're seeing decline in this offensive line, isn't going to be able to handle it. And I think they're going to take another step back this year, meaning they will have missed this championship window.
You might be right. I still think they're awfully talented, and I think there are a lot of blue chip players. Remember we were just doing this exercise with the Bears, how many blue chippers? Okay, Penei Sewell's a blue chipper.
Blue chipper.
Amon-Ra St. Brown is a blue chipper.
Blue chipper.
I mean, we might not love the position, but Jahmyr Gibbs is a blue chipper.
He is.
Is Jamison Williams a blue chipper or no? He's probably
no. I wouldn't say so.
Below? Is he like one of those gold ones, like Jurko said, that's maybe turning into a blue? Hutchinson's a blue chipper. Brian Branch is a blue chipper, but he tore his Achilles late in the year, so that's not good. I don't know when he'll be back, but Brian Branch is a blue chipper. Is Arnold a blue chipper? Probably close.
He's on the Jurko scale.
Yeah, like he's close.
He's close.
I think. Maybe I'm overselling him a little. Lions fans, you guys could correct me if I'm getting out ahead of my skis a little bit on Arnold, but they got a lot of blue chippers.
They got a lot of quality players.
And I didn't even mention Jared Goff. Like I don't think Jared Goff's a blue chipper, but he's proven to be a good quarterback for them.
Yeah.
So I would say, Jack,
I'd say they still have 2 years into that window. I
still think they're in a window.
2-year window.
And I think the last place schedule will benefit them a little bit this next year.
I believe it will.
And I think the Lions bounce back to being an 11 or 12 win team back in the playoffs.
Jared Goff's cap hit the next 3 seasons. $69 million this season.
Nice.
$54 million the next season, and $61 million the season after that. And they're going to have to pay their young guys. I get it. They have the talent, and maybe their schedule's a bit easier this year. You never know once you get into it. I just feel like this is a team that's going to continue to get worse. Another team that I think is getting worse too, which is good for the Bears, the Green Bay Packers. They've moved on from a few guys here in free agency. My overarching point is the only team right now that's getting a little bit better, and it's going to be because of the quarterback situation, is the Vikings. I think every other team in the NFC North, acquisition-wise, is getting a little bit worse here.
Well, none of them have been major players here till this point. That's the amazing thing, right? Like, I still think this is going to be a very tough division. I don't think the Packers are going to be demonstrably worse.
Yes. You finished 2-4 in your division. Maybe it's thank heavens that everybody's getting worse. Maybe you'll be able to compete within your own division now. Maybe that's what's happening, what's going on.
Any update on what the Vikings are going to do with quarterback? Like, I don't think Kyler Murray's a fit, but it sounds like there's some smoke there.
Well, Tua's off the table. He's going to Atlanta.
He's going to Atlanta. Kyler doesn't seem like a fit for what Kevin O'Connell wants to do, but is he still going to end up there? Is he the best option for them? I think that's a good question.
We're having a discussion about that today, and I was saying Justin Jefferson should have some say-so in that because he couldn't get the ball when JJ was throwing it. So
I don't know if you can give your receiver who's shown that maybe he's not as diva as much as some of these other receivers, but he has an attitude like every wide receiver seems to do when they don't get the ball. I don't know if you can give him full control of who's going to be quarterback.
I didn't say you just have control.
But
you just ask him, hey, what do you think about this guy?
I think you have to prioritize like who your coaching staff feels is the right choice, and it'll take care of itself, I guess, Jay Moore. Like if they fix. Look, they made a mistake, right? They did. They should have kept Sam Darnold. Who thought we'd be saying that?
Right.
But they should have kept Sam Darnold, and it wouldn't have been a problem for Justin Jefferson. So I guess in their minds, as long as we get back on track, and it sounds like there was a power struggle. That's why Adolfo Mensa's out, right? Because he wanted to get rid of Darnold, and the coaching staff wanted to keep him.
Yeah.
And that's why he's out.
That's why he's gone.
Would you say Justin Jefferson is their best player?
Yes.
Okay. There you go.
I would.
Yeah, along with the pass rusher.
Yes.
Yeah.
Along with Grenard.
I could live with that, yeah. Along with Grenard.
Justin Jefferson is their best player.
Yeah. Yes. And notice who they let go when they wanted to save money. Aaron Jones.
Yeah.
Right? When they wanted to save money, what did they do? They let the running back go.
Yeah. All right, what else, Jack?
Well, speaking of running backs, there was the question posed today by Kap. Would you pay $15 million for Jahmyr Gibbs? That's what the Lions are going to be facing coming up here. And my answer is obviously yes. You pay $15 million for Jahmyr Gibbs. The reason the number is $15 million, that's how much Kenneth Walker's making with the Kansas City Chiefs, a team that's shown they're willing to pay $15 million for a running back. Hypothetically, Bijan Robinson or Jahmyr Gibbs are out on the market for $15 million, and you're the Bears. Would you pay them that much money?
No.
No. Absolutely not.
See, that's crazy.
By the way,
they'd be the best players on the field.
By the way, we kicked Kap out of the office that day. He came in here. We kicked him out of the office and asked him if I kicked him out of the office. I said, enough already. Enough with this.
Craziness. I would pay Jahmyr Gibbs $15 million.
Easy.
I don't pay anybody $15 million.
Well,
not at the running back position.
Yeah.
$5 million. Build an offensive line. Any running back can run behind him. No, I like Jahmyr Gibbs.
Oh, he's great. I mean, he's so much fun to watch, of course.
If I looked at all the running backs that are in the league, he'd be in my top 3 easy. It's not even an argument.
Why isn't there any slander for the $50 million quarterbacks that aren't producing?
There's slander for them.
I don't hear it like the running backs, though.
What are you talking about? Daniel Jones?
I don't hear it like the running backs.
Daniel Jones was eviscerated.
Well, it's got nothing to do with even if the
running
running
back said Dak Prescott is making $60 million to throw the ball to the other team.
Well, first of all, Dak's pretty good. I mean, that's
okay.
That's a little insulting to Dak.
Dak's damn good.
I mean, yeah, he's real good.
Come on, man. Yeah, if somebody asked me if you want Dak Prescott for your quarterback, yes or no, I'd say yes.
If Caleb Williams plays like Dak Prescott, where you tell him you'd be disappointed, you'd be jumping for joy.
You'd be jumping for joy. You'd be doing back handsprings down the street.
I just think the running back position for the backs that are considered super backs that does more than the average running back should get paid. I think they're undervalued. That's just my point.
So what's the tale of 2 seasons then with Saquon Barkley?
Well, after he signed his deal, he won a Super Bowl.
Well, he won this one, but what deal did he sign? He didn't sign a multi-million gazillion dollar deal.
He signed
a substandard deal. After the Super Bowl, he signed a big deal. Then what happened?
What do you mean what happened?
What do you mean what happened? What about his year last year?
You look at your quarterback.
What happened last year at the running back position?
You're blaming the quarterback?
What happened to Jalen Hurts?
Why are you blaming the quarterback? The running back didn't have the same season he had. You're blaming the quarterback for the running back.
Neither did the quarterback.
My heavens.
Neither did the quarterback.
I gave you something specific, and all you want to do is deflect.
I'm giving you something specific as
you're
well.
Not. I asked you a running back
I think the running backs that produce are
about
undervalued.
Saquon Barkley. I asked you about his Super Bowl year and his subsequent year, and you went and said, what about the quarterback?
Blaming the quarterback.
That's not an answer about what happened to Saquon Barkley.
He had a down year. Saquon Barkley had a down year. They both had a down year.
Because the running
but
back...
nobody's talking about how much money Jalen Hurts has made.
Because the running back...
J-Mo, I disagree. We criticize Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, is dependent upon the offensive line for their success. No running back does it without their offensive line. And if you got a great offensive line, the running back is going to have a great
And the offensive line, it has nothing to do with the quarterback success either?
It's got more to do with the running back success.
Much more to do with the running back success. Much more.
Okay.
We're not a show that values running backs.
He went from 5.
I mean, that's fine. You're entitled to your opinion, but I know it's two different offensive lines from Caleb Williams. He changed when he had a better offensive line.
5.8.
Less sacks.
5.8 yards per rush.
Sacks are quarterback stats.
To 4.1 yards per rush. He dropped 1.7 yards per rush. Per game rushing, he dropped 54 yards. He had a bad year last year. Saquon Barkley signed his contract and had a bad year. Got paid and disappeared.
He did.
Yes. That's what happened. He got paid and disappeared.
When we come back,
so did Jordan Love.
Yep.
Again.
Quarterback.
Well, I don't know what's wrong.
So did Kyler Murray.
You're comparing
apples to apples.
But we criticize those quarterbacks when they struggle, though, Jay Moore. But you're comparing. It's not us. This is what the league has told you. The league values quarterbacks. The league does not value running backs.
But that may have to change.
It's never going to change.
It's never going to change.
If you say so.
It's never going to change.
Watch what Jahmyr Gibbs signs for.
Yeah, certainly it's never. Will the pendulum maybe swing back a little bit? Sure. Do the salaries maybe incrementally go up a little compared to where they are? Punter salaries go up. Kicker salaries go up. The only position where the salary's gone down is running back.
It's the only one.
This is not us doing it. This is the league telling you.
They're paying centers $27 million a year. They're not paying one running back that kind of money.
No, I mean, this is, again,
they pick
don't
and
get mad at us.
Who they want and what they want to pay, and that's what it is.
Well, you pay quarterbacks because the responsibility, and that's the most important position. But I don't even. But when quarterbacks struggle, they're called out. When Dak Prescott gets eviscerated, and he's a terrific quarterback. So to say that, how do you like your Dak Prescott? First of all, again, Bears fans, take it easy if you think you should turn your nose to Dak Prescott's career. Let's be real careful. I don't know who we think we are.
Nobody's saying Dak Prescott is a bad quarterback. What they were saying was, the question was, when these running backs sign deals, they not winning Super Bowls. Or they're not winning.
Well, have you seen you see the chart of what the teams that have won the Super Bowl the last 20 years have allocated to the running back?
What they've paid the running back starter.
But what has Dak won since he signed his deal? Nothing.
I understand.
Well, there's only one quarterback a year that wins.
And you could say the same, but yeah.
There's one running back, too. It's the same.
Jalen, but
Jay Moore, they don't spend money. The winning teams don't spend money on running backs. They spend money on quarterbacks.
Trust me, I know how it works. But what I'm saying is the position is undervalued. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying they deserve $50 million. They deserve $30 million.
Well, maybe it's a little undervalued.
That's fine. Jalen Hurts threw for more yardage, more touchdowns, only one more interception last year. Rushed for touchdowns. He had a better year statistically this year than he did last year.
Yeah, that seems a little deceiving, though, if you ask me.
It's still there. I mean, he threw for 2,903 yards in 2024 when they won the Super Bowl.
But did he win the Super Bowl?
I just don't love Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
I just don't.
Yeah.
Give me Dak Prescott any day. And Jalen Hurts has got the Super Bowl. All right, that's the brunch rush.
He'd be a perfect Chicago quarterback. He's never thrown for 30 touchdowns, and he's never he's never thrown for 4,000 yards. He'd be a perfect Chicago quarterback.
He'd fit right in. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Do not, and I mean you, do not miss the Kap and J Hood Show, now morning 6 to 9 on ESPN Chicago. But you're busy. Things happen. We get it. If you have to miss it, you can always listen to the podcast on your time. Find it on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you go to pod. It's brought to you by Republic Bank.
All right, Whiskey U is back for 2026. Our first Whiskey U of the year is tomorrow night. Barrel and Vine in Plainfield starts at 6:30. Mandatory tasting lesson with Green River Bourbon. It's delicious. It's one of my favorites. Green River is a Kentucky bourbon, not the same as the Chicago River when dyed green, of course. The Chicago River in mid-March, when they dye it this weekend. Look, don't taste. The Kentucky Green River tomorrow night at Whiskey U. You want to taste it and learn and enjoy. We'll have some great food. It's going to be a blast. Downtown Plainfield, Barrel and Vine. Join me and Green River Bourbon starting at 6:30. Please enjoy responsibly. Green River Distilling Company, Owensboro, Kentucky. Alcohol by volume varies by product.
Hey, it's the good kid. When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. That's why I drive an Advantage Chevy. 3 locations. Chicagoland's covered. Boom. You want a Chevy? They got every Chevy. You want savings? Oh, yeah. They've got that, too. And here's what matters most. Trust. When you walk into Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook, you're not getting the runaround. They respect your time. They respect your budget. They shoot you straight. Head to Advantage Chevrolet in Bolingbrook and see what I'm talking about. Advantage Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
You've seen the ads, buy one, get one free, half off. Don't fall for it. When it comes to windows, go with the guy who guarantees real value and a best price guarantee. Russ Armstrong, the Chicago window guy. No subcontracted labor, no 3-hour sales pitches. Russ does it differently. High quality windows with a lifetime warranty. And here's the best part. Deal directly with Russ, the owner, at 847-881-3060 or check out the 5-star reviews at ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
This Sunday, it's the Chicago Wolves against their division rivals, the Grand Rapids Griffins.
The Wolves look good, and they've looked good now for the last half-dozen games.
With the playoffs on the horizon, you don't want to miss a second of Chicago Wolves hockey.
He scores!
And there's nothing more fun than family Sunday games. The Chicago Wolves take on the Grand Rapids Griffins at Allstate Arena this Sunday at 5 p.m. Get your tickets today.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Evan Cohen here. In life, as in sports, the pros make it look easy. That's why pro golfers like Jason Day, Ben Griffin, and Patton Kazire trust the pros in lawn care. True Green. They have the experience and expertise to give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. And since True Green does the work for you, you get more free time, or more tee times. So stop stressing over your lawn and start loving it. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com because nobody makes it easier to get a golf course quality lawn than True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
$2.4 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $2.4 million for a client who was injured in a train accident. Hey, it's Jurko, and I'm telling you, if you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
The salary structure may be out of whack. I don't know what's going to reverse course, though. And if Caleb's as good as we all hope, you're going to be looking at a $65, $68, $70 million quarterback. I mean, when does it become too much? As the salary cap keeps rising, maybe it doesn't. Now, running back numbers have come up a little. It went straight down for about a decade. It's come up a little the last couple of years.
There's a downward trend. Up until about
2 years ago,
2023, there's a downward trend, whereas 11-something million went down to 10 million.
It was down below tight ends.
This year in 2026, up to 14.3.
Yes.
But it also comes with a direct correlation to the salary cap kind of going through the roof also. That salary cap of 2018 was under $200 million. Now you're looking at a salary cap that's at $301 million.
In less than a decade.
Right. So you've had a small increase. $14.3 million is the 2026 cap number for the running back position. So that's where you're at. But of the graph that we looked at up until 2023, everything was going up, and there's only one position with a direction going down. Yeah. That direction is now heading back north.
Even those kickers are
so
going
that yeah,
kickers
even,
are going
even the
north.
kickers, even though it was on a small plane, it was still somewhat going north. So running backs are making more money than they have.
The quarterback number's insane.
But is it in correlation with the increase in the cap? If the cap has gone up 50%, are the running back numbers going up 50%? Not quite yet.
I don't know that it will.
Yeah. Well, and it's the Eddie George rule. That's what happened to running backs, the Eddie George rule. What's the Eddie George rule?
300 carries for more than 3 years.
The Eddie George rule is he had 330 carries for 4 straight years, which puts you up at about 1,300 to 1,400 carries. Touches, including receiving the ball, but in receiving the ball, you can get out of the way, you can get out of bounds and not get touched sometimes. When you run the ball, you're taking a little bit more of a physical pounding. When Eddie George ran the ball too much, he was done. They still handed him the ball, but he couldn't do it anymore, and Jeff Fisher was slow to move off that running back. After that, there was a seismic shift in the way that front offices looked at running backs. They weren't letting him get to a second contract.
No.
They weren't going to be the ones that paid him, and then all of a sudden they couldn't do anything.
A position that doesn't age well. Poor Larry Johnson, 336 carries in 05, 416 in 06. Guess what happened to his career? He completely fell off a cliff.
Yeah.
He had over 2,000 yards from scrimmage in back-to-back seasons and like 40 touchdowns.
Yeah.
And his career fell off a cliff after that.
After the initial 5-year run that you get out of a running back, depending upon how many touches he has, most clubs are reluctant to pay a running back because they know the usage rate is going to cause problems for him if he moves forward. And that's why when he's splitting carries with Montgomery and he's splitting carries, with whoever the running back's going to come in, even though he might get a little bit more, his usage rate has probably been less than a lot of running backs out there. Then you kind of extend his shelf life.
Yeah.
So I think running backs ought to be happy they share the carries in the backfield now a little bit more than they did. At least they got more years to get paid.
It might prolong their careers.
Right.
Tom Thayer joins us when we come back next, back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
You know they call me the good kid, but I'm not here just to be good, and I'm definitely not here to be average. When it comes to performance, I want to feel confident, ready, and know I'm bringing it every single time. And that's exactly why Blue Chew just raised the bar with Blue Chew Gold. This is a 4-in-1 formula designed to work on both your body and your mind. You get 2 proven ingredients that support blood flow, plus apomorphine and oxytocin to enhance arousal, desire, and connection. That means you're not just physically ready, you're mentally dialed in too. It dissolves right under your tongue and can start working in as little as 15 minutes. Less waiting, less worrying, more confidence. Ladies, if you're listening, send your man the link. Help him bring home the gold and make him a trophy husband. Oh, we've got a special deal for all of our listeners. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code ESPN. That's promo code ESPN. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring.
Let me ask you something. Why does buying a car have to feel like Game 7 pressure? It doesn't. That's why you go to Advantage Toyota in River Oaks. What's up, it's J Hood. You got a budget? They've got Toyotas that you want to drive. And here's the best part I appreciate. They keep it simple. No marathon sessions, no mystery math, just straight answers, real numbers, and a team that respects your time. Imagine that. Respect. Go see the crew at Advantage Toyota River Oaks. Toyota, let's go places.
Attention Link EBT cardholders. If you use SNAP benefits to buy food, please listen carefully. Rules for SNAP eligibility have changed. You could lose your benefits if you don't act soon. Visit SaveOurSNAP.org to learn about new rules, how they impact you, and the steps you should take to keep your food benefits. Don't wait. Go to SaveOurSNAP.org today. Sponsored by the Illinois Commission to End Hunger. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Every Tuesday we talk to Tom Thayer. Tuesdays with Tom. Good day to have Tommy on, talk about some of the early free agent stuff, talk about the Braxton Jones deal, re-signing with the Bears for 1 year, what he thinks that means. We'll get back to some of your Bears calls coming up, too, if you want to join us. We've had a good conversation about what they've done, what else they might do. Maybe been a little underwhelming. That doesn't mean that all hope is lost, obviously. And, in fact, most of the time when teams brag about winning the offseason or analysts sing the praises of the teams that won the offseason, those teams have a tendency to fall flat on their face more than overperform in the subsequent seasons. So the Bears were a little bit more up against it this year. We knew it was probably going to look a little different. I think we were still hoping for maybe a big swing in a guy like Trey Hendrickson or even Jalen Phillips, who I think just ultimately got way too much from Carolina.
Yeah.
And probably
Got
hard
pricey.
to justify
They
that
got
deal.
pricey.
So probably better off that the Bears stayed away from that one. But let's break it down with Tom Thayer. He joins us on the Yingling guest hotline. He is brought to you by Humana, committed to putting health first, making it easier for the people to get the care and support they need when they need it most. To learn more, visit localhumana.com. Mr. Thayer, what's happening?
You know, Carm, $2.3 billion spent yesterday in the NFL on free agency. And sometimes when Yerk and I were playing, that was a couple years of the total expenditure of the NFL. And you think about that money given out, and you talk about Jalen Phillips, and this is a guy recovering from an Achilles and a knee. You know, that's a lot of money you're going to spend on with the hope that he can have that sustainability at that position and the expectation. So, you know, it's crazy, and I think the Bears came away with 3 starters yesterday. When you look at Kobe, you look at Devin Bush, and you look at Bradbury. You know, I think those guys are, are definitely going to be put in as starters immediately, and the rest of the guys are here for position competition.
Is there anybody you feel like maybe they missed out on yesterday? I mean, Phillips, I think you summed it up well, but like Oweh gets another big deal. I thought John Franklin Myers would have been a real nice addition. He might have had his heart set on reuniting with his old coach in New York, so maybe that explains him running to Tennessee. Joseph Asai, like any of those guys, is there anybody you felt like maybe they missed out on that could have helped them rush the passer?
You know, I like Asai. You know, he's a guy that I have interest in. But, you know, I think of it, so they went and they filled the center position. They got a linebacker. They got a safety. I still think they can get a safety, a defensive tackle, and maybe a center for the future in the draft. So I think there's still guys out there that if you go through the draft, from the draft through free agency, and you fill 6 starters, and I think that Ben Johnson and his staff has increased the competition when these guys come to work. And I think they're expected to practice and perform at a higher level so they can get a more honest evaluation. And so when you look at Braxton Jones and signing, you know, the rest of these guys are pretty cheap.
Yeah.
What was the Bears' issue with Brisker?
I don't know. You know, it's the you know, what is the best availability, the best case is availability. You know, when you miss a whole season with concussion, and I'm glad the way he was able to recover from that. I like Brisker. I didn't think, you know, I don't even know if it's a foregone conclusion that he's not going to come back. If he can come back with realistic financial reward, then maybe he will be back. I don't know. Yerk, did you like him?
The question was, could he play? And he played the whole season. So
correct.
To me, he answered the bell, unless they know something more that they're not telling everyone.
And I think that's the case with every single guy out here. If we were privy to all the medical information, listen, if it's fantasy football, go out and sign Trey Hendrickson. Give him what he needs. And here's a guy that's had multiple years at 17.5 sacks. So if he's a guy that you can go out there and you can afford, get him in here. He's a day 1 starter, and he makes your entire defense and your defensive line better and more productive.
Yeah, it'd be a big swing. I mean, you just wonder if they've got the financial flexibility to do it at this point, depending on what he wants. And it sounds like he's holding out for somewhere in that $30 to $40 million a year range. We're talking to Tom Thayer. It's Carmen and York. By the way, if you're watching on YouTube, it's nice. We got the split screen. We've seen Tommy from his home studio.
Yep, 100%.
I like it a lot. So watch us on YouTube, youtube.com/@Carmen and York.
He's got a picture behind him where he's wearing an apron from TNT.
It looks like he was
doing some growing.
Yeah,
Tom's acting there.
Listen, when they told me that we were going to do this today, what a treat being able to see you guys in person live. Hey, Carm, you got a lid on it?
Do I have a lid on it?
On your drink?
Oh,
yeah, he does.
Funny guy. I do.
He does. Yeah.
See, Tom's on the company emails. I mean, Danny just put me full on blast. Like, he didn't even try to protect me.
No.
He just totally outed me. I won't bring coffee in here again without a lid, I promise. I'm not going to make that mistake.
Me either.
Again. All right, so Braxton Jones, back on a 1-year, $10 million deal. What does that ultimately mean, Tommy?
It's 1 year, $5 million deal, first of all. Can go up to 10.
Can go up to 10. That's
but
fair.
It's a 1 year, $5 million.
It can go up to 10.
deal.
What does that mean? Does it mean anything? Like, are they telling you they kind of want Braxton to see if he can regain that starting job, or does it really mean nothing and this is a totally wide open competition come the spring?
I think it's still a wide open competition. I think you got a legitimate competitor. You got an experienced guy at left tackle that, has got a lot of length to him. But I need Braxton invested in the weight room. And I've been saying it about other guys as well, even Theo Benedette. But to me, if I need an anchor at left tackle. I need a guy that's going to be able to create a stalemate within its first set or his two-step set at the left tackle position to give a little bit of freedom to Caleb. I don't need a guy that's going to get bull rushed into his lap and all of a sudden he's looking for an ejection window. I need Braxton to come in here and use his experience. Listen, man, I like Braxton as a guy. He's a super intelligent, well-spoken, committed teammate. But I also need a guy that's going to go into the weight room and come out of the weight room every day stronger than he was walking in it. And when you're 300 plus pounds, I put strength minimums on every one of you guys. And you got to live up to that, and it's just going to show me the effort that you've been putting forth in the weight room to show me that, come week 14 to 17, that you're as strong as you were in week 1. Yeah, you may have a little bit of wear and tear, but he's had enough time to recover from the lower leg injury. You better have plenty of time to get under leg sleds and squat bars to show me that your legs are a-changing.
And, Tommy, that's the most difficult aspect of all of it. When you start in late July and you finish in mid-January, maintaining the strength you had when you walked into the thing and still having it at the end of the year, that's the most difficult thing to maintain because you're practicing all the time.
That's exactly. You got to make these certain gains in the off season, and then you come into the season as strong as you are. The Bears weight room, they have a couple of weight coaches there that are strength concerned. And so when you have those types of guys in there, I think there's a little bit more encouragement and requirements to stay lifting heavy. And that's the great thing about Clyde Emmerich is he was always a guy that kept us lifting heavy during the season, and you can maintain strength.
Talking a few more minutes with Tom Thayer. What did you think of the Bradbury addition, and is it something that makes a lot of sense considering at his best it's kind of what Ben Johnson wants to do, and that's where he's sort of versatile at getting to that second level, can, when he's healthy and at his best, be a little bit of that kind of road grader type of guy in the run game that can help maul. I mean, was that the perfect fit for them considering the circumstances, Tom?
I think he and Drew Dahlman are interchangeable. Drew Dahlman's not going to outstrength anybody, but he'll out-quickness guys. And when you look at Bradbury, 3,874 snaps in the last 4 years, only 2 holding calls. Yeah. He started 47 straight games. So you have durability immediately. And if you can come in here and you can develop that relationship with Joe Tooney and Jonah Jackson, you got your middle solidified, and then you got coming into the season, you got Darnell Wright playing the best football that he's played throughout his career, and now you got that left tackle concerns. You got Theo Benedette and Braxton Jones right now, and Ryan Pohl showed that he could think outside the box and bring in a rookie that maybe be a competitor. I got a lot of faith in Dan Rochar and his offensive line staff that they'll get that they'll figure out a solution to that left tackle position. And then I got a lot of faith in the play calling ability of Ben Johnson and to think creatively about how he needs to help the left tackle position, or if they put a guy in place that maybe they can worry about protection elsewhere.
Defense kind of felt like a priority when this whole offseason started. It kind of feels the same way. I mean, short of, maybe getting a Hendrickson now, which I don't know is all that realistic. When, 6 weeks from now, the next big phase of all this, Tommy, is going to be the draft. And it does feel like defensive line is going to have to be of the utmost importance, doesn't it?
I think defense is still the priority, whether you want to look at safety, the defensive tackle. When you think of, there's a lot of people that are, predicting that Wheatley from Penn State could be a safety that could come in here and be a plug-and-play player. And if you're picked high, that's expected of you. Yeah. Then you look at the defensive tackle position. On 4 different mock drafts, I've seen 4 different defensive tackles: McDonald, Hunter, Woods, and Banks. And so, the evaluation style of the guy who's doing the mock draft, you got to kind of take that into account to see what type of player do they like, what type of player are they looking for. And so when you're picked in the modern day NFL draft in the top 4 rounds, you got to be expected to come in here and be a day one game day active on the roster and a starter in some accounts.
All right, this is great that we have the capability to have the split screen and Tommy from his home studio now. We got to do this more often where you're on the screen. All right, buddy?
Yeah, of course, man. This is a big thrill for me. I appreciate it.
Looking good as always. We'll talk to you next week, all right?
All right, man.
See you, Tommy. There's Tom Thayer, brought to you by Humana, committed to putting health first, making it easier for people to get the care and support they need when they need it most. To learn more, visit localhumana.com. It's Tom Thayer on the Yingling Guest Hotline. And, yeah, watch us on YouTube. That way you can see not only the good kid's handsome face in studio, but Tom Thayer as well. Looking good.
Look at that. These cameras are like, they're on you, dude.
They are on you.
There ain't no gray area. You got some blemishes. You got some imperfections. Wow.
I'm going to start getting that, the Caldera Labs? It always comes up on my Instagram. Mm-hmm. I got to start getting it for the sides of my eyes as I'm getting older. You really start to notice it now.
There's these handbags I got under my eyes.
Yeah, man.
My God, they're brutal.
See, Jack doesn't know about it yet. He's nice and young. He's like, well, I don't know what these guys are talking about.
Real quick, guys. Bears made a signing.
Okay.
It's a small one.
Breaking news? No breaking news?
It's a small one. Bears are signing former Lions wide receiver and return man Khalif Raymond.
Khalif Raymond. All right.
Had 200 yards last year.
That's a Ben Johnson, like a guy I vouch for, right?
Yeah.
And looking to fill out who else is going to get some targets.
Bring him in, maybe the 5th wide receiver, that kind of thing. Is that what we got?
Absolutely. What, they sent him a 1-year deal?
Don't have the terms yet on the agreement.
The Khalif don't like it. Rock the Casbah.
Khalif Raymond to the Bears. Is this Duran? Is it Duran or Duran? Is it Duran?
Duran.
Duran in Plainfield. What's up, Duran?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. I just had a question. So,
yes.
We pay for all these services now. We pay for Netflix. We pay for just all the networks that we use.
Peacock.
Do you think Peacock, all these networks? Do you think? And then George McCaskey comes out the other day and says, the NFL is wrong for doing this, right? Do you think that they're making him pay for doing that?
Wait, wrong for doing what? Wait, what did George say? They were wrong for doing?
So George come out and say, hey, the NFL is wrong for doing this. He's basically looking out for the fans.
Oh, spreading out I see what you're saying, for putting games on so many different services.
Yeah, he was mad at the NFL for doing that, right? So he came out and said, look, this is not right that you guys are making the fans pay for all these different services, right? So do you think that the NFL is making him pay for the 2 third-round picks?
Boy, that's like the second conspiracy theory about something the Bears maybe did to annoy the league office, where the league office says, we're not going to give you our picks.
But then
thanks, man.
Cincinnati would never get anything.
Right, exactly.
I mean, or the Raiders, they would never get anything. Mike Brown has been a pain in the ass to anything the NFL has been trying to do to modernize the game of football forever.
Yeah.
They vote no almost automatically on everything that comes up.
He votes no.
Votes no.
Yeah. I don't think that's it. I think they're hung up, you guys. I think the simplest explanation here is they're hung up on some weird language and technicality that they have in the rules on this whole thing. And they're not seeing it clearly enough. They don't want to budge. Maybe they don't even want to listen. They might not have even taken the Bears' objections seriously.
Yeah.
They'd be like, no, Matt Ryan's the president. That's it. Ian Cunningham's not the man in charge. Even though Matt Ryan's saying basically, nah, Ian's running the day-to-day operations. He's the GM. This was a promotion. They're hung up on some weird technicality, and that's it. 312-332-ESPN. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Spring training baseball. Join us for White Sox versus Cubs. Friday at 3 on the home of the White Sox. ESPN Chicago.
I was talking to our guy, Mayor Skip. Everybody loves Mayor Skip from Elmwood Park. He told me he's got the best job. I said, I get to talk sports for a living.
Mayor Skip.
Yeah. And he made a strong case. He's out in the community every day. He supports local businesses. He's playing in first-class events. They got so much going on in Elmwood Park. It's great. And some incredible restaurants, too. Meantime, I'm stuck in here eating PB&J. So Elmwood Park really is one of those special places. Once you're there, you get it. Go experience it for yourself. Elmwood Park, once you're here, you get it.
Smart capital planning starts with the roof. M&M Commercial Roofing, powered by over 50 years of trusted craftsmanship from M&M Home Remodeling, helps Chicagoland properties and facilities plan, not just react. M&M Commercial Roofing starts with detailed inspections and clear reports, then guides you through options, repairs, recover systems, coatings, replacements, or new construction. This is roofing built around your priorities, timeline, and long-term plan. Schedule a consultation with M&M Commercial Roofing and plan with confidence.
Hey, it's Kap. Spring is almost here, and you know what that means for some of you. Sinus pressure and allergies kicking in. Don't just live with it. Reach out to my people at Sinus and Snoring MD. If you're dealing with congestion that won't go away, snoring that's keeping everyone up, or waking up tired even after a full night's sleep, Sinus and Snoring MD can offer real solutions. Step into spring clear, rested, and energized by calling 847-545-0147 or visit sinusandsnoringmd.com.
This is a special notice to U.S. taxpayers owing $10,000 or more to the IRS. Tax Relief Advocates is urgently notifying taxpayers that tax relief initiatives are now available that may significantly reduce or eliminate what you owe. If you're afraid of an IRS lien, levy, or wage garnishment, don't lose hope. You can now take advantage of these current relief programs to end all collections, reduce the amount you owe, and resolve your tax problem. Even if you have years of unfiled tax returns or are already in a payment plan, you may still qualify for significant relief. Struggling taxpayers can now get relief they need during these hard economic times. A hotline has been established by Tax Relief Advocates for you to call and see what you qualify for. They are A+ rated with the BBB and have over 1,000 5-star reviews. Don't wait. Call 800-575-9087, 800-575-9087. That's 800-575-9087, or simply visit tra.com.
When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. Advantage Chevrolet. 3 locations. Chicagoland's covered. You want a Chevy? They've got it. You want savings? Oh, yeah. Most important, trust. No runaround. They shoot you straight. Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook. Together, let's drive.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
Bears made another small signing today. This is a Ben Johnson special, a guy he knows very well, Khalif Raymond, who's had a good run in Detroit as a punt returner and just sort of a speedy guy and a little depth piece in their receiving corps, comes to the Bears. In Ben Johnson's first year calling plays in Detroit, Khalif Raymond actually had a career-high 616 receiving yards, Yerk. He had about 300 last year. He did have a punt return touchdown last year. He has 3 career punt return touchdowns. He led the league in punt return yardage 2 years ago. And Bears fans are familiar enough. Again, a division guy that's been around a while. You've seen him a couple of times a year. So Khalif Raymond comes to the Bears. Remember, they lost Zacchaeus yesterday, and now's going to be the next. You know, we're still kind of like That initial surge where a lot of the big money and the big names went, you're going to start getting into wave 2 here. Still some big names out there, though. None bigger than Trey Hendrickson. Just doesn't feel like the Bears are maybe as in as we all thought or had hoped. Brad Biggs wrote a quick little nugget about it this morning in his column. He wrote that Bengals edge rusher Trey Hendrickson didn't get the early deal with that first wave of free agency. It's unlikely the Bears are interested in creating the cap space required to add a player who will be entering his 10th season. And they might not want to do that because I don't know if they want to kick a whole bunch of stuff, down the line right now. There's some outs in a couple of these contracts a year from now that'll free some things up for them, and they might not want to restructure. You're not going to restructure Dio's deal at this point.
No.
Are you maybe Montez, but I don't even know how realistic that is.
I think Jalen's contract is one that you take a look at. You want to restructure. You restructure a guy that you think is going to be here for another 5-6 years.
Right. Is that Montez Sweat? It's certainly not Dio. Maybe Jalen.
I think Montez Sweat plays this contract out, and then you shake his hand and you say, we appreciate the effort.
Yeah.
That's it. And then you got to identify your pass rushers in the draft.
Get him in the draft.
Yeah, get him in the draft. I mean, listen, I like Austin Booker coming off the way he rushes. He doesn't play the run great. Again, eventually he will kill you in the run.
Can he? I mean, that can be coached, though? That can be taught?
You can do it, but with guile, quickness. Tony Bracken's about the same weight as he was. Tony Bracken's was unbelievably quick. Second-round draft choice out of Texas. Tony Bracken's was phenomenal. And he could play the run. And he had tremendous strength, incredible strength. For a guy that looked like, a 250 pounds, 6'3", 250, Tony Bracken's had unbelievable strength. And he was a force for the Jacksonville Jaguars for an extended period of time. But yeah, you can do it with technique. You can do it, but then big guys once they get a hold of you, they like to just have a party.
Right.
And if the referees look at you and say, well, but he kind of likes being held, they're not going to call the penalty. I mean, they literally say, you're being held, but if you kind of like it, we're not going to call it. Yeah. You've got to do something to get away. That's where you got to work the edges when you try to pass rush. You can work the edges on the run, but you can't run out of there. And what happens sometimes, these slight guys, they run out of there. And they create their own natural voids that nobody's accounted for in the defense because you didn't expect the guy to run out of there.
Yeah.
So he can do it, yeah. Can he do it? That's
the word that maybe best sums up the early portion of free agency for the Bears is, I guess I'd say underwhelming. I also would say this is not surprising news. This is not there's not a surprising development, I guess is what I'm trying to say, because Brian Poles kind of led all of us here, and he sort of told you, this is going to be a different free agency than the last couple of years.
Yeah, I'm going to be at the shallow end of the pool, not in the deep end.
Set it up for this.
Yeah.
That this is kind of the space in which they were going to have to operate this time. If you want to join us with a thought on free agency, you can. Lewis is in Lisle. What's up, Lewis?
Hey, good morning, guys. So first off, this whole thing with Ian Cunningham, I mean, besides the whole thing where it's the right thing to do where we'd be getting picks, this is an insult to Ian Cunningham. I mean, the league is basically trivializing and saying that his achievements and his promotion doesn't matter, which that's an insult. Regarding how we can use those third-round picks, I've been hearing that the Eagles are looking to move on from Jalen Carter, especially after who did they just sign?
D-line wise, I don't know. I got to go back and double check.
So I heard Waddle and Silvy talking about it yesterday, but I mean, those third-round picks, Paul's is really good at negotiating and getting deals done. Say what you want about his talent evaluation, but he's been great about getting deals done and getting a good value. Those third-round picks, I'd say that those could get Jalen Carter. So let's do Ian Cunningham right. Make sure that the league is acknowledging his promotion, acknowledging his achievement. Matt Ryan's only been doing this for 2 months. How the heck are we going to say that he has any autonomy or authority over Ian Cunningham and is making decisions over Ian Cunningham when he has been at this for years?
Yeah. It seems like it just seems like a poor interpretation of what exactly is going on. I'm with you, Lewis. I don't know how much.
And
I don't know how much we can say about it anymore. I mean, it apparently this is it. It's the end of the line, I guess. There's really no recourse for the Bears. The league doled out the compensation, and the Bears did not get a third-round pick this year. They should be getting 2 of them, one this year, next year.
They objected.
Apparently, it's not going to happen.
They strenuously objected, and it didn't matter.
I don't know if the Eagles have signed anybody.
They signed Jordan Davis to
Jordan
a
Davis
massive
is their
extension.
player,
right?
Yeah. I thought it meant they added somebody.
Nope, 3-year contract.
Yeah, Jordan Davis got an extension over the weekend, didn't he?
Yeah.
He's their player. I don't know how real it is that they are looking to move on from Jalen Carter. Howard Roseman's always going to pick up the phone, always. But I don't know that they're in any hurry to really do that, or even what it would take to get him.
What do you get from a third?
For Jalen Carter?
Yeah.
No, I would think you'd have to give up.
I think you'd have to give up more.
Yeah, I would think.
Somebody'd have to go in there and woo Philadelphia. Philadelphia's not looking to get rid of him. Somebody had to go in there and woo Philadelphia and say, hey, we're going to knock your socks off, and we're going to give you this for Jalen Carter.
So what's the price for a defensive tackle a year away from his 5th-year option that's going to have to get paid very, very handsomely?
So you're saying a year away from his 3rd year, right? He's going into his 3rd year.
Going into his 4th year.
Going into his 4th year.
He's going into his 4th year.
So you're going to have
They make the decision in May then.
Yes, they'll make the decision.
Yeah, but you're going to have to pay that 5th-year option is the point. Like, he's going to be an expensive player from here on out.
Yeah, but
not this year, next year.
Yeah, but the 5th-year option is less expensive than if he had free agency after the 4th year. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That 5th-year option is less expensive than when he hits free agency and goes crazy. So after that 5th year, or that's what you use as a negotiating ploy, is, we're going to pick up the 5th-year contract. You'll play another year, and then we'll try to sign you to a contract extension.
I guess it's fair to wonder if they've soured a little bit. Like the incident on opening night last year certainly was not a good look, and I'm sure it annoyed them. He missed some games due to injury last year. His numbers were down, comparatively speaking, to the early portion of his career.
But not his impact.
He still's pretty impactful when you watch them.
Those games, and you saw the impact that he can make. His impact,
He's still pretty impactful.
You don't have to look at his stats to watch him play on film to know he's damn good at what he does.
Well, especially when they get leads and they can kind of pin it back and start rushing the quarterback a little. That's where he's super dangerous. I thought the Bears handled him well, actually. The Bears did a good job against him.
They handled that whole
their
defensive
whole
line well.
They did. I mean, they really
Jordan
did.
Davis, the guy that got the contract extension.
Yes, they handled that whole line well.
But they learned from that game, and they slowed things down, became a better football team, Philadelphia, after that.
Yeah.
Because whatever Chicago was doing them, they're all running down. That includes the guy that just signed a gazillion-dollar deal someplace else.
That's
wasn't he
well,
there?
Jalen Phillips.
Yeah.
He was in that game,
Yes,
right?
he was.
Yeah.
That including Jalen Phillips, who got his ass kicked that game too.
Yeah.
And just got done cashing in.
The Bears worked in that game.
They beat the living, I want to say it, but I can't.
Yeah.
They beat the living blank out of them.
Yes.
They did. And I was shocked at what I was seeing.
It was awesome.
And what happens when you start getting beat, guys try to do too much.
Yeah.
And when these guys all started to do too much, they were doing nothing then.
I mean, other than the Green Bay game, if you want to throw the playoff game in too, other than the 2 Green Bay games, it was the most rewarding game of the year, wasn't it?
Oh,
like easily.
So. I think so. Yeah.
I mean, the Cincy game was fun but it was also kind of sad.
Raiders game was fun.
The Raider game was fun.
But that's when you were just trying to become a good team.
Right.
So you were learning ways to win.
The Cincy game was kind of like partly sad, but it was fun because it was a shootout. The Eagle game was the highlight, man, outside of the Packer games. Just the absolute, because you're right, the way they dominated them in that game.
And they did.
Kirk's in Wisconsin. What's up, Kirk?
Hey, boys. First thing, I love your new studio. That natural light coming in there.
It's nice, right?
Looks. Oh my gosh, you guys, your show's been better.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Your mood is better. Your mood is better.
Yeah, Carmen was miserable at the old place.
Well, the old place was a little bit dark and drab. You know, there was no light.
Oh my
It
God,
was kind of a real institutionalized feeling.
Yes.
Dirk's out of his chair more.
That's right.
You got room to swing a club. You got room to swing a club on commercial break.
If I had to, if I was working on my chipping game, absolutely.
Actually, we should put a wedge in here and just have Yurko practice his swing.
Well, get a foam balls.
Yes, just what I told you last week. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, the recipe for winning, Dirk, you know this. Get under center, run between the tackles, play action. That's it right there. They got their running backs. They're fine there. They are.
Yeah, I think so. Keep going to work on both of your lines. Yes.
Hey, one more thing, Carm. I don't want to get you in trouble.
Okay.
What if your lady friend wants to go to the baseball game?
I'll ask.
Who's calling the shots?
I'll ask. I know what the answer is going to be. Believe me.
It's no.
For bleeps and giggles.
No.
How about this? How about I ask? I'll let you guys know what the response is. Like I didn't even think about it, and nor do I want to.
Because
really.
you know why. You're down in Florida getting sun and relaxation. Yeah. The last thing you want to do is get on the road from South Beach to go up to Fort Lauderdale to go to wherever the hell they're playing.
They play over
the Miami Marlins.
Yeah, the Marlins. They
got their own place. They got their own place then.
Yeah,
the Marlins.
Whose place are you thinking of?
Well, they used to play at Joe Robbie when I was there in Miami. 1990, whenever they started, they were at Joe Robbie Stadium.
But is Joe Robbie in Fort Lauderdale?
Yeah, Fort Lauderdale.
I don't think I knew Joe Robbie was in Fort Lauderdale.
It might just be south of Fort Lauderdale, but it's north of Miami for sure. From the Hard Rock Casino down in Fort Lauderdale, Carm, in Hollywood. It's actually in Hollywood.
Right.
You look down and you can see the stadium plain as day. It's right by the airport over there.
Really? No, like the new stadium is pretty much downtown.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, you can't just say Fort Lauderdale. You got to say it the way my guy Daryl Holcomb used to
Fort
say
Lauderdale.
it. He played with us in Eastern Illinois University. Him and David Swingler out of St. Louis. And my guy, R.L. Reynolds, out of Detroit.
Wait, so
we're all encompassing
I don't think I knew
there.
that. So Joe Robbie is, Yurko's.
Carm, we were saying back here, should we call her right now and see on air if she wants to go?
Oh, boy.
No.
That's not going to go over well.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
What's going on?
Who's this?
Who's this?
It's Carm, baby. So bad. Who is this? That was draft night a couple of years ago. That's funny.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
No, they have their own stadium, and it is close. It's down.
I got you. It's the one that had the aquarium behind the plate.
Out in the outfield, I think, wasn't it?
No, it was behind the plate. The aquarium.
Oh, I don't remember.
The aquarium, yeah, because the guys from the TV show that made the aquariums, they put the thing in at Miami Marlins Stadium right there.
Yeah.
It was behind the plate.
No, yeah.
It had to be thick enough glass that if a baseball hit it, it wouldn't crack.
I would think so.
And or cause problems for the aquatic fish.
Of course.
The little clowns
Can't you
and
just put
operators.
Can't you just put like some sort of bulletproof glass over that?
The triggerfish.
The triggerfish.
Yeah.
That would make sure that if a screaming ball came back and hit it wasn't going to break. Yeah, that would be bad.
Yeah.
They should use the glass they use over at the Sears Tower when you walk out on that ledge.
Oh, boy, that's scary.
I'm telling you, man. I've done that a couple of times with the kids.
I don't play that game.
It is freaky deaky. Like you're like, are we sure this is okay? There's just a few little thin layers of
It's
glass.
not just a few little thin layers. It looks like that, but it's more than a few little
I don't
thin
know.
layers.
How much could it be, though? It doesn't look like there's much glass on that thing, Jack. Have you been up there?
I've been up there, years ago. Years ago.
I mean, you're walking out. You're
I'm
1,300 feet above the street. You're like,
I'm not afraid, but I'm afraid. I am afraid.
I can't get over that guy, Alex.
That guy climbing.
I watched it. That thing was unbelievable.
Yeah.
I mean, no ropes,
nothing,
not tethered.
No,
just a free climb.
I would need to be tethered.
I wouldn't make it 20 feet. Second, I mean, when you got to the third floor, I'd be pissing my pants. I mean, you'd be scared to death. Sorry.
Yeah.
It says online that they are 1.5-inch laminated glass panels.
How many?
I don't know. It's got to be a lot.
I don't know. There could be the physics behind that. I don't know what it is. If it's how they make it so strong for how, who knows? But it's crazy when you walk out there. I've done it twice. Both times I'm kind of like, are we sure this is okay? We're just going to walk out on this glass now off the side of the building.
Yurko, would you rather go to the bean or on the ledge?
I'd rather go to the ledge.
Yeah, for sure.
The bean is a massive disappointment.
Yeah, I got to go to the ledge on that.
Yeah, I'd go to the ledge 10 times out of 10.
Yeah. It's right here now. We could hit a driver to the Sears Tower from where we are now.
I'd rather go to 26th in California and
Right
see
here.
the prison than see the bean.
Oh, stop it.
I'm being honest. I'm being honest, Carm.
But that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's a ridiculous comment.
No, that tells you how much I don't like the bean.
That's ridiculous hyperbole. That's what that is.
Silly. The bean is silly.
You're silly.
Yeah.
It's Carmen and Yurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
ESPN's The Hockey Show. Ready to rock the rinks with Chicago's best hockey knowledge. Brought to you by Chevy Drive Chicago. The Hockey Show, tomorrow night at 6 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
College hoops is in full swing. Now is the time to start planning your vasectomy so you can enjoy watching your favorite college hoops teams on the couch all day, guilt-free. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago is the best team to call. Their experienced surgeons have performed over 30,000 vasectomies and are passionate about making sure their patients have an amazing experience through every step of the process. They make it safe and easy with a virtually painless 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel vasectomy done right in the office. No trip to the hospital, and you can plan to go back to work the next day. Choosing Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago is an easy layup, giving you the peace of mind and freedom you deserve. With 5 convenient locations, including downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower with free valet parking, plus Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. If you're done adding to your roster, make your appointment now. Visit vasectomychicago.com. That's vasectomychicago.com. Or give Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago a call at 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Hey, it's the good kid. When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. That's why I drive an Advantage Chevy. 3 locations. Chicagoland's covered. Boom. You want a Chevy? They got every Chevy. You want savings? Oh, yeah. They've got that, too. And here's what matters most. Trust. When you walk into Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview, you're not getting a runaround. They respect your time. They respect your budget. They shoot you straight. Head to Advantage Chevrolet in Bridgeview and see what I'm talking about. Advantage Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Hey, it's Kap, and you know this about me. I don't put my name on just anybody. I only endorse the best. And that's why I recommend my friends at Automatic for HVAC for homes and businesses across Chicagoland. When the HVAC system isn't working, it becomes a problem fast. Automatic gets that. They're responsive, professional, and they do the job right the first time. From routine maintenance to emergency repairs, Automatic is there to keep your space comfortable. Call Automatic or visit Automatic.com. That's ATOmatic.com. And work with a team you can count on.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
So it was the fourth quarter and we're down by 5. Sweat pouring down my face. Suddenly it hit me. If only I could wrap part of the towel around my forehead. And that's how I became the first basketball player to wear a headband.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
In sports, the tape never tells the whole story. Hiring is no different. AI can make candidates look like an MVP on paper, so knowing the person and the skills behind the resume matters. That's where Robert Half changes the game. Our recruiters combine their expertise with award-winning AI to evaluate skills and fit quickly. Learn how we can find you specialized talent in finance, accounting, technology, and more. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
The 2026 TIAA Big Ten Men's Basketball Tournament is back at the UC this week. It starts today. Give your team a home court advantage as they battle for a tournament title in Chicago. Head to big10.org/MBBT to secure your seats. That's big10.com/MBBT.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Listen to us now. Live on the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
SGA, stop, pop, splash! He is a killer! Phenomenal finish to Nuggets and Thunder last night. TV 1 for me last night was Team USA versus Mexico. Watching the baseball game. TV 2 was the Denver OKC game from Oklahoma City, and it lived up to the hype, even though OKC was shorthanded again. Jalen Williams didn't play, the good Jalen Williams. The other Jalen Williams is good, too. He actually had a big game last night, but Jalen Jalen Williams, the really good one. He didn't play. Chet Holmgren didn't play, and they still fended off a monster from Joker. Oh, what did Joker have? 13. Hold on. 32. I wrote it
32.
Down. He had 32, 14, and 13. Including a 3 at the end of the game to bring him within 1. And then there was a 4-point play. Jamal Murray got fouled on the play, made the free throw, and the Nuggets tied it in the last 13 seconds. But back-to-back step-back threes from SGA. I think he just solidified the MVP last night, Yerk. A head-to-head game like that against Joker. Joker might not get to the requisite number of games either. I think he only
If he misses one more game, I think it's over.
He can't make it.
It's going to be SGA after last night. Back-to-back threes at the end to win it because he had to hit that game winner after the 4-point play. He hit one before that to give OKC a 4-point lead with like 14 seconds to go. He had 35, 15, and 9. Just absolutely phenomenal.
Big game last night.
It was a great game. I'm telling you, the fourth quarter was fantastic. It was really good. The baseball game was great too because Mexico made it a game, man, and they're good. They got a lot of big leaguers on that team, as we talked about. They hung around. Bobby Witt put on a show. That was the best part of it.
Real quick here, we do have details on Khalif Raymond's contract.
All right, 1 year?
It is a 1 year, $5 million deal.
Small deal.
It's small deal.
Basically what it's been here, guys. You know, the Bryant deal's a nice one and a very good one, I think.
No signing bonus? Anything? Any particulars there? Just no signing bonus?
No signing bonus. Just says 1 year for $5 million.
He's got to make the team to make his money.
Yeah.
Right? He's got to make the team to make the money. So that's anybody, really. You know, the center they brought over, if Luke Newman comes out and just blows up and says, look at me, I'm your center of choice here. But, again, that guy's not making any money either. That just came over.
No, it's a small amount. It's not, you know, the Bradbury's deal is not a big deal. Signed last year in New England. Steve Kerr last night talked about NBA games in a shortening of the season, a truncation of the season. This caught the good kids' attention. You saw it earlier.
I saw it, yeah.
I've been saying it for years. This was Steve Kerr playing less games. Let's listen.
I know this will not be a popular opinion in the league office, but I will continue to say it because it's obvious we need to play fewer games. We need to take 10 games off the schedule. I think it would be great for the league. And I get it. It's revenue, and you'd have to get everybody to agree to take a little less money, and that's a really hard thing to do. But what I know about the league, about coaching, about how hard it is to play the modern game with the pace and the space, I think it would be a more competitive and healthier league if we played fewer games.
They lost to the Jazz last night. The lowly Jazz, Yerk.
Yeah.
Picked up just their 20th win of the year. Mm-hmm. He's right.
Tough to motivate the lads? Is that what's going on?
I think it's tough to motivate. I think it's physically demanding. I think the league is paid at a ridiculous pace these days that has never been played at, really. They've changed rules to increase the pace of the game. They want more possessions. So I'm not saying it's not hard. I think it is. I think all these leagues, other than the NFL, could stand to shorten their seasons a little bit. I've said it for years about baseball. It's way too many games. It's not the 1950s, the 1960s, or the 1970s anymore, Yerk. It just isn't. It's way too many games. People do not have the attention span for it. Whether that's right or wrong, it's a reality of the changing world in which we live and all the different things that are competing against these sports in terms of discretionary income and entertainment value and what people want to do and how they're going to spend their time and what they want to watch. When there was nothing else and all you did in the summer was go to baseball, guess what? 154 games back then, I guess, was the perfect number. Then they expanded it to 162. They could shorten their season. And maybe the only good thing that comes out of a lockout, which seems to be on the horizon, is that hopefully they get their you-know-what together quick and they only miss a couple weeks, and that might not even be a bad thing. I mean, because starting games in March like we do now in the northern cities, come on.
It's ridiculous.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
In a couple weeks,
we're going to be out there.
Like yesterday was beautiful. It was fantastic. Oh. We've all looked. We know what's happening here in the next few days. It's going to be 32 again.
Yep.
And it's going to snow again. And it's going to rain.
Snow,
I mean, we know what it's like. You got the Cubs are opening up at home in a couple weeks. You got these northern cities. There's no reason baseball should be played.
Parkas. You'll be wearing parkas
in Chicago or Cincinnati or Pittsburgh or Detroit, New York. Even there's no reason to be playing real meaningful baseball games in March in these towns. None.
Concur.
And so they could all stand to shorten their season a little bit. And the only good thing that might come out of a lockout is that next year that it wipes away a couple of weeks. Boy, baseball would ruin a lot of good momentum they've got right now if they screw this up, Yerk, or if this thing's drags into next summer.
And they might.
Because I'm telling you, the WBC's been fun. Silvy was even, last night we were texting, me and Silvy and a couple of buddies, about how many great young players there are in baseball right now. I mean, it was mostly off of what Bobby Witt was doing last night.
Sure.
But Bobby Witt, Roman Anthony, who hit a 2-run home run, Skeens, Julio Rodriguez is still under 25, Yerk. Jackson Merrill, Gunnar, PCA, Ellie De La Cruz, Junior Caminero. All these guys are 25 or under. All of them. What if Connor Griffin comes up and he's the real deal? He's 19 and he stars in Pittsburgh. They're all 25 and under. Like, you've got all these great dynamic players. The rules changes have helped. The game's faster again. And boy, would they kill some good momentum they have right now.
Did you see what your guy Mooney did last night? Grand slam for Munetaka Murakami.
I did see it. I was like, Mooney, who you talking? I keep forgetting his nickname is Mooney. I know. I did see
Mooney.
that. I saw the highlight that he hit a slam. He's been good in these WBCs for Japan the last couple of years.
Carm. Yeah, we are 16 days away from freezing our Aiken Panachkis.
That's what I'm talking about. It's ridiculous.
Versus Washington.
In 2 weeks?
Wow.
Like, nobody wants that. Come on.
And then they finally get a break in early April. They get to go to Tampa, the worst facility in the country.
And yeah, it's the worst. And whatever elements you might brave to go sit at a Bears-Packer game in December, don't tell me you have the same intestinal fortitude to do it for baseball. Because you might be wired, be like, okay, I'll go sit at a Packer game where it's freezing. Like, I won't even do that. I'm too much of a baby for that. But you know what I'm saying, Yerk? Like, you have a mindset about football.
Yeah.
Don't tell me you take that same mindset into a baseball game.
No.
It's ridiculous.
No.
And it was too early when they started the first week of April. And now you're starting in March. And it's rare to get a day like yesterday.
Not like March 31st. You know, we barely dipped our toe into March. This is March 26th.
They could all these leagues could stand to shorten their season. And big picture-wise, it might be the best thing for their game. They'll never view it that way because, like Steve Kerr said, you're talking about giving up money. Nobody wants to do that. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
Carmen and Jurko. They'll be right back. ESPN Chicago.
Here comes the
double move, throw down the left sideline. DJ Moore inside the 5, end zone, touchdown Bears.
With fantastic memories of the season still fresh.
Wow.
We remind you that it's never the off season for us.
Wow.
Stay here for the Bears coverage you need. ESPN Chicago, the home of the Bears.
Oh, yeah. $2.4 million recovered. The Veroliak Law Group secured a $2.4 million settlement for a client injured in a train accident. They win, and they win big for their clients. Played professional football and spent years in radio. Endorsed a lot of companies. I don't put my name behind just anyone, but fellas, this one's personal. And I've never had the opportunity to endorse a company owned by close friends until now. The Veroliak Law Group. For 60 years, they've helped injured people recover more than $9 billion through legal representation and consulting. And it's not just the numbers, guys. They've helped my neighbors and close friends. When you need medical care, you want an experienced doctor. When you need a lawyer, it's no different. If you've been hurt in a car accident, truck accident, workplace injury, medical malpractice case, wrongful death situation, call a firm with a proven track record. Call my friends at the Veroliak Law Group, 844-4VLG-LAW. That's 844-4VLG-LAW.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for Window Nation. Spring in Chicago. Does it get any more unpredictable? One day I'm turning the heat on. The next day we've got the windows open. That's when you realize the right windows make all the difference. And with Window Nation, my home stays comfortable no matter the weather. Their windows are energy efficient, customizable, and installed in as little as 1 day. And backed by a lifetime warranty. In March, save up to 50%. The more you buy, the more you save. Schedule your free consultation at windownation.com.
This is a Whiskey U announcement. Whiskey connoisseurs, report to Barrel and Vine in Plainfield tomorrow night at 6:30. This is a mandatory tasting lesson for Green River Bourbon. Green River is a Kentucky bourbon, not the same as the Chicago River when dyed green. Get it? The Chicago River in mid-March. Look but don't taste. The Kentucky Green River at Whiskey U. Yes, do taste and enjoy. Class is in session tomorrow night at 6:30. Please enjoy responsibly. Green River Distilling Company, Owensboro, Kentucky. Alcohol by volume varies by product.
Life is full of choices, some big, some small. And when you choose an H&R Block Tax Pro, you're choosing the largest network of tax expertise to be in your corner. For when your big ambitions need help with the small details. For when your six figures come from 6 different places. For when your gaming stream becomes your revenue stream. For when your business's year one needs 70 years of tax know-how. At H&R Block, we've seen it all, and we're here to help you make the most out of your money for life outside the box. Get started at hrblock.com.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The Chicago Wolves are gearing up for another playoff run. It's a battle of the division's top two teams this Sunday at 5 at Allstate. Arrive early for a family Sunday. Get your tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. This is Wolves hockey.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Jurko64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Speaking of the WBC, and last night it got a little drama between teammates, Randy Arozarena and Cal Raleigh. Seattle Mariners teammates.
Seattle catcher, yeah.
Arozarena, a two-time All-Star outfielder, seemingly lashed out at Raleigh after the Team USA catcher did not accept a handshake before an at-bat in the U.S.'s victory last night. Speaking to Mexican journalist Luis Gilbert in Spanish, Arozarena said Raleigh, quote, has to thank God he has nice parents, well-educated, and said he recently hugged them during a friendly greeting at the team hotel. Arozarena then used profane Cuban and Mexican slang to insult Raleigh, saying the All-Star should blank off and go to hell. He then pivoted to English, saying Raleigh could shove his good to see you in his rear. Whoa, my goodness. That's going to be a little uncomfortable when they get back together.
It'll be settled quickly. They'll get back there. They'll settle it quickly.
What's going on? Why aren't people shaking hands? An Australian player did this with a player from the Czech as well.
Right, a Czech, a batter went up and the Australian catcher wouldn't shake his hand. He's like, "Well,
it's before the game. Shake their hands. What's the big deal here?
I can't shake hands.
It's ridiculous."
You know who disagree with you guys? Roy Keane, the great Manchester United player.
Soccer player.
Yeah. Boy, he'd go after people. There's no friendliness in the tunnel. Matter of fact, there was anger in the tunnel before they went on the pitch.
Yeah, but
time to be friendly is in the off season where you might bump into somebody somewhere if you don't have animosity toward them.
This might be a larger talking point for the show tomorrow.
Yeah,
because
I mean, what are we doing here?
I did not.
Was it all seashells and balloons? We're out here trying to.
I was unaware of this until I just saw this story. Did you know about this, Jack?
I saw. I mean, I saw it last night. I saw the highlight of it, and obviously, Arozarena has had some words to say. But
holy cow!
I mean,
these guys are teammates.
I get it. It's spirit of the competition, but if a guy offers to shake your hand, it's not football. You're not out beating each other up. Just shake the hand.
Or just a little, like knuckles maybe.
Something.
Especially amongst teammates.
It's sportsmanship.
They're not teammates.
Well,
one's playing for the U.S., one's playing for Mexico.
But
what part of that don't you guys get?
They are teammates.
No, there's club, and then there's whatchamacallit.
There's club and country.
Club and country.
There's club and country.
Don't put the two. Don't confuse the two.
What did you think of Waddle and Silvy had a good conversation for a little bit yesterday about the LA Marathon thing. First of all, that finish was unbelievable. Yeah. I mean, if you guys didn't see that, Google the LA Marathon finish from over the weekend.
There was a USA runner walking a Kenyan runner.
It was incredible.
Beat him by 1/100th of a second right at the finish line.
When the Kenyan runner realized what was about to happen at the finish line, he sort of reached for the ribbon and he fell.
Yeah.
And you got to be physically just exhausted, obviously.
Yeah.
But what did you make of the fact that they were giving out medals to the people who
so
stopped
2026
after
it's so
18
2026.
miles?
That's exactly what it is. It's so 2026. It's the problem with the world today. You achieved nothing by running 18 miles out of 26. You failed. Matter of fact, you failed miserably.
Well,
because you had another 8 miles. If you want to participate in a half marathon, go.
Do a half marathon.
13.1 miles. Go. Nobody's stopping you. What
I
are
guess
you
they're
doing?
saying because it was so hot, they
Nobody
were
cares.
encouraging
Hey,
people.
if you stop now, you'll get an award. What? For what? For what did you accomplish? Nothing. You set a goal to run 26.2 miles. What did you run? You ran nothing. You failed. They should get a big, giant F across their chests.
I try to put myself in this situation. If I entered the marathon and I had to stop after 18 miles, I don't think I'd even want the medal.
Of course not. Matter of fact, you'd walk home to your car in shame.
I wouldn't walk in shame. I
Probably
wouldn't
be
do
cramping
that.
up, too.
I wouldn't.
Cramping up because you're lacking fluids.
I'm not saying those people should be ashamed either. I'm not suggesting that, but I don't think I would want the medal. I think I would have said that I didn't finish.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to take it, and I'll try again next year. They did say it was like 88. Oof. That's brutal.
Who schedules a marathon when it's 88
Well, but it's
degrees
March.
outside?
I mean, that's above normal even for LA.
Los Angeles?
You got to run. If
Should
you're
be
in LA,
December or
you should run it in
January.
December.
What are you doing?
I mean, that
Lunatics
is
that run that
a
city.
brutal condition to run that far in. I mean, I'm a runner, so like I'm telling you, that is 88.
There's a shock. Karen Bass doing something wrong.
That is brutal. All right. You know,
don't help me because I know who the mayor is.
Thank you.
Don't hate me because I'm educated.
Thank you to Tom Thayer for joining us. Thank you to Jack and to Jay Moore as always, and thanks for listening, calling, and participating.
She's got nothing to do with the marathon.
In today's show.
I'm sorry.
Waddle and Silvy are back at 2. Have a great day, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. Rich Eisen is next.
Listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Hey guys, are you craving that legendary Chicago pizzeria taste without the wait or the price tag? Meet Connie's Frozen Pizza. Premium pizzeria-inspired pies from your freezer to your table.
Oh, yeah.
Born in Connie's restaurants, now in your freezer. Connie's brings that unmistakable flavor that says, I could have gone out, but why? Hosting, dodging cooking, or are you just hungry? The solution is Connie's. Find Connie's Frozen Pizza in your local freezer aisle. Connie's Frozen Pizza. Authentic Chicago taste without the pizzeria prices.
I'm Courtney Cronin, here with lead attorneys at Costa, Iavone, Julio, and Anthony.
Hey, Courtney. How does being from Chicago help you in your job?
Well, I think Chicagoans like directness. I try to always remember that in press conferences and ask straightforward questions, because that's who I am.
We get that. It's the way we are with our clients. All they know is they need help, and they want a law firm to cut to the chase.
You can do that when you're both local.
It's about making a real connection, one Chicagoan to another.
Costa Iavone, your trusted local personal injury lawyers. We get you.
Call them at 708-4-MILLION.
Hey, it's the good kid. When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. That's why I drive an Advantage Chevy. 3 locations. Chicagoland's covered. Boom. You want a Chevy? They got every Chevy. You want savings? Oh, yeah. They've got that, too. And here's what matters most. Trust. When you walk into Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook, you're not getting the runaround. They respect your time. They respect your budget. They shoot you straight. Head to Advantage Chevrolet in Bolingbrook and see what I'm talking about. Advantage Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Hey, it's Kap. Spring is almost here, and you know what that means for some of you. Sinus pressure and allergies kicking in. Don't just live with it. Reach out to my people at Sinus and Snoring MD. If you're dealing with congestion that won't go away, snoring that's keeping everyone up, or waking up tired even after a full night's sleep, Sinus and Snoring MD can offer real solutions. Step into spring clear, rested, and energized by calling 847-545-0147 or visit sinusandsnoringmd.com.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is ESPN Chicago, the home of the Bears. WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
From noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
We'd love to have Ken back.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Ken Walker being the MVP? Let's go! He tried negotiating with me 5 minutes ago. It was really weird.
The Rich Eisen Show.
Kenneth Walker III is a Kansas City Chief.
That's what I was hearing was a rumor.
Today's guests, senior writer for the MMQB, Albert Breer, ESPN NFL analyst Marcus Spears, plus latest news and more. And now, Rich Eisen.
Hour number 2 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. Lots going on in the world of NFL free agency, as we all know. Let's make heads or tails of it with our next guest. If you're on hold, 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. We'll take your phone calls. We promise you. Marcus Spears of ESPN, top of hour number 3. But joining us right now from Sports Illustrated, our friend Albert Breer is back here on the program. How you doing, Albert? How are you doing, bud?
Hey, what's up, Rich? How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. What's the next biggest shoe you're looking to see drop? There
are still some pretty high-profile guys out there in the market. Trey Hendrickson, the Bengals defensive end, Colts, Cowboys, maybe. Romeo Doubs, I think, was a lot of people, across the league had ticketed for the Niners. Obviously, with Mike Evans now going there, that's probably not happening. But Dobbs was expected to have a strong market coming into all of this. Tariq Woolen, a starting corner for the Super Bowl champion Seahawks would be another name. So there are still some good names out there. And then I think, you start to cast your eyes towards what could happen on the trade market as well. The A.J. Brown thing is sort of at a standstill, and the Eagles don't seem like they're in any particular rush to push anything across the goal line that they don't see commensurate with his value as a player.
All right, let's dive into A.J. Brown. Why would he even be on the market, Albert?
It's a good question. So I think part of it is kind of where they are as a team right now. And, some of the bills of the last few years have come due. And so, how they constructed contracts. And this is a credit to Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni and especially Jeffrey Lurie in spending cash over a cap and being so aggressive the last few years. They were priced out on Jalen Phillips, who they really wanted to keep. They dipped their toe in with Max Crosby, weren't all that aggressive. So there's that part of it, right? Like that eventually they're going to need to flip the roster a little bit. There's also just kind of the general sense of back and forth and everything that's happened the last couple of years. And even when things have been really good, are they great personally for A.J. Brown there? That's always been a question. He's wildly popular in the locker room. So this isn't a bad guy, but, obviously there's been some friction there with him. And so they've at least entertained the idea of him going elsewhere. And, I can tell you that his camp has done its homework and has kind of figured out what's out there, which, I think that piece of it's an important one too here, just because, when you're looking at, different options and what's out there, I think that question of whether the grass is really greener, kind of colors how hard you want to push, like how badly do I want out? Well, that could be a function of what sort of opportunities are out there for me as well.
Okay, so what opportunities do you think could be out there for A.J. Brown over the next 24 hours? Because I'd imagine the deadline for something like this would be the draft if it doesn't pop before everybody's got to get their caps locked by 4 o'clock Eastern on Wednesday.
Yeah, you would assume that like the deadline would be the draft. And, part of that, of course, is because if the Eagles are going to use picks that they get for A.J. Brown, then, that has to be by April, right? Like if those guys are going to be on their roster now, that has to be by April. So I think this becomes over the next 24 to 48 hours, sort of you come to us, and if you come to us with something suitable, then we'll listen. But I don't think the interest in A.J. Brown out there has been I don't think there's like this hot market out there for him right now. And part of that is his age. Part of that's the injury history. Part of that's the contract. And like you said, like we get to the end of the week and now all of a sudden cash and cap budgets have been spent. And so like that pool of teams is going to naturally get smaller. But I mean, like as I see it right now, Rich, like I don't know that there's more than one team really involved, which I think explains why it's sort of at a standstill.
Do you want to name the team, Albert?
Yeah, I think it's New England. I mean, I would just, from my understanding was, and just talking to some people on this whole thing, that, if you go back a couple of weeks and, again, AJ Brown's camp doing their research on what teams might be interested. I know that there were 4 teams at least involved, and just as far as like who AJ was interested in. And my understanding is those teams were the Chiefs, the Chargers, the Bills, and the Patriots. And the Bills obviously bowed out of that when they went and traded for DJ Moore. The Chiefs were allocating their resources elsewhere, so they weren't really in it. And same goes for the Chargers. Like the Chargers didn't have a great interest in doing anything. They were more focused on, okay, how are we going to manage our edge situation with Khalil Mack and Odafe Owe? Obviously, they keep Mack and they lose Owe. And then what are we going to do in our offensive line with Bradley Bozeman retiring? They get rid of Mekhi Becton. They bring in Tyler Biadasz from the Commanders. So that really has left the Patriots, and it does feel like a little bit of a staring contest right now. Mike Vrabel is a factor in this, of course, because AJ Brown's got great affinity for the guy who brought him into the league and coached him his first 3 years as a pro there in Tennessee. And I think there's differing opinions on his value. You could use a couple comps as far as what the Eagles are looking for. One's the Devontae Adams trade of a few years ago when he went from the Packers to the Raiders. That was 2 first-round picks. Another's the Quinnen Williams deal, which, Quinnen, again, is, same draft class as A.J. Brown. And that was a 2 this year and a 1 next year. Both packages had a first-rounder and a second-rounder in them. And that's been sort of the basic ask that's been the basic ask here for the Eagles. On the other side, I think other teams look at it and see an older player who, has had a little bit of a downturn in his production the last couple of years. And the comps I heard from other teams, not the Patriots, but the comps I heard from some other teams was the Stephon Diggs trade, not from Minnesota to Buffalo, but from Buffalo to Houston, which was a second-round pick and a pick swap. And so you look at those 2 sets of comps, and there's a pretty big gap there. And I think that's where the staring contest comes into play.
Albert Breer here on the Rich Eisen Show. What are the Chiefs up to, sir? They signed Kenneth Walker III and let Trent McDuffie go. They get a first-rounder for that, and that's kind of what the Chiefs do, right? They draft, they groom, and then they trade, and they do it at the cornerback spot. So what is Brett Veach's plan here? And if you wouldn't mind, fold into your answer Mahomes' rehab and what you know about his knee and when he's going to come back.
I think they certainly are very, very hopeful. I hesitate to use expecting. I don't want to put a timeline on a player without getting his okay, but I think they're very, very hopeful that he'll be good to go and close to being himself by week 1. So that's good news. I think what you've seen is a really interesting allocation of resources here in that they get the first-round pick from McDuffie, and he clears, I think it was 13-6 was the option number that he was set to play on this year. And for very close to that number, they get Kenneth Walker. His average per year is just over $14 million. The idea here, Rich, was, and it's like looking at everything as a mosaic, right? So they had 2 things that they really wanted to shore up in free agency because they felt like the help might not be there in the draft, just based on the makeup of the draft class. And one was running back and the other was nose tackle. So they get both those taken care of yesterday with Kenneth Walker and Khyiris Tonga. On Walker specifically, and I think this part is really interesting because it does play into what's going to happen in, 6 or 7 weeks in Pittsburgh, right, when everybody's there for the draft. I don't think that they felt like they could count on Jeremiah Love being there when they get to 9.
The Saints appear to feel the same way too, Albert. You know what I mean?
That's fair. You can't really count on Jeremiah Love being there at 9. And so the makeup of the draft class, and I'm sure you've talked with DJ about this, like over the course of that weekend in Indy, right, is like the running back spot is very top heavy. It's the 2 Notre Dame guys, and then there might not be another one to go on until the 4th round. So if you can't get Love, and then the one guy left is Jadarian Price, that's not a very good position to be in. You know what I mean? And so instead of going through all of that, they signed Kenneth Walker. He's a 3-down back, had 133 catches over 4 years in Seattle. He's the sort of back they haven't had in a long time in Kansas City. So that's now taken care of. And now you have the 9th pick, the 29th pick, and the 40th pick to do with that, whatever you want with it. Because your biggest needs are taken care of. You still want to go get corner, right? But Dave Merritt and Steve Spagnuolo have done a great job developing that position over the years with guys like McDuffie himself, L'Jarius Sneed, Jalen Watson. And so you get that. So corner be one spot you could look. You could look at maybe if Carnell Tate falls to you at 9, pairing Tate with Patrick Mahomes for the next decade. You could get the heir apparent potentially to Travis Kelce and draft Kenyon Sadiq there at 9. Point is, like, now that you've taken care of that running back spot, you can really start to replenish your roster with the best players possible at 9 and 29 and 40. And so I think they've really set themselves up here to, I don't want to like make too much of it, but it feels like they've set themselves up here where if they can hit on some picks, this can sort of set the stage for like the 2.0 version of the Chiefs dynasty. I think we're all wondering what this is going to look like post Travis Kelce, post Chris Jones. Well, they've got a bunch of young guys now that are on big contracts, and Creed Humphrey and Trey Smith and George Karlaftis and Nick Bolton. And so now I think this puts them in a position to get some more guys on rookie contracts and really set themselves up for the next decade.
Albert Breer here from Sports Illustrated on the Rich Eisen Show. Let's talk about backstories of news that popped over the weekend and then Monday. Starting with the first one, Max Crosby, who was in, how did he wind up in Baltimore?
So I think a huge piece of this, Rich, was where the first round pick sat of the contenders that were in it. At one point, about a quarter of the league was involved. Philadelphia, New England, Seattle, like there are a lot of teams that were in it at the very beginning. I'd say like as you came down the stretch, what became clear was that the Cowboys at 12 with the 12th overall pick and the Ravens with the 14th overall pick held a distinct advantage because of where those picks were situated. And the reason why is because Buffalo, who was still involved like into the weekend, Buffalo's at 26. So if you'd use the old Jimmy Johnson draft chart, right, the difference between the 14th pick and the 26th pick is the 40th overall pick, right? So that's a high second rounder. So now if you're Brandon Beane and the Buffalo Bills, what you're talking about having to do to get Max Crosby is 2 first-round picks and a second-round pick on top of that. And so the fact that the Ravens weren't as good as they're accustomed to being this year actually really helped them here, and that their pick is much higher in the order. So the Raiders worked through it, and really it was the Cowboys and the Ravens at the end. The Cowboys weren't willing to go to 2 first-round picks. And for the Ravens, really, this is sort of trying to maximize what they've got on hand, in that there's a core of players there now. Nnamdi Madubuike, if he can come back from his injury up front with Crosby, Roquan Smith, Kyle Hamilton, Marlon Humphrey, Nate Wiggins, who's a really good young corner. You got this core of players on defense where Crosby could be the guy that turns them from a really good defense into a great defense. And, of course, you got Lamar Jackson on the other side of the ball. It's just for Eric DaCosta, Jesse Minter, it's sort of identifying we're in a window right now with this core of players. So let's see what we can do to go get after it. And obviously there's the example from last year of a team with a first-year coach getting all the way to the Super Bowl. So that's what they're looking to do.
Okay. Why did Alec Pierce get paid all that money?
So, I look at this is interesting because they get rid of Michael Pittman. And I think, Rich, would you say, at this point, Michael Pittman's probably a better player than Alec Pierce, right?
Well, I mean, again, we're talking production. And, when Pierce catches it, he gets the big-ass chunk play.
Right.
Almost all the time. And if you're going to be spending the amount of money that like this on a receiver,
Yeah.
I'm giving you more of a nuanced answer than you probably asked for.
No, you're nailing it, though.
Go for it.
I mean, that's what it is. Like, I think it's Pierce is 25 years old, and what he brings to the table is much harder to find and harder to replace than what Pittman does. And that's not denigrating Michael Pittman, who's tough, reliable, consistent. I think he's going to be a great fit for Mike McCarthy with the Steelers, right? Like, but what Pierce brings to the table is really hard to find. And so it's a gamble by Chris Ballard and Shane Steichen on, we think he's going to be able to round out his game. And he's the right type of kid, and we know what sort of player he is. And there were teams that were willing to spend on him. San Francisco was in it. New England was in it. Las Vegas was in it. Tennessee, to a degree, was in it. So you had a lot of good, smart teams that had thrown their hat in the ring on this and were willing to make a real run at Alec Pierce because he brings a quality to the table that is very hard to find. And so, I think when you're spending, $29 million a year, 28.5 on the base, you're expecting to get more than 47 catches out of a guy. I think the Colts' feeling is that that's naturally going to happen, and that they can replace some of the things that Pittman brought to the table with Tyler Warren and Josh Downs underneath, and then they can find a third receiver who can do the job. So that's sort of the logic on it. What's fascinating about this one to me is, Alec Pierce was telling everybody anybody who would listen, his camp was telling anybody who would listen over the last couple of weeks that they wanted to know who the quarterback was going to be before re-signing in Indianapolis. So they obviously have a pretty good feeling that Daniel Jones isn't going anywhere.
What was the Albert Breer here on the Rich Eisen Show? The Malik Willis market. I give you the floor on how he wound up in Miami, Albert.
Yeah, so Miami and Arizona, I think, were the two teams that were primarily involved. I think it was going to land always right around that. Like I look at his deal as like a little bit like Justin Fields' deal last year with the Jets, plus a few extra million for inflation. And really, I think for everybody involved, Miami's side and Willis's side, there was, it's just a certain comfort level and a familiarity there. This is obviously going to be a critical couple of years for Malik Willis. And there's going to be a lot on him, but I think, having that familiarity level with the people in Green Bay, John Eric Sullivan, of course, the GM came from the Packers, as did the head coach, Jeff Hafley. It gives you the best chance, to make this more than just a 2 or 3 year thing if you're Malik Willis. As for the Dolphins, they're undergoing a pretty significant rebuild. And, part of why Stephen Ross, fired Chris Greer and Mike McDaniel and wanted to find guys who are adept in like the draft and develop area, as everybody who comes from the Packers generally is because the last 4 years they've had fewer draft picks than any team in the league. And they have a couple of those draft classes within that window that were complete wastelands, like just no one coming out of those classes, And so they want to turn that around. And to do that, you got to kind of tear things down to the studs and accumulate picks and do the best you can to try to create an environment for young people where they can grow. And, the obvious thing to do, again, is just flood the zone with rookies, right? And get young players in there as much as you can. But if you're a first-year coach, you also need to do some stuff to create credibility. And so I think going and getting Malik Willis for Jeff Hafley is a credibility play. This guy's going to give us a chance to compete on a week-to-week basis, and we're going to be able to do some unique things with him. And just as far as like getting everybody on board with our program, yes, we're going to be really young. And yes, we're going to dive in on what could be a 2 or 3 year process. But you have to give, the people in the building, primarily the players, something they can kind of wrap their arms around and someone that gives them hope. And I think they feel like Malik Willis, at least in the short term, can do that.
Couple more for you, Albert Breer, before I let you go on your Tuesday. I'm sure your phone's buzzing, and I appreciate your time that you've given me here on this program, as always. How did Mike Evans, or maybe it's appropriate, why did Mike Evans leave Tampa and wind up in San Francisco?
Yeah, there were a couple stories like this. I'd mentioned something in my column on Monday that like there were a couple of guys that you never thought would leave their teams that like it kind of was getting a little different over there over the weekend with them. And one was Cam Jordan. We'll see what happens with him, whether or not he goes back to the Saints. And then, another was Mike Evans. I know, I had said on Twitter that that people in his camp had told people they have a 1-year, $27 million offer on the table. I know there were some teams that didn't believe that to be the truth. But I think it was sort of indicative of like what the Bucs were hearing, which is like, all right, like, well, do you want to come back here or not? And, I think after the way things went over the last week or so, it just kind of got to the point where, the Bucs are set up now. They've got Chris Godwin on a bigger contract. Didn't have a great year last year coming back off the injury. They've got Emeka Egbuka, whose production was actually at a much higher level when Evans was out. And, they're looking at it and saying, just how far do we want to go? And then you had a Niners team out there that was highly motivated to address the receiver position. Like I said, they were in on Pierce. They were in on Dobbs. They wind up with Evans. But, after what happened with Brandon Ayuk, Kendrick Bourne is leaving now. Obviously Deebo Samuel was traded a year ago. They've got Ricky Pearsall there, but they wanted to add to the position. And I think just schematically, from a culture standpoint too, like just how high effort a player he is, how he is as a blocker. He fit Kyle Shanahan in a lot of different ways. And so he's like the traditional X. He'll play the sort of role that Julio Jones played for Kyle in Atlanta. And he gives him, the sort of guy who I think can draw coverage and who can do some unique things because of his body type. So that's how it happened. I don't think the Bucs intended to lose Mike Evans. But, I'd say things certainly got a little weird between Evans and the team. Not that there's any love lost there. I think that obviously he's a Ring of Honor guy and everything else there. And I think everything that they've said, publicly about Evans is true. It's just, it seemed like it gotten a little weird and awkward over the weekend.
Well, you and I both know someone's going to try and pin it on Baker at the end of the day. No, I mean, that headline and those rumors, at some point in June, we're going to get bored. Somebody's going to say something like that.
Yeah. I'm not going to.
No, I know. I mean, he's probably bracing for it. You know what I mean? And I do look forward to see what the Bucs do. Egbuka clearly could be like the JSN, right?
Yeah.
Of this equation.
I remember a long time ago, Rich. Like I remember when I was still relatively new covering the league, and the Dolphins let Jason Taylor go, right? And I think he went to the Jets. Is that right? Yeah. And I was talking to one of their front office guys about it, and he had talked about how Parcells had this thing that he called progress stoppers, right? And it's not a shot at any older player. But it was kind of a thing where it was like, hey, if you have an older guy, sometimes you become so comfortable with that older guy and his production, everything that he's done, that it winds up stunning the growth of a younger guy behind him because he's not getting the opportunities. And I wonder if that sort of happened here. By the way, the guy behind Jason Taylor was Cam Wake, who wound up becoming a really good player, So I wonder if maybe there's a little bit of that here too, where it's like, well, we don't want to lose Mike, but if we do lose Mike, maybe this, brings the Emeka Egbuka that we saw in September and October back into the fold, and he really blossoms in year 2.
Last one for you, Albert. The quarterback carousel as it remains with the Jets, I guess, at the leaping off point. Breece Hall, this could have been, partly him saying, I want my money and I've got to play on a franchise tag. Watching all money fly everywhere. The Jets also lost Elijah Vera Tucker to the Patriots today. Another unkind cut right there for Jets fans to have to, I guess, countenance. But just the idea of wondering what do the Jets do at quarterback. I guess Arizona has settled on Brissett, if I'm not mistaken, now that we're
and they signed Gardner Minshew, right. And I mean Jimmy Garoppolo. I thought he might wind up there. We'll see if maybe there's some sort of end around they could run. But yeah, I think the Cardinals are relatively set.
And then, so where does everyone else land, and what teams that are looking for quarterbacks? What are they going to do? I assume the Jets aren't going to go Fields 2.0. Albert, are they?
So yeah, I mean, he's still on the roster. Right. So I mean, like I would say. And we'll see how Woody would feel about that. Things that he said during the season.
Right.
I'd say like Kyler Murray, obviously come 4:00 tomorrow, he'll be available. And, I think the shot of him ending up in Minnesota is there. I think he'd certainly like to be there. And what he's done, he's in the same spot as Tua. In getting cut, like he's got now an opportunity to just make this a football only decision. Wherever he goes, it's going to be on the minimum. The Cardinals are going to pick up the rest of the freight. And if it's a football only decision, Minnesota naturally would be his number one choice. I also know Kevin O'Connell and his group have looked hard at potential reclamation projects after the success they had a couple of years ago with Sam Darnold. So getting Kyler in there, maybe throwing him into a competition with J.J. McCarthy could make some sense. I think Kirk Cousins is a name that you look at. And I've heard he's actually, even though he's in the same sort of offset situation, I've heard he would like to do something for more than the offset because of everything he's been through. He'd like a team to show a little bit of a commitment. So they're invested in him as he's invested in them.
Right.
Where does that wind up happening? I'm not quite sure yet. Indianapolis is, again, it's sort of lurking out there as a potential landing spot for somebody like him if there's not a starting opportunity, because the very least, if you go to Indy, you can get starter reps, same way as Atlanta in the spring and summer, while the injured quarterback heals, and then if you get opportunity in the fall, you've got built-in chemistry with the players on hand. The Jets are a fascinating one. I still think there's the opportunity that Geno goes back there. I think Geno's still got something left in the tank. I think Minnesota is going to look at Geno too versus Kyler, and obviously those will both be minimum situations, but the idea of Geno going back and playing with playing with the Jets is kind of a full circle moment of his career that could be out there. And then Joe Flacco's another one, where he's got the existing relationship with Shane Steichen. Could he go back to the Bengals as a backup? That's possible too. I thought Atlanta would have been a potential opportunity for him before Tua wound up there. So those are, the names that we're looking at.
Yeah, if Geno goes back to the Jets, he should wear the red jersey in the locker room this time, right, Albert?
I knew.
Is it too soon? Is it too soon?
I remember the name, IK Enemkpali. I wonder what he's up to now.
Just want to, hashtag too soon.
We were working together then. That's how long ago that was.
You're the man, Albert. Thanks again. You're the best. Truly appreciate you spending all this time.
All right, thanks, Rich. Appreciate it.
That's Albert Breer. Everyone must read his material. Follow him at Albert on Sports Illustrated and all of his platforms. All right, we take a break. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. All the things Kirk Cousins has been through, like being paid like Garrett Cole.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-372-2017. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-372-2017. 800-372-2017. 800-372-2017.
Believe in a world of wellness. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is lighting the way on your health and wellness journey, always helping you write your own story. As your one local trusted partner for nearly a century, Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois ensures the widest access to the best affordable care, where you need it, when you need it. This is David Kaplan. I am proud to partner with Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois because they keep you at the center of everything they do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. You know, a great haircut is always a mood booster, but it's even better when it's convenient, too. And that's why you'll love online check-in at Great Clips. You just check in from your phone, and you'll get a ready next text when you're up next. Plus, with the convenient hours at Great Clips salons, you can get a haircut even when you're really, really busy. So if your hair and your mood could use a boost, download the app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
March is on.
The 2026 TIAA Big Ten Men's Basketball Tournament returns to Chicago. The United Center will host the annual celebration of Big Ten Hoops, March 10th through the 15th. Tickets are on sale now, so head to big10.org/MBBT to secure your seats today. Give your team a home court advantage as all 18 teams battle for a tournament title. Don't miss the 2026 TIAA Big Ten Men's Basketball Tournament in Chicago.
College hoops is in full swing. Now is the time to start planning your vasectomy so you can enjoy watching your favorite college hoops teams on the couch all day, guilt-free. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago is the best team to call. Their experienced surgeons have performed over 30,000 vasectomies and are passionate about making sure their patients have an amazing experience through every step of the process. They make it safe and easy with a virtually painless 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel vasectomy done right in the office. No trip to the hospital, and you can plan to go back to work the next day. Choosing Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago is an easy layup, giving you the peace of mind and freedom you deserve. With 5 convenient locations, including downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower with free valet parking, plus Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. If you're done adding to your roster, make your appointment now. Visit vasectomychicago.com. That's vasectomychicago.com. Or give Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago a call at 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Feeling lucky? Then roll into Potawatomi Casino Hotel Milwaukee this March for Lucky Rollers. Every Thursday, we're giving away over $70,000 in prizes. Play with your Potawatomi rewards card for entries, and you could roll out with $550 in reward play. Or get lucky and win your share of $16,000 in cash. Lucky Rollers, only at Potawatomi. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
Make unforgettable memories with LaPorte County, Indiana's biggest summer events. Experience the adrenaline of the X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix, July 27th through August 2nd. Enjoy the tradition of the LaPorte County Fair, July 11th through 18th. Marvel at the artistry of the Singing Sands Sand Sculpting Festival, July 17th through 19th. And delight in the abundant summer family fun at LaPorte Lake Fest, July 24th through 26th. Make a short drive and feel miles away. Make plans to make your summer bigger and better at visitmichigancitylaporte.com.
At a time when children are in crisis, the Kids Mental Health Foundation envisions a future where mental health is a vital part of growing up, and support starts with all of us. At home, at school, at practice, everywhere kids are.
If you're at school having a bad day, you just don't want to do anything.
I just get these thoughts like, do better. All my little emotions in my head is just running crazy. I don't know what to do.
As a teacher or coach, do you ever feel overwhelmed?
He's just in tears in the huddle. I was like, what's wrong? And he's just like, I'm just so frustrated. And I didn't know what to do.
None of my undergraduate studies talked about mental health.
Teachers need tons of help.
The Kids Mental Health Foundation is the leading organization promoting mental health for children in the U.S. and has free tools and information developed by experts.
Having those resources is the same as the CPR class to me. We're trying to save a life here.
Check out kidsmentalhealthfoundation.org to get started.
There's an app for that. Download. Listen live. Podcasts on demand. The ESPN Chicago app.
Up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
844-204-RICH is the number to dial. I'll take a phone call in a second. Lions fans have been sitting around getting a little nervous because their team, as we all know, has not done very much. It's difficult to do much when you are up against it cap-wise. The Detroit Lions coming into free agency, just a mere bag of shells, as boy, I'm really going way back. Ralph Cramden. I'm actually making honeymooner references. Almost $4 million. That's it. $3.994 million. That's it. So
that's sitcom as old as John Hamm.
They have just made a move, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey.
Oh, we haven't played the breaking news drop just yet today, but let's change that. Go ahead, hit it.
Here it comes. And my eyes see.
Breaking news.
All right, Chris, you got something over there? Breaking news on what the Lions?
Yeah. The Lions obviously need some help. They get Isaiah Pacheco.
All right,
running back
from the Kansas City Chiefs. So the pieces on the board, if you will, the Lions trade David Montgomery to the Texans way before free agency begins, on the heels of the Combine, where rumors were flying. He didn't want to be there anymore. Right. And he's like, who told you? Like, there was somebody tweeted that out, and he's like, did you hear that from Demo?
Demo.
You know what I mean?
Demo ain't told you that.
Yeah. And so Demo then wound up in Houston to be teamed up with Woody Marks. The Lions got themselves an offensive lineman for their line and 2 draft choices. They now have 9 going into Pittsburgh.
9.
And the Lions fans who are lamenting the breakup of Sonic and Knuckles, that also included Jahmyr Gibbs, who, if I'm not mistaken, posted something about that.
Yeah,
the sad Sonic and Knuckles.
Sonic and
sad cartoon gif.
Oh.
I was criticized for saying GIF the other day, but maybe it's just peanut butter on the mind. Listen.
I thought it was GIF.
What can you do?
Me too.
Isaiah Pacheco is a pretty darn good move, replacement, however you want to put it.
Yeah, man. He
kind of dig it. Kind of dig it.
Because you don't want Gibbs taking those shots running up the middle all the time, man.
Well, certainly inside the 10.
Save him. Yeah, you want
inside the 10, inside the 5. Although he would always get taken out, and Kareem Hunt got put in the game. Because I would know that, because I was the one who picked Kareem Hunt up off the waiver wire last 2 years. And he would vulture a lot. Again, I hate to bring fantasy into this thing, but it is, in fact, the way that we communicate in this world from one fan to another.
There's a new Sonic movie coming out that, in next year.
Oh, boy.
We could do it. It was Sonic and Shadow.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
If we're looking for a nickname for Pacheco, and you know what I mean?
I like it. We're turning the father of a 6-year-old on the set. I'm a little out of that game.
Just trying
I appreciate the knowledge.
Move it forward.
And the RAS Consulting ideas are always welcome, but that's not a, by the way, I don't want to go high register. That is not a bad move. I like the move. It's more than solid.
You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying. And plus, if you have a 7th-round draft choice running back out of Rutgers, he must play in the NFC North, apparently. So twice a year, we're going to have a, nice little Rutgers reunion. Monangai and Pacheco, right?
Monangai. Kyle, my young guy.
There you go. So, I like the move. Lions fans, I understand they're getting a little antsy. They lost Anzalone too. Yeah. So I get it that this doesn't give much comfort to the Lions fans who hear and maybe start believing the narrative that the window closed on the bad 4th down decisions 3 NFC championship games ago now. That the window began to close there. Despite a 1 seed, they got one and done the next year, and then last year happened. And they're getting a little nervous. But listen, Jahmyr Gibbs is going to have to get paid. They already paid Jamison Williams to keep him there. They paid Amon-Ra St. Brown. They paid Aiden Hutchinson. They paid Jared Goff. This is what happens. And if you believe that that is not the core, I mean, would you not believe that's a core of a championship team? Wouldn't you believe that? Gibbs, Goff, Williams, St. Brown, Aiden Hutchinson.
On paper, yeah, I'm putting that up against.
You know what I mean? Like, these are the move. This is where they're going. Laporta, when he comes back healthy.
Yeah, for sure.
The line, though, that offensive line that was road grading in the years that everyone did believe the Lions had a window opened, that is concerning. And then, if I'm Brad Holmes, why I amass all these draft choices? Because you're going to have to get some rookie contracts with all of these guys who have been pizzade, including Gibbs coming. Yeah. Plus, you need depth because the football gods see fit to have you get down to cornerback 3 and safety 4 every damn year.
True.
You know what I mean? So let's take a quick phone call, then we'll take a commercial break right here on the program. David in Ohio, you're on the program. What's up, David?
But the news that Dak Prescott called off the engagement with his fiance, I kind of think the Cowboys are going to win the Super Bowl next year.
Oh, my God, David.
MVP season from Dak.
David, we don't usually traffic in these TMZ waters.
Well, I like where your head's at.
But David, why can't a solid husband-wife relationship, or more than solid, a rock-solid husband-wife relationship be the foundation for a championship run? Why must a man be single, David? Why must that happen?
I just think he's going to have more time on his hands, and I think TJ's got a lot to cheer about next year. He's got a lot more time on his hands. He's going to be able to practice more, and I think they might win it for Jerry over the last 30 years.
Win it for Jerry. That's a rallying cry. I didn't think you. Thanks for the call, David. That's a rallying cry. I don't think you heard before. Win it for Jerry.
Hey, win it for TJ. I deserve it. You know how much crap I take sitting here because I'm a Cowboys fan? I deserve a little.
Well, it's because you talk it. I take crap for being a Michigan fan.
You are way more obnoxious about Michigan than I am about Dallas.
Give me a break.
I don't even think that's close.
Give me a break.
What do you mean give you a break?
But as a Michigan fan, I live in such a glass house, I can't even comment about the Ohio State school president right now. I'm like Billy Joel with a rock staring right at that glass house right now. I can't say anything.
You should sit this one out.
As a matter of fact, let's go to break.
Settle down just a little bit.
Although Yaxel Linderbaum just got named Big Ten Player of the Year.
That's a
He's great.
He is. Wait till you see him, and oh, man. The NBA draft is going to be lit when that kid gets drafted. He's really good.
Yeah,
But we got some.
You got a great team, man.
You got some. The reason why he hasn't appeared on this show yet is because I don't want to bother him.
Yeah, how about that, guys? That's Rich's reason for not booking anyone.
Have you not seen it? We haven't had Dusty May on at all.
Rich is like, I don't want to bother them, so he'll bother someone else, but he don't want to bother the Michigan.
It's messed up.
Why?
Just talk to your coach.
Yeah,
don't be a weirdo.
I talk with him. I communicate. I communicate with Dusty May, just not in front of the camera.
Well, that seems selfish.
That's like a tree falling in the woods, and does anybody hear it? Or not? Like, come on.
Don't be selfish.
I saw what happened when we had Dino Babers on. I saw what happened every single.
Well,
by the way, did you see Jerry McNamara's coaching Siena? He could be coach of a tournament team if they win.
Yeah.
How about that?
Really turned around. He probably needs to be the next Orange coach.
Okay.
Just saying.
Then we'll have him on. Okay. We'll take a break. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Marcus Spears of ESPN is around the corner.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
It's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. Right now, Pella Windows and Doors of Greater Chicago and Northwest Indiana is offering 25% off windows and doors or 0% APR for 72 months. Some restrictions may apply. See store for details. Offer ends March 31st, 2026.
One good shot can change the trajectory of your career. Seize your moment and train for a future with potential at ETI School of Skilled Trades. In as little as 7 months, you can get started in welding or HVAC with hands-on training and the skills employers are looking for. We offer day and evening classes to fit your schedule. Take your shot. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
For over 50 years, M&M Home Remodeling has helped Chicagoland homeowners protect and improve their homes with expert craftsmanship, honest service, and industry-leading warranties, earning the Better Business Bureau Torch Award for business ethics twice. From durable roofing to beautiful siding and energy-efficient windows, M&M delivers quality you can trust with clear communication, dependable results, and peace of mind every step of the way. When it comes to your home, trust the company Chicagoland has relied on for over 50 years. Call M&M Home Remodeling today.
We've all learned since childhood that the only way to stop a bully is to stand up to them. At the Verdoliak Law Group, we believe that injured people are being bullied every day into accepting lowball offers from insurance companies. Here's how it happens. When a claim is filed, the insurance company looks to see which law firm is representing the claimant. A simple search tells them whether or not that law firm has a history of taking cases to trial. Think about it. When insurance companies see lawyers that rarely, if ever, take cases to trial, they know the lawyer is afraid to try a case. So why would they ever offer them top dollar? On the other hand, when lawyers consistently fight for their clients by taking cases to trial, insurance companies are left with no choice but to offer them top dollar settlements sooner and more often. Over the past several years, you'd be hard-pressed to find a plaintiff's law firm that has taken more cases to trial than the Verdoliak Law Group. If you want a law firm that's been standing up to insurance companies and trying cases for over 50 years, call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Hey, it's Kap. Spring is almost here, and you know what that means for some of you. Sinus pressure and allergies kicking in. Don't just live with it. Reach out to my people at Sinus and Snoring MD. If you're dealing with congestion that won't go away, snoring that's keeping everyone up, or waking up tired even after a full night's sleep, Sinus and Snoring MD can offer real solutions. Step into spring clear, rested, and energized by calling 847-545-0147 or visit sinusandsnoringmd.com.
Hey, it's the good kid. When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. That's why I drive an Advantage Chevy. 3 locations. Chicagoland's covered. Boom. You want a Chevy? They got every Chevy. You want savings? Oh, yeah. They've got that, too. And here's what matters most. Trust. When you walk into Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook, you're not getting the runaround. They respect your time. They respect your budget. They shoot you straight. Head to Advantage Chevrolet in Bolingbrook and see what I'm talking about. Advantage Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Disasters can strike when we least expect them, and pets often get caught in the chaos. Hurricanes, wildfires, tornadoes, and other emergencies can separate pets from their families in an instant. Being prepared can make all the difference, not just for you, but for your pets. That's where Love Lost comes in. Our free, easy-to-use database uses photo matching technology to help reunite lost pets with their families, quickly and safely. Whether you've lost or found a pet, just upload a photo and search the largest free national lost and found pet database. Love Lost features lost and found pets from thousands of animal shelters, community members, and reports from partner social media platforms, including the Ring/Neighbors app and Nextdoor, to find potential matches. In times of disaster, our central database can help reunite displaced pets across county or state lines. Take a simple step to prepare. Register your pet at lovelost.org today. That's lovelost.org.
Carmen and Jurko, now 9 a.m. to noon, weekdays on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Legitimate. Some talk shows don't allow it, but that's why you come here.
The Paul Feinbaum Show, weekdays at 3 Eastern on the ESPN app and on the SEC network.
On the Rich Eisen Show, we're just talking about all the cash going out to NFL players and their careers. You mentioned where's Mahomes on the list of active players having made the most in their careers. Yeah. He's not even in the top 6, but he's going to enter it soon. The most cash paid by position in the 2026 season, Mahomes leads all quarterbacks with $56.8 million in cash coming into his household. Yeah. So he's, if you will, LinkedIn. Hey, everybody. For small businesses, every hire counts, and so does your time. Hiring can quickly become overwhelming, from sorting applications to figuring out who's truly qualified. That's where LinkedIn Hiring Pro helps. It streamlines the process so you can focus on connecting with the right candidates, not managing the noise. Hire right the first time. Post your job and get $100 off towards your job post at linkedin.com/Eisen. That's linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply. I've said it here multiple times about the NBA. I've said it about, all professional sports leagues. the thing we love the most when it comes to being a fan is when we're watching a sporting event and we feel, as a fan, it means as much to the athlete competing as it does to us, the fan sitting at home. We feel a connection with the athlete. That's why we love the Olympics. I think that's why we love the World Cup, just to name a couple of events. I said this about the NBA, where it's just like when players are load managed and things like that, it gives off the impression it doesn't mean as much to you as it does to us, which is why I think part of Wemby's superpowers is that it does appear every regular season game means the life or death to him. And we love that sort of stuff. I said that with the Four Nations with the NHL, right? A couple years ago.
That was awesome.
Right? It means as much to them as it does to us. I feel the same way watching the World Baseball Classic. Gosh, do I love this. It's so great. And I understand some of these teams have Americans with, all you got to do is just have a 23andMe strand show up that you're from this country and you're playing for.
Which is cool. I think it's great with that. Yeah.
Right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But then there are some teams where they're all from the country, pretty much. And just the shots of, Puerto Rico winning on a walk-off, and Nicaragua, and Taipei, and watching Ohtani homer in Japan, the Dominican Republic. My goodness gracious, who the hell's going to beat them when you're watching it?
I have no idea.
And it just means so much to the players, and the fans are going nuts in the crowd, and it's March. This is March Madness as much as the college basketball as we're about to see. It is so much fun. And, even the players playing in it, like Tarek Skubal pitched once, and he's just like, maybe I should pitch again, even though that would totally throw off his pitching schedule with the Tigers. And he's got a free agency thing coming up, and he's going back to the Tigers in Lakeland, but apparently he's going to come back to be with the team for the semifinals and finals if they reach it. And that makes sense because you want to be around these stars and this environment. Why the hell not? It's electric. Awesome. And last night, man, Judge and Bobby Witt from the hole twice. By the way, Machado did it twice. His typical running towards the third base coaching box and somehow getting it to first, and Vlad Guerrero with the splits. It's incredible. It's awesome. Judge hitting a 2-run shot to put Team USA up on Mexico last night to start after he kept Mexico off the boards with a seed from right field to peg a third out at third base, all in support of Paul Skeens. And then Roman Anthony damn near hit you in the back of your head where you live here in Southern California.
Absolutely.
I think Smoltz said he's stupid power was his comment.
Nuke. 21 years old.
Stupid power. Paul Skeens wins. Actually got run support. This is what he had to say afterwards.
How did you feel being out there, right, with USA across the jersey, hitless outing, right?
Yeah, I think I gave up one hit, but it didn't matter because Judge threw him out at third. One of the best throws I've seen. It was awesome. Great atmosphere. Nice to feel like I'm doing something rather than just, taking up a hotel room and eating all the free meals. So good to go out there and do my job.
Yeah, man. It's just so great to watch all of it. And then you're watching it as a fan. So you feel pride for your country. You feel pride for your team. You love watching the sport. And all I could sit there and think, watching Skeens get the run support from Judge, and also Judge helping keep the bases clear.
Stop it.
Is I'm like, hey, Paul, how's that feel for you?
Oh, gosh.
How's it feel to be a teammate of Aaron Judge and watching Judge keep somebody off the base paths for you and then give you run support, huh? How's that feel?
Probably as good as watching Roman Anthony.
No, not as much.
And Jaron Duran do it.
No. Roman got threw out at home at one point.
I don't know.
No. Roman got threw out at home.
By his teammate.
Otherwise, he could have. I get it.
Just saying. Yeah.
No, they're playing baseball. Yeah. I'm just sitting here wondering.
Yeah. We don't need it.
Just keep this in your mind, Paul.
Nobody's thinking that.
As you're winning, I'm thinking it. I'll tell you what.
Be a pirate.
That's right. Get that pirate shirt off.
Yeah, we don't want to hear
Show
from
up
you
on the
either,
Today
fellas.
Show with your pinstripes one day, but that's down the road.
Yeah. No Dodgers. No.
By the way,
You do your
I'm
best
sitting
just
there
to
thinking,
make
by the way,
Pittsburgh fans mad, don't
you know who Judge threw it to was Guy who should have been a Yankee, too.
Oh, gosh.
Hey team, Wendy here. If you're looking to consolidate your high-interest credit card debt with a personal loan, take a look at SoFi's stats. A SoFi personal loan comes with low fixed rates, no fees required, and as soon as same-day funding. That looks good on paper, but SoFi also passes the eye test. Having helped its members pay off over $33 billion in debt to date, score. View your rate for a SoFi personal loan at SoFi.com/stats today. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, NA member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply at SoFi.com/stats. NMLS 696891.
Evan Cohen here. In life, as in sports, the pros make it look easy. That's why pro golfers like Jason Day, Ben Griffin, and Patton Kazire trust the pros in lawn care. True Green. They have the experience and expertise to give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. And since True Green does the work for you, you get more free time, or more tee times. So stop stressing over your lawn and start loving it. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com because nobody makes it easier to get a golf course quality lawn than True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
This Sunday, it's the Chicago Wolves against their division rivals, the Grand Rapids Griffins.
The Wolves look good, and they've looked good now for the last half dozen games.
With the playoffs on the horizon, you don't want to miss a second of Chicago Wolves hockey.
He scores!
And there's nothing more fun than family Sunday games. The Chicago Wolves take on the Grand Rapids Griffins at Allstate Arena this Sunday at 5 p.m. Get your tickets today.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. In the market for a new car? Shop HawkAuto.com, where they buy more so you pay less. Check their massive inventory of over 2,000 vehicles. They buy in volume so you save in volume. Plus, get all rebates on top of the Hawk Auto volume discount. Save even more with 0% financing for 60 months, so make no payments for 90 days. With 12 convenient locations, your next car is closer than you think. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. HawkAuto.com! Financing on select models with approved credit.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty.
Wait, what?
Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Winter is in full swing, and Aleve is here to keep you moving. When the cold weather sets in, everyday aches and pains can linger, but Aleve's got your back. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, Aleve keeps you going with long-lasting body pain relief to get you through whatever the season brings. Chilly days or cozy nights, Aleve gives you that long-lasting body pain relief you can count on this winter. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
Hey, it's Kap, and you know this about me. I don't put my name on just anybody. I only endorse the best. And that's why I recommend my friends at Automatic for HVAC for homes and businesses across Chicagoland. When the HVAC system isn't working, it becomes a problem fast. Automatic gets that. They're responsive, professional, and they do the job right the first time. From routine maintenance to emergency repairs, Automatic is there to keep your space comfortable. Call Automatic or visit Automatic.com. That's ATOmatic.com. And work with a team you can count on.
You strive for more in life and in business, never settling for anything less than. Your bank should be no different. It's time for a fresh perspective. It's time to move things from to-do to done. It's time for your bank to go the extra mile for you. Achieve more at Republic Bank of Chicago. Banking beyond expectations. Visit ourbankchicago.com to get started. Republic Bank of Chicago, member FDIC.
Hey Lisa, how are you? It's been so long. Are you back for good? What's going on?
Hey, good to see you. Yes, I'm back for good and just trying to get my life back together.
Well, I'm so happy that you're home. It looks like things are going well. I've been seeing those pics you post of you and your family at all those fun events. What gives?
Oh, VetTix. VetTix gives.
What's VetTix?
VetTix is an amazing charity that gives free event tickets, like concerts, sporting events, and shows, to currently serving military vets and their families, and to the immediate families of troops killed in action. It's a really nice organization.
That is so nice.
These events have helped me feel like myself again, and all these new happy memories my family and I are making are priceless.
We have extra tickets sometimes. Can I donate them?
Yes, it's easy. Just go to vettix.org. You can give your extra tickets, and other vets like me can sign up to get them.
Awesome. I love that idea. What a great way to give back. I'm so glad you told me about it, and it was amazing to see you. And listen, thank you for your service.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
All Feinbaum Show. Weekdays at 3 Eastern on the ESPN app and on the SEC network.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
We'd love to have Ken back.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Ken Walker being the MVP. Let's go! He tried negotiating with me 5 minutes ago. It was really weird.
The Rich Eisen Show.
Kenneth Walker III is a Kansas City Chief.
That's what I was hearing was a rumor.
Earlier on the show, senior writer for the MMQB, Albert Breer. Coming up, ESPN NFL analyst Marcus Spears. Plus, latest news and more. And now, Rich Eisen.
Hour number 3 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. If you're on hold, please stay on hold. We will get right to you. We've got more than enough time before we get out of Dodge on this Tuesday. Not nearly as much action today as there was yesterday. That always makes sense in an NFL free agency. But we are waiting for some other shoes to drop. Trey Hendrickson, Kyler Murray, just to name two. Albert Breer was on in hour number 2, giving us some 2 cents on what's already happened, what could be to come. Also, A.J. Brown, is it possible that he does get traded? It appears it's either, according to Breer, New England or not at all. If you missed anything, there's our podcast, all 3 hours available wherever you get them. Also, there is the Disney Plus page. As soon as we're done, this show lives on it whenever you want to watch it back. All 3 hours sit right there. There's also our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show. He's one of our favorites from NFL Live, giving him a shot to chime in here on everything that's going on. Ladies and gentlemen, Marcus Spears back on the program. How you doing, Marcus? What's going on?
What's up? What's up, Rich? What's up, man? I'm at a place called World Springs right now. Okay. It's like a bunch of like cold tubs and saunas and all type of stuff. So it's a little bit different, background setting. But my son had to come here with his basketball team after practice for recovery. Okay. So I decided I'm gonna get in the sauna and I'll do Rich Eisen from World Springs. Here I am, brother.
You're talking my language, saunas and spas and things of that nature. I don't ski. I'm an après skier. Actually, I'm a gold medalist at that. If après ski was an Olympic sport, nobody's touching me.
Okay.
I'm with you. Which is the move that you, out of all of them on Monday, where you're like, or even the weekend, where you're like, that's the one. I would have done that too. What do you got?
Rich.
Yeah.
Max Crosby. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people would say it, but one, I'm going to go to the other side and talk about how happy I am for Max Crosby to actually play with a contender. So now people can see how good he really is in impactful games. And obviously you expect the Baltimore Ravens to be in the playoffs as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing that. And they needed to bolster their pass rush. They needed that type of mentality on defense to kind of bring that old thing back for the Baltimore Ravens. So Max getting out of the situation with the Raiders, even though I think they're going to start progressing here and being able to go and play for a contender, now he'll be able to put them talents on display on TV a lot, and people will get a great appreciation for how good he really is as a football player, let alone how impactful he is during games.
How do you think that jolts a locker room, Marcus?
I think it changes the dynamic. I mean, once now you have a cornerstone, which I believe Max Crosby is, along with the guys that were there, Kyle Hamilton obviously still being there, and then you got your cornerstone in Lamar Jackson. You got a new ushering in of a new crew with the Baltimore Ravens from a coaching staff, Jesse Minter. Like, it just makes total sense that both of these guys will carry the banner for each side of the football. They two leaders, they two uber competitors. I'm talking about Lamar and Max. And they probably align on a lot of things about how you go about trying to win games. So I just think it's a perfect match for especially for a new crew coming into Baltimore with the expectations of being Super Bowl champions.
So with Micah getting his exit visas from Dallas, and that's a totally different story. As you know, we spent, every day in August, your show, my show, every show, talking about it. And him being in Green Bay and getting paid and now seeing Max do this. Do you think if Myles Garrett could wave a wand, he would have stuck to his I don't want to play for Cleveland anymore stance?
Yeah, I think he should have. I think he should have kept his stance and I don't want to play for Cleveland. Because, look, Rich, it comes to a point. What else can Myles Garrett give the Cleveland Browns? Like just from a football standpoint, what else could he possibly do in order to try to help this team win games than what he's done already? He's been that good that they've at times been able to win games or be in games in the fourth quarter because of his talent alone, right? And that organization has a responsibility to players like that, in my opinion. And I never was that type of guy, but they have a responsibility to players like that to try to position themselves to win championships and at least give him a window of a few years where he would have an opportunity. Myles Garrett plays in a division with Joe Burrow, who's been to a Super Bowl, Lamar Jackson, who's made deep playoff runs, the Pittsburgh Steelers, obviously, and the success that they've had, but even just getting into the playoffs as much as they've done. And Myles Garrett is home every offseason trying to figure out what's next for his football team. What's the moves that'll be made in order to try to put us in a situation where we could win games? And could you imagine Myles Garrett playing for a true contender? Could you imagine the type of conversation we would be having about him? We would, Rich, think about this. If Myles Garrett played for a contender the last 4 or 5 years, y'all, let me see Rich when I say this because I want to see his reaction. Myles Garrett would be in the conversation for being the best defensive player to ever play football if he played for a contender. Based on what he's been doing at that position and how dominant he's been. He would be in the Lawrence Taylor, the Deion Sanders conversation with, is this the greatest guy that we've seen play this position? And the fact that he's played with a team that just doesn't put that on display. Rich, think about the coverage we give to the playoffs. Think about the Super Bowl. Think about the things. Think about Aaron Donald and the conversations that he was in because of the success that his team had. So, yes, individually, we know Myles Garrett is one of the best players to ever do it. But if he had those platforms, those opportunities to play in those type of games, those meaningful games that everybody's paying attention to, where the viewership is 30 to 40 million plus, and people can see 95 on display like that, we would be having a conversation of, is he arguably going to end up being the best defensive player to ever play in the NFL? We can't get there, though, because he's playing for the Cleveland Browns.
And, not to kick Ohio teams when they're down, but being a Wolverine, these things happen. Joe Burrow, what he must be thinking, right? But he has played in some meaningful games, though, as a Bengal, right? Things were corners being turned. Now, Hendrickson is going to go somewhere else. They did get Boye Mafe, but here does come Max Crosby in a division that he already has to see T.J. Watt twice, and also has to see Myles Garrett twice. So what do you think's going through Burrow's mind? Because he could be sitting here thinking the same thing that you just described to potentially what Garrett's thinking.
Well, here's my challenge to the Cincinnati Bengals, Rich. If offense was going to win you a Super Bowl and continuously keep you in the playoffs, you would be in the playoffs every single year when Joe Burrow is healthy, right? That's another issue that has to get corrected. His availability needs to become more pressing and more prevalent than it's been. But ultimately, we know where their issues lie too. Defensively, if this team was middle of the pack last year, they would have made the playoffs. And Joe Burrow in the playoffs, to me, is still one of the scariest things that anybody can face on a road to trying to win a Super Bowl. But unfortunately, this saga with Trey Hendrickson has been going on for 3 years. I rang the alarm 3 years ago, and the Cincinnati Bengals fans lost their mind. Talking about, no, you don't know nothing. Look, he re-signed back. I said, look, man, this is a tumultuous relationship that is not in good standing. And I knew that because Rich, you know how connected we are. And I'm not talking about front office people, or I'm not Adam Schefter. I'm connected to players. They talk because I'm never going to divulge any information that they give me, but I get the feeling and the tone and tenure of a lot of these teams in the NFL when it comes to certain individuals and certain players. But for Trey, he had publicly talked about how disparaging it was, the contract negotiation and the things that they were trying to get done. If you, Joe Burrow, and you just listed off the guys that are in this division now from a defensive standpoint, and you have obviously T. Higgins and Jamar Chase, and offensively, y'all put up these guarding numbers. It's going to be about stops for the Cincinnati Bengals. And whether they can or can't do that is going to determine how far they actually can go in their division. And that's why, Rich Eisen, you are who you are. Because you got to get out of your division before we start talking about playoffs. Mm-hmm. And right now, if you look at Cincinnati, they the third best team in their division, right? The second best team in their division based on talent from an offensive standpoint. If you can't play in the defense, though, it's going to hinder you like it did last year. And I think Joe Burrow in that offense is good enough to carry the load a lot of the times, but at times they're going to have to step up. And to their credit, they did start to play a little bit better at the end of the year last year. And you could see remnants of why this team can be really, really good when Joe is on and available and pushing the football down the field and doing the things that they were doing. But defensively, they are going to have to get better fast in order to keep this window open for Joe Burrow.
Marcus Spears here on the Rich Eisen Show from ESPN NFL Live and Monday Night Football, so much more here on the Rich Eisen Show. All right, Alec Pierce, Mike Evans, Kenneth Walker the third. What else we got? I'll even throw Tyler Linderbaum in here.
Linderbaum,
or Tua out, Malik Willis in, and damn the salary cap torpedoes. Which offensive move from Monday did you like the most, Marcus?
It was Malik. Huh. A lot of familiarity where he's going. Obviously, coaches that drafted him, coaches that were a part of the process when he was in Tennessee, obviously the coaching prowess from Green Bay. I think Malik showed. Now, here's what you don't want. You don't want that to be an anomaly where he stepped in at that time for Jordan Love and looked like he looked, because that is what everybody in Miami is excited about. The fact that he played at the level in which he played in time off, and it didn't look like the playbook was shrunken. It didn't look like they had the coach around him. And Rich, a lot of times when you get these backups, right, and you see them play, you have to change a few things, or some things have to, you gotta cut back in what you want to do as far as throwing the ball downfield, or you got to curtail a lot of your offense, because usually it's usually a precipitous drop off when you got your second guy going in. Malik played damn near elite in his little time. Matt LaFleur stayed aggressive. He used his legs, the run game. He looked like he had full command of the offense. He understood where he was going with the football. He used multiple weapons. He moved the ball around. I thought what he showed was quarterbacking, not some fly-by-night, I'm about to play and people can't scout for me, so I'm going to have a good game, because that happens with a lot of backups as well. I think Malik is ready to take care of to become what people thought he could be coming out of the draft. I think development is taking place. Obviously, when you see him now going to Miami with a whole new, it's his team. It's his job. They didn't have to overpay for him in some crazy way. I thought the contract was great. I like Malik Willis a lot. The next one is Mike Evans. But if Mike can stay healthy, we obviously know what Kyle Shanahan can do from an offensive standpoint. We know how much that'll ease things for Brock Purdy. But I would be as excited about that. It's just Mike has missed a lot of time with these injuries. So if he can be available for the San Francisco team for majority of the season, it can be a problem for everybody else in that division. And that division is damn good.
Marcus Spears here on the Rich Eisen Show. $281 million in total contract dollars given out by the Raiders on Monday. It's a lot of money.
Rich, do they have some left over for us? Can we? Is it anything we can do for the Raiders?
I'm going to have my guys look into that. Would you guys mind looking into that? Any Davis dollars left for Swagoo, for his podcast or anything like that? Okay, very good. So the reason why I bring this up is part of that was Nakobe Dean going there. A lot of defensive additions. There's a cupboard's pretty bare there. My colleague from NFL Network, or soon to be our colleagues altogether.
Yeah.
And right, we'll be one big happy team shortly by the end of this month. Jane Slater, she tweeted out that the Cowboys were all in on Dean as well, but ultimately he went with his gut feeling, but was told he could have seen himself in both places. It was a close margin, but the Raiders won this one. Now I want to see your face. There it is. Marcus, floor's yours.
You know, first of all, I'm a big fan of Nakobe Dean since Georgia.
Yep.
And it's I'm going to be a little bit reserved, Rich, because my team has finally stepped into free agency and we gonna do something, right? Supplementing your football team through free agents that are proven helps you win championships, and that's the scream I've had about Jerry and how they've operated. But I have to give them full credit for what they've already done, and I don't think the moves are done being made. You see the restructuring of the contracts. You see the move for the safety out of Arizona. You think about Rashawn Gary, even though he didn't have a great ending to the season, maybe a revitalized guy, Quentin Williams last year. Dallas has done some tremendous things. So this will be the first offseason, Rich, that you don't hear Marcus Spears say Dallas is not trying to win a championship or Jerry is not trying to win a championship. The moves that have been made have been leaning in that direction of being all in. I talked to Dak last year at the Pro Bowl. Well, this past Pro Bowl.
Yes.
While we were in San Fran, and I said, Dak, I want to see you in L.A. He said, man, bank on it. And I said, as long as the old man makes some moves defensively, we have an opportunity to actually be in the mix and make it to L.A. for a Super Bowl. Rich, if you know me, if you watch me, you know I am very, very, very even keel when it comes to Dallas, outside of when I'm cheering for them in actual games. I've been super critical of them. I've talked about what they haven't been doing in order to try to position themselves to win a championship. I love what Schottenheimer did as a head coach last year. Offensively, they've tagged Pickens, and defensively, they've made some moves already, and I don't think that's going to be the end of it. I'm very excited about what we've been doing this offseason. And yes, I said we.
Yeah, I mean, and I feel the same way about Nakobe Dean too, right? And we have no idea what personal decisions are made, but
he would have been great. He would have been perfect. I just don't want to I don't want to cry over spilled milk.
Exactly. Well, I mean, they tried for Max Crosby. You got to give it up for that. They tried for Nakobe Dean. You got to give it up for that. Rashawn Gary's outstanding. And if you look at that defensive line, last year it was Micah. Who knows, how much we're going to pay him and whatever was going on beneath the surface, behind the scenes there, him in the locker room or whatever. Micah's out.
It's shaping to be a good one.
I mean, no doubt. Quentin Williams, Kenny Clark, Rashawn Gary.
And don't forget Odigizua.
Right, and draft capital in your back pocket for future consideration. It's not too bad, man.
That's not bad, man. I mean, pass rush was an issue last year.
Right.
And I'm sure, it got better as the season went along. You saw it change when Quentin showed up. But Dallas got to get stops. We need a better secondary and people that can get after the passer. And I think that offense is still going to be really, really good this year. Getting Williams back. I know a lot of people don't like to talk about running backs, but Javonte signing back with Dallas was big. He had a phenomenal year last year. That kind of flew under the radar because Dak and George and, obviously CD played so well. But there's a lot to be optimistic about now with Dallas based on the moves that they made defensively. And I think it's going to be something to reckon with. Rich, we got an alert. Did you see that alert?
What's the alert? What do we got?
I think Gino going to the Jets.
What do you think?
Back home. Gino, they wrote back, Gino.
They wrote back. They did finally write back. He finally got a response. Got lost in the mail. I know.
I think I can be optimistic. I hate that Gino had the type of season he had last year. It looked awful, but coming out of Seattle, the excitement. I was at the Pro Bowl with Geno Smith as he played his way into that a few years ago. So hopefully they can get some of that, and maybe it's a better offensive fit and all of that type of stuff. So good for Geno, man.
I agree. Good for Geno. And I'll use the same line I used last hour when it was possible.
You saw Dobbs just went to New England?
Look at you.
The news is coming in.
Hey, look at you. Marcus, I feel like I'm Pat, and I got my ESPN guy here doing a free agency show. You know what I mean?
I got you, brother. I got you,
We
man.
got to get you out of your ashram or wherever you are and get you in my studio next time.
Hey,
How
I'm
does
going
that
to pull
sound?
up, man. I can't wait to sit in that seat, brother. You've had my brother Andrew Whitworth, and I got jealous because he got in there before me. So
Come on out.
I'm gonna pull up on you, Rich.
Look, please do so. I love having you on. I love talking football with you. You're really,
man.
you make me smarter. So great.
Thanks,
thank you.
brother.
Thank you for your time here and your 2 cents. And go hang with your kid. Thanks for tapping out of that for a bit.
Y'all take care, brother. Appreciate it.
There's Marcus Spears, everybody. M Spears 96, Swagoo podcast, everything from ESPN and more. He's breaking all that news. You know I'm going to react to Geno going back to the Jets. That's next. This is the Rich Eisen Show. Don't you dare move. Rich Eisen here. For small businesses, every hire counts, and so does your time. Hiring can quickly become overwhelming, from sorting applications to figuring out who's truly qualified. That's where LinkedIn Hiring Pro helps. It streamlines the process so you can focus on connecting with the right candidates, not managing the noise. Hire right the first time. Post your job and get $100 off towards your job post at linkedin.com/Eisen. That's linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you're the unwitting victim in a calamitous mishap, anticipate compensatory damages, subrogation relief, or tort claims under...
Guys, what are they even saying?
Coast Ivoni ads don't sound like that.
Lawyers like that are exactly why people call us. No legal mumbo-jumbo, just real talk.
We're from Chicago. We talk like you, we fight for you, and we have real conversations so we can help you.
They get where you come from, they get what you need, and they get you. Coast Ivoni, your local accident lawyers, because they are Chicago. 708-4million.
Apt, your #1 destination for the home for 90 years, has everything you need to furnish your home. Explore their newly expanded furniture department with stylish, comfortable pieces for every space in your home. With beds, sectionals, dining tables, and more, the Apt showroom offers high-quality furniture from a wide range of brands. You can also get assistance from Apt's design experts, whether you're furnishing a single room or your whole home. For free in-home delivery, professional installation, and complete satisfaction, shop where I shop at Apt. Apt.com, pleasing people since 1936.
Chicago in the spring can be unpredictable. You never know which way you're adjusting your thermostat unless you have the right windows. With Window Nation, you can count on your home being comfortable regardless of the weather. Their windows are customizable and energy efficient. Expert installations take just 1 day, and Window Nation products are backed by a lifetime warranty. There's no better time to upgrade with Window Nation. In March, the more you buy, the more you save. Up to 50% off all window styles, so visit windownation.com and get a free consultation today.
College hoops is in full swing. Now is the time to start planning your vasectomy so you can enjoy watching your favorite college hoops teams on the couch all day, guilt-free. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago is the best team to call. Their experienced surgeons have performed over 30,000 vasectomies and are passionate about making sure their patients have an amazing experience through every step of the process. They make it safe and easy with a virtually painless 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel vasectomy done right in the office. No trip to the hospital, and you can plan to go back to work the next day. Choosing Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago is an easy layup, giving you the peace of mind and freedom you deserve. With 5 convenient locations, including downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower with free valet parking, plus Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. If you're done adding to your roster, make your appointment now. Visit vasectomychicago.com. That's vasectomychicago.com. Or give Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago a call at 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Hey, it's the good kid. When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. That's why I drive an Advantage Chevy. 3 locations. Chicagoland's covered. Boom. You want a Chevy? They got every Chevy. You want savings? Oh, yeah. They've got that, too. And here's what matters most. Trust. When you walk into Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins, you're not getting the runaround. They respect your time. They respect your budget. They shoot you straight. Head to Advantage Chevrolet in Hodgkins and see what I'm talking about. Advantage Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Wear green and ride green to see the Chicago River dyed green on March 14th. The CTA is your best way to get downtown and back. You can avoid the hassle of street closures, traffic, that search for parking. You don't need a pot of gold to cover the cost of a ride share either. $5 will get you to the fun and back. And with tap to pay on all CTA trains and buses, riding is a breeze. Find the best route for you at transitchicago.com/plan a trip. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you can put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Out here, in the middle of all these acres, it can feel like you're the only person on Earth. And sometimes, that's how it feels when you're going through tough times. Stress builds up, you have trouble sleeping, maybe your mind is racing and you just don't feel like yourself. So what do? We get help. Lots of people are struggling with their mental health. It's more common than you think. The good news is, there are people in our community who are here for us when times are tough. Sometimes, just talking to someone can make all the difference in the world, so we don't feel so alone. One thing you can do is visit loveyourmindtoday.org for simple steps you can take to find the right solution for you. Whether it's hearing stories about what other people are going through or finding the resources we need to navigate the stresses in our lives. Visit loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Peggy Kaczynski and Dion Miller. Saturdays on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Advantage Acura.
Same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Audience is returned. 844-204-RICH, number to dial right here on the program. All right, let's go to Al in Dallas. What's up, Albert? How you been, buddy?
Geno Smith. Wow.
I know. I'll get to that in a second. What's on your mind?
Well, listen, I love the fact that Spears is in there schwitzing and just breaking NFL knowledge all over the place.
I love him. Marcus is great. Marcus Spears is awesome.
Yeah.
Yep.
That was excellent. So, unfortunately, the Ohio State University has been in the news for a couple of different reasons, but we won't go into it. But the cornerback sounds like he's got a little bit of a leg injury. So, that was the kid that I wanted my team to snatch up if he's there. But if he's not, if he's not 100%, I have no problem with my man, telling everybody he loves him some Jeremiah Love and see who comes and knocking on the door.
I know. Unfortunately, Al, that was my idea before the combine because I was into Jeremiah Love not making it to 8 or 9 before the combine. Coming out of the combine, I was also talking about the Giants should make noise that he's not getting past us at 5. He may not get past the Titans at 4. You take a look at what the Titans' moves of what they've done. They took Wan'Dale Robinson off your team. But the running back room, by the way, is not bad at all. I believe Tony Pollard is still there, and Tajay Spears is still there. But adding Jeremiah Love to that mix is not out of the realm. And I've got Cam Scatteraboo scheduled to appear tomorrow. I don't know if that would be a Sonic and Knuckles. I know Tyrone Tracy's still sitting there. Carnell Tate.
Wait. You're not seriously talking about drafting a running back at 5 for the New York Football Giants, right?
Why not?
No, please.
Why not? I mean, that would. What do you tell me when you want? You could go another wide receiver, obviously. If Carnell Tate's sitting there, I think that's what you do. But
yeah, I listen. I trust in in Harbaugh, I trust, so I don't care. But like the drafting of Jeremiah Love, I listen. If he gets taken before us, I think it's a good issue, right? It's a good problem. You take the best available. For us, you take the best. You get the most value for what you do. I don't have a problem. I'm not second guessing these things, but I just loved it. And I'd be remiss to say one other thing, Richard, if you don't mind. I mean, we're almost there. I've had the joy, my daughter's attending University of Arkansas. She's been going to 8 or 9 basketball games. This Darius A. Cup, I know you haven't talked about it, but if you get to watch this kid play at all, oh my God, what an NBA player this kid's going to be, and he can make a long run in the tournament. Hopefully. But
we'll see. We'll see. That's just right around the corner. Championship weekend is this weekend, we'll see how many. There's always these mid-major, small school players.
Hofstra. Did you see that last night, Rich?
That I did not. I missed all of that. I was watching the World Baseball. I was watching Aaron Judge tell Paul Skeens what a great teammate he is. So
Hofstra got into the finals of the last second three-pointer. They're in the finals of whatever conference they're in. You can't remember. But,
they're going to win that whatever conference. That's going to be great.
The Flying Dutchman. The Flying Dutchman.
The automatic bid from the whatever conference is a very coveted automatic bid.
The forget about it conference.
That's
right?
it. Yeah, whatever
you like
conference.
that, Brockman?
Yeah. Alan Dallas, everybody.
Colonial Athletic.
Thank you for giving them the respect that they deserve. Listen, the Big Ten Player of the Year is Yaxel Lendeborg, and he was on UAB last year. So there's going to be somebody like that for that team. That's going to be what? The dreaded 12 seed, the dreaded 10 seed. I mean, it's coming. It's coming.
12
right around
always
the corner.
wins, 11.
Right around the corner. We're going to all fill out our brackets, even though we have it's one big fat dart throw. It's going to be great. And then we're going to be like, oh, who's best? And Del Tufo's going to do it. He's going to show up for the first time in 3 weeks with his big toothy grin and talk about how he knows college basketball more than anybody because he works faders for games that he doesn't remember who's playing. So that's going to be great. That's part of our madness. Did I nail it? Chris, did I?
Yes.
Did any words I just say false?
No.
Okay, thank you.
The only thing false are his teeth.
Oh, God, look at you. I tried to. Wow. Hey, listen, that man's got.
He paid a lot of money for those.
Veneers for days.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
One of our favorites.
They're expensive.
Dick all the way.
But and by the way, that's where he's going to be because, listen, I don't blame him for hating my team. He's a Seton Hall guy. So he's got legit reasons to still be angry at me.
Real beef.
I got it.
40-year beef.
40-year beef, by the way. That's great. It's aged.
That's right.
As you know, beef's great when it's aged.
Straight aged.
Okay. All right. Listen.
Give us what we want.
Oh, I'll give you what you want. Crazy things happen in this world in sports. Can't make it up. And I know all about it. The fact that I'm sitting here on anything remotely close to ESPN. I got an email the other day from ESPN Human Resources welcoming me to ESPN.
Oh, that's nice.
Yes, because, as the end of this month, my long-standing run as being an NFL employee comes to an end.
Oh.
Dude, yeah, I am sad about it. I know you're having your fun with it. You went through that, but I've been there since 2003.
Agreed. It was great.
For me I saw this email and I'm like, welcome to ESPN. You're basically coming from NFL Network to ESPN. We're welcoming you. Let's talk. We're going to have meetings and all this sort of thing. I'm like, if you showed me this, say on my wedding day with Susie, when we were sitting there 10 days removed with me getting thrown that curveball of a cardboard box in Bristol, it's crazy, right? Mm-hmm. And that's why you never burn a bridge, kids. And you just keep your head down and you just go about your business and you never know. You might be back in that spot. Geno Smith's a Jet again. And I can't believe it.
Neither can he, I'm sure.
Okay. I can't believe it. He probably can't believe it. He's older and wiser than the last time he was there, which means he understands, when he's back in that locker room, what sort of leadership he's going to have to provide, and he's ready to do it this time. And maybe, just again, he should wear a red jersey walking around in there. Because you never know what might happen and who might take over. And it was Ryan Fitzpatrick that time. And it didn't work out for him in New York. And it's kind of like the football gods have kind of had it in for this guy in a way, because it's how you're born into the league and how you're surrounded in this league. And you take a look at him falling to the second round in this draft is kind of crazy. I'm looking at the quarterback draft class of 2013.
Oh, that was a big shock that he fell.
E.J. Manuel got chosen first out of any quarterback. The Buffalo Bills grabbed him 16th overall. Geno lasted till the next night.
Geno put up big numbers at West Virginia, too.
I know he did. The other quarterbacks taken in this draft class, Mike Glennon, who Warren Sapp famously called on NFL Game Day morning once Mick Glennon, like he was, 2 all-beef patties with special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions.
Sesame seed bun, yeah.
Matt Barkley, Ryan Nassib, everybody. Landry Jones, Tyler Wilson, Tyler Bray was undrafted by the Chiefs. And there's Geno. And he's still around, and everybody else is not in the league by a long shot. We all know it didn't work out for him there, and he starts bouncing around the league. He's actually even winds up on the Giants. Eli Manning's first benching, his streak of consecutive starts. Ben, don't call me Bob McAdoo benched him for this guy. It's weird, wild what's been happening with Geno Smith in his entire career. Wound up with the Chargers. Then he goes to Seattle to back up Russ, who doesn't miss a start himself. He finally gets a shot in 2022, and he wins Comeback Player of the Year award, and that's where he famously said, they wrote me off, but I never wrote back, and he wins the Comeback Player of the Year award, even though he wasn't injured. He came back from everything I just mentioned. They benched, I think, essentially after Flacco then won it from coming back from the couch, they changed the rules to say you can't vote for anybody anymore that hasn't been injured, coming back from an injury in rehab. That's the sensibility of surrounding this award, right? And again, that red jersey stuff, I was joking. Just Google it. Look it up. You can't make it up. It's typical Jets stuff. Yeah. So now here he is, after he winds up in Vegas for Pete Carroll again. It's a disastrous year for everyone involved, absolutely everyone involved. And they're resetting. We all understand who's coming in first overall. So Geno now goes to New York, where he's going to start. He's going to start. It's not going to be Justin Fields' gig. I don't even know if he's going to be on this team after tomorrow. Maybe he does stick around. I have no idea what the Jets' plan is going to do or going to be. Everything right now is to save their powder for next year's draft, where there's going to be tons of young quarterbacks coming out of college, including your guy, Arch Manning, and yada, yada, yada. We'll see if the Manning family pulls it again, except this time it won't benefit a New York team. Google that, too, about Eli's drafting, how he wound up in New York. And so the Jets need a bridge. They need a bridge. There's many bridges in New York.
Not to say, there's the Brooklyn
There's
Bridge.
the George Washington Bridge, the Brooklyn Bridge, the
Verrazano.
Manhattan Bridge, the Verrazano Bridge, the Whitestone Bridge.
Goethals.
There's so many. Well, I mean, that's New York, New Jersey, but
that's fine.
That is a good new jet hybrid right there. Many. There's a new bridge, the Geno Smith Bridge. And more likely than not, there will be no easy pass by any stretch.
Stop at the tolls. We got easy
Because
pass.
these things don't usually work out easily unless Frank Reich comes in. Here's Brees Hall healthy. I mean, there are ways where the Jets can do some things if the Geno of Seattle shows up. The Geno of Vegas, where he's not protected and the run game isn't supporting, and he's standing back there, it's entirely possible that could happen again. I don't wish it on Geno. I don't wish it on anybody in that organization at all. If that happens, they've got a better shot at a better young quarterback like the Arch Manning of the world. And if it works out better, then, yeah, they're not tanking properly, but they're at least winning with somebody that Jets fans can remember. Listen, Jets fans are just going to have to swallow it. They just got to swallow this reality. Just have to swallow it. That didn't think going into a season with a new coach and Aaron Glenn, Bill Parcells' first draft choice and totally remaking the franchise is going to show up. And here's Garrett Wilson, and here's Breece Hall, and they're going to go in a battle with Justin Fields and see what that young guy can do with Quinnen Williams and Sauce on defense. And here we go. And Sauce is gone, and Quinnen is gone, and Breece Hall is franchised, and Garrett Wilson led the team in receiving with 400 yards receiving. And now we're all needing to believe in a new general manager. We don't know from Adam, trying to fill in these blanks with draft choices in the future. It's another reset, everybody. And here's Geno Smith as your quarterback. No Jet fan wanted that. No Jet fan saw it coming. No Jet fan thought it was possible. But here Jet fans are. So, Geno's going to be your guy. He's one to root for. They got to protect him. Doesn't help that Elijah Vera Tucker's now a Patriot.
That's a shame.
But we'll see how they support him. We'll see how Breece Hall can shoulder a lot of the load again. And we'll see what they do in the draft. We'll see if the defense can be supported by whoever is second overall. And Geno has an opportunity to show that he still has it for a 2027 season in which he'll likely be somewhere else. Because the Jets have put all their powder in that draft for the next young buck. Geno Smith's a Jet again. Can't make it up. I'm going to be on. Geno Smith is a Jet. I'm going to be fully on ESPN.
It's wild.
This not just this show, but as of April 1st.
Wow.
I get my silver pass back. You can't make it up. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial right here on our program. Romeo Dobbs is a Patriot. We'll hit on that. More of your phone calls before we get out of Dodge here on this Tuesday show.
It's tournament time when the most talented teams survive and advance. And whether you're cutting down the nets or cutting through resumes, one thing's clear. The best teams are built with the best people. If you're hiring, you need ZipRecruiter. Their smart matching technology finds qualified candidates fast. You can add screening questions to get the right applicants and even filter to see who's recently active. Score the best for your team with ZipRecruiter. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Smalls here. Life is full of choices, some big, some small. And when you choose an H&R Block Tax Pro, you're choosing the largest network of tax expertise to be in your corner. For when your big ambitions need help with the small details. For when your six figures come from 6 different places. For when your gaming stream becomes your revenue stream. For when your business's year one needs 70 years of tax know-how. At H&R Block, they've seen it all. And they're here to help you make the most out of your money for life outside the box.
I'm having a pleasant talk with our friend, Mayor Skip Saviano from Elmwood Park. How can you possibly think you've got the best job? I talk sports for a living.
All I'm saying, Carmen, is that I get to work with our close-knit community. Great stuff. We're always planning new ways to bond and grow.
Well, I'm connecting with the best fans in sports every day.
But you're stuck in a studio. I'm out talking with local businesses, eating at world-class restaurants. What do you got there, a PB&J?
Uncle, you win.
Bam.
Yeah! Mayor Skip Saviano.
Elmwood Park, once you're here, you get it.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
There are over 100 types of known cancer, and all are horrific. But cancer is especially cruel when it strikes a child. Though cancer is the second leading cause of death for children aged 1 to 14, it is far more likely to be misdiagnosed than cancer in adults. Some reports say that cancer misdiagnosis rates could be as high as 28% in the United States. However, to make matters worse, when correctly diagnosed and treated early, 84% of children survive and become cancer-free. Given that survival rate, a missed or wrong cancer diagnosis in a child is especially devastating. For almost 60 years, the Verdoliak Law Group has been helping families who have suffered the loss of a child due to medical negligence. To have the Verdoliak Law Group fight for you and your family, visit VLGlaw.com. That's VLGlaw.com. For help, call 844-4VLG-LAW. That's 844-4VLG-LAW.
Hey, it's the good kid. When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. That's why I drive an Advantage Chevy. 3 locations. Chicagoland's covered. Boom. You want a Chevy? They got every Chevy. You want savings? Oh, yeah. They've got that, too. And here's what matters most. Trust. When you walk into Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview, you're not getting the runaround. They respect your time. They respect your budget. They shoot you straight. Head to Advantage Chevrolet in Bridgeview and see what I'm talking about. Advantage Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
You strive for more in life and in business, never settling for anything less than. Your bank should be no different. It's time for a fresh perspective. It's time to move things from to-do to done. It's time for your bank to go the extra mile for you. Achieve more at Republic Bank of Chicago. Banking beyond expectations. Visit ourbankchicago.com to get started. Republic Bank of Chicago, member FDIC.
My husband is a veteran, and he was injured in the line of duty.
It happened while I was deployed to Iraq. We were stopped at a checkpoint, and then all of a sudden, there was a loud explosion. An IED detonated 3 feet from my face.
It was bad.
I remember thinking, who's going to take care of my wife and daughter?
We took care of each other, with a lot of help from DAV.
When America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
I don't know what we would have done without them.
DAV was the voice that we didn't have.
Every year, DAV helps more than 1 million veterans like Jason get the life-changing support and benefits they've earned so they can achieve more victories.
It wasn't easy, but he never gave up.
My victory is knowing my disability doesn't define me.
He's an inspiration.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Guests on ESPN Chicago join us on the Yingling Hotline. Brought to you by Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
Of the game that we're all going to have to get used to based on these challenges.
Clinton and Friends, weekdays from 10 to noon Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Is outstanding. Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, get into the Hyundai Getaway Sales event right now. Get a deal. Get away with a deal so right it almost feels wrong, because right now you can get great deals on our most popular models, including the adventure-ready SUVs like the Hyundai Santa Fe or Santa Fe Hybrid. There's the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. There's the bold and stylish Elantra loaded with the latest tech. You want to go all electric? Check that box with the Ioniq 5 or Ioniq 9. Get down to your local Hyundai dealer right now and get away with a deal you'll love during the Hyundai Getaway Sales event. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for details. Okay. Romeo Dobbs is a Patriot.
I like it.
All right. So they tried for Alec Pierce.
Yep.
You never know what to believe anymore. Okay. You never know what to believe in. You fall for videos that aren't real. There's blue check marks that aren't blue check marks anymore. You have no idea what is real and what is not. Like there was some stupid rumor that Pierce went with the Colts over the Patriots because he wanted to go with a situation where things were more stable, which is like absurd.
Okay.
Positively absurd.
Yeah.
You know,
Kobe Dean going for the Raiders because he felt it.
Well, I mean, Jane Slater saying one, I know her check mark. That one I believe. But it can't be that. It just simply can't be that. I mean, who called Josh McDaniels being the cheat code? Chris Long did, right? Of Greenlight. 2-time Super Bowl champ, called him the cheat code. Because if you have an offensive coordinator that isn't on a red hot coaching list, poaching coaching list, because he's already done it twice and flamed out both times, with all due respect, then it's absurd. You got Drake May, you got McDaniels, you got Vrabel. There's nothing more stable than that.
Right.
And Elliott Wolf, who's killing the draft since taking it over.
Fact.
Kraft family's not selling.
Nope.
Like, nothing's more stable than that. All right. That said, I think he's not. He's a good receiver.
Yeah,
he's a good receiver when he's healthy. And you take a look at the list again. I'm constantly referring to the NFL Network list of who's available and who is not. He was 5th on the wide receiver free agent by positions list in terms of rankings. You could argue Romeo Doubs should be above Wan'Dale Robinson. You could make that case. But Pierce, Shaheed, and Evans were 1, 2, and 3. Doubs is in front of Jennings and Debo. I mean, he's made some really tough catches in traffic, really big-time catches for Green Bay. You know?
Yeah, so he's only 25. Stephon Diggs was 32, who obviously, was released. Could see him really operating in a similar fashion to how Diggs was used for New England this year.
Right.
Mina Kimes tweeted this out. Romeo Doubs was 12th in the league in yards per route run on 10 to 20-yard throws, tied with Stephon Diggs. Like, it's kind of just a Diggs plug and replace, 7 years younger, so obviously more upside there. I love it. Now go get A.J. Brown.
That's
and David Njoku, and let's rock.
The A.J. Brown stuff, well, Njoku is entirely possible, but because you could just pick up the phone and say a number that he wants to hear, and he's yours. Dallas Goedert, too, by the way.
Also available.
But in terms of Brown, I mean, having spoken to Breer about it earlier, the Eagles don't have to trade him. It's like he's not standing there demanding one publicly. He might be saying something behind the scenes that's causing a rumble, but
seems likely.
The Eagles are 100% like, we don't have to do it. And the Patriots are like, we don't have to do it. I mean, we're interested in doing it. So there's a standoff. Like, it's just going to be a lot of blinking at each other until a need becomes an urgency. And right now, there's less of a need in New England, and there appears to be no need in Philadelphia. So that's how somebody doesn't go anywhere. Pretty much. I don't know what the Dobbs numbers are.
There's some conflicting reports. It seems like it's in the 4-year between, high 60s with an upside of $80 million.
Well, it just depends on what the APY and the guarantees are and things of that
Yeah, it's all about the guarantees. Remember last year, Stephon Diggs was a 3, almost 70, and it ended up being a 1-year deal.
Right. For 20-something million bucks. Again, I've got all these lists here.
And he was awesome.
He's third on the list of largest free agent wide receiver contracts in NFL history in terms of an APY for a new team, behind Ridley and Adams, and then there's now Mike Evans in that regard. So it's a very smart replacement for Stephon Diggs.
Absolutely.
Younger, one assumes less off the field conversations, and then let him grow old with Drake May and Booty.
Absolutely.
And Williams and Douglas. Hey, there were no posters, fatheads on the wall of the Patriots receivers until Randy Moss showed up.
Nice.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, without a doubt.
And you were winning championships with the right mix of offense and situational brilliance and, of course, the trigger man. And then a kicker and a defense. And that's what the Patriots have just redone it. I mean, it's the same thing, right?
It's the same idea. Yeah, same idea.
You know what I mean? Like, nobody knew who a receiver was in New England until, I guess Welker became somebody that everybody knew. And then there was Randy Moss. He was the outlier for Brady.
Yeah, Welker had a great 5-year run, 110 catches in every year.
Didn't Brady, like back in his first run at it, it was always filled with, like, similar to what we see with the Bills and Josh Allen? If you got him
David Patton,
big time, right.
Yeah, it was those types of guys. And they go get Randy Moss, and
he catches.
He sets the touchdown record.
And Brady does the same.
50. Yeah.
And they don't lose a regular season game.
Yeah. So that's what happened.
And Eli got him anyway.
Well, Eli got the defense.
Okay.
Rodney Harrison.
This is part of the team.
should keep Rodney Harrison out of the Hall of Fame, not knocking that.
I'm just pointing out they're building it in a very similar way.
And that worked out very
correct. So if anybody's out there, well, Romeo Doubs not a big name guy, didn't have to be back in the day either.
No one had ever heard. Wes Welker, Julian Edelman. Who were these guys?
I'm just seeing all these other deals. They need to save their money for Christian Gonzalez because he is going to break the bank.
And he deserves every penny.
I know that.
He's going to get it.
He is going to break it. He's going to break it in two.
Yeah.
When it's his time.
Absolutely.
But where will he break the bank?
In New England. They're not letting him walk. That's it for this program. Thanks for joining us. Cam Scattaboo on Wednesday's show. Join us for that. We're back on Disney+.
All right, Rich, it's Waddle and Silvy coming up here in 5 minutes. And the Bears have made another signing today, and we think this one fits perfectly with Ben Johnson. It's a guy he used to coach as well. We'll tell you about that. The Packers continue to lose some players. Waddle will go down the list.
I will. If I can stand it in here, I'm losing all my sense of balance.
It was just one bad one.
My God.
The WBC in baseball has been spectacular. We want to talk about that and how will polls fix the pass rush. It's all coming up. 312-332-3776 to react. It's Waddle and Silvy in 5 minutes.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-568-2790. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-568-2790. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-568-2790. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-568-2790 or biglou.com.
March is on. The 2026 TIAA Big Ten Men's Basketball Tournament returns to Chicago. The United Center will host the annual celebration of Big Ten Hoops, March 10th through the 15th. Tickets are on sale now, so head to big10.org/MVBT to secure your seats today. Give your team a home court advantage as all 18 teams battle for a tournament title. Don't miss the 2026 TIAA Big Ten Men's Basketball Tournament in Chicago.
For over 50 years, M&M Home Remodeling has delivered expert craftsmanship, honest service, and the industry's best warranties across Chicagoland, earning the Better Business Bureau Torch Award for business ethics twice. Now, the trusted name in home remodeling also powers M&M Commercial Roofing. From leak repairs to full roof replacements, your business gets the same quality, transparency, and long-term protection you expect from M&M. Protect your property. Call M&M Home Remodeling and M&M Commercial Roofing. Your peace of mind is guaranteed.
You know they call me the good kid, but I'm not here just to be good, and I'm definitely not here to be average. When it comes to performance, I want to feel confident, ready, and know I'm bringing it every single time. And that's exactly why Blue Chew just raised the bar with Blue Chew Gold. This is a 4-in-1 formula designed to work on both your body and your mind. You get 2 proven ingredients that support blood flow, plus apomorphine and oxytocin to enhance arousal, desire, and connection. That means you're not just physically ready, you're mentally dialed in too. It dissolves right under your tongue and can start working in as little as 15 minutes. Less waiting, less worrying, more confidence. Ladies, if you're listening, send your man the link. Help him bring home the gold and make him a trophy husband. Oh, we've got a special deal for all of our listeners. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code ESPN. That's promo code ESPN. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring.
Hi, you're listening to Meditating with Jan from Toyota. Soften your focus and visualize yourself off-roading in a Tacoma. Now engage your senses. What do you hear? A donkey, because you're driving the kids to a farm sanctuary in a Grand Highlander. Breathe in, breathe out, and go from dreaming it to driving it today.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Event ends March 31st. Toyota, let's go places.
Walnut Law helped me get the compensation that I deserve.
Walnut Law helped me get back on my feet.
Thanks to Waldner Law, I'm at a better place today.
Waldner Law cares for you. We're compassionate. We're empathetic to your situation. And I promise you, I will get you more money than any other law firm in the city of Chicago. That is my promise to you. Hire us, win with us, be successful with us. Call us at Waldner Law, 312-8-million.
This Sunday, it's the Chicago Wolves against their division rivals, the Grand Rapids Griffins.
The Wolves look good, and they've looked good now for the last half dozen games.
With the playoffs on the horizon, you don't want to miss a second of Chicago Wolves hockey.
He scores!
And there's nothing more fun than family Sunday games. The Chicago Wolves take on the Grand Rapids Griffins at Allstate Arena this Sunday at 5 p.m. Get your tickets today.
Do you use a Link EBT card to buy food? Please listen carefully. Rules for SNAP eligibility have changed. You could lose your benefits if you don't act soon. Visit SaveOurSNAP.org to learn about new rules, how they impact your household, and the steps you need to take to keep your food benefits. Don't wait. Go to SaveOurSNAP.org today. Sponsored by the Illinois Commission to End Hunger. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Sweet.
Rosmer lets it rip, too tall and picked off by Kobe Bryant.
Ward's under pressure. Ward is sacked at the 28-yard line. Gallimore, quick release, has it deflected. It's intercepted. And the Browns may have a chance for a pick six. Bush, he's got him one man to beat. He's looking for Myles Garrett for some help. He got some help. And Devin Bush will score.
Take it out to 35. Khalif Raymond across midfield. Still going. One man to beat. It's the punt for Bohorquez. Touchdown, Khalif Raymond.
Nice players the Bears acquired here in free agency. The latest being the last highlight you just heard on Fox, Khalif Raymond, who is the all-time punt return leader in Lions history. He's also been to the Pro Bowl and been an all-pro before.
It's because their defense is so bad, nobody ever has to punt to them.
No, that's the opposite.
That's true.
He's getting the punts.
Yeah, my point is like, you only have to have is 100 yards of punt return to be the Detroit Lions career leader.
Because in the past they did.
Because their defense was so bad.
I don't know if it landed exactly the way you wanted it to.
Because I got interfered
with. How
with.
about I punch you right in the face, champ?
I got interfered
Who
with.
interfered with you?
You did. I saw the flag thrown. I was trying to go up and complete the catch, and I got interfered with.
You said that their defense was so bad. I'm like, he's getting the punts because of their defense.
No, you get the punt when you stop an offense.
Right.
When your defense sucks, nobody's punting against you. They just drive it into the end zone. They kick off to you.
You're talking about the pass, though, is what you're saying. Yes. Why the bar was low.
Yeah. Can we start over?
Yeah, let's do it.
Come on.
Yeah, hit it, Charlie.
Come on. Restart that thing. Can you?
Rosmer lets it rip. Too tall and picked off by Kobe Bryant.
Ward's under pressure. Ward is
sacked
sacked at the 28-yard line. Gallimore, quick release, has it deflected. It's intercepted. And the Browns may have a chance for a pick six. Bush, he's got him one man to beat. He's looking for Myles Garrett for some help. He got some help. And Devin Bush will score.
Take it out to 35. Khalif Raymond across midfield. Still going. One man to beat. It's the punt for Bohorquez. Touchdown, Khalif Raymond.
Yeah, Waddle, some nice players the Bears signed in this free agency.
Oh, yeah, baby.
Period, including the latest, Ben Johnson disciple, who comes from Detroit, Khalif Raymond, who, by the way, is the all-time leading punt returner in Lions franchise history.
That's fantastic. Good addition.
Jackass.
I was hoping that the second time around it was going to include the signing, a highlight from Trey Hendrickson as he was the newest signee, but no, that
He's
hasn't been
still
the case.
available. He's still on the board.
Well, and if he thinks he's getting a Jalen Phillips deal, it's not going to happen.
Yeah,
so.
he's been dug in these last couple of years, and I understand the frustration, but there's also a market, and he's 31, and he's coming off of his worst season and one in which he's been injured. So
I'm still interested. Am I the only person?
No, I don't.
Am I on an island?
I don't think you are. I think we would be happy if you found out.
I think as this time has gone on, it's almost as if people are patronizing the thought that maybe you still would want to, if you could, and create some cap space to bring in a player who has been as good as anybody in the league the last 4 or 5 years at getting to opposing quarterbacks because he's still available. If he wants too much money, I get it, but
we got him when I'm back in the building, and I'll make some calls too. I really want to talk to people who are willing to talk about whether the Bears. I asked you this yesterday. Have the Bears just not been interested in him? Dennis Allen knows him. He had a good year in his final year there after a slow start with Dennis Allen. Were they not interested? Are they not interested in the price? Is it like
I told you yesterday? They don't like sacks.
I know.
Okay, that joke's going to happen again. Okay,
I've got numbers to support that too, Waddle, because I've been
right. Okay, we're going to work together on this joke.
I've unfairly been labeled, but again, some people tell me just ignore some mentions every now and then that they're just a few. Yeah, and I'm always cool with the mentions on the phone when we can have a dialogue at 312-332-3776. There was one of those shorts that went around from my take yesterday that the Bears have poured about $110 million in guaranteed contracts, in guarantees through the last 2 free agencies. And like I said, I'm not telling you that Kobe Bryant isn't a good signing. He's
it's good.
27 years old who is faster and younger and better coverage skills, and he could be physical. I'll tell you why I like Kobe Bryant. And he replaces a pretty good productive player too, but one who is much, much younger.
Oh, yeah.
So Devin Bush coming off a great year in Cleveland.
No doubt his
sideline
best year.
to sideline speed, yes. And maybe he has found himself now in the NFL, and it doesn't cost you a lot. It's certainly a lot less than what Tremaine Edmonds was getting, but it still is an investment in an off-ball linebacker. I think Gallimore's got some pluses. I think, he plays in spurts. He's got to be one of the things on him has been finding that consistency a little bit more. I think he was a 3rd-round pick back in the day, 3rd or 4th.
Cowboys' first 4 seasons.
Yeah, and like he's definitely a rotational piece that they will find useful. So they upgraded their speed. I think Khalif Raymond is a guy who had success under Ben Johnson. He could catch. He's a perfect 4th or 5th target. You already have your top 3 targets in Loveland and Burden and Rome. And you're looking, whether it's Ja'Day Walker, whether it's someone else you draft, or it's Khalif Raymond who can do some things in the receiving game and is a great special teams guy. I have no issue with who they signed. And people are like, this dude's never happy.
Who's that? Who's not happy?
Me. I have been labeled, and if that's what it's going to be, it's going to be. I seemed pretty happy all of last year. I had a great time watching the Bears. We enjoyed them bouncing back. Now I'm ready to enjoy their first back-to-back playoff appearances in 20 years. It's not like I've been spoiled and I'm complaining. What I want them to do is find a better defense and find ways to improve the pass rush, which I feel like they've been chasing their tail ever since Ryan Poles has been here. If that's hate, please inform me how that's hate. Raise your hand, Bears fans, if you would like the pass rush to improve. So, I don't know whose hand isn't up.
Charlie must not be a Bears fan.
Charlie, is your hand not up?
Or he thinks the pass rush is adequate right now.
No, it's obviously not adequate. Of course, the hand is way up. I got 2 hands up, actually.
I didn't see it. Listen, I'm all for drafting and developing too, but I'm just suggesting to you that it's not illegal, nor should it be frowned upon if you use all different avenues. The Seahawks got to the top of the mountain, drafting, trading, and signing free agents on the defensive line. And I'm just, I don't want to be forced to feel like, a football dope for still saying to you, hey, I know it's going to cost you something, but you could do both. If you could find a way to bring Trey Hendrickson in, you're a better pass rushing defense, and you're not going to have to give up any of your draft currency. So how are you worse?
Yeah.
I don't know how you're worse. And I don't know yet if they have even, again, when you restructure contracts, you do kick the can down the road. And I'm not suggesting that you just create this disaster 3 years from now, but other teams have found a way to do it. Look, this is what I would say to you. This isn't being negative. This is being positive. I think so highly of this team and the direction they're heading that I do think that they can be special next year. But I don't think you're going to be special by sacking the quarterback or your pass rush success rate ranking 31st in the league.
That's exactly right.
So that's my point. I want them to be better at pressuring the opposing quarterback. And if you're one that believes Shamar Turner being healthier and Dio Adengbo because he got his Achilles fixed and Grady Jarrett a year older and Booker a year wiser, and if you think that that's adequate, then okay, I'm not going to yell at you for it. And I know that people, look, I want you to draft guys on the defensive line as well. But I don't think it's odd, it's stupid, it's football, being a football moron to say, hey, I'm still interested in Trey Hendrickson, because I am.
I hear a lot of trust the process. I'll tell you this, Bears fans, and I'll rattle off some stats for you. And this isn't hate. Again, this is what Waddle is saying. I want the Bears to win a Super Bowl. I want the Bears to have sustained success, something they have avoided for 20 years. And then they haven't won back-to-back postseason games in 41 years. We know Waddle and I have always been champions standing here and telling you, yes, a 5-win team can win 11 games the following year. It happens all the time. Yep. We also, in that same formula, understand, no, the reason why 5-win teams can become 11-win teams is because sometimes 11-win teams can become 6-win teams in one season. Just like there's the quick pop-up, there's the regression. We would like the Bears to avoid the regression. So they had a lot of comeback wins, which is spectacular. Caleb's great. Ben Johnson's great. They got a lot of great offensive pieces. I don't know if you could do it all like that next year. Hopefully the offense will be better and they'll have a bigger lead where they won't have to come back. The defense, though, has a long way to go. And how are you in like you said, they got a lot of turnovers without a pass rush. First of all, even if they had a pass rush, they probably won't lead the league again in turnovers. And you just have to pressure the quarterback. Yes. Now, how are they going to do that? Where are you going to get that? That's my question. And let me give you some numbers here, Waddle. Let's go back to 2021 when Ryan Poles took over the Bears. Ryan Poles inherited a team that had Khalil Mack, Robert Quinn, who, by the way, that year set a franchise record for sacks with 18.5. He had Akeem Hicks, he had Roquan Smith, and a young Jalen Johnson. So he deemed that team too old and he needed to rebuild. One of my points that I consistently bring up is there is still far more talent on the 2021 defense they inherited than there is in the 2026 defense. Goes without saying. Khalil Mack only played 7 games that year. He still had 6 sacks in 7 games. Yeah. Robert Quinn had 18.5 sacks. Roquan Smith was on his way to becoming a multi-year Pro Bowler and an All-Pro. Akeem Hicks was one of the more underrated Bears on the team. And Jalen Johnson, who remains probably the Bears' best defensive player, wasn't drafted by Ryan Poles. Okay, fine. It takes time. Ryan Poles, in his 4 drafts, still has yet to draft a defensive player who has made a Pro Bowl. Shedeur Sanders made a Pro Bowl this year. The Bears have not had a defensive player make the Pro Bowl. In 4 years with Ryan Poles as general manager, the Bears have 125 sacks. Do you know where that ranks in the NFL over the 4-year span?
125 sacks.
In 4 years.
That's like 30th season. I'm going to say that's 30th.
That is 31st. 31st. The only team that's been worse is the lowly Carolina Panthers, and they only had one less sack at 124. So in the 4 years that Ryan Poles has been building the defense, they remain second to last in the sack category.
Real quick, do you know what the Carolina Panthers did the other day? They just signed Jalen Phillips 4 years, $130 million. It's too much for me, but they at least addressed it.
And I get all the people who say, Silvy, Jalen, you want to spend $30 million on Jalen Phillips, who's never had a double-digit sacks? It's fair. This is not a singular free agent focus. So my point is, and it's not hate, it's concern. Concern for regression. Ryan Poles has yet to show us that he can draft defensive players. Do you know in 4 years how many sacks have come from Ryan Poles' draft picks?
I think we did this a while back. 6?
6 total sacks?
Yeah.
Oh, no. I mean, Javon Dexter's
it's bad,
13.
but it's not that bad.
Yeah, I mean, you got to think. Well, this is 4 years of
16?
sacks. So Poles' defensive players have accounted for 34 total sacks. His single season high by a drafted player is 6. Maybe you're thinking about the team high from a drafted player, and that was from Javon Dexter.
That was last year,
who was
right?
this past year.
Remember when Jaquan Brisker led the team in sacks? I believe it was his rookie year.
Yeah, so like Dexter has 13 and a half. Brisker has 7 total sacks. So whether or not he's drafted the wrong guys, whether or not he's put too much into safeties and linebackers and not defensive tackles and defensive ends, this is just my concern. The track record is the track record. His players on defense have not reached the Pro Bowl. His players on defense don't sack the quarterback. His rosters for the 4 years that he's been here has accumulated the second lowest sack total in the entire NFL. So fine, if you choose to say, don't put your money in this free agency class, draft one at 25, draft a couple in the second round. I'm concerned they still don't know how to do that up there. I believe the reason they had a great draft last year on offense was because of Ben Johnson. They did not have a good draft on defense last year, nor did they have a good free agency round with what they signed with Grady Jarrett and Dio Dangbo.
So the moral of the story here is there's apprehension about whether or not, this can be done.
So come at me. I would love to hear why that's hate. And we could trust a process that hasn't produced fruit. You can do that. That's called blind faith. So my whole point is this is year 5 of Ryan Poles. It's time to build a damn defense. It's time to get guys who can rush the passer. As I told you yesterday, every player he's acquired on the defensive front hasn't lived up to the expectations. Montez Sweat hasn't lived up to the expectations. Javon Dexter hasn't lived up to the expectations. Brisker, most likely out the door this offseason. Most of them don't reach even second contracts. He's gotten rid of more good players than he has acquired. He's done a fabulous job finally hiring the coach and rebuilding the offense. The offense is in good shape. My concern is you need to get at least a halfway decent defense that could pressure the quarterback and stop guys without relying on just
miracles.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I
so
listen,
it's why let me know if that is unfair. No, I don't want to be unfair. I don't want to hate. I want winning football.
It's why I've been an advocate of at least, look, I'm not going to, I said, I'm not going to overspend for Max Crosby. I'm not going to overspend for Trey Hendrickson. So if you're going to tell me that Hendrickson ultimately will sign the same deal that Jalen Phillips signs, then okay, you're right. I'm pining for a pass rush, and I'm hoping that at this point they're involved with talking to people that can get you better on the defensive line. Can you do it all through the draft? Potentially. But I would take a number of swings at trying to fix this. Again, people have traded. People have used free agency. People have used the draft. I guess all I'm saying is I bristle when I hear, well, you just have to draft and develop. That's only part of it. That's part of the availability at your disposal. Again, go to the Seahawks. They drafted guys. They traded for a guy. They signed a guy in free agency. They were killing quarterbacks this year. So, how are you going to do it? And I guess my personal is just I'm bristling at the folks that are just, they get all angry. And and they tell you, well, you got to just do it through the draft. Well, I
No,
think
where's that been?
I think you've laid it out that so far not so good on that front. So maybe keep an eye open to a number of different options.
You said the Seahawks, they drafted a guy, they traded a guy, and they signed a guy.
Yeah.
Haven't the Bears done the same thing?
But they did the right people.
Are they the right guys?
I mean, I guess that's kind of my point, though. Like, if I know, like, it's draft and develop, like, it's only a part of it. But, like, if we don't trust Ryan Poles to draft and develop, I don't really trust him to sign free agents that much
Well, but
either.
I'm pursuing free agents that actually, like, Dio Adengbo would not have been on my radar, a guy who had 16 career sacks in 4 years, and you're thinking you're going to take him to the next level, especially now when your quarterback A is on a rookie deal and you've shown that you're pointed in the right direction. Mitigate some of that risk by bringing in somebody that doesn't have to be further developed. Bring in somebody that has the skins on the wall that helps you address a position that you are lacking at right now. So you're right, Charlie, that they've taken those different vehicles, but they haven't. That doesn't mean they haven't drafted well either, but they're going to draft, right? They're going to draft in April.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
And Charlie, when people come at me, well, what do you want them to do, Silvy? Well, this isn't just a singular free agency. All of this has repercussions. When Poles comes in 2022 and he starts drafting a nickel and a safety at the top of the draft, and you continue to sign linebackers and draft wide receivers, and there are some good picks, now you haven't addressed the primary defensive line, which is as important as any. Quarterback, defensive line, left tackle. He has needs on two of those three, defensive line and left tackle. Now you have to supplement that with trades and free agency. So then last year when you go out there and you try and supplement it with Dio and Grady Jarrett, when Grady Jarrett and Dio aren't productive and you have all that guaranteed money in them, now you don't have room to spend on more prime guys this year. So now you're stuck signing Kobe Bryant and Devin Bush. But now you must hit in the draft. These are all because of what's happened before. So I'm great with drafting guys. He has chosen to avoid drafting pass rushers, or good ones at the very least. He hasn't taken a lot of swings.
Yeah.
So I want this cycle to end. I am tired of kicking the can down the road on left tackle too. We knew 2 years ago Braxton Jones wasn't the answer at left tackle. Somehow, some way, he got $10 million yesterday. Is that a good deal for a swing tackle? Probably. But I think we all know that this doesn't, it is just good. Like you mentioned, kick the can down the road. The kick the can down the road comment can also be made for left tackle. They continue to do what they did at center. They continue to say, we'll worry about left tackle next year. Let's see in a year where Ozzie is. Let's see in a year how Braxton does. Let's see in a year if the Canadian improves this offseason, Theo Benedette. So that's all I'm asking is he putting the money in the right spots and in the right players?
To me, like, the original sin is the Rome Odunze draft, who, like, again, like a nice player that I think we're all optimistic about. But that is this, because if you want to tell me, like, you know, second round, maybe that's not always the most efficient spot to find a pass rusher, whatever. Like, I can't remember off the top of my head how that draft played out as far as the second round goes. Maybe those were the two guys at the top of their board when they had no good players. You want to just take good players. When you have Rome Odunze on the board and you're in the top 10, like drafting the top 10, that's where you want to find that edge rusher. And that's where they had Jared Verse available to them. And I know that, like, we don't want to just singularly focus on one guy, but like Olufashanu is also available in that spot. Like, that to me is the big one, where you are in the range where you want to find those foundational difference-making positions, and you elect to go with the receiver, which to us is like the
fair.
Luxury kind of thing.
And like, I'll even go back to the draft, the one that you were talking about the year before his first one. You know you're tearing your team apart. You know you build a team through the trenches, up front, through both. Your first three picks were a nickel, a safety, and a dart throw on Velus Jones. Is that the way? So these are all, when that happens in your first one, now you're chasing. You didn't put your priority on the offensive line or your defensive line. Then you needed a quarterback. Then you needed those wide receivers, Justin and no one to throw it to. You needed line to protect Justin and then Caleb. So, like, this is all, I'm thrilled with where they are this year compared to last year. I want them to continue to win. Bears fans deserve 11-win seasons year in and year out. We deserve a true contention window. I don't want this to be 2018 where you pop up one year, you have a nice season, we were all electrified, and then we go back to being the doormats in the division. This is a really good division. And the Packers have lost some players, but it's time now to really, like he said, take the North. Now don't give it back. And I just want to see if they can take some more swings at this defense.
It looks at this moment like they're going to have to rely solely on the draft to get better at the defensive line in the edge position. So, I mean, fingers crossed.
It's a good draft to do it in.
Yeah. I mean,
there's going to be really good players on that position.
Yeah, and you got 2 second-round picks as well as the 25th pick overall. Look, I'm not going to sit here and cry if Trey Hendrickson's not a Bear. I just maybe shed a little tear.
I feel like you might. I don't know.
I mean, like a little tear.
All right, so is it fair or unfair, that criticism of the defense and the numbers that I gave you? Is that hating? Is that not trusting a process? I'd love to counter. If you agree, too, call in. If you have suggestions, 312-332-3776. We'll get to all that. Baseball guys on March 9th, really for any day, even if that was June or July and they would move this to the All-Star break, like it was my texts were all baseball related yesterday. It was outstanding. It wasn't even an elimination game. Mexico against the U.S. And by the way, it's not just the U.S. team that's been fun. We watched Team Mexico play the night before. We've watched some Japanese games. The Dominican Republic, Soto, and what he's doing. There's so many good things. This is awesome for baseball. And could they screw it up in a year? I don't think baseball has been in a better spot in years than where it's at today. If you want to talk about where the WBC has been on your radar and where this sport is these days, plenty of room for you as well. So we've got football, we've got baseball, we've got more fun. 312-332-3776. Wilbon joins us at 5. It's your home for the Bears. ESPN 1000.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
ESPN's The Hot Hockey Show. Ready to rock the rinks with Chicago's best hockey knowledge. Brought to you by Chevy Drive Chicago. The Hockey Show, tomorrow night at 6 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
The following is an announcement from Whiskey University. Hey, whiskey connoisseurs are about to report to Barrel and Vine in Plainfield tomorrow night at 6:30. This is a mandatory tasting lesson for Green River Bourbon. Green River is a Kentucky bourbon, not the same as the Chicago River when it's dyed green. You get that? The Chicago River in mid-March, it looks great but doesn't taste great. So I would encourage you not to even try and taste it. The Kentucky Green River at Whiskey U. Taste, learn, and enjoy. Class is back in session tomorrow night, 6:30. Please enjoy responsibly. Green River Distilling Company, Owensboro, Kentucky. Alcohol by volume varies by product.
Let me ask you something. Why does buying a car have to feel like Game 7 pressure? It doesn't. That's why you go to Advantage Toyota in River Oaks. What's up, it's J Hood. You've got a budget, they've got Toyotas that you want to drive. And here's the best part I appreciate. They keep it simple. No marathon sessions, no mystery math, just straight answers, real numbers, and a team that respects your time. Imagine that. Respect. Go see the crew at Advantage Toyota River Oaks. Toyota, let's go places.
LinkedIn is pretty amazing at helping you grow your small business. We cannot stop your new clients from emailing you at 3 a.m. We can help you sell, market, and hire in one place. We cannot help you be in 3 places at once. And while we can't help you organize your calendar, LinkedIn can help you land more clients so you have a calendar to organize. Grow your small business on LinkedIn. Learn more at linkedin.com/smallbusiness.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Empower.
After wanting one for years, Kevin is finally enjoying his new hot tub.
This is the life.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money, so now he can be a little bad.
Oh, no, not my phone.
Oh, Kevin. Kevin's phone may be in hot water, but his finances aren't. Invest well, live a little. Start today at Empower.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Spring can be unpredictable in Chicago, but new windows from Window Nation can keep your home comfortable, no matter the weather. And in March, the more you buy, the more you save. Up to 50% off all window styles. Visit windownation.com for your free consultation today.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
I don't have specific answers on them. Linderbaum, I don't know. I would guess the Bears are going to opt for a cheaper alternative like Tyler Biotic or Lloyd Cushenberry. That'd be my guess on what the Bears wind up doing at center. I don't know. Linderbaum's going to become the highest paid center in football. And I don't know if the Bears are in the market to have two high-priced centers 2 years in a row like that. I don't know if they can get it done, great. I think it's a tough thing to do. Crosby's tough. Linderbaum's tough. And I haven't heard Trey Hendrickson linked to Chicago. That doesn't mean it can't happen. I spoke to him over the weekend, and my sense was that a lot of teams would be interested if the Bengals didn't tag him. They didn't tag him. Speak to him again and see what he says. But I never heard Chicago come up or not come up.
So that's interesting. Like, have the Bears been interested in Hendrickson, but the price is too much? Or are they just out on Hendrickson since last year?
I said to you at the break, that's kind of where I'm at. Is like, and I'd love to know. I'm not going to get to know because I'm not in the building, but do you acknowledge that you have a pass rush situation and you are interested, but there's a limit to what you'd be willing to spend, whether it was Max Crosby or it was Trey Hendrickson? And if that's the case, I understand it because, as I said, I wouldn't have paid Jalen Phillips, who's young but has torn an ACL and an Achilles and never had 10 sacks. I wouldn't have given up 2 ones for Max Crosby. I'm not giving Trey Hendrickson $60 million guaranteed. Like, I get it. I just want to make sure that when they look in their football mirror, they understand that a 31st ranked pass rush win rate, you can't live on that and still expect to get to 11 wins. My hope is not a game plan. So I guess my overriding theme is I hope when they look at themselves, it's not just, well, Dangbo's going to be better, and Grady's going to be better, and Sweat's, played well at times last year, and he's going to be better, and Shamar Turner's healthy now, and we're going to draft the right guy and develop that guy. I hope to God that you're right about that, but all I'm saying is that's a riskier proposition than actually maybe addressing it.
It's how they handled.
At least acknowledging that you need help there. I would just be disappointed if I would come to learn there was no interest in Crosby, there was no interest in Hendrickson, there was no interest in Jalen Phillips because they feel, or Owe, that they feel that they have all their answers in their building, and that's what would concern me. But I'm just speculating on that front. I know they made calls. I said to you all along, Ryan Poles has always been very aggressive. They made calls up to the trade deadline last year. My hope is that they have that same aggressive gene flowing through their systems, but they're making decisions based on what their budgets are. Not that they deny that they have a pass rush problem, but right now they have a fiscal issue more so than a need for the position.
All right, want to hear from you, 312-332-3776. Robert in Romeoville, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Rob?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. If I could give a quick shout-out to Tyler. I appreciate Tyler always taking my call, putting me on hold, but sometimes, life kicks in and I hang up and stuff. So I appreciate that.
Do you know, Robert, that what Tyler's system is? You know, we have caller ID. That when your phone number comes up, he has starred the people he likes, and he has a thumbs down emoji on the people he doesn't. So that's why he must have starred your call.
Hey, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I mean, I don't know if you guys remember my calls, but I always remember every time I call you guys. You guys make you laugh. I got good opinions, so I appreciate it.
That's right. All right. So what do you got today, Robert?
So, I mean, like, when the Bears were going into free agency, did I hope they will get a DN, Max Crosby or Hendrickson? Yes, I did. I mean, but I had a big question mark next to it because of the money. How are they going to do it? You know, things like that. And then Silvy, I'm with you. I'm with you. There's no hate on that. It's certainly questions about the picks he's made. And I went straight to Google. And I looked at his picks. He had 11 in 2022. He had 10 in 2023 and 5 this past draft. That's 26 picks. And what Kap would like to say that who was the GM for the Cubs? Theo Epstein. That if you're a good GM, you hit 50% of your picks. Is that fair? Is that what he said?
I'm not sure what Kap has said about like the percent of hit rate.
If I looked at his hit rate, I would not agree. But the 11 picks he had in 2022, and that was like the start.
Yes, you got to lay your foundation.
His rebuild, and that's 11 picks. That's a good amount of picks to start. Out of those 11, I looked at it. I think I saw only 3. And out of those 3, only one of them got the big contract after their rookie contract ended, and that was Eric Gordon. 3 out of 11. And then the next 10. I mean, I don't want to go down the list and just bore you guys with that. I mean, Darnell Wright re-signed. I'm re-signing him. Dexter, Stevenson, Pickens, Roshan, Tyler Scott, Noah Sewell, Terrell Smith, Travis Bell, Kendall Williamson. Who are these guys? Like, none of them are making it. And a lot of these guys that he picks end up injured before they even play. And they're rookies. Like, I have a lot of questions. It makes me question, can he pick the right guy? Am I going to put my faith in him? Absolutely. He's the GM. He's not going
we have no
anywhere.
choice, yeah. Yeah.
And I just hope, does Dennis Allen have that eye? He had Hendrickson. He let him go. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, Robert, thank you. So
that's why they don't like sacks. That's why you let them go. Yeah, obviously.
I think part of I think it's worth noting that like when Hendrickson left the Saints, he was the number 3 pass rusher on that team, and that was a team that
I can
was
see them leave.
It was in the middle of like the Saints running a Ponzi scheme, basically, with how their salary cap situation worked. Like,
I don't think it's
that he was like a
outrageous.
true cap casualty where they just had zero money.
I don't think that him not being re-signed by the Saints is them condemning him as a player. I don't even recall. I think, Charlie, you're trying to bring some clarity to that situation. I have no idea, other than what you just described, what the situation was. Maybe they couldn't afford him at the time. It's like Jalen Phillips. Maybe Jalen Phillips goes on and has 15 sacks a year the next couple of years. The Eagles couldn't afford to re-sign him at this particular time. Why did the Eagles trade for him and then let him go? That trade actually didn't end up costing them anything because they got comp picks for guys that have left.
He plays that game. Like that's an interesting game.
Listen, if this is the path that you're taking, you know they addressed their offensive line last year by trades and free agency and developing guys. Dan Rochar was really good developing. Ben Johnson, fantastic coaching them. You need to see some of the same return on the defensive side of the ball. So now the shift of the importance and some of the responsibility goes to their defensive line coach, whose name escapes me, and Dennis Allen.
Jurko was asking the same thing.
And Ryan Poles and his group and Jeff King and all the guys up there. Like, if this is the path that you have chosen because this is what's at your disposal, then it makes your coaching staff even more important. So, like, if you're going to tell me that Daiwa Dangbo is in shape and he's ready to get after it and he's chomping at the bit, and now you got to help him get to where you need him to be. You got to develop him. You got to develop, Gervon Dexter. So these are the guys.
Now we're never with Gervon.
Yeah,
this is last year.
Like when you go the route of the draft and you have guys that aren't as accomplished and come in with skins on the wall, that's the responsibility. Now that you've gotten these guys, it's the responsibility of the coaching staff to develop these guys. So now, the onus is on you.
Matt in Arlington Heights here on ESPN 1000. What's up, Matt?
Hey, guys. Good afternoon. Thanks for taking my call. And just really quickly, kudos to you guys. I didn't have a chance to call a couple weeks ago when you guys covered, and thanks for Jeff Dickerson being a close buddy of mine. Seeing that you guys named the studio after him is just a really great compliment, obviously, to JD. And kudos to you guys and the station for doing that awesome job on that. But just really quickly wanted to touch base on what you guys were talking about. You know, Silvy, you hit it right on. And Waddle, you just talked about it. The fact that, you know, the Bears made their own bed with this on the defensive side of the ball. They made some signings, right? They tried in free agency with the Dio signing, Grady Jarrett signing. And part of the reason why, or good reason why they don't have flexibility this year as much with the dollars with a quarterback on a rookie contract is because they've made these signings where they haven't panned out thus far. And so, you know, obviously they're forced now to rely more so on that draft. And like you said, they haven't shown that, but that's what they're going to have to do at this point. And, you know, the other thing is, you know, we all realize Caleb is going to be up for that contract coming up soon. So they're going to have to rely on younger and younger talent coming up with the draft, but they just haven't shown it on that side of the ball. So it is a very valid concern, but just wanted to reiterate what you guys said.
Yeah, Matt, as you said, too, about JD, as you know, being a close friend of his, like, it was the man that he was. And, like, I think about it all the time. I wish, like, if I could have one wish right now, my wish would be that the studio wasn't named after Jeff Dickerson, because that would mean he's with us. You know what I mean? Like, and we would be celebrating him in person and in life, and it just is.
I can hear JD right now telling us both to calm down. Calm
down. Silvy.
There's no money up there for Trey Hendrickson.
Go out and go take your kids to a game. I am relaxed, though, too.
I see sweat pouring down your forehead.
It's hot. Is it hot in here, or am I getting worked up?
It's a little bit. It's a little bit hot.
I got a
Here's the deal.
Shout out to CDGA for the quarter zip. Got a nice springy powder blue quarter zip on.
You may have to throw that one in a dumpster after you sweat through it the way you have.
Am I pitting out?
We're shivering back here.
The rest of the building is freezing. Is it
but
really warm in there?
Am I pitting out?
You're pitting out and crapping your pants. Like, what a combo.
I had one bad one. I've been eating these chia seeds.
It's like saying, well, it was just one nuclear bomb.
I've been
eating, it was just one.
For like the last 3 weeks, I've been eating chia seeds. Are you familiar?
No.
They're supposed to be a superfood and very healthy for you, but what they do is clean you out. And it's cleaning me out.
That's good for all of us. Look, here's the way.
No good for all of you.
I still have my Bears buzz from the 2025 season. Like, let's get it on. So that's why I was a kid at Christmas. I'm thinking, okay, maybe the Max Crosby trade, but I'm not going to overspend. Maybe Trey Hendrickson, but I'm not going to overspend. There's a part of you as a fan and as somebody who's been looking at this that when it doesn't come to fruition, there is a level of frustration. There's a level of understanding as well. I get it. I just want to make sure that inside their building that they are looking at themselves and they're very self-aware and going, look, we can't go into the 2026 season and just expect offensive miracles.
Yeah. Like, for instance, maybe it's my age speaking here, but I am scarred from the past of the past good teams. When the Bears were about to get going under Lovey, I think it was 2005. I forget what year it was, guys. The Bears had the 4th or the 5th overall pick, and they were already a good team. I think it was coming off the 2005 season. I forget when it was. And they had Thomas Jones, who was really, really good. At 4 or 5 in the draft, you should get an impactful player. Remember who they drafted?
Curtis Enos?
Cedric Benson. You're close. And that's where, so you already had a back who was really good for that team. You didn't have a quarterback. That was the Aaron Rodgers draft. And you elected to take another running back. And you didn't allocate your funds for sustained success after 2005 and 2006. 2007, you missed the playoffs. 2008, you missed the playoffs. 2009, you missed the playoffs. You got caught, you made the 10 playoffs, and you never went back. 2018, you made the playoffs. You had this superstar defense. You didn't make the playoffs again until this year. So I would like to make sure the rig stays on the road and this team stays good. So this isn't I'm not like some sort of Chiefs fan who's bitching and moaning over they haven't given me enough over the last decade. This is a team that I would love to have a nice run with.
Well, they raised the bar. Like, I would think that they would want this level of excitement, and with it comes scrutiny. I like Kobe Bryant. I like Devin Bush.
Yes.
I like DeMarco Jackson. I don't know much about Neville the Devil, but there's a good chance that he could step in and give you something in a rotation. I just also, as a greedy SOB, would like somebody who can beat the crap out of quarterbacks.
Right. And they have, like, Jurko used the phrase, I thought, well, they have exchanged pawns for pawns. They have had,
which is fine.
Yeah, and look, you look at the Packers losing all the guys.
Oh my God!
You have to refill guys who are out the door. It could be a lot worse. So they did, and I think they got younger and faster.
Yes,
but still, we started free agency with left tackle, edge, and defensive tackle as your needs. We're going to get to the end of free agency most likely with left tackle, defensive tackle, and edge as your needs.
Well, and the anxiety comes from the concept of hope. And again, this is very early in the offseason. But your hope is now, at the very least, and the Braxton Jones contract is basically $5 million base salary with the potential to make 10. So it's not, if he's not playing, he's not making 10. But the hope is with a full year of rehab that Braxton Jones will be a better player, a stronger player. The hope is when Dangbo comes back after the Achilles, that he will be a better player.
Just
the
magically.
hope is that
because most players who were struggling when they were young and healthy usually get better after an Achilles surgery. Andy in Plainfield, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Andy?
I want to talk about this. How you guys doing? Thanks for taking the call.
You got it. Thanks, Andy.
Jumping right in.
No worries.
I want to talk about what everybody keeps talking, all the needs we need, and they concentrate, it seems like, on the defensive end. And, Sylvia, I think you're in my wheelhouse with me. The center of our defensive line is the problem, not the end. Now, of course, we want to crash the end, but if you can collapse the center of the pocket, that is when your defense gets interceptions. That's when you stop the run. That's when you give the quarterback trouble stepping up and flush him out to the side. Dexter hasn't done anything. I challenge you to come up with one play that you can remember the last 2 years Dexter had. One play.
Well, I'm sure we could do that, but your point is taken. You don't feel Javon Dexter. You see a sack every now and then, every couple of games, but I don't think the play is an impactful play. And I don't think he's lived up to his draft pick.
Yeah, I'm no defensive line expert, but I've been skeptical for 2.5 years now.
I will say, Grady Jackson, towards the end of the year,
Grady Jarrett.
If you look at our defensive line, Grady. Sorry, thank you. Towards the end of the year, he did a great job coming in there. He was obviously getting healthier as the year went on.
Yep.
Billings, a lot of people have problems with Billings. Man, I thought Billings with all his weight running after quarterbacks, I was like, damn, not bad. You know? I mean,
kind of bad.
He had an impact. But it wasn't as bad. But when you have Dexter, where he's drafted and how much he plays the position, there's just no impact. And that has to change. Because you can have the best defensive ends in the world, but if you can't collapse the center of the pocket, you're not flushing anybody out.
Yeah. I said it yesterday, Andy, I'm happy with another edge rusher to pair with Montez Sweat or a guy up the middle. But to me, and I didn't love Ryan Pace at all, but to me, one of Ryan Pace's most underrated, best signings was Akeem Hicks.
Yeah.
No doubt. It just was perfect with
and
him and Mac together.
Yeah, when you play him next to Mac, it's hell for an offensive line. Listen, I agree with his assessment. I thought Grady Jarrett in the second half of the season was pretty damn good. But you're going to have to keep him on a rotation. He's going to be 33 years old this year, and he's best used as a player whose ability is diminishing over the course of time, especially at that position. You got to be careful how much you play him. So you got to put him in a rotation. So now you have to have a competent rotation of guys that can collapse the pocket. It's, I think I've said it all along, and I'm like a dog on a bone, and I won't let it go. I think it's their biggest issue. I know that left tackle needs to be addressed, but I think their biggest issue is their pass rush and their defensive line still.
I want to read you something that Dan Rochar said about Braxton Jones. And, actually a fan turned me on to this. Like, hey, you want to know why they brought back Braxton Jones? Look at what Dan Rochar has said about him in the past. I will do that for you. If you want to talk about free agency, are you happy with the moves? You have confidence in Ryan Poles that he will fix the defensive line in this draft. 312-332-3776. And the Bears did make a move, signing a special teamer wide receiver in Khalif Raymond today, who's a nice acquisition and on a cheap price. We'll get to all that and some baseball talk coming up.
The afternoon drive is easier with Waddle and Silvy. Chill out. They're coming right back. ESPN Chicago.
The CDGA Golf Show. It's the biggest names in golf, and it's the best news and information about Chicago golf. Hosts Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky are your starters for the golf weekend. The CDGA Golf Show, Saturday mornings at 9 on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
You know they call me the good kid, but I'm not here just to be good, and I'm definitely not here to be average. When it comes to performance, I want to feel confident, ready, and know I'm bringing it every single time. And that's exactly why Blue Chew just raised the bar with Blue Chew Gold. This is a 4-in-1 formula designed to work on both your body and your mind. You get 2 proven ingredients that support blood flow, plus apomorphine and oxytocin to enhance arousal, desire, and connection. That means you're not just physically ready, you're mentally dialed in too. It dissolves right under your tongue and can start working in as little as 15 minutes. Less waiting, less worrying, more confidence. Ladies, if you're listening, send your man the link. Help him bring home the gold and make him a trophy husband. Oh, we've got a special deal for all of our listeners. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code ESPN. That's promo code ESPN. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring.
I'm having a pleasant talk with our friend, Mayor Skip Saviano from Elmwood Park. How can you possibly think you've got the best job? I talk sports for a living.
All I'm saying, Carmen, is that I get to work with our close-knit community. Great stuff. We're always planning new ways to bond and grow.
Well, I'm connecting with the best fans in sports every day.
But you're stuck in a studio. I'm out talking with local businesses, eating at world-class restaurants. What do you got there, a PB&J?
Uncle, you win.
Bam.
Yeah! Mayor Skip Saviano.
Elmwood Park, once you're here, you get it.
Hey, it's Kap, and you know this about me. I don't put my name on just anybody. I only endorse the best. And that's why I recommend my friends at Automatic for HVAC for homes and businesses across Chicagoland. When the HVAC system isn't working, it becomes a problem fast. Automatic gets that. They're responsive, professional, and they do the job right the first time. From routine maintenance to emergency repairs, Automatic is there to keep your space comfortable. Call Automatic or visit Automatic.com. That's ATOmatic.com. And work with a team you can count on.
Smalls here. If it feels like everybody's sick right now, you aren't imagining it. Doctors say this is the worst cold and flu season in 25 years, and it's not over. I can't afford to get sick, and I doubt that you can either. That's why I ordered a medical emergency kit. It's like having an urgent care and a pharmacy right in your home. It includes prescriptions like generic Z-Pak to help you get well faster, plus antibiotics to treat pneumonia, strep throat, sinus and ear infections, nausea, even UTIs and other common illnesses. It's in your kit the moment you need it. No waiting for your doctor, no hours at urgent care, no lines at the pharmacy, no copays. Just match your symptoms to the right prescription in your guidebook and call their telemedicine doctor standing by. Order your medical emergency kit online in minutes and it ships to your door. Save $45 with my promo code SMALLS at urgentcarekit.com/smalls. Again, that's $45 off with promo code SMALLS at urgentcarekit.com/smalls. That's urgentcarekit.com/smalls, promo code SMALLS.
Prescription required. Always consult your doctor to determine if this product is right for you.
$2.4 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $2.4 million for a client who was injured in a train accident. Hey, it's Jurko, and I'm telling you, if you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Waddle and Silvy are back. Follow the show on Twitter at Waddle and Silvy and at TWaddle87. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
And my favorite, sausage and chardonnay. You could have stopped that sausage for me. Ooga!
Ooga! Was that today, Charlie? He had some doozies today.
What was it?
Wait till you hear the
Would you
rant.
stop with the sausage?
That's right.
And
He
my
likes
favorite,
sausage and chardonnay.
He's a sausage guy.
You could have stopped that sausage for me. Ooga!
Ooga!
What does ooga mean?
You could have stopped that sausage for me. Ooga!
Wait till you hear the rant he had today on the bean. It was spectacular.
This show was just an entire Jurko rant.
It was
Did you
spectacular.
hear is at the end of the show, Yerk's comments and feelings about the Los Angeles Marathon?
Oh, no, I did not hear that part.
I thought that was a highlight of the show.
Good. That was a strong topic on yesterday's show about whether or not if you quit at 18 miles, if you should get the medal like they were giving out now.
By the way, there was 2 members of their show, Carmen and Jurko, who both didn't know what DTF meant either.
I heard that, yeah. They were married for a long time.
Yeah, I know.
I don't think when you're married and that came up like 15 years ago, whenever that started, that you ever texted someone DTF ?
You could hear the discomfort in Jack when DTF was being thrown.
His voice got higher. Did you notice it? His voice got very high.
Yes.
What do you mean DTF?
Guys, why we can't say it? We can't say it.
Why are they naming
That
the show
was hilarious,
DTF?
by the way.
Where's the little weasel? Is he over there behind his desk?
He interrupted our meeting
Is he
today.
underneath his desk? Where's he at?
Jack.
Was he uncomfortable?
He's on SeatGeek right now trying to find Carm World Baseball Classic tickets.
That was such a great story.
I was dying.
What did he say?
Well,
He said,
Carm's going to Miami next week.
Oh.
And the World Baseball Classic is going to be...
He's going
Friday. He's going Friday.
So the championship is there, isn't it?
Championship is in Miami. And so Jack was like, why aren't you going to the World Baseball Classic? And Carm's like, I'm going with my girlfriend. Like, I'm going to Miami.
Yeah,
I'm
going to
going to
South
Miami
Beach
with my
to
girlfriend.
relax.
And
Good news, I got his World Baseball Classic press passes.
And Jack's like, well, you should tell Danny to let you cover it and stay an extra day down in Miami and just you cover the game. You cover the championship.
Right off your trip.
Right.
That's what you do. I was down there for work on
that's what
WBC,
Jack was
dude.
suggesting.
Well, I don't think
after.
that's not what Jack was suggesting, though.
Jack just wanted him to cover
Why don't you and your girlfriend go to the WBC championship game?
Carm was like,
I've told you
no,
this.
I don't think so.
I've told you this in the past, back in my single days. I don't know if Carmen was married. I don't think at this time. The nerdiest baseball story the two of us ever had is when there was a hurricane in Florida and the Marlins were playing another like bottom feeder team and the games had to move because of, the storm management and everything. So they played a singular game at US Cellular at the time.
It was like when
on the south side.
So when the Cubs went to Milwaukee?
Yeah. But this wasn't Cubs Brewers, and a lot of Cubs fans could come up there.
Right, yeah. This is a random ass
people.
game.
We're like, let's go to, I think it was the Expos and the Marlins. That's how long ago it was. And we're like, let's go. And we're like, this is going to be so much fun. We're going to have the whole stadium to ourselves, and it's a major league game. Cool to see two teams who don't play here, actually. We got there, and by the fourth inning, I'm like, dude, this is boring. It's Expos and Marlins. Now what do we do?
I would make fun of you, but I would do the same thing.
You would.
I know
You
I would
and
do the
Shay-
same thing.
you
We would
and
be there in
Shay
a
are
heartbeat.
exactly the same.
Yes. I remember there was a game. It was Chiefs Bucks, and there was a hurricane, and they were thinking about moving it up to Minnesota. And it was Brady versus Mahomes.
We were thinking about going.
And I thought about going too. It's like, when am I going to get to see Brady versus Mahomes? That's a
are
little
huge
different,
nerd.
though.
Yeah. All right. There's someone who is suggesting a guy who is still out there to help the Bears pass
let's get
rush.
some chubby going.
Yeah, so we'll take that call. I owe you the Dan Rochar comments on Braxton Jones. I'll start with that coming up next. More of your Bears calls at 332-3776. Lots of WBC talk coming up. Anything on your mind, ring us up right now. 332-3776. It's Waddle and Silvy.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The Kap J Hood podcast is available on the ESPN Chicago app and wherever you like to pod. Presented by Republic Bank. Or listen live to Kap J Hood on the app as well. Weekday morning 6 to 9, ESPN Chicago.
All right, Chicago sports fans, it is Toyota's Ready, Set, Go sales event. Perfect time for spring, and it's a perfect time to imagine yourself in a brand new Toyota. You want to check out a couple of new rides? Check out my latest video on Instagram. You could follow me at Mark A. Silverman. That's Mark with a C. And we posted our Grand Highlander and also my brand new Land Cruiser that I absolutely love. You could check out those images. We made some predictions with my kids with free agency. None of them have hit. But by the way, you can take your family on a road trip in the Grand Highlander, which we love. More room than ever. Maybe it's an off-road adventure you're thinking of. With the Tacoma, a sleek Camry is perfect for a weekend getaway. And every Toyota comes with Toyota Care. It's a 2-year, 25,000-mile, no-cost maintenance plan that even includes roadside assistance. It's a value you can expect from Toyota. So do what I did. Ready, set, go to your local Chicagoland Toyota dealer or Toyota.com today. Toyota, let's go places.
Howard, you know I love hockey, especially this season. But in addition to the fast pace, line changes, and physical intensity, there's something very satisfying about the ice itself, especially after the Zamboni makes a pass and leaves a shiny, flawless sheet.
Well, Kap, when I see a sheet of ice, my mind immediately goes to cars spinning out, rear-end collisions, and slip and fall accidents.
Slip and fall?
You know who to call.
My guy, Howard Ankin, 312-6-million. Howard is our lawyer on the Kap J Hood Show, weekday mornings
on ESPN Chicago.
This is a Whiskey U announcement. Whiskey connoisseurs, report to Barrel and Vine in Plainfield tomorrow night at 6:30. This is a mandatory tasting lesson for Green River Bourbon. Green River is a Kentucky bourbon, not the same as the Chicago River when dyed green. Get it? The Chicago River in mid-March. Look but don't taste. The Kentucky Green River at Whiskey U. Yes, do taste and enjoy. Class is in session tomorrow night at 6:30. Please enjoy responsibly. Green River Distilling Company, Owensboro, Kentucky. Alcohol by volume varies by product.
Grab the dial and crank it up, baby, because Potawatomi Casino Hotel Milwaukee is spinning its Winning Hits collection. Over the next 3 months, you could win a share of over $1 million in prizes. On top of thousands in cash and reward play, you could win one of 3 new Ford vehicles in the grand finale drawings on March 27th. Just play with your rewards card to earn entries. Press play on the Winning Hits collection, only at Potawatomi. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
We expect our information in real time. US Med carries continuous glucose monitors, which provide real-time readings of blood glucose levels. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. So call 888-665-0696 today for a free insurance and Medicare benefits check as easy as... That's 888-665-0696.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting ESPNChicagoContests.com. That's ESPNChicagoContests.com.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home for every Bears game. ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy. WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago. A good Karma Brands radio station.
The bean concept.
I mean, it's reflective here.
Yeah.
You could look at Picasso's and you could say how much of an artist you have to be.
Really?
To come
that
up with
unique piece of art? You're asking me how is it? He didn't copy that from anybody. That came from his mind. This guy was sitting around farting one day after eating beans, and there's one bean left in the thing, and he goes, man, maybe I'll make a big bean. I'll get some stupid city like Chicago to pay for it, and then we'll call it, hey, come look at this stupid thing.
We'll call it Cloudgate.
Look at this idiotic thing that sits in the middle of the city. Don't worry.
You never know where your inspiration's going to come from.
Where does the bean rank as far as tourist attractions?
In Chicago?
In
terms of like how many visitors
people come in and they say, I want to go see the bean.
I bet it's high on the list.
Well,
I bet it is.
What's better, Buckingham Fountain or the Bean?
I would say
Buckingham Fountain's off half the time.
Yeah, but Buckingham Fountain's only on for like 3 months.
Matter.
Okay, Michael Jordan statue or the bean?
The bean. More people.
Michael Jordan statue.
For us, the Jordan statue is a better attraction.
But more people go to the bean.
More people go to the bean.
Yeah.
Gotcha. How about the polluted Chicago River or the Bean?
The river's going to get dyed this weekend, though, isn't it?
That should make it better.
It's a sight, though. When they dye the river green, it looks beautiful.
That should make it better. My God.
That was a fantastic conversation. It really was.
You missed it. You got to go back and listen to the final 5 minutes of their show
I
when they were
missed that
talking
part,
about the marathon in L.A.
I was. I'm with Jurko too on Buckingham Fountain. When Buckingham Fountain is on,
ball knowers know Buckingham Fountain.
Yeah, it's the real jam. It's in the middle of Grand Park. You got the lake in your view. Now, granted, the Bean is in Millennium Park, and that's why I think it's a destination too, because it's great real estate.
The Bean does not move me in any way, shape, or form.
I was going to say Buckingham Fountain off is probably more appealing than the Bean.
Yeah, I'm with you.
But it is
on or off.
When it's on, incredible.
Yeah, it's incredible. But when it has the Bean has vaulted up, at least in the national landscape. You know, whether it's out of town stupid or, you know, people, I don't know what it is. They show you the Bean a lot on these national broadcasts.
You don't think the fine people of Green Bay would like a Bean? Of course they would. They can't have one.
Remember, this was either a year or two ago. This was a Waddle World story. The city had to come out and deny that there was someone living inside the Bean.
Really?
I don't remember that.
Neither do I.
I remember that.
This
the Bean?
This was like a year or two ago, yeah.
Who was actually responsible for the Bean? Who's the Bean maker? The creator. Who's the creator of the Bean?
That's a good simple Google search away. You got a computer right in front of you.
I didn't know if the guys knew.
You just went full Carm on us.
Should I stop asking questions and just Google everything, or can I ask these two young lads?
Anish Kapoor.
Thank you.
That's your favorite artist too. He named it Cloudgate. That's the official, as Carm mentioned in there. It is called Cloudgate, and then we have dubbed it the Bean.
Not a scandal about clouds either. Just
you see the clouds in the reflection. Yeah.
Not moved by it.
All right. Here, I'll tell you this, Dan Rochar. Let's back up a second. When we left here, what was your thought when you got the news? Literally, when we signed off, Tyler texted us with the breaking news that Braxton Jones was coming back on a 1-year possible $10 million deal. What was your reaction when we looked at that news?
That this absolutely in no way, shape, or form means he's going to be your starting left tackle when the season kicks off.
But you were surprised, though, too, weren't you?
I was.
My initial reaction was I was surprised. I was hoping for Taylor Decker. This is someone different. This is a guy who's been better in his best days. He has played for Ben Johnson.
I don't think Taylor Decker was great last year, right? Wasn't he dealing with some injury issues? But I don't think his overall performance was fabulous, hence the reason I wanted to move on from him, not just that, but the contract. But I mean, when I heard this, I didn't kind of freak out. I just kind of said, well, I mean, I don't think this means he's going to be your starting left tackle. I don't.
So,
because didn't Dan Rochar say last week or 2 weeks ago on the Teron Armstead podcast that their answer at left tackle isn't in the building? Didn't he say that? Basically,
I
inferred
think
that?
He implied it, I think.
I think he said we don't have the assets to go get a left tackle, and it's got to come in the form of a draft pick or someone in the building. That's what I thought he said.
Really?
And I'll play that, and then I'll read you what he has said in the past about Braxton Jones, and a fan turned me on to this. He's a big fan of Braxton Jones. Do you have the Rochar? You play it, Charlie.
Listen, I'm transparent. I've met with all three guys that played left tackle for us this past year, to include Theo Benedette, an undrafted young man from Canada. And I told all three of them this. I know what the left tackle position looks like in this league. You are the standard. That's a rare player that comes along, but somebody has to play that position similar to that. And so it's a faceless, nameless guy right now. It has to become the way we play the game at left tackle, similar to what's being done at right tackle. Is that player in the building? I think there's guys that have traits, but not consistent enough, not the way we want it done consistently. So that's to be determined. Now, you can address that in free agency. You can address that in the draft. But to find your play or Darnell's play, that requires, in my opinion, you took a couple of years, but it takes probably draft capital or an asset we currently don't have. So
assets we don't have.
It's probably most likely either through free agency or it's here in the building. And my opinion is it's anywhere outside of here, it's here. So that's how we're going to approach it. We're going to work with the guys we got, and we're going to make it better.
It's still confusing as to what he's saying.
Says we have guys that have traits.
I think I came away more confused after hearing that a second time.
He almost made it sound like the draft wasn't the way to go. It's either at the end, he said, it's either in free agency or it's here in the building.
Where was Teron Armstead drafted? Because Darnell was
late.
Yeah, not high. I think it was a third or a fourth rounder.
Okay.
I turned to Tyler and I was like, the first part of that, what I hear is I know what a left tackle looks like. He's speaking to Teron Armstead. He looks like Teron Armstead, and none of you are Teron Armstead.
That's kind of where
That's what he said. They all have traits. And so this is what he has said about, now I'm going back to training camp. I dug deep to find some Dan Rochar comments when someone said, hey, listen to what Rochar has said about him. He said, he's a phenomenal man. He's got unbelievable character. I see the work ethic. I've watched him rehab since I've been here. From the morning to early afternoon, he is working and making strong improvements right now. I think he's an overachiever. One of the greatest compliments I can give a player is being an overachiever. I don't mean that disrespectfully. The Hall of Fame is full of them. So that was early on in the offseason.
He's a smart kid. He's a hard worker. There's no doubt.
I'd rather the first sentence of a scouting report be he's really good, not
well, right. And so
this guy works hard.
I'll give you a couple. Then this is the second one. I believe this happened in training camp. He said, on Jones being the left tackle, if he's healthy, he said, if he were healthy today, he would be our left tackle, and we would have confidence in him doing the job. That's going to be a little bit of a process for his recovery, but if nothing changed, I would see Braxton being our left tackle at the moment. Now, then you remember, as training camp went on, he would get a little sloppier against Miami because he wasn't healthy, and his final comment that I dug deep on was, against Miami when they were having the one-on-one practice between the two teams. Said on Friday against Miami in one-on-ones, I saw a player we can win with. On Sunday, you reverted back to whatever this is for you, and that's not acceptable.
I just love the fact that he tells it as he sees it. He's a truth sayer.
Yeah. So he is telling you he loves his work ethic. He believes in him when he's healthy that he can do the job. So I think they just thought to themselves that this is a buy low on a potential starter if we need him. And you have to have, at the very least, offensive line depth.
Yeah. I don't think it's a horrible re-sign in any way, shape, or form. I just don't think that I'm not going to go out and feel that this is them telling you that Braxton Jones is going to be your starting left tackle when the season kicks off. I think he's in the mix, but I wouldn't say that it's his job to lose. But Again, I have no idea what they're thinking up there. So, by the way, Nashawn Wright has signed a one-year deal with the New York Jets for up to $5 or $5.5 million, if I read that correctly.
I'm shocked by that. I am shocked that now we knew that what he was giving the Bears last year was a huge overachievement, like Rochar was saying. It was a career year. But he showed the athleticism. He got a lot of turnovers. Not that he would get like $20 million a year. I thought Nashawn Wright was going to cash in more than a up to $5 million deal for 1 year. And I asked you the question, if that's the case, were the Bears better off keeping him for at the very least depth? Because it's not expensive.
Yeah, no, it's a very good question. They're going to get Terrell Smith back, right?
Yes.
I mean, he was hurt. I think they probably still like him quite a bit. But
can never have enough.
No, I know. I'm with you at that price as well. I'm more than a little surprised as well that he didn't get more than that.
That contract, though, to me tells a little bit of, all right, some people can sign or can offer you a contract based off of the back of the football card, and some can turn on the tape. This, to me, probably looked a little more like a turned on the tape, saw what it looked like.
I mean, it's
the bad of Nashawn Wright was pretty bad.
Oh, yeah. He would get burned. Like, if he wasn't causing a turnover, you didn't feel great about him in coverage. As far as good coverage, he would make an athletic play where he would end up jumping higher and make like his turnovers were earned. There weren't a lot of like the ball punch in the Philly game was awesome, and a lot of his interceptions were as athletic as you've seen. It wasn't like the Nathan Vasher always getting the bounce of the ball to him
or Eddie Jackson.
Yeah.
I think with Wright too, his physique is a blessing and a curse at defensive back. Like, he's long, you're going to be able to get to some balls and knock some balls away that you maybe wouldn't otherwise, but you're also going, anytime that your arm is in there, an official's probably going to see it and penalize you because of that. Like the way that he's just built. I don't think it helps him as much as it hurts him. I think it probably hurts him a little bit more with the penalties.
That may be the case.
Penalized a lot last year, wasn't he? If I'm remembering,
I'd have to look
especially
at
early, I think too. Did he not get the benefit of the whistle?
I'm telling you, though, it is such an attribute for a cornerback, though, especially if you do play a lot of bump or you're a physical type player. When you have long arms like that, to get inside the foundation of a receiver, inside your frame.
That's how the Jets want to play, too. Yeah. They want to be like physical at the line of scrimmage, and
they want an interception.
Yeah.
Because remember, they did not have one.
He had 5 this year. They had 0 as a team.
Speaking of the Jets, did you guys see the guy tweet about the quarterback carousel for the Jets and how it where like he started it with Geno and he ends it with Geno?
Geno's there now.
Like all the guys in between, they drafted Geno Smith and he was a bust there, to then now trading for Geno Smith and getting him back and all the quarterback. I gotta find it. It's very humorous.
I think there is. Tell me if I'm wrong here, Charlie. Okay, I think there is a bit of I'm not gonna say it's an age discrepancy, but I think the older guys here, whether it's me and Silvy or others, I think that we're team take a leap, and I think you guys, tell me if I'm wrong, are more let's draft and build through the draft. Because I know the draft is something that you're big on, Charlie. But like, am I right? Am I right about that? Are we the impatient older guys who we can see the end of our football lives and we want a little bit more?
You just made this very morbid.
Yeah, and I'm not.
I'm just saying.
I'm not anti-draft. Don't paint me in that picture.
I'm not saying anti-draft. I'm saying being more willing and being open to make a trade for Max Crosby, or to sign a big free agent. Whereas I feel like there's another faction that is just like, look, I don't even want to be in that. Let's draft and build. Would you say that there is?
Well, I think for me, like my number one move that I would have liked to be made this offseason would have been signing Trey Hendrickson.
Okay, so you were still
part of the. But I would go for a move.
Yeah. But to be honest, like I was probably more anti-trade for Max Crosby than pro-trade for Max Crosby.
I know you are.
Not even like with the price and stuff like that. Like I probably wouldn't have wanted to give up more than a first. And forget.
But it's like the reason I mentioned is like when we were with Jake didn't even want to consider Trey Hendrickson. He was like all draft and develop. And I get that feeling, that's Charlie, that you feel that's a better route as well, too.
I just more think like if you have 4 picks in the top 100, I know that we don't feel good about Ryan Poles' ability to draft defensive players. And that's like a well-earned feeling because he has not drafted defensive players very well. But if you have 4 picks, you only need to hit on 2 of them on defense. And all of a sudden you're feeling like really big impacts right away that are cost controlled. Now I'm with Tyler. I still think the way to go about this offseason would have been and still is to bring in Trey Hendrickson somehow to get that force multiplier. But I don't think you need to overextend yourself to try to fix this solution. I don't think you need to, when we talk about best player available, and let's say that there's like a hypothetical run on edge rushers, I don't think you need to take a lesser player in pursuit of trying to fix this pass rush when there could be like really, really good options available in other spots that actually do improve your team. Whereas, yeah, you may settle on the 7th best edge rusher and then it doesn't move the needle all that much for you.
But I would ask you then, if that's the case, let's say you get to 25 and the best player available is a safety out of Oregon. Now,
there's still talk about them doing that.
No,
too.
I know. That's my point.
I would prepare for that. I would prepare yourselves for that. Honestly.
And I would ask if that is the path you go down. At what point where are you getting better on your defensive line, other than just playing the hope and we just expect guys to get better?
Well, I don't think they would like be happy with that. But if that's how the chips fall, then like you kind of don't have much of an option. Right, like, and part of my philosophy with this offseason, with this free agency period, has been to not feel like you need to take any positions, any specific positions in the draft. You don't need to reach just because you have a need at that position. You can just take whatever the best option is available And they still haven't done that with pass rush or left tackle. Like, they haven't insulated themselves from finding themselves in that position. But, like, yeah, if that is the case, then I know it really sucks, but they may end up being in a spot where, like, the opportunities to fix this pass rush just maybe weren't as available to them as we wanted it to be.
I've said this before, too. Like, I've heard Shay with you, Tyler, I don't know where you stand on this, talk about you got to put yourself in position to sign Caleb Williams in a couple of years. I think the opposite of that. You have Joe Thuney on basically 2 more years. The clock is ticking here. You have you have Caleb under control for 2 more years before his 5th year, and you would renegotiate with him and all those guys. So to me, it is now to make those moves. I'll worry about them then, but I don't believe that you penalize this team because you're looking to do things 2 years down the road when tomorrow is never promised. They may suck in 2 years. And if you don't take advantage of your best player, Joe Thuney, and other guys, Caleb on cheap, and these offensive playmakers cheap, when are you going to actually be able to go for it and put yourself over the top?
So what are you suggesting with that?
That's why I'm open to everything. That's why I'm open for, like, and I hate dabbling. I always hate half-assing it. I thought what they did last year, and you can't redo it now, I thought going for Dio Adengbo and Garrett and Grady Jarrett is half-assing it. How much money is that you could have taken into one really good player to take the guesswork out of it? Or, like, there are just, and I'm not saying it's one particular move. It's been 4 years, and their pass rush is in as bad of a position as I thought the process of going for Montez Sweat wasn't bad. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. I thought it was a good effort there. I won't fault him for that. At least he went for it. It didn't work out exactly the way you wanted it.
But it was aggressive.
It's just not good enough now, and that's why I'm opening up all avenues. Free agency, trade, drafting.
I think the problem is the drafting that you've done in a lot of the prior years in the first round. Like, aside from Caleb Williams, a lot of the drafting that you've done has been, you're going to not build depth, but you're building a roster. Like Rome Odunze, when you drafted Rome Odunze, DJ Moore was your wide receiver 1. When you drafted Colston Loveland, you already had Cole Kmet on the roster. You could have theoretically gotten an edge rusher or a defensive tackle or something to bolster the defensive line. And I think that's what Shea would tell you, because he was all in on Jared Verse a couple of years ago. And as a result of that, and now we would
can't redo that either, just like I can't redo, you know.
And as a result of that, and it's the same way that I think a lot of us felt when they drafted Luther Burden, it was like, really, they've got DJ Moore and Rome Odunze on the roster already. But now we're starting to learn, yeah, it was probably a good move to draft Luther Burden so you could move on from DJ Moore. You basically recouped that second-round pick that you used on Luther Burden.
Which is a good reason why I think being aggressive, trying to address some of your other issues with accomplished players, I think makes sense. Because it's almost like flipping the script. Like, okay.
Well, yeah, because I agree with you, Sylvia. You just misfired last year with
and think about
Dio.
what
I won't
that
say
money
as much
could
with
have been
Grady,
put
but
into. Yeah.
I won't say as much with Grady Jarrett, but Dio Adengbo certainly was a misfire.
Well, the problem with Grady is he's still a solid player, but the price you paid keeps you from, doing more. Like, there's
and they
a good
needed
chance.
an alpha in the room. Don't you think they did that because of how great of a guy he is?
You got a captain. Now,
because of all the dysfunction that happened 2 years ago when you had a coach who was like a substitute teacher in the locker room.
Now, maybe you don't have the season that you had last year, and you'd be priming yourself up to have a season like you had last year this upcoming season, but couldn't you say, well, you could have maybe done this with Cam Jordan this year? Because Cam Jordan, I think, would have the same impact as Grady Jarrett did from a leadership standpoint. He's probably a little bit of a better player, too.
I agree with that.
Someone brought up Chubb. What's
Bradley Chubb.
Yeah, he hung up. I was going to take his call. Someone said Bradley Chubb is still out there. What's going on with him?
Well, see, this is where I'm at.
That's where medicals come in, too.
Right.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, with everyone, though, he's a year removed from ACL. So is Jalen Phillips. So, like, I mean, medicals are going to come into play with everybody.
For me, like, because we're, like, this is, it's free agency. So, like, I know that, like, I feel like we want to think that there's a lot of, like, multi-digit sack guys that are out there. And the reality is, like, Trey Hendrickson's an anomaly. Jalen Phillips is an anomaly. when they signed Odembo last year, the way Sylvie's describing how he felt about Montez Sweat, that's kind of how I felt about the Odembo signing, where it's like, you know what, like
worth a try.
Yeah, it's worth a try. Like there's some underlying metrics that may bode well.
But Charlie, you
he's
could
got
put
the
on
body type.
You could put on
okay,
the
but
tape
who should they have signed?
See that Sweat was a better option, is a better player than Odembo.
That's fine, and that's why you trade for him. But in free agency, like the Odembos of the world, if you take those kinds of bets, I think in the long run, you end up being rewarded for those more often than the Grady Jarrett contracts of the world or those third contract guys. When you're paying for what you think a guy is going to be, you're relying, yes, on your own evaluation and your pro scouting and all that. But I think that is a better bet to make than this guy was really good. We think he still has it. Let's give him a 3 or 4 year deal. And I'm not saying they're doing that with Trey Hendrickson. I just mean like when you're playing in these waters of free agency, the options to you are just like you're gonna end up with the Odembos of the world.
I think the other thing
you can end up with the Oways of the world who have done more and it's on film. Like
but I don't think that guy was available last year. Like when we're talking about last year, there wasn't
I understand,
a good edge class.
but if that's the case, like they're not dipping their toes into that water this year, why do it last year? Why reach for somebody that you think you can develop into that guy? Because he has made it a restrictive situation for you now. You gave him $31.5 million guaranteed, correct?
Yes, it was something that guaranteed him like 2 years.
Your hands are a touch tied because of that signing, right?
Yeah. No, absolutely.
And he had 16 career sacks, right?
No, I don't think anyone's here standing up for the Odembo signing. A lot of what football roster construction is guys outperforming the deals that they have, mostly with rookie guys outperforming the deals that they have.
Or when you get to the point, you actually are mitigating the risk by paying for guys who do have a track record. And it may cost you, and you may have to kick that can down the road after 2 years. But that's what you're buying when you go out there and you sign somebody like Trey Hendrickson.
I think Owe is definitely a better bet because like he is both young and he's had production, and you think that there is more to him than that. So like I'm not saying that I would rather have the Odembo bet than the Owe bet. I'm just saying like again when I keep viewing these as bets, like the kind of player that that Odembo is when he hits the market. I personally would rather make that kind of bet on him at $20 million than honestly Jalen Phillips at $30 million.
Okay, but the word bet is interesting because there's more risk to the bet with somebody who's never done it. You know what I'm saying? So like again, the price is higher, but you're buying yourself out of a lot of the risk is what I'm saying. That's why I have an appetite for signing someone in this situation who is an accomplished veteran. Some people may look at that guy. Oh, he's 31 years old. He had an injury. Well, you know, a lot of guys have been.
Yeah,
Daniil Hunter's 32 years old.
We were in on that 2 years ago too. What was it, 2 or 3 years ago? You and I were both really in on Daniil Hunter and Grenard.
And Grenard,
We were both like, hey, they only got 2 years at $48 million. We're like, that's one to go. So to me, I don't think they're far enough along for a GM who's been on the job for 5 years now on the defensive line as a whole and at left tackle. So like next year, are we going to hope again? So they're hoping now that Braxton Jones is healthy. They're hoping Benedict takes another step. And who else do they have there? And we know Amagaji has been a bust. So you're hoping you're going to get a solution at left tackle. What if next year none of those guys are your solution? Are you going to hope then next offseason that Ozzie is healthy?
It's a really good question.
And we're going to go 7 years in a row with not getting a true left tackle on a professional football team?
Part of what makes me a little bit less uneasy about that side of the football is I've seen them perform even when you have to glue and scotch tape it on the left side. But they were still the third best rushing team in the league, and Caleb's sack totals went down to 26, which has a lot to do with him. I'm not saying I'm ignoring it, but what I'm telling you is I feel they can overcome that deficiency a lot easier than their deficiencies on the defensive side. I haven't seen that.
Sure, yeah, I get it. I'm just also worried, too. Is Bradbury going to be any good? There's only 1 year left. Tooney's got only a couple more years left.
Well, I could keep myself up at night for everything. I mean,
I'm just saying, you don't have some young offensive line. You have Darnell Wright and Jonah Jackson who are in their prime years.
Yes.
You have two veterans who are near the end of their career and a vacancy at left tackle.
This is the reason why I say it's go time. Let's spend some money and find somebody who kicks some quarterbacks' asses.
When your quarterback is cheap.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. 332-3776. Fascinating conversations. Look, it's all food for thought. No, we're not saying this is the way to go. It's why we ask questions. And
I'm
why we
closer
take
to
your
death
calls.
than these guys, so I want, I got less patience. That's all it is.
All right, so Waddle's World is coming up, and we'll take more of your calls. We got to get into baseball. The WBC has been spectacular. We'll continue to take Bears calls. All of that coming up on a fun-filled Waddle and Silvy.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen. You can now listen to The Rich Eisen Show right here on the home of the Chicago Bears.
The Rich Eisen Show, weekdays noon to 2.
ESPN Chicago.
A great haircut is always a mood booster, but it's even better when it's convenient, too. And that's why you'll love online check-in at Great Clips. You just check in from your phone and get a ready next text when you're up next. Plus, with the convenient hours at Great Clips salons, you can get a haircut even when you're really busy. So if your hair and your mood could use a boost, download the app today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
College hoops is in full swing. Now is the time to start planning your vasectomy so you can enjoy watching your favorite college hoops teams on the couch all day, guilt-free. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago is the best team to call. Their experienced surgeons have performed over 30,000 vasectomies and are passionate about making sure their patients have an amazing experience through every step of the process. They make it safe and easy with a virtually painless 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel vasectomy done right in the office. No trip to the hospital, and you can plan to go back to work the next day. Choosing Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago is an easy layup, giving you the peace of mind and freedom you deserve. With 5 convenient locations, including downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower with free valet parking, plus Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. If you're done adding to your roster, make your appointment now. Visit vasectomychicago.com. That's vasectomychicago.com. Or give Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago a call at 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for Window Nation. Spring in Chicago. Does it get any more unpredictable? One day I'm turning the heat on. The next day we've got the windows open. That's when you realize the right windows make all the difference. And with Window Nation, my home stays comfortable no matter the weather. Their windows are energy efficient, customizable, and installed in as little as one day. And backed by a lifetime warranty. In March, save up to 50%. The more you buy, the more you save. Schedule your free consultation at windownation.com.
Evan Cohen here. In life, as in sports, the pros make it look easy. That's why pro golfers like Jason Day, Ben Griffin, and Patton Kazire trust the pros in lawn care. True Green. They have the experience and expertise to give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. And since True Green does the work for you, you get more free time, or more tee times. So stop stressing over your lawn and start loving it. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com because nobody makes it easier to get a golf course quality lawn than True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
Adam Schefter here. It's tournament time, when only the most talented teams survive and advance. And whether you're cutting down the nets or cutting through resumes, one thing's clear. The best teams are built with the best people. If you're hiring, you need ZipRecruiter. Their smart matching technology finds qualified candidates fast. You can add screening questions to get the right applicants and even filter to see who's recently active. Score the best for your team with ZipRecruiter. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
Hey, you want to talk about your stuff? You know, the things you as a sports fan have collected over the years. Talk about it with a pro. Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, Saturday mornings at 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Presented by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Waddle and Silvy are back on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
This is Waddle's World.
And in Chicago, Tom Waddle. He can't run, he's not fast, but he gets open.
Bears legend.
Amazing.
9 career TDs in the NFL.
He caught everything that was thrown and took every hit that they could give him.
Tom Waddle.
Let's get weird. Let's get weird.
Welcome to Waddle's World. Come inside.
Let's get weird. Let's get weird. Weird. Get weird. Weird. Get weird.
Let's get weird.
Yeah, Let's get weird. You know what's weird is it's not weird. It's actually something that I think is quite interesting. Have you seen the number of players that are no longer Green Bay Packers?
Yes.
It is quite extensive. They obviously lost Malik Willis, their backup quarterback, to Miami. Rashawn Gary goes to Dallas in a trade. Was it Quay Walker goes to Vegas?
Yeah.
Romeo Doubs was just signed by the Patriots.
Was Dobbs the one doing a lot of trash talking after the Bears lost to? Was he the one? I forget who it was.
I don't. It wasn't Golden.
So.
It wasn't.
About Ben or about Chicago fans.
It wasn't Watson. I think you're right. I think it was Dobbs.
Was it Dobbs?
Yeah, I thought it was Dobbs.
Well, he was the one saying basically the better team didn't win today. Type of stuff.
He's off to New England. Kingsley Ngbare is going to the Jets. Nate Hobbs has been released. Colby Wooden was traded to Indy. That was for Zaire Franklin. Rasheed Walker still a free agent. He's their running back, right? I think he's a
tackle.
Tackle. Who's their running back that they said? I don't think they were gonna tender. And by the way, Jenkins, did I say Jenkins? Elton Jenkins was released, one of their starting offensive linemen. This is going to be a Packers team that looks entirely different next year. Good, bad, or indifferent, I don't know. It'll make it.
I think that's a good thing. I think the more players that is one thing the Bears did a good job on is replacing guys that they're going to lose.
Emmanuel Wilson's the running back you're thinking of.
And they haven't. Isn't he available? I don't think they tendered him.
They did not tender him.
Yeah,
correct.
I thought he was a pretty stable player. Thought he was pretty good. Just very interesting. I don't think the Philadelphia Eagles have done anything, right? Have they not done anything?
No.
No trades, no free agent signings?
The only thing they've done is the Jordan Davis extension.
Who would you gamble on being the better team next year? The Vikings or the Packers?
Well, I would go with the Packers because they have an answer at quarterback. And they still got talented players.
What if I told you Kyler Murray is going to be the Vikings quarterback?
I still go Packers.
No? Really?
Yeah. I don't think it's going to be
similar
like
records last year with as bad of quarterback play as they had.
Yeah.
They had nearly identical record as the Packers.
I still think the Packers are a good team. So I would say.
Yeah. I think the Vikings are good, and we know what we think about the coach.
I think the Lions are going to be a good football team next year as well.
I'm starting to. I think I would still with you, Waddle, but I'm starting to think the Packers or the Vikings skill talent for what it is, and I think how we view it may not match reality because I think they have obviously two great wide receivers with Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison. One of them barely plays because he's always getting in trouble, it seems like.
That's true.
Hawkinson's getting up there in age.
They just did his deal.
And their center just retired.
Yeah. Ryan Kelly, was it Ryan Kelly?
Yeah.
He just retired because of all the concussions?
I don't remember the reason behind it,
it's probably similar to a Dahlman. Darisaw's hurt all the time, their left tackle. Grenard, they're about to move on from. I mean,
There's
I don't
no
know.
guarantee they move on from Grenard, though.
Yeah.
Well, it feels like they may move. If they move on from Grenard, then all of a sudden, you got a big question on defense.
And you listen, though, with that said, I'm with everybody. I don't think they're falling off a cliff. I think they're too well coached on both sides of the football.
It's a great division.
Did you see what Steve Kerr had to say?
Yeah, I thought of you when they played it on Carmen and Jurko today.
Oh, I'm glad you thought of me.
Do we have Charlie, can you go into the Carmen and Jurko page and find the Steve Kerr sound?
By the way, Bulls and Warriors tonight out in the Bay Area, I believe.
Are you excited for that?
No.
Or isn't
no interest.
Is tonight U.S. against Italy in WBC? I think they're playing again tonight. Yeah. Do you have the Steve Kerr?
Yeah, here's Steve Kerr talking about playing last game.
I know this will not be a popular opinion in the league office, but I will continue to say it because it's obvious we need to play fewer games. We need to take 10 games off the schedule. I think it would be great for the league. And I get it. It's revenue, and you'd have to get everybody to agree to take a little less money, and that's a really hard thing to do. But what I know about the league, about coaching, about how hard it is to play the modern game with the pace and the space, I think it would be a more competitive and healthier league if we played fewer games.
Isn't that what Craig said to us the other day?
Didn't we just talk about the marathon story yesterday? It's hard to run a marathon. It's really hard, right? So should we just cut it down to 18 miles we talked about?
Yeah, I don't want to watch.
Oh my God, like the NBA after all the years, what is it, 80 years in existence? Now all of a sudden, and I know they've adjusted schedules here and there, but like now, oh my God, it's so hard to play basketball. Yeah.
Take 10 games off.
Let's shave the season. Now. It's just, 10. It's gotten to the point where our athletes are too good.
I say even more. 12, 10's not enough. 12.
Let's cancel it.
I got 12. Who wants 14?
See, like you want to, you ripped everyone for getting a medal for 18 miles.
I'm not playing basketball. I'm viewing, and as a viewer, I would prefer that they play fewer games. If I was playing, I would want to play.
How many games are you watching?
How many
games are you watching?
I would want to play 82 because I want to get my full pay.
You're right. But I'm asking you, as a watcher, you want the season to be less. How many games are you watching right now?
Not a ton.
So then why would that increase your...
Because then
you think the product will get better?
Yeah, I thought the quality of the game would get better. I do. Why wouldn't it? You're playing fewer games.
I'm open to anything these days, the way I feel about the league. But I think
how about 25 games total? I got 25?
I just think it's an easy out to say.
Yes, it is.
Well, let's go to 70, and that will make it better.
Let's do it the easy way. Yeah, let's just chop off.
Quit. That's my mentality.
Yeah.
When I start stinking at stuff, I just quit.
That's right.
What I did with golf. So we're like, hey, you know what? The league isn't. Let's just cut it to 70.
You should call Adam Silver and tell him your story about golf. Throwing your clubs into the lake.
One by one.
Yes.
Cursing them all out.
I mean, like, look.
Good riddance.
Just telling you. I don't even think I'm not buying the whole how the game is played thing. I'm no doctor on that front.
You don't get. We got to save them from themselves.
You don't get it. Half of these guys are not even playing.
They're so good. They're so skilled. They're so athletic. They keep getting hurt because they're playing so fast. Let's cut the season.
You can have that argument with their boss and potentially get fired if you'd like. I don't. I don't even care about that. Nobody's playing. How often? I give Jason Tatum a lot of credit. He came back from having he had his Achilles repaired. He's played 27 minutes in each of his first 2 games.
It's opposite. He's putting his body on the line, and he's been awesome.
Yeah, well, then you need more of that.
Yeah. I'm not telling you that there's not a problem in the NBA.
Cut it down.
I think we're together. I think it's the solutions and how they make it better.
How do you?
I don't know.
See, I'm just chopping it right now, and then we don't even have to talk about it. Chop.
I think you go to the players and you have to have an intervention and say, look, we will have to cut the season down if you guys don't give a rat's ass anymore. So play harder.
Does the commissioner have the authority just to cut the season? I would assume that it'd have to be collectively bargained.
Yes, it does. All that has to happen.
They're not going to make any adjustments as long as the salaries are what they are.
Yeah, let's break here. We got to figure out a couple of things, and then continue in Waddle's world. Coming up next, it's Waddle and Silvy.
This is Waddle and Silvy. Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Advantage Acura of Naperville proudly presents the Peggy and Dion Show. Join host Peggy Kaczynski and Dion Miller every Saturday from 11 to 1 on ESPN Chicago, AM 1000, FM HD, the ESPN Chicago app, and live on YouTube.
Hey, it's Courtney Cronin. I'm here with 2 of the best in the game. Accident attorneys Julio Costa and Anthony Ivoni from Costa Ivoni. Let's be real for a sec. In this city, you need someone who gets you. That starts with a connection to the place you're from.
Exactly. When you call us, you're not getting some out-of-town mega firm. You get someone who gets where you come from, who understands what you're going through, and who will fight to make it right.
And Courtney, we've built trust here in Illinois by showing up for people and their future.
Costa Ivoni, your trusted local accident attorneys. 708-4million.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. In the market for a new car? Shop HawkAuto.com, where they buy more so you pay less. Check their massive inventory of over 2,000 vehicles. They buy in volume so you save in volume. Plus, get all rebates on top of the Hawk Auto volume discount. Save even more with 0% financing for 60 months, so make no payments for 90 days. With 12 convenient locations, your next car is closer than you think. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
Hawk Auto.
ChicagoBearsRadio.com.
Financing on select models with approved credit.
Make the short drive and feel miles away in LaPorte County, Indiana. Feel the thrills of Lake Michigan.
Reel in a trophy catch on a charter fishing trip.
Or unwind on Washington Park Beach.
Tackle rugged trails and soak in epic views at the Indiana Dunes National Park.
Play a championship golf course.
Or try your luck at Blue Chip Casino.
Plus, there's the X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix in late July and early August. Stay your way in over 500 vacation homes,
including beach walk vacation rentals.
Make your summer plans now at visitmichigancitylaporte.com.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text AREA to 42424 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text AREA to 42424. That's AREA to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Whiskey connoisseurs, listen up. Time to report to Barrel and Vine in Plainfield tomorrow night at 6:30. This is a mandatory tasting lesson for Green River Bourbon. Green River is a Kentucky bourbon. It's not the same as the Chicago River when it's dyed green this weekend. The Chicago River, mid-March. Look, don't taste, okay? It's not safe for you. But the Kentucky Green River at Whiskey U, now you taste, you learn, and you enjoy. Class is back in session tomorrow night at 6:30. Please enjoy responsibly. Green River Distilling Company, Owensboro, Kentucky. Alcohol by volume varies by product.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
It's crazy to see how much everyone's changed at these reunions.
Did you see Brian? He's in better shape than he was 25 years ago. How is that even possible?
Yes, he told Tim he started taking Nugenix Total T2.
The testosterone booster?
Yeah, but he said it's way more than that. It also skyrockets nitric oxide in as little as 3 hours. Tim started taking it right away, and trust me, I've already noticed results.
Wow, I might just have to go catch up with Brian.
After 40, energy, strength, drive, it all starts going downhill. Feel like your old self again with Total T2. Stronger, leaner, and more energized. Just text ORDER to 369-369 for your complimentary bottle of new Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone and nitric oxide booster. Text now and you'll also get a free bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our most powerful fat incinerator. That's ORDER to 369-369. ORDER to 369-369.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. Product not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
March is on. The 2026 TIAA Big Ten Men's Basketball Tournament returns to Chicago. The United Center will host the annual celebration of Big Ten Hoops, March 10th through the 15th. Tickets are on sale now, so head to big10.org/MBBT to secure your seats today. Give your team a home court advantage as all 18 teams battle for a tournament title. Don't miss the 2026 TIAA Big Ten Men's Basketball Tournament in Chicago.
Chicago in the spring can be unpredictable. You never know which way you're adjusting your thermostat unless you have the right windows. With Window Nation, you can count on your home being comfortable regardless of the weather. Their windows are customizable and energy efficient. Expert installations take just 1 day, and Window Nation products are backed by a lifetime warranty. There's no better time to upgrade with Window Nation. In March, the more you buy, the more you save. Up to 50% off all window styles. So visit windownation.com and get a free consultation today.
Get ready for the season in style by shopping the Bulls private label 1966. Limited edition collections, new styles, and options for every fan. Shop now at shop.bulls.com.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Do you know what Illinois Bill 47, House Bill 4764 is?
Is that the bill that will be debated on the Bears Stadium?
House Bill 4764 is a newly introduced bill in the Illinois House, which would give residents across the state a guaranteed right to keep backyard hens, making a major shift in how local governments regulate poultry.
See, who says they're not doing work down in Springfield?
Yeah, it would rename the state's Garden Act as the Vegetable Garden and Backyard Chicken Protection Act and establish a statewide right to keep backyard chickens on residential property.
Look, south of Chicago, I'm sure there are a lot of people who have backyard chickens. I've driven down 57 all the way to the southernmost part of the state.
I had a bunch of neighbors in Portland with backyard chickens.
Wait, now that I think about this, I
feel like this is a big thing for a while.
I toured an apartment that had backyard chickens in the city.
Back in the day, I think Cuddy had backyard chickens. Didn't they have like a
up in Lake Forest?
Wherever they, before they moved to Nashville, I thought they had.
I'm sure they did.
Chickens.
They had all kinds of things.
I mean,
I'm saying they had all kinds of stuff.
That was a big thing. I think like a year or two ago. When was there like the eggs shortage?
Yes.
People were trying to rent chickens in Delaware, I want to say.
Rent them.
Because, they just wanted to rent them because they're like, this too shall pass. But for the time being, it's cheaper to rent a chicken, rent a chicken than to actually go to the grocery store and keep buying eggs.
Rent a chicken. That sounds weird.
Which farm animal? If you could have any farm animal, so that
cow,
you'd want for the dairy?
Probably.
Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, it's probably.
You're looking for it for the beef.
Well, that wouldn't be a rental.
One-time use.
Yeah, that wouldn't be a rental.
Well, I've heard this is like a thing people do. Like they get a cow, and then, that cow obviously provides various things, and then they kill the cow, and then they got like beef for a year.
Little backyard beef.
That's not a rental, Charlie. That's rent to own.
It's not a rental.
That's a rent to own
situation. You're not leasing that.
No. By the way, do you see the last episode or the most recent episode of Paradise where the eggs were involved? And my wife and I had a discussion about that because I don't think that those eggs turn into chickens.
What do you think they turn into?
Breakfast. I was saying, like, you have to have,
to fertilize.
Yeah.
Right.
So we had a discussion.
Paradise, for those who don't know, it's year 2 of Hulu. Initially, and this doesn't spoil it for you.
No.
There's a huge plot twist in the first episode of season 1. And then it takes shape. And I'll tell you this, I was skeptical if they could get you a second season that would be good. I think the season 2 is as good, if not better, than season 1.
They got you. The bill does not override the authority of homeowners associations, condominium boards, or restrictive covenants, which would retain the ability to ban or regulate barnyard chickens. Illinois currently has no statewide policy governing backyard chickens. Rockford currently does not allow backyard chickens, though. Proposal to allow up to 4 hens with a permit was approved by the city's Planning and Development Committee, but ultimately turned down at the city council.
This is Breaking News, brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group. Breaking news on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
According to Jeremy Fowler, we have the newest enrollee into Al Harris University. Cameron Lewis has signed with the Bears on a 2-year deal. He was most recently in Buffalo for 6 seasons, has 1 career interception, had played in 17 games last year, 17 the year before, 17 the year before that. So I'm guessing this is like a special teams and maybe a depth piece.
Which is what you need. I mean, you have to fill out your roster. What's his name?
Cameron Lewis, yeah. Small guy, 5'9", 183. He went to Buffalo University as well. He started 4 games last year.
Yeah.
He has 14 starts in 76 games. So yeah, it's a depth piece.
He's got a number of tackles. So yeah, I mean, I'm assuming he's going to be instrumental in your special teams.
I like the way you phrased that too. Al Harris U. Because Al Harris puts these guys to school and they come out with a graduate degree of turnovers.
Yeah, I wonder how Al Harris feels about Nashawn Wright leaving for $5.5 million. Like when you sit down and have your staff meetings, I wonder if Al was in there pitching to keep him.
Well, don't you think his word would have carried a
think
lot
so.
of weight?
Yeah, I would think so.
That if he really wanted him back and at that price, that they would have got him back?
I am more than a little bit not anxious, interested in seeing what their plans in the secondary are. Still need a safety, okay? Another starting safety. What are you going to do with Tyreek Stevenson?
That might be your safety.
What is Jalen Johnson? You know, how's he feel about these contracts that are being signed? Is he going to be healthy?
You're turning over a large part of your secondary.
Yeah.
Brisker's gone. Byard's gone. Nishawn Wright's gone.
I'm still, until Byard signs, I would still keep the door open because the GM told you on his exit meeting how much he appreciated him. Now, that can be whatever you want it to be, but I think it would have to be very team-friendly, but if there's no other market.
My thing with Byard is at this point, it feels like too much money has been doled out from the Bears' end.
Well, where else was he looking? New England?
New England.
Do they still have a bunch of fresh cash?
I think they have a lot of cash.
If that's the situation, why hasn't he signed already?
I've been surprised by that.
That would tell me that maybe, this is still on.
Patriots have $31.5 million. That is
watch Trey Hendrickson go there.
10th most in the league.
What do you think of that?
Charlie's got it. Charlie has a theory.
Charlie's got a theory
on Trey Hendrickson. I think it's an interesting one.
What is it, Charlie?
Yeah, I think his uniform, jersey style, it's too unaesthetic.
Yeah.
He's got baggy sleeves, no gloves, nothing on his wrists.
Doesn't look the part, does he?
I mean, it's just a weird look. I mean, when we get closer to the draft, you'll see David Bailey. He's number 31. He also wears nothing on his wrists or his hands. It's very jarring to see. I see you without gloves, without wristbands, and I'm like,
he's not the most athletic-looking guy in the world.
I can't play anymore.
Yeah, you got. I played with Alonzo Spellman.
Oh, he was out of Central Casting. If you wanted an edge rusher that you could build in a lab, Alonzo Spellman was the dude. And then when the game started, he wasn't terrible, but he never lived up to it.
Yeah, you had to escort him to the quarterback at times.
Now, if he had one of those, that elbow brace that Darnell Wright has, and some real paw gloves, and I'd be like, yeah, give this guy $35 million right now.
He needs a club on his right hand or something like that.
Yeah. Hey, before we take a break, can you explain Rickrolled? You gave this to me.
Yeah, this is the song from the
Rick
famous
Astley. Yeah. No, different song.
Oh, different song. Is that Rick Astley?
That is Rick Astley also. That's in a commercial now.
Oh,
I'm trying to think of what commercial it is now.
Don't act like you don't have the Rick Astley
But it is
album
Rick Astley. It is
blaring in your Toyota on the way home.
Never Gonna Give You Up.
Never Gonna Give You Up.
Yeah.
So what is this?
Strays is rated R.
I'm starving for complete. What was that? Was that did we just get Rickrolled with that?
No, that was.
I think I Rickrolled myself. I think there was a.
How do you know what Rickrolled is?
This is like a bit where they sell you like they're doing one thing, and the next thing you know, there's
Rick
Astley's music video.
How did you know that?
Song.
Have you been Rickrolled?
Well, this has been going on in arenas for years.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's like one of the very early internet pranks.
So what is it?
So you think you're getting one thing, and then all of a sudden, there's the Rick Astley Never Gonna Give You Up music video.
I think I'm getting something.
Switch video-wise.
Okay, imagine we're on imagine we're doing our content call. We do a content call every month, right? Here at the station.
Yeah.
Imagine we're doing a content call, and Evan's going in on some big thing about, this is how we're gonna make great content in 2026.
Say that?
And then he goes next slide, and then boom, it's the Rick Astley music video.
Okay, but he does it intentionally, or it's embedded.
Who's he? Yes.
Yeah. No, it's intentional.
He's Rickrolling you.
It's a prank. It's a prank.
Yeah, and for instance, do you remember? This isn't more PG rated of. Do you remember Wood from COVID?
Yeah.
Everyone would
it's kind of similar.
You thought, hey, I got to show you something. This is really cool. Okay. The camera pans, and there's Wood sitting on the back.
Rolling walks so Wood could run.
That's right.
Well done. You know what? Now I get it. Now I get the essence of it all. This is much more family friendly.
Absolutely.
Is it so bad that song it's good now, or is it so bad
I am a fan of this song.
Oh, really?
I am a fan of this song.
I don't know anyone who's got this on the old
what's worse
playlist.
than the song is the video when he's dancing.
And that's
Have you
why
seen
it's
it?
Rickrolling, because that video shows up and it's him dancing right out of the gate.
He's got great hair, though.
He does.
For that time.
Hurt you.
Sing it.
I don't know all the words of this.
For so long. Come on, you know it. Sing it, Tyler.
I don't know this part.
I don't know. I don't know it either. Why is it called Rick Rolled, though? It's Rick Astley, but you got
I don't know where the roll comes from.
You got rolled, brother.
I will say this, though.
Maybe it's like roll tape.
I do
Rick just rolled ya.
appreciate this version of Rick Rolled versus the wood rolled.
Yeah.
Was that called wood rolled?
Wood's great.
You were getting wood rolled?
I don't recall this trend.
You don't remember wood?
Oh, you'd recognize wood.
Yeah, I'll show you wood.
I think I'm all right, but I think I can piece it together.
It's Waddle and Silvy. When we come back,
maybe. I don't know.
Is baseball in the best spot that we've seen? Let's take the labor thing out, and then we'll put it back in for the conversation.
Let's cut 25 games from the season.
But just in general, is this the best the sport has looked and felt in about 25 years, at least? 312-332-3776. We'll discuss some baseball. Continue to take some Bears calls coming up next.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap J Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap J Hood show are presented by Ankin Law.
Waddle, we are deep into basketball season right now. Conference tournament time. Nights packed with games, days packed with games, group chats blowing up. This is my time.
Oh, I love it. I also remember having a time, and now I just enjoy good hoops and fewer obligations.
And that's why I've got a Flight by Yingling, light, crisp, 95 calories, 2.6 carbs, an easy choice for every game night.
Exactly. Clean taste, no overthinking it. Just sit back and watch the game.
So whether I'm out with friends or posted up for a tight finish,
or I'm settled in offering wisdom to people who did not ask for it,
it's a Flight by Yingling kind of night. Flight by Yingling, raise the bar this basketball season.
DG Yingling and Son, Pottsville, Pennsylvania. Enjoy responsibly.
When your life turns upside down after an accident, you need an advocate like Wallner Law. I'm John Wallner, and for over 50 years, Wallner Law has fought for people just like you, injured, overwhelmed, and searching for answers. We don't just take cases. We take care of people.
Charlie, you've never been...
And we win for you. From car crashes to workplace injuries, Wallner Law stands by your side every step of the way. So call us today, 312-8-MILLION, and win with Wallner.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief, now being made available designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program may only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it could end your debt nightmare and save you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. For free information and to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, simply go online and visit DRA.com or call 800-433-8909. 800-433-8909. Again, that's 800-433-8909.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting ESPNChicagoContests.com.
That's ESPNChicagoContests.com.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
It's home with another 2-2. It's fouled into the glove for strike three. He starts this game with a strikeout. Strokes one the other way. Back towards the wall. There it goes. Aaron Judge strikes first for Team USA. Took the game in. Sends this ball a mile. How far will it fly for Roman Anthony? into the second deck. 5-0 U.S. And he cracks one. Diving stop it short by Witt. Across the diamond. That was impossible. Bobby Witt made it happen. The 7th pick of the draft. Another diving stop by Bobby Witt. Has he done it again? You bet he has. Bobby Witt dazzling for USA. 2-2. Ground ball up the middle. Terrain stabs it, throws. Game over. U.S. hangs on 5-3. And stays perfect in the 26 WBC.
Very interesting 5-3 win for Team USA. The highlights courtesy of Fox. Joe Davis on the call, and that broadcast is spectacular, by the way. He is. We had him on last year, I think, after the World Series and before he did a Bears game. He's terrific. This wasn't even an elimination game. It's the pool play. And Mexico's very good.
There's some really good broadcast teams. Did I hear AJ and Adam Amin doing a game?
Yes. Yes,
that
you
one,
did.
Yeah, I mean, that one's always good. You know how I feel about those guys.
I think Plesac was doing some work on this, too. I forget. I heard his voice, whether it was MLB Network had a sidecast of this.
Well, no, there's I know that there's who was playing? Was it Puerto Rico? No, it was Cuba yesterday. I think Plesac was doing that game.
Yeah.
Because MLB Network carries a lot of the non-USA games, too.
I'll tell you this, that my kids came back. Shout out, too, for two high schools that we have connections with. And congratulations to all the teams that have made it downstate. But my kids went to Now Arena. That's the one in Hoffman Estates. Deerfield played to go to state. And congratulations to the Warriors in our community. They're going downstate, Waddle.
Nice.
Deerfield. The Deerfield Warriors. They beat Lake Forest a couple games ago, but they won the super sectional. I know our buddy Merck was there. My kids were there. And then a shout out to one of my great friends and a listener of our show who texts me all the time. We have a text group with our high school friends, kids we grew up, played Little League. My buddy JJ Pearl is a coach on the staff at York High School. York won a thriller at UIC. I think they beat St. Ignatius, and it was a back-and-forth game with numerous lead changes. Really, really good. But the point of the story is, so shout out to both of those programs and all the rest. My kids came home, and after they were watching some basketball, they could not be more into the baseball game.
Nice.
They're loving baseball, talking about Bobby Witt making those plays. Like, you have Skeens starting. Scooble started a game 1 or 2 games ago, and he has now declared that it is for sure he is not coming back. He is not going to. He said it just isn't going to work out. To root for Skeens on your team, to have Aaron Judge hit a home run while you're rooting for him. You know, Schwarber continues to get on base. He had another hit and a walk. But some of these young players, Anthony on Boston, he's 21 years old. He hit like a 450-foot home run yesterday. Roman Anthony. Bobby Witt, I was texting my buddy Joel Goldberg, who covers the Royals. He's on their television broadcast. I go, Joel, I know you know this, but this dude, Bobby Witt Jr., is something else. And he goes, I'm glad the rest of the country is starting to see what I get to see every game.
Well, I was thrilled to see the Royals a couple of years ago actually go to the hip and pay him.
Yes.
For good reason.
And that's what these teams should be doing.
Yes.
Locking up. I feel like 10 years ago, maybe, baseball was not in a good place. The game was slow. We always had talked about it wasn't the time of the game. It was the pace of the game. There are still some quirks that maybe I don't know if we're ever going to get all on board. Like, I would love if the starting pitcher could go a little bit longer and it wasn't such a...
By the way, Cade Horton went 3 2/3, gave up 6 runs on 3 home runs today. Just wanted to put that in there. Go ahead.
Why do you got to bring me down? And you already, like, Waddle is texting me as, what's his name, is imploding.
Matthew Boyd.
Matthew Boyd, yeah. Is it Showed on the mound? Was the first text. I mean, I've got a baseball boner, okay? Like, I may have needed to call a doctor if it lasted longer. That's how excited I was. And then I've got Waddle in my ear over Matthew Boyd not looking sharp and nearly giving back the 5-0 lead.
I think the actor was Tony Burton, wasn't it, in, like, Rocky 2? Did you guys see all the Rockies where...
Yeah.
Where Apollo Creed is just getting hammered by Rocky, and Tony, he's screaming, "Get
Yes.
Like I was screaming at my TV.
Was that against Rocky or was that against the Russian?
Whatever it was. Whatever it was. It was
the one you hated.
Tony Burton
Get
screaming.
out of there.
Yeah, that's what I was screaming at my TV at Matthew Boyd. Get out of there. Get out.
Why the need to bring up?
It's just because it's fun. It's because it's fun. Listen, because Hunter Green is out until July.
I gotta say,
the pain of being a Reds fan, I just need to spread it around.
I don't think anyone is preying on Shota's downfall more than Waddle.
That's not true.
It kind of seems.
But
why? Why?
I don't know why.
Weird player to pick.
But Sylvie, would you agree with me? Every time Shota, every time there's just anything, he could sneeze wrong, and Waddle will be in there chirping about it.
The only time I give you guys texts is when he
Pull
gives
up
up
a chair,
dogs.
Waddle. We gotta talk
Boyd,
about this.
Matthew Boyd was struggling yesterday, and
Shota catches a stray.
And all of a sudden, you're texting your first text. You didn't text one time during the WBC. Your first text is that Shota on the mound?
You know who else has given up a lot of dongs this spring training? Jamison Tyone. Why couldn't that be Jamison Tyone out there, huh? Doesn't sound like you're an equal opportunity hater.
Now, wait a second. I just gave Cade Horton the business.
By comparing him to Shota.
I gave Matthew
exactly.
I'm still giving him the business. No? What did I say
By
to you
making
guys?
fun of him and comparing him to Shota. I'm not saying I disagree with you. Like, Shota lets up a lot of home runs.
Yeah.
No one's disagreeing with you there.
That's the story. That's the joke.
He's so proud of himself.
The joke is, no, I'm just going back to see what I actually said to you.
That was the first one. Is that Shota on the mound?
Is that the one?
Yes, I think so. Yeah.
And then the spring training game against the White Sox, it was like, Shota, there's a dong. Oh, there's another.
He was
third.
so
He
excited.
loved that game.
Wasn't it during the weekend?
It was a Sunday.
All I said to you guys was, is that Shota?
That's right.
And then you sent me the picture of the 5-year-old girl
flipping you off.
Yeah, giving you the finger.
I did the gift search of, F you or flipping someone off, and I sent that back
That
to you.
came back really quick.
Oh, I'm locked and loaded because I know your game these days. I scouted you. I advanced scouted you, and I was ready for it.
Did you have them on save?
Right away.
You know how you can type words into your previous text messages? Then
I know I don't. I have no idea how to do that.
I typed Shota. There's 4 different texts from Waddle about Shota.
As soon as with how it finishes a sentence or finishes a word with suggestions, as soon as he types an S, the suggestion is Shota.
March 1st. It's like the third spring training game. Shota in mid-season 4.
He had given up 3 bombs. Next time, I'm going to send you the attachment of Wood and just label it Shota. And then you'll see.
Have you looked up Wood yet, Charlie, from back in COVID?
I mean, I think I can.
No, I don't think so.
I can figure out what this is.
I don't think so.
But anyway, back to
are you done?
Are you done ripping the Cubs pitching staff?
I'm just trying to let you know, man.
I as a baseball fan, baseball was my first love.
Me too.
It was all. I don't know if you know of many sports fans of our age whose first love sports-wise was baseball. It's usually we grew up when it was America's pastime, and then it became it's America's pastime, but America's passion is
football.
Right.
But back in the day,
back in the 70s,
baseball was not only America's pastime, it was America's passion. It was both.
Yes. And so I don't like the way they've changed the rules, the way these young players are coming on now. It's one after another. They're likable. They're marketable. We're watching. I know a lot of people love to hate the Dodgers. We're watching Shohei, first of all, who is a complete unicorn and a player that we have never, ever seen. It's never been done. You could give me Babe Ruth. Babe Ruth wasn't doing both on the same level. He stopped pitching to focus on hitting because he was too good of a hitter. Shohei is doing both. There are so many great international players, American players. They're true athletes now. They're just not, the old school baseball player, some of which couldn't move. The running game is back these days because of the bigger bases, and it's easier to steal bases. It is, to me, they have solved a lot of the issues, and I believe that, I hope it's not just me. I want to know from our listeners, are you enjoying the WBC? And do you have a bigger buzz for baseball, at least nationally, these days? Because the product has really become so good.
I think that the league, and you say whatever you want about Manfred, they're not perfect. But they've done a nice job taking care of their sport. I don't believe the NBA has. I think that the Major League Baseball looked at some of their warts and decided to remedy them. Whether it's some of the rule changes, I have resisted some of the things, including, runner on second, extra innings, all that other stuff. The vast majority of people have responded positively to what baseball has done.
Do you remember the outrage about the pitch clock?
Yeah. It came from pitchers, and it came from the players as much as anybody.
You watch a game today with the pitch clock, just 3 years later, whatever it's been, it doesn't come up.
No.
Because all it did was push them to get back on the mound and throw the next pitch. Less dead time. That's all we're after. We don't care if it's a 3.5-hour game of high action. But the pacing around the mound, stepping out of the box and adjusting your gloves, get in and play. And now it's second nature. The game has been sped up, and it's so much of a greater product because of it.
Listen, if you can see the forest through the trees as a player and as a group, you could actually connect the dots to, hey, this will be more appealing to people, which means that our ratings will be higher, which means there's more money to distribute to all of the different players. So if you do this the right way, there will actually be a financial payoff down the road.
Yeah.
So I think baseball has done a fantastic job making the game more consumable and more appealing, even in this day and in this era where everyone wants everything instantaneously. I bet you, and my kids are all older, they're not baseball fans, but I would bet that baseball has kind of made a renaissance with some of the younger fans.
Well, I judge it on my kids and stuff, so that's a small sample, obviously, but the way they watch Bobby Witt when making those diving plays, when Bobby Witt late in the game, I think it was the 8th or the 9th, when they were up 5-3, he hit a ball. It was gap-ish. It was a single for most players. Bobby Witt in this, quote, game that is an exhibition, turned on the Jets and made it an easy double. The way he runs the bases, the way these guys play, the way these guys hit, the way they field, the amount of, to watch Skeens pitch, Skubal before then. There is so much good in baseball these days. I want to know from you guys, do you guys feel it too? I tweeted out a poll question. We've had about over 1,000 votes. And I asked, are you enjoying the World Baseball Classic so far? The way this tournament has evolved, when it first came out, I remember we covered it on the radio. Everyone's like, this is stupid. No one's going to want to try. It's spring training. No one's ready to compete at a high level. It doesn't matter. People are going to be worried about getting injured. And the way it has evolved, I think hockey has helped too.
Ask Cal Raleigh.
The Cal Raleigh story, if anyone saw, Randy Arozarena, who plays on his Mariners team, here's the big dumper catching yesterday. Arozarena, who's playing for Mexico, comes to the plate, and like a lot of guys do in their first at-bat, even if they're not their teammate in real season, he turned around to shake his hand to greet him. And Cal Raleigh said, no thanks.
Having none of it.
Yeah, and Arozarena after the game cursed him out. He swore at him in Spanish.
He also said, too, it was really an interesting response from him because he said the night before he had a very nice time with Cal Raleigh's family. They came over and everyone hugged and they had a small talk for a short period of time. And next thing you know, the big dumper's giving him the big Heisman.
I think this will blow over as soon as the season starts. This is I think it was good for the game. This is meaningful to these guys. But just to go through that lineup, one star. I've always said, baseball, if you are a baseball fan, baseball has stars. The problem is baseball didn't market the stars and showcase them enough. Now you've got all these guys who are super marketable, and I hope they take advantage of this. The one caveat is, in a year from now, and I was getting this with a lot of my friends who were texting, we could be on this baseball high this year only for them to hurt themselves. You know what I mean? They're going to shoot themselves in the foot. The owners, the players, and we may not get any baseball next spring because of a work stoppage.
Here's hoping that they feel the buzz that is, that has been about over the course of it's been more than a year, the last couple of years, and they find a way to find common ground, because that would be a shame. You finally picked it back up.
Like, I was
and
watching.
You fixed a lot of your stuff.
Do you know, I don't know how real it is. There's been rumors or talk. When does Pittsburgh trade Skeens? I was watching Skeens last night, as I have for his first few years in baseball. And I've had this thought. But like yesterday in the moment, I'm like, who the hell would ever want to trade this guy? I don't care if you get 8 players. Why would you, any team, whether your name is Pittsburgh or you're the A's or you're the White Sox or even from top to the bottom, who the hell would be in a hurry to get rid of Paul Skeens? That guy is so great.
Wasn't his entire Air Force team there cheering for him? Did I see that correctly?
Like, was it his Air Force team or
was it current?
The current. It may have been the current.
Yeah. It was a pretty cool event. Listen, I'm not looking to take games away from Major League Baseball. 162, I'm fine.
Yeah.
If you care, I care. NBA doesn't care.
Right.
So why should I care? Major League Baseball cares.
Yeah, they do. The players care now. Matt and Elgin, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Matt?
Yeah, so big time. I used to be a huge baseball fan, kind of fell off. This WSBC has got me so hyped for the regular season. It is so fun to watch. It's like watching the dream team. Every player is good. In the field is fantastic. And Waddle, you're 100% right. The NBA needs to do something different, something like this, where a guy like myself who can't watch anymore might turn it on.
Yeah, I don't know what that is for them. I think they should be proactive the way that baseball was. Make the game more enjoyable. Like, look, I think as menial as the pitch clock may sound to some, it has changed, I think, the entire watching experience.
You remember how we made fun of the bigger bases?
Yeah.
The bigger base has made a difference in the running game.
Yeah,
the no throws over to first base after 2. What is that rule? Is that like I don't think that any of the rules that anyone rages against any of the new rules anymore. No. Even the runner on second, I think you're used to it.
I don't rage against it.
Right. Lewis in Northbrook has a good comp on the handshake. This came up in the pre-show fist fight as well. What's up, Lewis?
Hey, what's up, guys? I just wanted to make a quick point because you guys are right. Like, you know, you're competing for your team. So I compare what happened yesterday with Lorena and Cal, kind of like what Kobe did to Gasol in the first play with the screen. And he just ran through him. And like Gasol even said, like, yo, this is my brother, this is my teammate, like we won championships, but again, you're playing for your country. I think it means a little more, you know?
That's exactly what I told Zetterman. Zetterman was down on the big dumper for not shaking hands. I go, look, Kobe did the same thing with Gasol, and it was more physical. This was just a guy who didn't want to shake his hand during a game. They'll be fine afterwards. They'll laugh about it, I'm sure.
I thought it was a little silly, but, you know, I get it.
What if you hit him with like the handshake and then you go slide through?
That's
fake out.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Do you think that's why they hit Raleigh? Did you see when Raleigh got hit last night? He got hit right on the rump, and he kind of looked at the pitcher, and I was like, I didn't know about the handshake at that point.
Oh, that
and I'm
could
like,
be.
Why are you looking? Why are you looking?
That may be. And the manager of Team Mexico.
Do you have that, Charlie? I don't have my screen up right now.
He was pissed, too.
Well, he's fired up about thinking that they had the real chance to beat him, and he
was chirping at the ump about balls and strikes early in that game.
There were some bad calls.
Yeah, listen, this thing is a little heated. There was a brawl between who was it? There was a brawl in one of these games a couple of days ago.
Was it Brazil and another team?
No, I don't know. There was a soccer brawl that we talked about the other day, but no, there was a fight.
I remember.
John Boy, doesn't John Boy the site that actually narrates the fights?
Yes.
So there
was.
Are you
sure it wasn't like an older fight that you were watching?
It's very possible, but I
things I'm seeing right now
games.
is that there was a near brawl in the Panama dugout, and then there was a brawl between USA and Mexico fans at the game.
So maybe there was not. I'll go back and check.
Listen to
there was a dust up.
This is why this is great. This is why the hockey was great with 4 nations, and then of course in the Olympics. This is again on March 9th. March 9th. And this is why the tournament is important, because no one gives a rip about baseball on March 9th. Now we do. And listen to the Team Mexico manager after the game when they lost to the U.S.
I hope we play the U.S. That would be awesome.
I would be ecstatic to face them again. For one, it's probably the championship, right? It's a championship in Miami. In fact, you know what? I want to face them more than I want anything else in the world. How's that? Unless, I don't know. Well, I don't know what the lottery is at right now, but if the lottery is somewhere around 800 million, then yeah, I'll win the lottery and cheer everybody from far. But outside of that, I desire that more than anything in the world. Face them again in Miami. I think that we'll end up 1-1 against the U.S. this tournament, and Mexico won't lose again until 3 years from now.
How about that? This side of winning $800 million, his number one wish is to beat the U.S. Pretty cool.
That is great.
It is kind of like the U.S.-Canada debacle where, remember when we were talking about would you rather know that you've got an easier path potentially and not face the favorite in the tournament, or would you rather face the team that you actually have the rivalry with?
Yeah. I want to see to me, not that any sport is life or death. I'd like to win this, but really after they lose, you move on. It's a short. I want the drama. I want the drama in the best tournament possible. Did you guys see the Czech pitcher against Japan?
Mm-hmm.
So this pitcher,
I did not see that.
This is like one of their most decorated pitchers. The Czech Republic does not have a great baseball team. They played Japan yesterday. Where is that? The Tokyo Dome?
Yeah, I believe so.
They play. So it's the home crowd for the Japanese. This guy, and he looks like he could be a shop teacher or something. Like he's got a big, thick beard.
Al Roboski like.
And he pitched like 4 1/3 or 4 2/3 of scoreless baseball against Team Japan, which is great. And after the game, Japan ends up winning. Japan went over and they gave players from the Japanese team gave him an award. They shook his hand and he got a standing ovation. His job, his full-time job, he's an electrician.
I love it.
So this guy's an electrician and he shut down Team Japan in 4 1/3 inning or 4 2/3.
Turned off their lights.
Very good.
Thank you.
Lights
I
out.
got him back on later in the game.
Yeah,
What was it, 9 unanswered?
Yeah.
Was it the 9th or the 8th inning to win the game?
So before we have Wilbon, and we've also got a new segment coming up brought to you by Great Clips. We could take more of your WBC calls. Are you as into it as we are? How good of base? And are you fearful that in a year from now they could ruin the momentum with a long work stoppage? Also, Bears free agency. The Bears have signed 2 more players today, or at least agreed upon contracts with them. We'll let you know who those guys are. All of your phone calls. It's Waddle and Silvy.
You're in the middle of the Waddle and Silvy Show, ESPN Chicago.
Spring training baseball. Join us for White Sox versus Cubs. Friday at 3 on the home of the White Sox, ESPN Chicago.
Guys, did you know you spend over 2,500 hours a year on your mattress? 2,500. Think about it. It's actually so important that it works for you. Are you sore when you wake up? Right now, I need you to head to Steinhoffels for Mattress Madness. That's right. It's the perfect time to upgrade your sleep game. I just recently did it at Steinhoffels with a brand new heirloom mattress, and they'll match you with the right mattress so you wake up feeling your best, not stiff, not sore. It's called the Test Rest. They'll show you the different mattresses and why one mattress may be better for you than the other. Shop all the top brands at unbeatable prices. Plus, you get free delivery and a 120-night sleep guarantee. You literally can't mess it up. But do not wait. The savings are heating up, and Mattress Madness won't last forever. Shop in-store or online at steinhoffels.com today. Steinhoffels has 7 Chicagoland locations, including the newest in Maryville, Indiana. Shop Steinhoffels today.
Make unforgettable memories with LaPorte County, Indiana's biggest summer events. Experience the adrenaline of the X-Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix, July 27th through August 2nd. Enjoy the tradition of the LaPorte County Fair, July 11th through 18th. Marvel at the artistry of the Singing Sands Sand Sculpting Festival, July 17th through 19th. And delight in the abundant summer family fun at LaPorte Lake Fest, July 24th through 26th. Make a short drive and feel miles away. Make plans to make your summer bigger and better at visitmichigancitylaporte.com.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. In the market for a new car? Shop HawkAuto.com, where they buy more so you pay less. Check their massive inventory of over 2,000 vehicles. They buy in volume so you save in volume. Plus, get all rebates on top of the Hawk Auto volume discount. Save even more with 0% financing for 60 months, so make no payments for 90 days. With 12 convenient locations, your next car is closer than you think. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. HawkAuto.com. Financing on select models with approved credit.
Smalls here. Did you know there are many ways to do your taxes with H&R Block? You can go to a local office and get expert help in person, or you can choose virtual tax prep and get expert help without leaving home. Or you can even do them yourself online with live human help standing by. Whatever you choose, you can file with confidence, having H&R Block's 70-plus years of tax expertise in your corner. Switch today and file your way at hrblock.com.
It's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. Right now, Pella Windows and Doors of Greater Chicago and Northwest Indiana is offering 25% off windows and doors or 0% APR for 72 months. Some restrictions may apply. See store for details. Offer ends March 31st, 2026.
This Sunday, it's the Chicago Wolves against their division rivals, the Grand Rapids Griffins.
The Wolves look good, and they've looked good now for the last half dozen games.
With the playoffs on the horizon, you don't want to miss a second of Chicago Wolves hockey.
He scores!
And there's nothing more fun than family Sunday games. The Chicago Wolves take on the Grand Rapids Griffins at Allstate Arena this Sunday at 5 p.m. Get your tickets today.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. This is Waddle and Silvy. Listen now in HD on our app and on ESPN 1000.
You're telling me you're convinced beyond a doubt that Malik Willis is light years better than Tyson Bagent?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and your head coach may not believe that. Your head coach, who works with him every day, may go, you're nuts.
I would expect that from him. I would never expect him to go, oh, yeah, Malik Willis is way better.
Because when Malik Willis got traded for a 7th-round pick, no one thought he was worth anything.
2 years ago, and then I watched him play with Green Bay, and he was light years better than anything I saw from Tyson Bagent. That's really not arguable.
I watched him in the preseason. I went, that dude looks like, and again.
How many quarterbacks have we seen look good in the preseason that were dog water once the game started?
And maybe my opinion is also influenced by what I hear off camera from the coaching staff up there. What was it about Malik Willis's 0-3 touchdown to interception
ratio? Let's go back to 2022. That's great. How about 3-0, 3-0 the last two seasons?
And 23. He did play 3 games.
What was it about the last 2 seasons? But you're going back to Tennessee 3 years ago. I can ask you, what was it about the 0 snaps for Bagent the last 3 years that's got everybody all hot and bothered?
When he arrived in Green Bay, he was not as good an asset as Tyson Bagent.
That was 2 years ago.
Well, you're throwing me his freaking touchdown interception here. That was 3 years ago. Get a freaking clue.
He hasn't played, Cap. Get a freaking clue. I can't give you anything else because he hasn't played. If he's not going to play here, then he is of no use to me. And if I don't believe I can keep him long term, why wouldn't I want to pick? What am I going to do? Sit him on the bench for another 17 games this season?
Just an idiotic discussion.
Really?
You don't know that he won't ride into the rescue and play next year. You don't know that. And your head coach won't give him away for that.
That's fine. They don't have to agree with me either. Just like you and I don't have to agree. The Bears don't have to agree with me. It's just my opinion. I'm not planning on Caleb not playing games, so I don't care.
We all need somebody to love us the way Cap loves Tyson Bagent, don't we?
That's right. Like he's off Trubisky's on to Bagent.
By the way, did you hear Carmen, the good kid? I think they were having, it was a little more peaceful, but their argument with Jay Moore about the value of running backs.
That got a little testy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jurko and Jay Moore kind of went at it a little bit today.
I say we cut 25 games from the NBA season.
We make a show to joke, too, while you're at it.
I think he gave up another home run. By the way, I'm going to say something nice about Shota. Do you know that Shohei is only 1 for 10 lifetime against Shota? How about that? You know what? I just brought you a nice.
How about a Shota fact
moment
of the day leading up to opening day? Every day we get
Tom
one.
Waddles, Shota Imanaga, fact of the day.
Well, how about I give you one every day starts?
For the whole regular season?
Yeah. It'll just be about a
Now
previous
here's the
game
joke
that he
he's gonna
started.
make.
he's only going to make 10
starts this year.
Yeah. There'll be one day where
I just love you guys. You guys didn't even want him on the Cubs this past year. Now
I
you
don't.
guys
I
are
just think it's.
standing up.
I just think the
think it's-
retreating from your end is incredible.
I think it's funny that you are just the ultimate Shota hater in this town.
We're
I
going
don't
to
even really. I don't. I just find it funny that he gives up a bunch of home runs.
If we do
What's
that,
funny about that?
if we do it, there's going to be one day where Waddle forgets to do it, and then you'll be like, "What's your fun fact of the day?" You'd be like, "I don't know. He probably just gave up a home run."
You got my yes.
We used to have a catchy jingle for when Jay Cutler was traded. Do you remember this? It was the Jay Cutler fact of the day. Hey, Jay, what do you say?
Yeah. I mean,
And then we would give, leading up to opening day, a different fact about Jay Cutler. Get to know your new quarterback. Yeah. I'm sure that's long gone from the system. I don't know if Meller would know.
I don't know
where it is. It was
quite I thought it was entertaining.
It was a lot of fun. Back to the conversation that Kap and Shea were having. I really can't come up with the enthusiasm or the rage or whatever description word you would want to use regarding Malik Willis versus Tyson Bagent.
Yeah.
Like there have been a lot of heated arguments on this station or from fans about Tyson Bagent. I'm sort of unmoved by all the discussion.
I'm not
regarding
compelled.
it.
Yeah, I'm not compelled to fight about him.
I don't feel passionately about it.
I just scoff at the people who think, oh, you can't give up Tyson Bagent because he's worth more than a third-round pick. Like, that makes no sense to me.
I agree with you.
If you can give up Tyson Bagent and you're getting a day 2 pick, you are walking his ass to the airport and packing his bags for him.
Not Kap isn't.
I guess
Cap's
not.
going to set up a roadblock for you. You better watch out, mister.
Some spikes in the tire.
Yeah.
I don't think backup quarterbacks are as hard to find as maybe we kind of have the feeling they are. The Packers just did it with Malik Willis. Like, if I get that you want to have insurance, and I think one of the lessons of the NFL the last 10 years is like you want to feel good about your backup quarterback. You don't want to just have anybody back there. You want a guy you feel good about. I think Ben Johnson is capable of turning a lot of quarterbacks into quality backup quarterbacks. Like, it doesn't have to just be Bagent.
I thought Bagent had something to him before even Ben got here. I thought, like, for an undrafted Division II rookie quarterback coming in, what did he play, 4 games his first year?
4, yeah.
Like, yeah. I know the stats weren't, like, super pleasing when you looked at it. For a guy who had 0 NFL experience, I thought he was fine, and it was something to build off of. But I'm not over the top with Kap, and I'm with you, Tyler, that if you can turn that into draft capital and try to do that again with the next guy when you know you have Caleb Williams and you have a competent backup already, like after he leaves, that's what you needed for 2 or 3 games.
Yeah, look, I appreciate Tyson Bagent. To come, first of all, he's as prepared as anybody. He knows the offense. He's a hard worker. He's earned everything he's gotten. So I do have a true appreciation. But this is, this is a business as well. And if you can find somebody that's willing to give you valuable currency for your backup quarterback, then I think you make that move. I don't think there's any doubt.
So if you want to talk Bears, the argument they just had, we've been talking WBC, Bears free agency too. Earlier in the day, the Bears signed or agreed to, I always say signed, but you can't do it until the new league year starts tomorrow, Khalif Raymond. He's a veteran punt returner, special team ace, and a guy who's very fast and can still produce. I think he had nearly 300 yards receiving this past year with Detroit. I think he's had a year where he was in the high 500s.
I think he was
as far as yards
3 years ago. Was it 3 or 4 years ago? I think he was in 600 yards receiving.
That's good. Yeah, like that's great for
Amon-Ra St. Brown said he was his best teammate he'd ever had.
Because of the person in the room?
That's
the
what I
room.
understand.
Speaking of that, too, Caleb Williams' dad, Carl Williams, retweeted that Case Keenum is back. very excited about Case.
I heard some folks having this conversation as well. I think they like their quarterback room. I don't think they signed Case Keenum, and that's a sign that they're shopping, Tyson Bagent. I think they like their quarterback room, and they want to run it back.
And they feel like for how much it costs, it's a good investment for Caleb.
But I would say this: how many 38-year-olds get 2-year deals? That to me, the years said more than anything.
How much of it's guaranteed?
When was the last time he played a game? When was the last time he played a game?
It's probably been like 4 or 5 years.
I think it's been a while, yeah, because there was 1 year
of
2023, so it's been 3 years.
He's really embraced the role. He's supposed to be a great dude, and he did it with Houston when they drafted a quarterback his rookie year, and then I think he sat out a year, and then he's been with the Bears now going on his second year. But
I just think they like the room. I think they like the setup. I think that they feel like whatever the environment was, it helped Caleb mature and develop.
Yeah.
And why not run it back? I don't have any problem with that.
Cam Lewis is another guy the Bears have brought in. He's been a guy who's been with Buffalo for a while. He's a special teamer, guy who can spot start and play some games. Like, it's a good depth piece. They didn't pay a lot for him. So
maybe the Case Keenum deal, Tyler, it's 2 years. Can you spread that out? Like, maybe you're getting a year out of him, but you can – I don't know. Maybe
I'm guessing
it's
probably like a $2.5 million a year. So
it's
like
less
if
than
you
what they
get
get
out of
Bagent.
it, if you get out of it, it's not going to hurt you anyway. I have seen this too. This was from Jeremy Fowler. Lewis was a versatile piece for the Bills over 6 seasons, playing corner, safety, and nickel corner. So
Jack
to me,
of all trades.
That says this is your replacement for C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. What about I was thinking Jonathan Owens too,
or even Jonathan Owens? Yeah.
So are the Bears winning free agency? Team USA won yesterday in the WBC. Wins with Wallner, brought to you by our great friends and partners at Wallner Law. They're the best. Wallner Law handles the toughest car accident cases in Chicago. Call my guy, John Wallner, 312-8-million. That's 312-8-million. Wallner Law, win with Wallner. Let's go to Zach on the west side. Zach, you're on ESPN 1000.
What's going on, fellas? Great conversation. I think the pitcher from Czech definitely had some electric stuff going on in that game. So that was dope.
Very good.
I'm kind of in the middle with that Kap conversation because you want to have a backup quarterback. You never know what happens, and you don't want to have a really good offense and have a terrible quarterback. If we could have a good, mediocre quarterback that can play and manage the game until our star quarterback comes back, in case that ever happens. You want to have that, but you also want to be able to flip a player that can get you draft capital, just like every other sport does. So you don't want to hold on them too long, but if you have a coach like Ben Johnson that can develop quarterbacks, what's the problem? So that's that. And, it's all about the Bears. I'm excited about what's going on right now in free agency. I'm getting excited because we – don't have that big fish, but I'm looking forward to the season and knowing that we have a great coaching staff that can coach up players and develop game plans to win games, 11, from 5 games to 11. So I'm excited, guys. Thanks for the call.
You got it, Zach. Appreciate you calling us for sure. 312-332-3776. Ethan is in St. Louis wanting to talk about a Waddle's World story. What's up, Ethan?
Hey, first of all, I am going to say being in St. Louis, I'm more excited about baseball because these Cardinal fans have finally closed their mouth for the first time in 20 years since I've been down there. But
so are you from Chicago originally and you relocated there?
I actually grew up in Wisconsin as a Bears fan and moved to St. Louis, and I'm a Cubs fan. So, yeah.
Aren't the Cardinal fans, the mouths are going to be wide open when they go to the games this year, right? Because don't they have this special deal, all you can eat for
Big Mac Land?
My
$29.
Yeah, you can eat whatever you want.
I got $6 tickets to a Cubs game in July because they're trying to give away tickets. Plus, it came with each ticket gets $6 in concessions.
Yeah, I know. They're finally staying away. Go ahead, Ethan. We got a little bit of a delay, but go ahead.
Yep. The thing I want to ask is my 14-year-old loves to Rickroll me, but now he's talking about the Rickroll paradox. If you ever meet Rick Astley, you have to ask him for a copy of the DVD Up because he can never give you up, but then he can never let you down. So what's he going to do? Wah, wah.
Yeah. I think my Shota jokes are better. I will say this, though. This is a much safer, much cleaner version of the whole COVID and Wood experience. That guy, especially with Meller involved. You couldn't get a text from Meller without,
there's
getting the
Wood.
picture.
Yeah, there's Wood.
Hey, Meller, are you going to be in? What kind of stuff? Oh, okay, download that? Sure, I'll do that. No, I won't do that. I bet you Meller will send out, just kind of like for old time's sake, if he's listening, I bet we get I bet we get one of those emails tonight from him.
You want a good call from Eddie right now?
Is that possible?
Eddie, on the wrong side, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Eddie?
I love you guys. I listen to you guys all the time, but I'm going to pose a question to you right now. I'm going to do it with Cleo Mack. You sign him for anything, any team, anywhere, anything. But if you knew you were going to sign him and never win a Super Bowl, do you think it's worth it? Myles Garrett, Michael Parsons. I'm going to go down the line of all the top defensive players, and I know the Rams took a flyer on what did they take him for 6 months to 8 months?
Von Miller, you're thinking of?
The next year. You know what I mean?
No, I don't. Who are you talking about with the Rams?
Donald.
Aaron Donald, yeah. What do you mean they took?
They took a flyer on Aaron Donald.
They drafted him, and he became the best defensive player.
Spent his entire career there.
He's one of their greatest franchise players. Yeah.
That was the only defensive player I thought he got let go, and then they brought him back for a certain amount of time, and then they won a Super Bowl with him. But all the other guys I mentioned, no Super Bowls. They made a load of
hold on,
money.
Eddie. This is like when you called in about no quarterback from USC ever wins. No quarterback to label this. Have you heard of Reggie White? Have you heard of Lawrence Taylor? Have you heard of Richard Dent? They're all on the sack leaders. Bruce Smith didn't win one, but how many Super Bowls did Bruce Smith go to? To say that when you have a great pass rusher, you can't win is a completely flawed argument.
Sylvie, I'm not saying that. I'm talking about free agents now. Like within the last 5 years, the only free agents that actually done anything is the guy in Seattle, which was an offensive player, and Barkley, correct? On Philly, I believe, is the only free agents that have ever gone to bring anything anywhere. But all these other players, yeah, they are so good when they're on these crappy teams. But when they go to another, I know he got injured on the Packers, Parsons, but do you think in the next 2 or 3 years, and I hope they don't, the Packers win a Super Bowl with this guy, because I'm hoping that the Bears win it before them.
Of course.
Look who stands in our way. And I believe, all these Myles Garrett, too, what's on the Browns, whatever. Maybe I'm getting that wrong, but maybe that's the right guy I'm talking about. Do you think this guy's going to win the Super Bowl in the next 5, 6, even 7 years? But look who's putting it in the way. Let's go and draft these players. Let's pull these young guys out of the draft, and let's develop them ourselves instead of going out and paying all this money for these big defensive players that, if you look at the history of it all, haven't won a Super Bowl, even if you pick them up.
Well, Eddie, thanks for the phone call. I disagree with this entire premise. I think most of the top players in any position group usually don't get to free agency. The rules for players are so bad with the franchise tag, where the best players usually have the fewest opportunities in free agency. So, there have been many great players who are quarterbacks who still haven't won a Super Bowl. To just label that a team doesn't win through free, it's a way to supplement. It is not, I understand it could be fool's gold. You put too much stock in winning an offseason. I get it. But I would say that there have been many players, including Reggie White back with the Packers, that free agency changed the way the Packers' trajectory was because he picked the Packers. And getting to his point about Micah Parsons, I think the Packers have a much better chance to win the Super Bowl because they have Micah Parsons than if they didn't.
I mean, he shot down his own premise by saying Sam Darnold was a free agent. He was the starting quarterback for the Super Bowl winning team. So I'm Eddie. I don't know where Eddie was going with that, other than he doesn't want to spend a lot of money on free agents.
The Eagles won the Super Bowl 2 years ago with Saquon Barkley, as he mentioned, and A.J. Brown, who they acquired via trade.
Yeah. So
you can look at all these teams and say,
I think what we have said is use every vehicle that you have at your disposal, every option. Trade, look again. I keep saying it about Seattle, not just about Sam Darnold. Their defensive line, first-round draft pick, second-round draft pick, trade, free agent signing. Those were their 4 starters.
Yep.
So they did all of it.
And the Rams.
So
do we mention the Rams too with the way they've signed and traded for guys?
They have done a lot of that stuff as well. So
all right, coming up next, 312-332-3776. We have our Great Clips news segment coming up next when we discuss crazy happenings from the past in the world of sports. And then Michael Wilbon will join us at 5 o'clock.
Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
ESPN's The Hockey Show. Ready to rock the rinks with Chicago's best hockey knowledge. Brought to you by Chevy Drive Chicago. The Hockey Show, tomorrow night at 6 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
Guys, before the month ends, you need to hop on the big deal going on now at Window Nation. Beat the springtime rush, guys. Call my friends at Window Nation at 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION. The more you buy, the more you're going to save with up to 50% off all window styles. Check them out online at windownation.com and see what all the different window styles are. You're going to love the way they look in your house. You're going to make your home look even better. They're going to function correctly in the spring. You're going to save money in the winter time with no drafty windows, and your energy bills are going to go down. I've seen it all with my windows from Window Nation when I replaced the windows in the living room, in the kitchen, in the master bedroom, and in the kids' room. Find out what all the fuss is about. Call them at 866-90-NATION. Nothing down as well. They're going to work out a great finance plan for you to make it easier to pay off your project. And again, the busiest time for Window Nation is springtime. So beat the rush now by calling them 866-90-NATION. You'll get a free in-home estimate. You'll get an A-plus rated ranked business on the Better Business Bureau, and you're going to love your new windows. 866-90-NATION, and let them know that Silvy sent you.
Pinstripes are back. The Bulls 2025-26 Statement Edition jersey is here. Inspired by the 90s, but refreshed for today's generation of fans. Learn more about the uniform plus shop jerseys and the full retail collection on bulls.com/statement.
Is your hot water suddenly gone? Drain clogged or overflowing? Sink dripping endlessly? Act now with Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. Four Seasons fully licensed plumbers are on call 24/7, no extra fees for nights, weekends, or holidays. Four Seasons with over 30,000 five-star Google reviews and the Torch Award for Marketplace Ethics proves their reliability.
For all the right reasons.
Call 866-4Seasons.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite awards show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
I'm having a pleasant talk with our friend, Mayor Skip Saviano from Elmwood Park. How can you possibly think you've got the best job? I talk sports for a living.
All I'm saying, Carmen, is that I get to work with our close-knit community. Great stuff. We're always planning new ways to bond and grow.
Well, I'm connecting with the best fans in sports every day.
But you're stuck in a studio. I'm out talking with local businesses, eating at world-class restaurants. What do you got there? A PB&J?
Uncle, you win.
Bam.
Mayor Skip Saviano.
Elmwood Park, once you're here, you get it.
Empowered. Ellie here is getting the sleeve she's always dreamed of. She worked with Empower and planned for her next move, So she got good at money. Now she can be a little bad. Oh, by the way, you spelled journey wrong. No worries. She can afford the cover-up, too. Ooh, check out my tat. It says, invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Ring, ring.
Hello.
Who is it? Guests on ESPN Chicago join us on the Yingling Hotline.
Chicago office is calling.
I've been expecting your call. The Yingling Hotline, brought to you by Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Want to hear a story?
The number one pick in the 2025 NBA draft goes to...
Come and take a seat.
The word retire means you can do anything you want from this day on.
Waddle and Silvy bring you Tales from the Stylist Chair.
The grounds crew is told by this umpiring crew and the crew chief, John Hirschbeck, to bring out the tarp.
Diving into the great sports mysteries of all time. Presented by Great Clips.
That's right. Tales from the Stylist Chair brought to you by...
That is correct. Brought to you by Great Clips. Save time on haircuts with online check-in at Great Clips. Download the app today.
I watched two of the most memorable Bears games of my lifetime with the folks from Great Clips. The Packer comeback game, and then I think they were in our suite, too, for the Rams game. And it was a lot of fun to share those moments, and we appreciate another year.
Is Jim wearing that
the
big
fur
coat?
I believe so. Yes, he has this big fur coat to the real cold weather games. And I think this plays well into what we were just discussing, the courting of Julius Peppers when he was with the Carolina Panthers, and how different free agency was in the not too distant past. What was this? The winter of 2010?
2010.
The February of 2010?
It was actually, I believe it was March 5th of 2010. The Chicago Bears signed Julius Peppers to a 6-year contract worth $91.5 million with $42 million guaranteed in the first 3 years.
Julius Peppers obviously was a great player with Carolina. After he played, didn't he play basketball and football at UNC?
Yes, at UNC.
And the Bears needed a pass rush desperately. And these were the days when now it's a made-for-TV production where free agency starts during the day so ESPN and NFL Network can cover it and bring you the live coverage. It used to be it would start at midnight the previous night. So I forget how it was, whether it was midnight Central, 1 a.m. Eastern, or whether it was 11 here and midnight on the East Coast, whatever it was. And the story always went that they wanted, Jerry Angelo and Lovie Smith wanted Julius Peppers so badly.
Yeah.
That Lovie was literally on the doorstep at Julius Peppers' home at 12:55.
With a giant bag of money.
We always joked about the bag of money.
As the myth goes.
And sure enough, there was no visit. There was no, big negotiating bag. He grabbed the bag of some money and he said, okay, I'll be a Bear. And it was a huge party too. He showed up after he signed the deal. He went to this nightclub downtown where he bought the entire bar, bottles of champagne to celebrate, to ingratiate himself. But the way he really ingratiated himself was, think about the difference that his addition made from the 2009 Bears and what they ended up doing. And we had this plan before Eddie called. And I know the Bears didn't end up winning the Super Bowl. Other things went into that as they lost to the Packers in that NFC title game. Mm-hmm. But Julius Peppers' addition led to winning.
Julius Peppers in 4 seasons played all 16 games. Each of the 4 seasons he played with Chicago, he had 8 sacks, 11 sacks, 11 and a half, and 7 sacks. He had a really nice day here for sure. He had 7 forced fumbles, I believe. Or he had 6 recovered fumbles. He had 9 forced fumbles to go along with all those sacks. And he was a dominant player, obviously, and that's why he resides in Canton now as a Pro Football Hall of Famer. But his 4-year stint here in Chicago was a very good one.
He went to Green Bay right afterwards. Remember, then we signed the former Viking
Jared Allen,
who had nothing left in the tank.
Had nothing. And then he actually finished his final 2 years
in Carolina.
Yeah. Went back to Carolina, had an 11-sack season followed by a 5-sack season. 159 and a half sacks for his career.
I told you earlier I'm scarred a little bit from my history of the Bears with repeating years. Like 2010 did not turn into a great 2011 year. 2006, they didn't capitalize off of that. The last time they went to back-to-back postseasons was in 05 and 06. I'm also like, my history tells me, and I know you have to draft them, I know this, but really in my lifetime, after the 80s dominance, the best pass rushers the Bears got were acquired via trade or via free agency.
Yeah,
it's Khalil Mack and Julius Peppers.
Yeah. So, again, just another reminder that there's a number of ways to skin a cat, as they say.
Yeah.
You can draft guys, you can sign guys in free agency, you can trade for guys. So I think the good teams, they access all of these different avenues. They do. Look at Philadelphia. Then you say they traded for A.J. Brown. You signed Saquon Barkley in free agency. You draft, a number of these fantastic offensive linemen, and you develop all of these guys. So, yeah, I mean, you can't think, we're going to draft and develop, and that's the only way to get to the top of the mountain. Some may, but that's not the only way to do it.
Chris Long helped the Eagles in prior years, too, where he would go from team to team after he left the Rams. I think he won a Super Bowl with the Eagles, didn't he, in 17 or whatever year that was?
Eagles and the Patriots.
Yeah. Guys, there are smart ads out there. There are guys who are going to help you, but it can be fool's gold. You have to proceed cautiously. All right, Doug, coming up next, let's gamble on this, guys. Will Wilbon be happy, mad, or indifferent to what the Bears have done in free agency?
I'm going to decide between happy and indifferent. I'll go with indifferent.
Tyler?
I said indifferent, too.
100% indifferent.
I'm going to say he's mad. He's ornery these days.
Okay.
So let's find out next. We'll talk to Michael Wilbon coming up.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Jarrett, no, not Jarrett. No.
Spring training baseball. Join us for White Sox versus Cubs. Friday at 3 on the home of the White Sox, ESPN Chicago.
Life comes with a lot of things to remember, and Great Clips doesn't think your haircut should be one of them. This is why they use Clip Notes. It saves your haircut details, so no matter which stylist you see or Great Clips salon you visit, it's easy to feel like the best version of you. So do yourself a favor, say goodbye to guesswork, and hello to a great haircut every time. Download the app today. Great Clips. It's going to be great.
This is a Whiskey U announcement. Whiskey connoisseurs, report to Barrel and Vine in Plainfield tomorrow night at 6:30. This is a mandatory tasting lesson for Green River Bourbon. Green River is a Kentucky bourbon, not the same as the Chicago River when dyed green. Get it? The Chicago River in mid-March. Look but don't taste. The Kentucky Green River at Whiskey U. Yes, do taste and enjoy. Class is in session tomorrow night at 6:30. Please enjoy responsibly. Green River Distilling Company, Owensboro, Kentucky. Alcohol by volume varies by product.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
When you're vacationing in your RV, there are some things you can always count on. Taking the kayaks out on the lake, hot dogs on the grill, and your sister's boyfriend pulling out his acoustic guitar.
Everyone quiet! Harrison's playing. Wow, you're so good, Harrison.
With Progressive, your RV is protected 24/7, so you're prepared for whatever you don't see coming. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, not available in D.C.
Every March, are brackets the only thing you can think about? Do you have symptoms such as constant bracket obsession or moderate to severe bracket-related distractions? You may be living with bracket brain. Thankfully, there's ESPN Tournament Challenge, the #1 proven way to treat bracket brain right at the source. So this March, download the ESPN Tournament Challenge app, fill out your men's bracket, and get you and your brain in the game. ESPN Tournament Challenge. Play the #1 bracket game. Presented by Allstate.
When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. Advantage Chevrolet. 3 locations, Chicagoland's covered. You want a Chevy? They've got it. You want savings? Oh, yeah. Most important, trust. No runaround. They shoot you straight. Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview. Together, let's drive.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Uh-oh. Guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody? Guess what today is?
It's Wilbon Day. Woo-hoo! Chicago native Michael Wilbon, host of Pardon the Interruption with Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago.
Michael Wilbon every Tuesday, 5 o'clock, brought to you by
HawkAuto.com. Looking for a new or pre-owned vehicle? Shop HawkAuto.com and search over 3,000 vehicles at 9 convenient locations. Find your next car at HawkAuto.com.
Michael Wilbon joins us on the Yingling Guest Hotline. Michael, how are you feeling about what the Bears have done in free agency?
Well, first we'll get to how I'm feeling. I feel better than my voice sounds, so you guys have to look at that.
Yeah, it's...
Unless you want to get rid of me now.
Cold and flu season has been a monster this year.
Yes. Well, and I don't even have either. Tony said I sound like Yoda, and I thought I sounded like Louis Armstrong, so maybe we'll split the difference. I don't know how you do that. But, so no, I feel fine, and I'm on my way there. I'm leaving 83 degrees to come to 33 degrees.
Oh, boy.
There's something really stupid about that, but I'm coming there anyway, on the way to the airport. So how do I feel? I feel great about when I heard we're getting Devin Bush and I heard we're getting Kobe Bryant. I'm like, cha-ching on both those. You know, one of the things that's great about sitting with watching games, and I did this multiple times, as you guys know, with Richard Dent and Otis Wilson, is they cut right to it. They tell you what they think the problems are or the strengths are. They go right to it. And one of the things that they talked about, I remember starting in the game against the Cowboys, that's like week 3. And they went all the way through the playoffs, even with these wonderful finishes and this magical season, was that they would always talk about, and one night game, Mike Singletary was there, they all talked about the same thing. And that was lack of speed defensively, the lack of ability. One of the things that different players could do, and they could anticipate the play calls. And they said they're going to go out in the flat here because we can't cover it. And they spoke to it expertly, which is, of course, what they are. And they talked about what had to happen. And, that's a play where, you need a versatile safety who can do this. That's a play where you need a linebacker who can get outside and do that. And that's what apparently the people in Dallas Hall ain't disagreeing with the 2 all-time Bear greats, because that's what they went out and did yesterday with those 2 players. And it still needs more addressing. And when you've got seven draft picks, I expect 3 of those picks to be people who are introduced onto the defensive side of the ball and put in the lineup. I don't mean starting, but I mean rotational players at least. So I think that has to happen. I think yesterday was a really good start.
Was there any part of you, Michael, that was hoping that they would sign one of the top pass rushers in free agency?
No, because I don't want to spend 2 number 1s, even as great as I think Max is. I don't want to spend 2 number 1s on him. If they had been able to talk the Raiders into a 1 and DJ Moore, because we knew DJ Moore was going to get traded, or we suspected he would, then okay, I could live with that. Maybe they could have talked him into a 2027 first-round pick, although we keep hearing next year's draft is going to be much better than this one. One pick and a player, a frontline starter, okay. 2 picks, no.
What about free
And
agency,
so
whether you were just spending money, whether it's Trey Hendrickson or Jalen Phillips or Owe or a couple of the other guys?
Jalen Phillips, really? $30 million? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, very expensive.
Really? No. Then draft him. I keep going back to this, and I've almost memorized it. Tommy, you probably have. And Sylvie was too young. The 1983 draft, which is basically
not too young. I think. Hold on, Wilbon. I think sometimes you think I'm 35. Of course, I know the 83 draft.
How could you think that, Mike, when you look at him to think that he's 35?
Galt.
Yes.
With Galt and Dent
Culver
and Thayer and Bortz and come on. It's like the greatest. It's 7 starters in 7 rounds, 2 in the Hall of Fame. So, should I be sitting around asking for history to repeat itself? No. But that's what I'm hung up on. This can be done in the draft. The Bears had 2 drafts that were the crux of that team. And you can go back and count more people if you want to go back to Hampton and Walter, 10 years earlier. You don't have to do that. So we got these draft picks. So damn it, let's use them and get them right. So I'm putting all the pressure on the scout.
Okay. I was just going to say, Jim Finks ain't walking through that door.
So Tommy, do you think we went too light?
I just hope that this is what I've said to Sylvia. I was in the same camp with you. I thought 2 number 1s for Max Crosby was too much. I was hoping that they would address free agents, pass rush and free agency. Trey Hendrickson is a guy that was interesting to me, but I wasn't going to overpay for him. He hasn't signed. I just want them to be so self-aware that they're not going to be able to lead the league next year in takeaways with the 31st ranked pass rush.
That's right.
That they had this year. That's an anomaly. Maybe one of the more impressive anomalies in recent years that they were able to do that. So they're going to have to find pass rush. There is a bit of skepticism, Mike, that exists here, at least in the studio with Sylvia and I, because of past drafts where they haven't been able to find those guys. Or if it's in free agency where they have swung and missed. If you can find a player who has a resume that proves that you can remove some of the risk out of, the signing because the player is so accomplished, then I was interested in. But I was never saying I'm all in at any cost. But I do acknowledge that they got to find a way to disrupt the opponent next year more readily.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I mean, looking at what the Eagles did, by the way, not just in the Super Bowl year, but the last few seasons, they find a way to pressure up the middle with defensive line players. There are nose tackles. There are players who can provide some pressure inside pass rush. It doesn't all have to come from edge. I don't want to pay an edge $30 million. Not when there's risk involved there too. Maybe not as much with Hendricks.
Okay, well, here, Mike. This is where I would say the difference is between the Eagles and us. Like the last couple of years, they've drafted Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter, and the kid that's now in New England that signed as a free agent last year. So, I'm with you. I mean, if Jeffrey Simmons from the Titans was available in a trade, I'd be just as interested in him as I would Trey Hendrickson or Max Crosby, but doesn't feel like that interior pressure was available in free agency or via a trade. But I'm with you.
I think it's available in the draft. I mean, this kid came
hope
McDonald.
So.
I mean, I think I'm up reading too many scouting reports here. I should be slapped. But it just seems to me that there are players available in the draft that the Bears will be able. I mean, second round, and not to mention safety help. I mean, you're still going to need. I think addressing the secondary, even though it played fabulously at times, particularly on the takeaway front, I think that is an acknowledgement that you can't thread that needle again, and you're going to need to attack defensively opponents in a much more efficient way and differently than you just did. So I'm for what I see the beginnings of so far. And again, those 2 players they signed yesterday, I was thrilled to hear that. We got those two guys. I just hope they can stay healthy, for as long as possible.
Well, I'll give you the choice. Like you say, you're feeling fine, but your voice is just shot. Do you want to rest your voice for the rest, or do you want to keep going? And we could have you on later in the week. If we will not hold it against you. We would encourage it. A matter of fact.
What I'm like, some 23-year-old NBA player?
Yeah,
I can't
that's
go
right.
back to back. I'm good.
All right, so you're going to push through. That's good.
This is load management on the voice right now is what he's doing.
Yeah, anti-load management.
So you did PTI with this voice?
Yeah, I was constantly sipping hot tea, so I was probably a little bit better.
Okay.
Tony's was just as well. Tony's was nearly as bad, but he didn't feel good. So I'll take feeling good and sounding bad. I'll take that over the alternative.
All right. We have not talked to you yet about the DJ Moore trade. Were you okay with that deal? Did you understand where that came from?
Yes. We've known since we started talking about this stuff week 10. When Luther Burden and Loveland started to emerge, we all started thinking, okay, where did they? And look, it's great to have a great receiver room. Every room you want to be great. But you can't have that at the expense of these other things. There's only so much money. This is not baseball. There's a cap. All right? So, get used to it. And this is me trying to explain this day after day after day after day to my 17-year-old, whose favorite, the only jersey Matthew has is a DJ Moore jersey. And I said, dude, DJ Moore's got to go. He's going to be the guy who goes, because you're not going to get rid of Luther Burden. You're not going to get rid of a guy you drafted ninth, from Washington Tuesday. That's not going to happen. So they're going to get rid of DJ Moore. And the question is, I said to him the day before it happened, I just hope we can either include, now if you included him in a trade for Max Crosby, I could have lived with that. Or I said to Matthew, if we could get a third-round pick. When I heard we were getting a second-round pick, even with giving up a fifth, I was like, you know what? That's pretty damn good. I mean, come on. This second-round pick can be a day one starter on defense.
Better be. Yeah.
And it needs to be.
Yeah.
And so, I love DJ Moore. I don't like giving up toughness. I don't like being a fan of this franchise and understanding what this franchise is and has made the franchise over its life. I don't like understanding that and giving up people who reflect it, which means I did not like giving up Montgomery 3 years ago, whatever that was, because he was tough. And I think the Bears are getting off a little easy by him not being in the division anymore, not having to play him twice, by the way, now that he's been traded. I don't like giving up toughness, and DJ Moore's tough. As tough as they come. And if you told me years later, I've gotten very fortunate in my life to sit around with Hall of Fame players from earlier eras who did not have to check into a blue tent and who did not get carried off the field because some eye in the sky told somebody to. And they sit around later and they can talk about and they can confirm how many concussions they had. So I've lived through that and have friends who've lived through that. And friends, quite frankly, who've died young of probably head injuries, who played in the NFL for years. You can't tell me that DJ Moore isn't a guy who's probably concussed more than we think, given the hits he took, given the number of times his head was driven into the turf. He's a tough guy.
Yes,
He's a tough SOB. And I don't like losing guys like that. But you can't just have like the greatest receiver room in the world and not make your team better, particularly defensively. You can't win a championship without better defense. So that's the price you got to pay.
Michael Wilbon is joining us. You may not recognize his usual voice. He's fighting through it, but again, he feels fine, like he said, and he's coming to Chicago here. So have you enjoyed the World Baseball Classic and watching great, fun baseball as much as we have?
Well, I lost you for part of that. Have I been watching baseball?
Yeah, have you enjoyed the WBC?
Yes. Yeah, last night was a little bit of a disappointment, but I haven't. I even tried to take a peek at Cuba and Puerto Rico last night. I'm not going to watch the Italy-U.S. game. I can't be on the hook for that as much. It's March Madness because that's not a real game. And so, no. I want to see the division, the group of death. That's the Dominican and Panama, and come on, that's real. I want to see that. I want to see Japan. I don't need to see Italy and Great Britain. This is not soccer. I got to see them in the summer and World Cup. I don't need to see them now.
Mike, in general terms, do you believe that Major League Baseball, based on a lot of the changes that they have made to try to make their game better, have they eclipsed the NBA with regard to the appeal?
No. I think it's all. I think the NFL is the number one product. We know entertainment sports product in this country. We know that. It ain't changing anytime soon in my lifetime. And the others all weigh in just depending on what you like. You get your favorite ice cream based on what it is you like. And so I love October baseball, and I like baseball having quickened the pace, because I don't want to see 3-hour and 52-minute games every night in July. So baseball's improved. Am I going to pick July baseball over April basketball? No, I'm not.
How about December basketball?
I didn't even pay attention to basketball in December.
And he's an NBA guy.
No, I know.
I am, but I'm not going to pay attention to baseball in April, and I'm not going to pay attention to it in March when Major League Baseball, if you guys want to praise them, that's fine. I'm not going to praise Major League Baseball for whose executives are dumb enough to schedule games in Chicago in March. See, that's stupid. It's arrogant. It's ignorant. It is basically just being negligent. It's incompetence to ask fans to sit through what people have to sit through in Chicago in March. And if you're a baseball scheduler and that's your idea of a smart thing, you should be fired. If I was commissioner, I'd walk in and I would say, let me see a show of hands for people who scheduled Cubs against Angels in Wrigley in March. Let me see a show of hands. Okay, you people, it was nice having your services. Get the hell out.
I love it. I know. It's so silly how early it opens.
Idiot.
Yeah. All right, a couple of random topics, topics that you may not have been expecting. Maybe you talked about this on PTI yesterday. We had a conversation about the LA Marathon yesterday. That had full phone lines where it was 88 degrees, so it was super, super hot. So they let people decide at the 18-mile marker if they want to stop there, and they would still give them their medal for finishing the marathon. How do you weigh in on that one?
I didn't know that. We talked about
the finish was crazy. Yeah,
the finish was nuts. I didn't know about the no. Come on. I mean, trophies and apple slices, orange slices. No. Oh yeah. No. I couldn't even. No, and if I was trying to call them the LA Times, they would have been death smoochy.
And then last one for me. I don't know if Waddle's got one. I got to ask you about the conversation that our Carmen and Jurko show had today. Is the Bean, because we know you love Chicago, you love great real estate in the parks and near the lake. Is the Bean a great signature place that represents Chicago these days?
You know what? It has become that. I know for the whole generation. And I had mixed feelings. At the beginning, I was like, the Bean. It's like it's too close to the fountain. Get it away. And then, over time, you get younger people who have their own meeting places and their own ways of getting to know the city. And to be honest about it, before my mother passed, I mean, she lived, I particularly could see the Bean maybe from the apartment, and she liked it. And my mom wound up passing 6 years ago at 93. And I was like, Mom, the Bean? I mean, she moved to Chicago in 1941. No, 39. My mom moved to Chicago in 1939. So, I mean, this is somebody for whom Chicago was a 80-year, life experience. and she was cool with the bean. So I'm like, okay, I'm just going to shut up and take this one. So I'm okay with the bean. Is it my favorite spot? No, but I'm not going to denigrate it.
Okay. All right. Rest up. Enjoy the trip to Chicago, and we can't wait to see you next. Thanks, Michael.
Thanks, Mike.
Hey, are you guys going to Big Ten? Are you guys going to show up at United Center?
I am not. No, I will just be honest with you. I'm sure that Silvy may
Maybe
show
over
up,
the weekend.
but-
Yeah, if Illinois goes far. Are you banking on Northwestern making a run here?
I would like to just beat Penn State tonight and see what happens, but I'm going to go. I'm coming. I mean, look, the Big Ten this year to me, and I know the Big 12, anybody following the Big 12, coaches, players, fans, whatever, would say, shut up. The Big 12's better. And the teams at the top are unbelievable. And I think Arizona could win the whole thing. I mean the whole thing and beat either Duke or Michigan in the process. But the Big Ten is fabulous. And watching in Michigan could be the best team in the country with these injuries to Duke's two players. I think Michigan may be the best team in the country. And Illinois is really worth watching. And there's surprises like Nebraska. So I'm going to go sit through some Big Ten basketball. I'm excited about the tournament. And we'll see what we get. But I'm excited to see what's produced at the United Center.
And then stay through Monday, and you can see a big Bulls and Grizzlies game.
Seriously, you have to. I mean, that's a tie-me-down situation. The Bulls have made themselves so unwatchable, and I gotta turn on other. I'm watching a game the other night, and I'm like, wait a minute, who is that hitting that great shot for Charlotte? Oh wait, Kobe White. I remember him. He was on my team, and I gotta watch everybody on every other team now weigh in and be productive. So no, I'm boycotting the Bulls.
Welcome to the team, Mike.
What? Okay, let me. You raise it. You're coming to town for the Big Ten tournament, and it got me to this question. In 2034, Northwestern is in the Big Ten football championship game in Arlington Heights. Are you going?
No, I may not be alive by then.
Oh, stop. Don't give me the cop-out that you're not going to be with us. You said you would never go to Arlington Heights.
I did. I won't go to see a Bears game.
Awful presumptuous to think the stadium build will be done by them, by you, Silvy.
That's why he said 2034.
And by the way, you know what? It really, I would go to a Northwestern game there, yes, because that's a Big Ten championship is not proprietary. But I'm not going to a Bears game. I'm not going to a Bears game in Hammond. I'm not going to a Bears game in Arlington Heights. I'm not going to a Bears game. I'll go to a Bears game in Green Bay before I go to Arlington.
Oh, that's blasphemy.
I'm clear on that.
That's blasphemy. That's blasphemy.
There you go.
That's blasphemy.
All right, rest up. Enjoy the trip, okay?
All right.
Thanks,
See
Mike.
you guys soon. Be
There
safe.
you go. I'm glad he's feeling good.
He gutted it out.
Like, it's tough when your voice, like what Joniak battled through too. Yeah. I don't think Jeff's was that bad, at least during the play-by-play, what he was able to do. And Jeff, I know, wasn't feeling well.
No.
We got to check in with Jeff later this week too, after free agency.
By the way, I wanted to mention this. Did you see the NFL memes tweet about Tua? It showed a picture of the blue tent on his sideline. It said Tua has put his Miami home up for sale now that he's no longer part of the Dolphins. I thought it was like, I found myself just like now laughing and then being like, well, that's not appropriate to laugh. He spent too much time in there,
funny,
had the concussions.
Yeah.
When I saw it, I was like, I more than chuckled.
Yeah. All right, 312-332-3776. It's been a while since we've had a full go at Aki's A-list.
He hasn't been on the show in quite some time. He's been moonlighting.
Bigger and better, bigger and better things, right? So we'll talk to Tyler Aki coming up next.
The afternoon drive is easier with Waddle and Silvy. Chill out. They're coming right back. ESPN Chicago.
Advantage Acura of Naperville proudly presents the Peggy and Dion Show. Join host Peggy Kaczynski and Dion Miller every Saturday from 11 to 1 on ESPN Chicago, AM 1000, FM HD, the ESPN Chicago app, and live on YouTube.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle here, and I drive a Hawk. In the market for a new car? Shop hawkauto.com, where they buy more so you pay less. Check their massive inventory, over 2,000 vehicles. They buy in volume so you save in volume. Plus, get all rebates on top of the Hawk Auto volume discount. Save even more with 0% financing for 60 months or make no payments for 90 days. With 12 convenient locations, your next car is closer than you think. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. Financing on select models with approved credit.
Save big on everything when you shop at Menards. It's a great time to upgrade your lighting. We have the largest selection of stock Sylvania True Wave light bulbs. They're designed to help you feel and see better. Receive $5 instant savings on a qualifying purchase of $20 or more on True Wave LED bulbs. Now through March 15th. View our selection of lighting products on Menards.com. Plus, check out our weekly flyer to find great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
I'm having a pleasant talk with our friend, Mayor Skip Saviano from Elmwood Park. How can you possibly think you've got the best job? I talk sports for a living.
All I'm saying, Carmen, is that I get to work with our close-knit community. Great stuff. We're always planning new ways to bond and grow.
Well, I'm connecting with the best fans in sports every day.
But you're stuck in a studio. I'm out talking with local businesses, eating at world-class restaurants. What do you got there? A PB&J?
Uncle, you win.
Bam!
Mayor Skip Saviano.
Elmwood Park, once you're here, you get it.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou, a term provider, 800-568-2790. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-568-2790. That's 800-568-2790. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-568-2790.
Looking for the ultimate night out? Bring your squad to a Blackhawks game at the United Center for an experience you won't find anywhere else. Whether it's birthdays, office outings, family gatherings, or just a much-deserved night out, nothing beats the energy in the UC. Group ticket packages are available at blackhawks.com/groups.
The 5 o'clock hour of Waddle and Silvy is brought to you by Steinhoffels, with 7 Chicagoland locations, including their newest in Maryville, Indiana. Shop in store today or online anytime at steinhoffels.com.
ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. You're listening to Waddle and Silvy. Watch us and join the chat. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app.
But what did you make of the fact that they were giving out medals to the people
it's
who
so
stopped
2026.
after
It's so
18
2026.
miles?
That's exactly what it is. It's so 2026. It's the problem with the world today. You achieved nothing by running 18 miles out of 26. You failed. Matter of fact, you failed miserably.
Well,
because you had another 8 miles. If you want to participate in a half marathon, go.
Do a half marathon.
13.1 miles. Go. Nobody's stopping you. What
I guess
are you
they're
doing?
saying because it was so hot, they
Nobody
were
cares.
encouraging
Hey,
people.
if you stop now, you'll get an award. What? For what? For what did you accomplish? Nothing. You set a goal to run 26.2 miles. What did you run? You ran nothing. You failed. They should get a big, giant F across their chests.
I tried to put myself in this situation. If I entered the marathon and I had to stop after 18 miles, I don't think I'd even want the medal.
Of course not. Matter of fact, you'd walk home to your car in shame.
That's right. Remember how Team Canada was? after they got their silver medal and the stuffed animal, they wanted nothing to do with any of that.
Nothing to do with it.
And here's a medal for going 18. Not even for finishing second, beating every team except Team USA.
You get a big F across your chest.
He has been just spectacular as always, but some of his rants lately have been just
extra special.
Yeah, extra special. Extra special Jurko. Carmen and Jurko every day right here on ESPN 1000. You can watch their show, Kap J Hood, our show, Tyler and Shay, when they're on. All the shows are always streamed. If you have not checked out the way the new studio looks, new cameras too, it's much, much different than when we first started this thing on Twitch years ago in the State Street studios. And even when we moved upstairs, it was more conducive to cameras. We've got 4 cameras in here that there's more than 4 because I think there's a wide shot too. There's at least 6 cameras in here. And then Tyler and Charlie have some cameras there. And then now we'll be adding whenever a
X-ray
guest.
vision? No.
Oh, would you? Where is X-ray vision on your superpower list?
It's not on there. I don't need to see that.
Yeah. Well, what do you mean that? Were you going right away to the nudity thing?
No, I just don't need to see. I don't need X-ray vision. I'd rather
like what's on the
be
other
able to
side of
fly
walls when you need to
read minds or something.
When you're looking for someone, perhaps, and you need to find them, and you can see through different things.
No,
I just feel like whatever superpower I have, I want the one that is like the least practical to other people.
So it makes you more special.
No, so it makes me less special, so less people ask me to do favors for them. Like if you have super strength, you're moving your friends every single time they got to get somewhere.
Well, don't be a dick, Charlie. I mean, if you got
If you can
special
fly,
power, you should help
that's
people.
just you.
Okay, but if you fly, don't you believe people will want to ride?
I would say like, I'm not strong enough, man. I'm sorry. I don't have
Wings aren't flapping today.
I don't have super strength.
So what would you pick then? Would you pick X-ray vision since no one really cares about that?
Well, no, because then you'll get a bunch of like, what are they called? Like health groups trying to recruit you, and then you have to like, hey, can you? Like, we need you to.
Yeah, that's a good call.
I mean, that could be a good thing or a bad
But
thing.
that one, I feel like you can charge a pretty penny for.
I was
If you
gonna
have
say, like,
if you have the X-ray vision, can you actually see when people fart? Like, have you ever seen those?
I think that's like a
those-
heat.
Right.
vision
Okay.
thing.
So, but I don't know. Maybe.
Doesn't it still have to be there though? Like, does X-ray vision
I don't
mean
know.
you could look at?
Not
you could
sure.
see gas.
Have you ever seen those tweets where you see people and they're like the thermal?
That's how
fart?
Predator sees, right?
Yeah,
And,
exactly.
yeah.
Like Predator. Predator could sniff out a fart from anywhere, Charlie.
Do you think he saw any of them farting? He was like, oh my God. He's not going to tell him, is he?
No, not.
So anyway, you can watch us all on youtube.com/@ESPN1000 Chicago.
This is breaking news. Brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group.
Aki's
Breaking
A-list with a little
news
breaking
on
news.
ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Every now and then, I'm not sure, and I never want to say
a little bit.
Well, and I see Tyler makes a motion. He tries to keep it discreet to Charlie, like hit it.
Are you giving him a little
I don't
sign
think I try.
language?
I don't think I try to keep it discreet, but I'll give him a
Hit
little
it,
point.
Charlie.
Hit
All right,
it.
what do you got here?
All right, this is from Jordan Schultz. Waddle, when we were in the kitchen, you said
Give me a pass rusher. Just anybody. Give me a pass rusher.
Well, they got a defensive lineman here. The Bears are signing veteran defensive end Contavious Street. He's been with Atlanta since 2023, a career of 10.5 sacks for Contavious Street. Going to be 30 years old next season.
That's 2026 for Dio, is what it is. That's my interpretation.
Now, I'm guessing he's a little less than Dio.
Less than Dio.
Another just depth piece. What does he play? Is he a tackle? Is
He does a little bit of both. He's one of those
inside outside versatile
inside,
guy.
outside.
Oh, he's versatile. All right.
Yeah, that's right.
Just
Although
like
I will say
Dio.
this, he's 315 pounds. That tells me
he's
he doesn't
not coming
play
off the
a lot
edge. He's not playing off the edge. What's his name again?
Contavious Street.
Okay, Contavious Street. That's the third edition today. They added Khalif Raymond, wide receiver, special team returner. Cam Lewis, a depth piece and special teamer in the secondary. And now Contavious Street.
I'm going to guess also a teammate of Joe Tooney at North Carolina State coming out of there in 2018.
That looks
maybe
right,
maybe that's part of the plan here. If you played with Joe Thuney, you got a chance to be signed by this team.
You know what that means then? Bradley Chubb, come on down.
That's right, because he's from North
NC State,
Carolina State as well.
Which player would you choose most?
From NC State?
No, that was a former Joe Thuney teammate. Would you immediately go to Mahomes, or would you say we're covered there with Caleb, and I'd try and get someone else who's still active from the Patriots or the Chiefs?
I mean, who are we to scoff our nose at Patrick Mahomes?
Yeah.
I know. It's not like it's
Probably
a need,
Chris
but yeah, I
Jones.
guess Chris Jones. That's what I'm saying. So would you go to Mahomes?
Yeah, I would go to Mahomes. As much as I like Caleb,
I think Patrick Mahomes is going to have. There's going to be a second edition of Patrick Mahomes.
Oh yeah, like there was for Brady.
Yeah.
yeah,
He's
there may
coming
be a
back
gap.
from the ACL. But I think I don't think his days are done.
All right, what do you got for us, Tyler?
All right, let's start with some Bears and some free agency stuff. Really, just overall encompassing off season. So there's been this signing. We saw all the signings yesterday as well. I don't think anyone's going to go out there and tell you the Bears have hit a home run. They've made some solid adds in free agency so far. I ask you guys, who has more pressure for the upcoming season? Is it the crop of free agents or the 2026 Bears draft class? I want you to think about like the needs of this team too.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, I think it's tough to, when you use the word pressure, it's tough to put pressure on guys in their rookie years. You know, we see sometimes the development process. It wasn't immediate that Burden was great. You know, he had a big catch in the Dallas game, and then there were some times where we didn't see or hear from him. Loveland did a slower start. The breakout game with Cincinnati, and then by the end of the year, they're cooking. But I think, yes, the way I put it, like when you said home run, the Bears have a runner on first with nobody out and a chance for a big inning if the draft picks come through. So they hit a single in free agency. Now it's up to the middle of the order with these. The draft class has to be DA's version on the defensive side.
That's a good angle. Like,
is Shota pitching?
I don't know. Maybe Cade Horton. He's given up as many bombs as Shota.
What about Matthew Boyd last night?
Gave
Terrible.
up too, yeah.
Porter Hodge back on the DL.
Yeah, of course. Why? Of course he is. And what's his name?
Wicks.
Tyon was giving up moon balls the other night as well, wasn't he?
Wicks, all he has is the goggles and another injury list.
I don't know who's going to close for you, for crying out loud. Look, I think some of your pressure is taken away if you're Kobe Bryant or you're Devin Bush. Kobe Bryant's out there giving you the Twitter money sign, wasn't he? Like,
no, that was the Bears account.
Oh, that was.
Tweeted it, yeah.
I think when you get some of that generational wealth, it takes some pressure off of you.
But there is a pressure to produce because, I mean, in the case of Kobe Bryant, you're filling in for an all-pro guy from a year ago.
Yeah, but, like, trust me, like, to get that first payday as a free agent, that takes a lot of pressure off of you. I mean, there's pressure anytime you step on the field, but I like your angle about how, look, they didn't do a ton of the heavy lifting with free agency, so now the heavy lifting's going to have to come via the draft. So I would say that it's going to be more incumbent, especially if you draft defensive guys, that there'll be more pressure that they will contribute early.
How many guys have we said hit last year?
From the draft, I would say...
So obviously Burden, Loveland, Mungai.
Yeah.
And I would say Ozzie. I mean, Ozzie was, your starting left tackle.
Yeah, so, like, you need four guys to at least four guys to hit.
Not just that, but you also, and the draft is one thing, but, free agency after Jade Walker was an ad as a free agent, wasn't drafted, but still a piece of their rookie puzzle.
I'll give Poles credit there. Poles has done great work with undrafted free agents.
Yeah.
They've done as good of work there as they have almost anywhere in the team.
Listen, Tyson Bagent was an undrafted free agent.
The linebacker.
Jack Sanborn.
Sanborn was a starter for you. Like, you have found guys who are worthy of roster spots and are decent. Undrafted.
The Canadian Eagle was undrafted, wasn't he?
Yeah, Benedette.
It's part of why, like, the frustration with Poles is, like, I actually think he's pretty good at finding value. Like, even DeMarco Jackson, like, that guy.
Nashawn Wright.
Yeah, Nashawn Wright. So, like, when he does break the bank on a Tremaine Edmonds, that's where it gets frustrating. It's like, dude, like, you're good at this part. Like, you can find value.
Tremaine Edmonds was a good player. It just, at that contract price, it was just.
He was a good player on a really big contract. Like what I'm saying, like he can find these value pieces.
Yeah, like Terrell Smith, Elijah Hicks. Both of those guys have been valuable pieces given where they were drafted.
Well, where was Blackman a free agent or was he a
Blackwell?
Blackwell, I'm sorry. Was he a free agent?
I want to say he was
a
a free agent. I could be wrong on that though.
But that was a good addition too. He's been fantastic.
He was excellent in special teams for them a year ago. And even Braxton Jones, like we can call Braxton Jones what he is, but to have a Braxton Jones in the 5th round, that's a winning draft pick. That is. Speaking of Braxton Jones, the Bears are bringing him back on a deal. 1 year, $5 million, can be worth up to 10 with incentives. And we've heard all the words of what Dan Rochar said about the left tackle position. As of today, March 10th, is the starting left tackle for the Chicago Bears currently on the roster. For week 1.
Yes.
So you think it's Benedict or Braxton Jones?
Yes.
Will be the starting left tackle.
And even if
this
they
year.
let's say they use one of the seconds on a left tackle, they may still do that. They may still be seeking their long term. Yeah, they could use 25 on that.
So you're just saying for the opening game?
For the opener.
Week 1, yes.
I like it takes time, so I think maybe they'll ease that person in. And if Braxton's healthy, I think they like him enough where he'll play left tackle.
Okay, can I amend your question and ask your question? What if it was, because I could see that, yeah, I would say that that's possible even if they make a draft pick. What if the question was the guy who will play the majority of the games at left tackle and the majority of the snaps at left tackle is already on your team?
Or what if we call it the most important snaps? Because, I don't think Ozzie Trapillo played the most snaps at left tackle. I'd have to go back and run through it. But he definitely played the most important snaps when he was asked to. Obviously, Tooney played in the divisional game, but that would have been Ozzie if it weren't for
They
the
re-signed
injury.
Jordan McFadden, too, didn't they, as a guard? Like, is he still on the team?
I haven't
seen that, but I know he's like a restricted, the Bears have exclusive rights on him. But I like your question more, Waddle. Who's going to play the most important snaps? Is that person on the roster?
I like your question better.
You like
the
mine
starter,
better?
Yeah.
All right, so you answered my question. Waddle answered the question that you answered the amended question.
It's an interesting, the concept is interesting because if you believe that Ozzie will come back eventually, he's your starting left tackle, right? You're not going to move Darnell Wright from right to left. You're going to pay Darnell to continue to be a all-pro caliber right tackle. Are you going to spend a first or a second round draft pick on a left tackle after spending a second round pick on a left tackle last year?
Yeah, well, you don't have an answer yet, do you? And he's coming off of
There's no problem. Yeah, I would have no problem with that.
Best player available, if they continue to do that, and they find, and again, it's such an important position.
If that's the case, then that guy maybe isn't on your draft.
To be honest, if he had torn his ACL in that game, I would say, I would have said, no, you can wait for him to get back, and you've got your left tackle of the future still. The patellar tender stuff, that scares me.
Mm-hmm. There's no guarantees.
One of the, I guess, bigger NFL moves of the day is Geno Smith getting traded to the Jets. Can someone explain this to me? Bringing Geno home back to New York from Vegas?
If I was a Jets fan today, not that you could certainly do worse than Geno Smith, and I hear he's fantastic too now. But the optics of coming off of that season, the optics of years and years trying to draft and to sign different quarterbacks, and 10 years after you drafted him or however many it is, to then go back to Geno Smith, it's truly a hopeless world if you're a Jets fan.
What do you do with Justin Fields?
Well, he wants out, doesn't he? And
I would guess he gets moved, yeah.
Who's taking
I think he's still got a lot of guarantees left on his contract this year.
Well, no, wasn't it 2 for $40 and it was 25 guaranteed?
Yeah.
I want to say he can get out of it if they wanted to. I'd imagine you can with pretty minimal penalty. And it's not the Jets don't have a lot tied up in contracts right now. This is the year to
$30
kind of
million
eat the glass.
In total guarantee, so you'd only be eating $10 million, and you got plenty of room to eat. I mean, you got plenty of room to eat. The Dolphins are about to take a $54 million bath on Tua.
No, I got you, but they're turning, I think, hopefully for their sake, they're turning the page and looking to their future. Geno Smith isn't your long-term future in New York. This is a placeholder.
No, he's far from it.
How would you feel about that, Waddle? Wouldn't you be like, I know, like I said,
But it could have been like anyone but Geno Smith. Because for the exact same reasons, like anyone but him. You don't need to reopen this wound of a failed draft pick.
I don't know what they're doing.
It's like in 10 years from now, bringing back Patrick Williams and the Bulls still sucking.
Yeah.
Like, you know
Even
who we're
if
going to get for the 4? We're going to get this guy named Patrick Williams.
Like, if you were going to do this, you should have signed Sam Darnold last offseason.
I don't know what should.
Right.
Well, I don't know if Sam would go back there, but I don't know what they're doing. I have no clue. And what are you doing in the draft?
No, by the way, your running back who got franchise tagged is tweeting up a storm about how everyone's getting paid in New York except him.
That thing's a disaster.
Does Aaron Glenn make it through the season?
No.
I think that's a good bet.
I would agree with you. I don't think he does.
Because I don't see it. I don't see this working.
Because they're also in this situation, too, where you could become a very attractive spot next offseason. You could be having multiple
draft picks, right? Because you traded Sauce Gardner.
Yep, trading Sauce Gardner. You also traded Quinnen Williams. You've got a lot of draft picks to use over the course of the next couple of seasons. You could be a very attractive spot for whoever is deemed as the next up-and-coming head coach. Or if there's an established guy out there, like if Mike Tomlin were to get back into it and his rights were released somehow, you could be a very attractive landing spot. Now, you still are the Jets. You still are New York. There is that innate pressure there. But it could be a good situation sooner rather than later. Now, this wouldn't be the first time we've said that about the Jets, and they just haven't.
Do you know what the
been
Jets have this year? They have number 2, number 16, number 33, number 44, and 103. So they're 5 picks, 4 picks inside the top 44 and 5 in the top 103. They have, what do they have total? They have 11 picks.
Well, the big thing is they've got multiple next year, and that's when all the quarterbacks are supposed to be in the draft.
Well, now we go to Greeny as we continue to break down the Jets offseason.
They have 3 first-round picks in 2027.
That's a great class to have 3 first-round picks in.
By the way, when we come back, good stuff, Tyler. A Bills fan has weighed in on a Bears move. I want to tell you what this Bills fan is telling us. We'll get to that coming up next.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Here comes the boom. The Chicago Bears podcast. Here comes the boom. If you aren't listening, you're not getting the whole story. Join host Pat the Designer with special guests and guest host daily. See it or hear it now on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you like to pod.
Yeah. All right, guys, great news. Connie's Thin Crust Pizza is now available at all Chicagoland Walmart locations. That's right, the iconic Connie's flavor that you've grown up with. They've been doing it for over 60 years here in Chicago. It's now in the frozen aisle at all Chicagoland Walmart locations. Enjoy that signature thin crust and bold, authentic Chicago taste without the pizzeria prices. It's a perfect day to stop at a Walmart for busy households. Quick to bake, consistently delicious, and made to satisfy a true Chicago-style thin crust craving. Whether it's a weeknight dinner, game day, or anytime you want restaurant quality flavor right at home, Connie's has you covered. We've got big basketball coming up, too, for the month of March. So pick up some Connie's frozen pizza. Find Connie's Classic Thin Crust at your local Walmart and turn your kitchen into a Chicago pizzeria. Check out Connie's Frozen Pizza tonight.
College hoops are hot, and when the Illini are on top, champagne heats up fast.
And Waddle, they're rolling, and so is Flight by Yingling.
Light, crisp, 95 calories, no wasted possessions.
Perfect for game days, watch parties, and every big shot down the stretch.
Whether you're at State Farm Center or watching from home,
raise one up for the Fighting Illini with Flight by Yingling.
Flight by Yingling. Elevate your game. Proud partner of Fighting Illini Athletics. DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, Pennsylvania. Enjoy responsibly.
On eBay, every find has a story. Like if you're looking for a vintage band tee, not just any tee, the band tee. You wore it everywhere until your best friend stole it. Now you're on eBay, and there it is, same tee from the same tour. The things you love have a way of finding their way back to you, especially on eBay. Where else can you find that mint trading card you searched everywhere for, or your first car, the one you wish you never sold? It has to be eBay. Shop eBay for millions of finds, each with a story. eBay, things people love.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Guys, do what I do and call Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, Sewer, and Electric for anything you may need. They provide the best customer service out there. We use them for everything I just mentioned. 866 Four Seasons. Whether it's an emergency, you got to call my guys at Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, Sewer, and Electric. Broken pipe, maybe a power outage, furnace failure. No hot water, the answer is always the same. Call Four Seasons. They'll guarantee same-day service and installation on all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. And how about this? No extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays. They're not going to nickel and dime you guys. That's why over 30,000 customers have given Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, Sewer, and Electric a 5-star Google review. For all the right reasons, call them at 866-4-SEASONS. That's 866-4-SEASONS.
At Great Clips, they use clip notes to save your haircut details. So no matter which stylist you see or Great Clips salon you visit, it's easy to feel like the best version of you. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Wallner Law helped me get the compensation that I deserve.
Wallner Law helped me get back on my feet.
Thanks to Wallner Law, I'm at a better place today.
Wallner Law cares for you. We're compassionate. We're empathetic to your situation. And I promise you, I will get you more money than any other law firm in the city of Chicago. That is my promise to you. Hire us, win with us, be successful with us. Call us at Wallner Law, 312-8-million.
The 2026 TIAA Big Ten Men's Basketball Tournament returns to the United Center this week, Tuesday through Sunday, starting tonight, I guess. Give your team a home court advantage as they battle for a tournament title in Chicago. Head to big10.org/MBBT to secure your seats today. big10.com/MBBT.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
One Bears fan thinks a lesser-known free agent agreement will be a win for the Bears. It's a Buffalo fan. I'll tell you about that in a minute. Wins with Wallner, brought to you by Wallner Law. Wallner Law handles the toughest car accident cases in Chicago.